At 8 o'clock in the inner vestibule of the Auditorium Theatre, by the window of the box office, Laura Dearborn, her younger sister Paige, and their Aunt Wes were still waiting for the rest of the theatre party to appear. A great, slow-moving press of men and women in evening dress filled the vestibule from one wall to another. A confused murmur of talk and the shuffling of many feet arose on all sides, while from time to time, when the outside and inside doors of the entrance chanced to be opened simultaneously, a sudden draught of air gushed in, damp, glacial and edged with the penetrating keenness of a Chicago evening at the end of February. The Italian Grand Opera Company gave one of the most popular pieces of its repertoire on that particular night, and the Kresslers had invited the two sisters and their aunt to share their box with them. It had been arranged that the party should assemble in the auditorium vestibule at 7:15, but by now the quarter was gone and the Kresslers still failed to arrive. "I do not see," murmured Laura anxiously for the last time, "what can be keeping them. Are you sure, Paige, that Mrs. Kressler meant here inside?" She was a tall young girl of about 22 or 3, holding herself erect and with fine dignity. Even beneath the opera cloak, it was easy to infer that her neck and shoulders were beautiful. Her almost extreme slenderness was, however, her characteristic. The curves of her figure, the contour of her shoulders, the swell of hip and breast were all low. From head to foot one could discover no pronounced salience, yet there was no trace, no suggestion of angularity. She was slender as a willow shoot is slender and equally graceful, equally erect. Next to this charming tenuity, perhaps her paleness was her most noticeable trait, but it was not a paleness of lack of colour. Laura Dearborn's pallor was in itself a colour. It was a tint rather than a shade, like ivory, a warm white, blending into an exquisite, delicate brownness towards the throat. Set in the middle of this paleness of brow and cheek, her deep brown eyes glowed lambent and intense. They were not large, but in some indefinable way they were important. It was very natural to speak of her eyes, and in speaking to her, her friends always found that they must look squarely into their pupils, and all this beauty of pallid face and brown eyes was crowned by, and sharply contrasted with, the intense blackness of her hair, abundant, thick, extremely heavy, continually coruscating with sombre, murky reflections, tragic in a sense vaguely portentous, the coiffure of a heroine of romance, doomed to dark crises. On this occasion at the side of the topmost coil, a white aigrette scintillated and trembled with her every movement. She was unquestionably beautiful. Her mouth was a little large, the lips firm set, and one would not have expected that she would smile easily. In fact, the general expression of her face was rather serious. "Perhaps," continued Laura, "they would look for us outside," but Paige shook her head. She was 5 years younger than Laura, just turned 17. Her hair, dressed high for the first time this night, was brown, but Paige's beauty was no less marked than her sister's. The seriousness of her expression, however, was more noticeable. At times it amounted to undeniable gravity. She was straight, and her figure, all immature as yet, exhibited hardly any softer outlines than that of a boy. "No, no," she said in answer to Laura's question. "They would come in here, they would not wait outside, not on such a cold night as this. Do not you think so, Aunt Wes?" But Mrs. Wessels, a lean, middle-aged little lady, with a flat, pointed nose, had no suggestions to offer. She disengaged herself from any responsibility in the situation, and while waiting, found a vague amusement in counting the number of people who filtered in single file through the wicket where the tickets were presented. A great, stout gentleman in evening dress, perspiring, his cravat limp, stood here, tearing the checks from the tickets, and without ceasing maintaining a continuous outcry that dominated the murmur of the throng. "Have your tickets ready, please, have your tickets ready." "Such a crowd," murmured Paige. "Did you ever see, and everyone you ever knew or heard of, and such toilettes?" With every instant the number of people increased. Progress became impossible, except an inch at a time. The women were, almost without exception, in light-coloured gowns, white, pale blue, Nile green and pink, while over these costumes were thrown opera cloaks and capes of astonishing complexity and elaborateness. Nearly all were bareheaded, and nearly all wore aigrettes. A score of these, 100 of them, nodded and vibrated with an incessant agitation over the heads of the crowd, and flashed like mica flakes as the wearers moved. Everywhere the eye was arrested by the luxury of stuffs, the brilliance and delicacy of fabrics, laces as white and soft as froth, crisp, shining silks, suave satins, heavy gleaming velvets and brocades and plushes, nearly all of them white-fallantly sardazzling and splendid under the blaze of the electrics. The gentlemen, in long, black overcoats and satin mufflers and opera hats, their hands under the elbows of their womenfolk, urged or guided them forward, distressed, preoccupied, adjuring their parties to keep together. In their white-gloved fingers they held their tickets ready for all the icy blasts that burst occasionally through the storm doors. The vestibule was uncomfortably warm, and into this steam-heated atmosphere a multitude of heavy odors exhaled, scent of crushed flowers, of perfume, of sachet, and even occasional, strong smell of damp sealskin. Outside it was bitterly cold. All day a freezing wind had blown from off the lake, and since 5 in the afternoon a fine powder of snow had been falling. The coachmen on the boxes of the carriages that succeeded one another in an interminable line before the entrance of the theatre were swathed to the eyes in furs. The spume and froth froze on the bits of the horses, and the carriage wheels crunching through the dry, frozen snow gave off a shrill staccato whine. Yet for all this, a crowd had collected about the awning on the sidewalk, and even upon the opposite side of the street, peeping and peering from behind the broad shoulders of policemen, a crowd of miserables, shivering in rags and tattered comforters, who found, nevertheless, an unexplainable satisfaction in watching this prolonged defile of millionaires. So great was the concourse of teams, that 2 blocks distant from the theatre they were obliged to fall into line, advancing only at intervals, and from door to door of the carriages thus immobilized ran a score of young men, their arms encumbered with pamphlets, shouting, score books and librettos, score books with photographs of all the artists. However, in the vestibule the press was thinning out. It was understood that the overture had begun. Other people who were waiting, like Laura and her sister, had been joined by their friends and had gone inside. Laura, for whom this opera night had been an event, a thing desired and anticipated with all the eagerness of a girl who had lived for 22 years in a second-class town of central Massachusetts, was in great distress. She had never seen grand opera, she would not have missed a note, and now she was in a fair way to lose the whole overture. "Oh dear," she cried, "is not it too bad? I cannot imagine why they do not come." Page, more metropolitan, her keenness of appreciation a little lost by 2 years of city life and fashionable schooling, tried to reassure her. "You will not lose much," she said. "The air of the overture is repeated in the first act. I've heard it once before." "If we even see the first act," mourned Laura. She scanned the faces of the late-comers anxiously. Nobody seemed to mind being late. Even some of the other people who were waiting chatted calmly among themselves. Directly behind them 2 men, their faces close together, elaborated an interminable conversation, of which from time to time they could overhear a phrase or 2. "And I guess he will do well if he settles for 30 cents on the dollar. I tell you, dear boy, it was a smash. Never should have tried to swing a corner. The short interest was too small and the visible supply was too great." Paige nudged her sister and whispered, "That's the Helmick failure they are talking about, those men. Landry Court told me all about it. Mr. Helmick had a corner in corn and he failed today or will fail soon or something." But Laura, preoccupied with looking for the Cresslers, hardly listened. Aunt Wess, whose count was confused by all these figures, murmured just behind her, began over again, her lips silently forming the words 61, 62 and 2 is 64. Behind them the voice continued. "They say Porteous will peg the market at 26. Well, he ought to, corn is worth that. Never saw such a call for margins in my life. Some of the houses called 8 cents. Paige turned to Mrs. Wessels. "By the way, Aunt Wess, look at that man there by the box office window, the one with his back towards us, the one with his hands in his overcoat pockets. Is not that Mr. Jadwin, the gentleman we are going to meet tonight? See who I mean." "Who, Mr. Jadwin? I do not know, child, I never saw him, you know." "Well, I think it is he," continued Paige. "He was to be with our party tonight. I heard Mrs. Cressler say she would ask him. That's Mr. Jadwin, I am sure. He's waiting for them, too." "Oh, then ask him about it, Paige," exclaimed Laura. "We are missing everything." But Paige shook her head. "I only met him once ages ago. He would not know me. It was at the Cresslers and we just said, 'How do you do?' And then maybe it is not Mr. Jadwin." "Oh, I would not bother, girls," said Mrs. Wessels. "It's all right. They will be here in a minute. I do not believe the curtain has gone up yet." But the man of whom they spoke turned around at the moment and cast a glance about the vestibule. They saw a gentleman of an indeterminate age. Judged by his face, he might as well have been 40 as 35. A heavy mustache touched with grey covered his lips. The eyes were twinkling and good-tempered. Between his teeth he held an unlighted cigar. "It is Mr. Jadwin," murmured Paige, looking quickly away. "But he do not recognize me." Laura also averted her eyes. "Well, why not go right up to him and introduce yourself or recall yourself to him?" she hazarded. "Oh, Laura, I could not," gasped Paige. "I would not for worlds." Could not she, Aunt Wess, appealed Laura, would not it be all right? But Mrs. Wessels, ignoring forms and customs, was helpless. Again she withdrew from any responsibility in the matter. I do not know anything about it, she answered, but Paige oughtn't to be bold. Oh bother, it is not that, protested Paige. But it's just because I do not know, I do not want to. Laura, I should just die, she exclaimed with abrupt irrelevance, and besides, how would that help any? She added. Well, we are just going to miss it all, declared Laura decisively. There were actual tears in her eyes, and I had looked forward to it so. Well, hazarded Aunt Wess, you girls can do just as you please, only I would not be bold. Well, would it be bold if Paige, or if I were to speak to him? We are going to meet him anyways in just a few minutes. Better wait, had not you, Laura, said Aunt Wess, and see. Maybe he will come up and speak to us. Oh, as if, contradicted Laura, he do not know us, just as Paige says, and if he did he would not think it polite. Then I guess, girlie, it would not be polite for you. I think it would, she answered. I think it would be a woman's place. If he's a gentleman he would feel that he just could not speak first. I am going to do it, she announced suddenly. Just as you think best, Laura, said her aunt. But nevertheless Laura did not move, and another 5 minutes went by. Paige took advantage of the interval to tell Laura about Jadwin. He was very rich but a bachelor, and had made his money in Chicago real estate. Some of his holdings in the business quarter of the city were enormous. Landry Court had told her about him. Jadwin, unlike Mr. Kressler, was not opposed to speculation. Though not a member of the Board of Trade, he nevertheless at very long intervals took part in a deal in wheat or corn or provisions. He believed that all corners were doomed to failure, however, and had predicted Helmick's collapse 6 months ago. He had influence, was well known to all Chicago people. What he said carried weight. Financiers consulted him, promoters sought his friendship, his name on the board of directors of a company was an all-sufficing endorsement. In a word, a strong man. I cannot understand, exclaimed Laura Destray, referring to the delay on the part of the Kresslers. This was the night, and this was the place, and it is long past the time. We could telephone to the house, you know, she said, struck with an idea, and see if they have started, or what has happened. I do not know, murmured Mrs. Wessels vaguely. No one seemed ready to act upon Laura's suggestion, and again the minutes passed. I am going, declared Laura again, looking at the other two, as if to demand what they had to say against the idea. I just could not, declared Paige flatly. Well, continued Laura, I will wait just 3 minutes more, and then if the Kresslers are not here I will speak to him. It seems to me to be perfectly natural, and not at all bold. She waited 3 minutes, and the Kresslers still failing to appear, temporized yet further, for the 20th time repeating, I do not see, I cannot understand. Then, abruptly drawing her cape about her, she crossed the vestibule and came up to Jadwin. As she approached she saw him catch her eye. Then, as he appeared to understand that this young woman was about to speak to him, she noticed an expression of suspicion, almost of distrust, come into his face. No doubt he knew nothing of this other party who were to join the Kresslers in the vestibule. Why should this girl speak to him? Something had gone wrong, and the instinct of the man, no longer very young, to keep out of strange young women's troubles betrayed itself in the uneasy glance that he shot at her from under his heavy eyebrows. But the look faded as quickly as it had come. Laura guessed that he had decided that in such a place as this he need have no suspicions. He took the cigar from his mouth, and she, immensely relieved, realized that she had to do with a man who was a gentleman. Full of trepidation as she had been in crossing the vestibule, she was quite mistress of herself when the instant came for her to speak, and it was in a steady voice and without embarrassment that she said, I beg your pardon, but I believe this is Mr. Jadwin. He took off his hat, evidently a little nonplussed that she should know his name, and by now she was ready even to browbeat him a little should it be necessary. Yes, he answered, now much more confused than she, my name is Jadwin. I believe, continued Laura steadily, we were all to be in the same party tonight with the Kresslers. But they do not seem to come, and Wemmy's sister and my aunt, and I don't know what to do. She saw that he was embarrassed, convinced, and the knowledge that she controlled the little situation, that she could command him, restored her all her equanimity. My name is Miss Dearborn, she continued. I believe you know my sister Paige. By some trick of manner she managed to convey to him the impression that if he did not know her sister Paige, that if for one instant he should deem her to be bold, he would offer a mortal affront. She had not yet forgiven him that stare of suspicion when first their eyes had met. He should pay her for that yet. Miss Paige, your sister, Miss Paige Dearborn. Certainly I know her, he answered, And you have been waiting too, what a pity. And he permitted himself the awkwardness of adding, I did not know that you were to be of our party. No, returned Laura upon the instant, I did not know you were to be one of us, Tonituntal Page told me. She accented the pronouns a little, but it was enough for him to know that he had been rebuked. How, he could not just say, and for what it was impossible for him at the moment to determine, and she could see that he began to experience a certain distress, was beating a retreat, was ceding place to her. Who was she then, this tall and pretty young woman, with the serious, unsmiling face who was so perfectly at ease, and who hustled him about and made him feel as though he were to blame for the Cresslers' non-appearance, as though it was his fault that she must wait in the draughty vestibule. She had a great air with her. How had he offended her? If he had introduced himself to her, had forced himself upon her, she could not be more lofty, more reserved. I thought perhaps you might telephone, she observed. They have not a telephone, unfortunately, he answered. Oh, this was quite the last slight. The Cresslers had not a telephone. He was to blame for that too, it seemed. At his wits' end, he entertained for an instant the notion of dashing out into the street in a search for a messenger boy who would take a note to Cressler and set him right again, and his agitation was not allayed when Laura, in frigid tones, declared, It seems to me that something might be done. I do not know, he replied helplessly. I guess there's nothing to be done but just wait. They are sure to be along. In the background, Page and Mrs. Wessels had watched the interview and had guessed that Laura was none too gracious. Always anxious that her sister should make a good impression, the little girl was now in great distress. Laura is putting on her grand manner, she lamented. I just know how she's talking. The man will hate the very sound of her name all the rest of his life. Then all at once she uttered a joyful exclamation. At last, she cried, and about time too. The Cresslers and the rest of the party, 2 young men had appeared, and Page and her aunt came up just in time to hear Mrs. Cressler, a fine old lady, in a wonderful ermine-trimmed cape, whose hair was powder-red, exclaim at the top of her voice, as if the mere declaration of fact was final, absolutely the last word upon the subject. The bridge was turned. The Cresslers lived on the north side. The incident seemed to be closed with the abruptness of a slammed door. Page and Aunt Wess were introduced to Jadwin, who was particular to announce that he remembered the young girl perfectly. The 2 young men were already acquainted with the Dearborn sisters and Mrs. Wessels. Page and Laura knew one of them well enough to address him familiarly by his Christian name. This was Landry Court, a young fellow just turned 23, who was connected with the staff of the great brokerage firm of Gretry, Converse & Co. He was astonishingly good-looking, small-made, wiry, alert, nervous, debonair, with blonde hair and dark eyes that snapped like a terrier's. He made friends almost at first sight, and was one of those fortunate few who were favoured equally of men and women. The healthiness of his eye and skin persuaded to a belief in the healthiness of his mind, and in fact, Landry was as clean without as within. He was frank, open-hearted, full of fine sentiments and exaltations and enthusiasms. Until he was 18, he had cherished an ambition to become the President of the United States. Yes, he said to Laura, the bridge was turned. It was an imposition. We had to wait while they let 3 toes through. I think 2 at a time is as much as is legal. And we had to wait for 3. Yes, sir, 3, think of that. I shall look into that tomorrow. Yes, sir, do not you be afraid of that. I will look into it. He nodded his head with profound seriousness. Well, announced Mr. Cressler, marshalling the party, shall we go in? I am afraid, Laura, we have missed the overture. Smiling, she shrugged her shoulders, while they moved to the wicket, as if to say that it could not be helped now. Cressler, tall, lean, bearded, and stoop-shouldered, belonging to the same physical type that includes Lincoln, the type of the Middle West, was almost a second father to the parentless Dearborn girls. In Massachusetts, 30 years before this time, he had been a farmer, and the miller Dearborn used to grind his grain regularly. The 2 had been boys together, and had always remained fast friends, almost brothers. Then, in the years just before the war, had come the great movement westward, and Cressler had been one of those to leave an abandoned New England farm behind him, and with his family emigrate toward the Mississippi. He had come to Sangamon County in Illinois. For a time he tried wheat raising, until the war, which skied the prices of all foodstuffs, had made him for those days a rich man. Giving up farming, he came to live in Chicago, bought a seat on the Board of Trade, and in a few years was a millionaire. At the time of the Turco-Russian War, he and 2 Milwaukee men had succeeded in cornering all the visible supply of spring wheat. At the end of the 30th day of the corner, the clique figured out its profits at close upon $1 million. A week later it looked like $1.5 million. Then the 3 lost their heads. They held the corner just a fraction of a month too long, and when the time came that the three were forced to take profits, they found that they were unable to close out their immense holdings without breaking the price. In 2 days, wheat that they had held at $1.10 collapsed to 60. The two Milwaukee men were ruined, and 2/3 of Kressler's immense fortune vanished like a whiff of smoke. But he had learned his lesson. Never since then had he speculated. Though keeping his seat on the board, he had confined himself to commission trading, uninfluenced by fluctuations in the market, and he was never wearied of protesting against the evil and the danger of trading in margins. Speculation he abhorred as the smallpox, believing it to be impossible to corner grain by any means or under any circumstances. He was accustomed to say, "It cannot be done," first, for the reason that there is a great harvest of wheat somewhere in the world for every month in the year, and second, because the smart man who runs the corner has every other smart man in the world against him. And besides, it's wrong. The world's food should not be at the mercy of the Chicago wheat pit. As the party filed in through the wicket, the other young man who had come with Landry Court managed to place himself next to Laura. Meeting her eyes, he murmured, "Ah, you did not wear them after all, my poor little flowers." But she showed him a single American beauty, pinned to the shoulder of her gown beneath her cape. "Yes, Mr. Corthell," she answered. "I tried to select the prettiest and I think I succeeded, aunt you. It was hard to choose." "Since you have worn it, it is the prettiest," he answered. He was a slightly built man of about 28 or 30, dark, wearing a small, pointed beard, and a mustache that he brushed away from his lips like a Frenchman. By profession he was an artist, devoting himself more especially to the designing of stained windows. In this, his talent was indisputable, but he was by no means dependent upon his profession for a living. His parents long since dead having left him to the enjoyment of a very considerable fortune. He had a beautiful studio in the Fine Arts Building, where he held receptions once every 2 months, or whenever he had a fine piece of glass to expose. He had travelled, read, studied, occasionally written, and in matters pertaining to the colouring and fusing of glass was cited as an authority. He was one of the directors of the new art gallery that had taken the place of the old exposition building on the lake front. Laura had known him for some little time. On the occasion of her 2 previous visits to Page, he had found means to see her 2 or 3 times each week. Once even he had asked her to marry him, but she, deep in her studies at the time, consumed with vague ambitions to be a great actress of Shakespearean roles, had told him she could care for nothing but her art. He had smiled and said that he could wait, and strangely enough, their relations had resumed again upon the former footing. Even after she had gone away they had corresponded regularly, and he had made and sent her a tiny window, a veritable jewel illustrative of a scene from Twelfth Night. In the foyer, as the gentlemen were checking their coats, Laura overheard Jadwin say to Mr. Kressler, "Well, how about Helmick?" The other made an impatient movement of his shoulders. "Ask me what was the fool thinking Ophir Corner, pshaw." There were 1 or 2 other men about, making their overcoats and opera hats into neat bundles preparatory to checking them, and instantly there was a flash of a half-dozen eyes in the direction of the 2 men. Evidently the collapse of the Helmick deal was in the air. All the city seemed interested. But from behind the heavy curtains that draped the entrance to the theatre proper came a muffled burst of music, followed by a long salvo of applause. Laura's cheeks flamed with impatience. She hurried after Mrs. Kressler. Corthell drew the curtains for her to pass, and she entered. Inside it was dark, and a prolonged puff of hot air, thick with the mingled odours of flowers, perfume, upholstery, and gas, enveloped her upon the instant. It was the unmistakable, unforgettable, entrancing aroma of the theatre that she had known only too seldom, but that in a second set her heart galloping. Every available space seemed to be occupied. Men, even women, were standing up, compacted into a suffocating pressure, and for the moment everybody was applauding vigorously. On all sides Laura heard, "Bravos! Good, good! Very well done! Encore, encore!" Between the people's heads and below the low dip of the overhanging balcony, a brilliant glare in the surrounding darkness caught a glimpse of the stage. It was set for a garden, at the back and in the distance a chateau, on the left a bower, and on the right a pavilion. Before the footlights, a famous contralto, dressed as a boy, was bowing to the audience, her arms full of flowers. "Too bad," whispered Corthell to Laura as they followed the others down the side aisle to the box. "Too bad, this is the 2nd act already. You have missed the whole 1st act and this song. She will sing it over again, though just for you, if I have to lead the applause myself. I particularly wanted you to hear that." Once in the box, the party found itself a little crowded, and Jadwin and Cressler were obliged to stand, in order to see the stage. Although they all spoke in whispers, their arrival was the signal for certain murmurs of sh. Mrs. Cressler made Laura occupy the front seat. Jadwin took her cloak from her, and she settled herself in her chair and looked about her. She could see but little of the house or audience. All the lights were lowered. Only through the gloom the swaying of a multitude of fans, pale-coloured like night moths balancing in the twilight, defined itself. But soon she turned towards the stage. The applause died away and the contralto once more sang the aria. The melody was simple, the tempo easily followed. It was not a very high order of music, but to Laura it was nothing short of a revelation. She sat spellbound, her hands clasped tight, her every faculty of attention at its highest pitch. It was wonderful, such music as that, wonderful such a voice, wonderful such orchestration, wonderful such exaltation inspired by mere beauty of sound. Never, never was this night to be forgotten, this her first night of grand opera. All this excitement, this world of perfume, of flowers, of exquisite costumes, of beautiful women, of fine, brave men. She looked back with immense pity to the narrow little life of her native town she had just left forever, the restricted horizon, the petty round of petty duties, the rare and barren pleasure-rest library, the festival, the few concerts, the trivial plays. How easy it was to be good and noble when music such as this had become a part of one's life. How desirable was wealth when it could make possible such exquisite happiness as hers of the moment. Nobility, purity, courage, sacrifice seemed much more worth while now than a few moments ago. All things not positively unworthy became heroic, all things and all men. Landry Court was a young chevalier, pure as Galahad. Corthell was a beautiful artist priest of the early Renaissance. Even Jadwin was a merchant prince, a great financial captain, and she herself she did not know. She dreamed of another Laura, a better, gentler, more beautiful Laura, whom everybody loved dearly and tenderly, and who loved everybody, and who should die beautifully, gently, in some garden far away because of a great love beautifully, gently in the midst of flowers, die of a broken heart, and all the world should be sorry for her, and would weep over her when they found her dead and beautiful in her garden, amid the flowers and the birds in some far-off place where it was always early morning and where there was soft music. And she was so sorry for herself, and so hurt with the sheer strength of her longing to be good and true, and noble and womanly, that as she sat in the front of the Cresslers' box on that marvellous evening, the tears ran down her cheeks again and dropped upon her tight-shut, white-gloved fingers. But the contralto had disappeared, and in her place the tenor held the stagier stout, short young man in red plush doublet and grey silk tights. His chin advanced, an arm extended, one hand pressed to his breast, he apostrophized the pavilion that now and then swayed a little in the draught from the wings. The aria was received with furor, thrice he was obliged to repeat it. Even Corthell, who was critical to extremes, approved, nodding his head. Laura and Page clapped their hands till the very last, but Landry Court, to create an impression, assumed a certain disaffection. "He's not in voice tonight, too bad, you should have heard him Friday in Ada." The opera continued. The great soprano, the prima donna, appeared and delivered herself of a song for which she was famous with astonishing eclat. Then in a little while the stage grew dark, the orchestration lapsed to a murmur, and the tenor and the soprano re-entered. He clasped her in his arms and sang a half-dozen bars, then holding her hand, one arm still about her waist, withdrew from her gradually, till she occupied the front centre of the stage. He assumed an attitude of adoration and wonderment, his eyes uplifted as if entranced, and she very softly, to the accompaniment of the sustained, dreamy chords of the orchestra, began her solo. Laura shut her eyes. Never had she felt so soothed, so cradled and lulled and languid. Ah, to love like that, to love and be loved. There was no such love as that today. She wished that she could loose her clasp upon the sordid material modern life that, perforce, she must hold to, she knew not why, and drift off into the past, far away, through rose-coloured mists and diaphanous veils, or resign herself, reclining in a silver skiff drawn by swans, to the gentle current of some smooth-flowing river that ran on forever and forever. But a discordant element developed. Close by the lights were so low she could not tell where a conversation, kept up in low whispers, began by degrees to intrude itself upon her attention. Try as she would, she could not shut it out, and now, as the music died away fainter and fainter, till voice and orchestra blended together in a single, barely audible murmur, vibrating with emotion, with romance, and with sentiment, she heard in a hoarse, masculine whisper, the words, "The shortage is 1,000,000 bushels at the very least. 200 carloads were to arrive from Milwaukee last night." She made a little gesture of despair, turning her head for an instant, searching the gloom about her. But she could see no one not interested in the stage. Why could not men leave their business outside? Why must the jar of commerce spoil all the harmony of this moment? However, all sounds were drowned suddenly in a long burst of applause. The tenor and soprano bowed and smiled across the footlights. The soprano vanished, only to reappear on the balcony of the pavilion, and while she declared that the stars and the nightbird together sang He Loves Thee, the voices close at hand continued. 106 carloads. Paralyzed the bulls. $50,000. Then all at once the lights went up. The act was over. Laura seemed only to come to herself some 5 minutes later. She and Corthell were out in the foyer behind the boxes. Everybody was promenading. The air was filled with the staccato chatter of a multitude of women, but she herself seemed far away, and Sheldon Corthell, his face, dark, romantic, with the silky beard and eloquent eyes, appeared to be all she cared to see, while his low voice that spoke close to her ear was in a way a mere continuation of the melody of the duet just finished. Instinctively she knew what he was about to say, for what he was trying to prepare her. She felt, too, that he had not expected to talk thus to her tonight. She knew that he loved her, that inevitably, sooner or later, they must return to a subject that for long had been excluded from their conversations. But it was to have been when they were alone, remote, secluded, not in the midst of a crowd, brilliant electrics dazzling their eyes, the humming of the talk of hundreds assaulting their ears. But it seemed as if these important things came of themselves, independent of time and place, like birth and death. There was nothing to do but to accept the situation, and it was without surprise that at last, from out the murmur of Corthell's talk, she was suddenly conscious of the words. So that it is hardly necessary, is it, to tell you once more that I love you? She drew a long breath. I know you love me. They had sat down on a divan at one end of the promenade, and Corthell, skillful enough in the little arts of the drawing-room, made it appear as though they talked of commonplaces. As for Laura, exalted, all but hypnotized with this marvelous evening, she hardly cared. She would not even stoop to maintain appearances. Yes, she said, I know you love me. And is that all you can say? He urged. Does it mean nothing to you that you are everything to me? She was coming a little to herself again. Love was, after all, sweeter in the actual than in this crowded foyer, in this atmosphere of silk and jewels, in this showplace of a great city's society than in a mystic garden of some romantic dreamland. She felt herself a woman again, modern, vital, and no longer a maiden of a legend of chivalry. Nothing to me, she answered. I do not know. I should rather have you love me than not. Let me love you then for always, he went on. You know what I mean. We have understood each other from the very first. Plainly and very simply, I love you with all my heart. You know now that I speak the truth, you know that you can trust me. I shall not ask you to share your life with mine. I ask you for the great happiness, raised his head sharply, suddenly proud, the great honor of the opportunity of giving you all that I have of good. God give me humility, but that is much since I have known you. If I were a better man because of myself, I would not presume to speak of it. But if I am in anything less selfish, if I am more loyal, if I am stronger or braver, it is only something of you that has become a part of me and made me to be born again. So when I offer myself to you, I am only bringing back to you the gift you gave me for a little while. I have tried to keep it for you, to keep it bright and sacred and unspotted. It is yours again now if you will have it. There was a long pause. A group of men in opera hats and white gloves came up the stairway close at hand. The tide of promenaders set towards the entrances of the theatre. A little electric bell shrilled, a note of warning. Laura looked up at length, and as their glances met, he saw that there were tears in her eyes. This declaration of his love for her was the last touch to the greatest exhilaration of happiness she had ever known. Ah yes, she was loved, just as that young girl of the opera had been loved. For this one evening at least the beauty of life was unmarred, and no cruel word of hers should spoil it. The world was beautiful. All people were good and noble and true. Tomorrow, with the material round of duties and petty responsibilities, and cold, calm reason was far, far away. Suddenly she turned to him, surrendering to the impulse, forgetful of consequences. Oh, I am glad, she cried, glad that you love me. But before Corthell could say anything more, Landry Court and Page came up. We have been looking for you, said the young girl quietly. Page was displeased. She took herself and her sister, in fact, the whole scheme of existence with extraordinary seriousness. She had no sense of humour, she was not tolerant, her ideas of propriety and the amenities were as immutable as the fixed stars. A fine way for Laura to act, getting off into corners with Sheldon Corthell. It would take less than that to make talk. If she had no sense of her obligations to Mrs. Cressler, At least she ought to think of the looks of things. They are beginning again, she said solemnly. I should think you would feel as though you had missed about enough of this opera. They returned to the barks. The rest of the party were reassembling. Well, Laura, said Mrs. Cressler, when they had sat down, do you like it? I do not want to leave Eitver, she answered. I could stay here always. I like the young man best, observed Aunt Wess, the one who seems to be the friend of the tall fellow with a cloak. But why does he seem so sorry? Why do not he marry the young lady? Let's see, I do not remember his name. Beastly voice, declared Landry Court. He almost broke there once. Too bad. He's not what he used to be. It seems he's terribly dissipate drinks. Yes, sir, like a fish. He had delirium tremens once behind the scenes in Philadelphia and stabbed a scene shifter with his stage dagger. A bad lot, to say the least. Now, Landry, protested Mrs. Cressler, you are making it up as you go along. And in the laugh that followed, Landry himself joined. After all, said Corthell, this music seems to be just the right medium between the naive melody of the Italian school and the elaborate complexity of Wagner. I cannot help but be carried away with it at times in spite of my better judgment. Jadwin, who had been smoking a cigar in the vestibule during the entr'acte, rubbed his chin reflectively. Well, he said, it's all very fine. I have no doubt of that, but I give you my word I would rather hear my old governor take his guitar and sing Father, oh Father, come home with me now, than all the fiddle-faddle, tweedle-deedle opera business in the whole world. But the orchestra was returning, the musicians crawling out one by one from a little door beneath the stage, hardly bigger than the entrance of a rabbit hutch. They settled themselves in front of their racks, adjusting their coat-tails, fingering their sheet music. Soon they began to tune up, and a vague bourdon of many sounds, the subdued snarl of the cornets, the dull mutter of the bass viols, the liquid gurgling of the flageolets and woodwind instruments, now and then pierced by the strident chirps and cries of the violins, rose into the air, dominating the incessant clamour of conversation that came from all parts of the theatre. Then suddenly the house lights sank and the footlights rose. From all over the theatre came energetic whispers of sh, sh, 3 strokes as of a great mallet, sepulchral, grave, came from behind the wings. The leader of the orchestra raised his baton, then brought it slowly down, and while from all the instruments at once issued a prolonged minor chord, emphasized by a muffled roll of the kettle drum, the curtain rose upon a medieval public square. The soprano was seated languidly upon a bench. Her grand scene occurred in this act. Her hair was unbound. She wore a loose robe of cream white with flowing sleeves, which left the arms bare to the shoulder. At the waist it was caught in by a girdle of silk rope. This is the great act, whispered Mrs. Cressler, leaning over Laura's shoulder. She is superb later on, superb. I wish those men would stop talking, murmured Laura, searching the darkness distressfully, for between the strains of the music she had heard the words, clearing house balance of $3,000. Meanwhile the prima donna, rising to her feet, delivered herself of a lengthy recitative, her chin upon her breast, her eyes looking out from under her brows, an arm stretched out over the footlights. The baritone entered, striding to the left of the footlights, apostrophizing the prima donna in a rage. She clasped her hands imploringly, supplicating him to leave her, exclaiming from time to time, Varvias, vel chico per pieta. Then all at once, while the orchestra blared, they fell into each other's arms. Why do they do that? Murmured Aunt Wess, perplexed. I thought the gentleman with the beard did not like her at all. Why, that's the Duke, do not you see, Aunt Wess, said Laura, trying to explain, and he forgives her. I do not know exactly. Look at your libretto. A conspiracy of the bears, 70 cents, and naturally he busted. The mezzo-soprano, the confidante of the prima donna, entered, and a trio developed that had but a mediocre success. At the end the baritone abruptly drew his sword, and the prima donna fell to her knees, chanting, Io tremo ahim. And now he's mad again, whispered Aunt Wess, consulting her libretto all at sea once more. I cannot understand. She says the opera book says she says I tremble, I do not see why. Look now, said Page, here comes the tenor. Now they are going to have it out. The tenor, hatless, debouched suddenly upon the scene, and furious, addressed himself to the baritone, leaning forward, his hands upon his chest. Though the others sang in Italian, the tenor, a Parisian, used the French book continually, and now vilified the baritone, crying out, O traitor infame! O lash et coupable! I do not see why he do not marry the young lady and be done with it, commented Aunt Wess. The act drew to its close. The prima donna went through her great scene, wherein her voice climbed to C in alt, holding the notes so long that Aunt Wess became uneasy. As she finished, the house rocked with applause, and the soprano, who had gone out supported by her confidant, was recalled 3 times. A duel followed between the baritone and tenor, and the latter, mortally wounded, fell into the arms of his friends, uttering broken, vehement notes. The chorus, made up of the city watch and towns, people crowded in upon the back of the stage. The soprano and her confidant returned. The basso, a black-bearded, bull-necked man, sombre, mysterious, parted the chorus to right and left and advanced to the footlights. The contralto, dressed as a boy, appeared. The soprano took stage, and abruptly the closing scene of the act developed. The violins raged and wailed in unison, all the bows moving together like parts of a well-regulated machine. The kettle drums, marking the cadences, rolled at exact intervals. The director beat time furiously, as though dragging up the notes and chords with the end of his baton, while the horns and cornets blared, the bass viols growled, and the flageolets and piccolos lost themselves in an amazing complication of liquid gurgles and modulated roulades. On the stage everyone was singing. The soprano in the center, vocalized in her highest register, bringing out the notes with vigorous twists of her entire body, and tossing them off into the air with sharp flirts of her head. On the right, the basso, scowling, could be heard in the intervals of the music repeating, Il perfido, l'ingrato. While to the left of the soprano, the baritone intoned indistinguishable sonorous phrases, striking his breast and pointing to the fallen tenor with his sword. At the extreme left of the stage, the contralto, in tights and plush doublet, turned to the audience, extending her hands or flinging back her arms. She raised her eyebrows with each high note, and sunk her chin into her ruff when her voice descended. At certain intervals her notes blended with those of the sopranos while she sang. Addio Felicita del Ciel. The tenor, raised upon one hand, his shoulders supported by his friends, sustained the theme which the soprano led with the words, G mi mors, A melhures, A G sufer, Mon aim essenvol. The chorus formed a semicircle just behind him, the women on one side, the men on the other. They left much to be desired, apparently scraped hastily together from heaven knew what sources, after the manner of a management suddenly become economical. The women were fat, elderly, and painfully homely, the men lean, osseous, and distressed in misfitting hose. But they had been conscientiously drilled. They made all their gestures together, moved in masses simultaneously, and without ceasing, chanted over and over again, O terror, O blasphemer. The finale commenced. Everybody on the stage took a step forward, beginning all over again upon a higher key. The soprano's voice thrilled to the very chandelier. The orchestra redoubled its efforts, the director beating time with hands, head, and body. Il perfido, l'ingrato. Thundered the basso. Ineffabil mistero. Answered the baritone, striking his breast and pointing with his sword. While all at once the soprano's voice, thrilling out again, ran up an astonishing crescendo that evoked veritable gasps from all parts of the audience, then jumped once more to her famous C in alt, and held it long enough for the chorus to repeat, O terror, O blasphemer. 4 times. Then the director's baton descended with the violence of a blow. There was a prolonged crash of harmony, a final enormous chord, to which every voice and every instrument contributed. The singers struck tableau attitudes, the tenor fell back with a last wail, G mi mors, and the soprano fainted into the arms of her confidant. The curtain fell. The house roared with applause. The scene was recalled again and again. The tenor, scrambling to his feet, joined hands with the baritone, soprano, and other artists, and all bowed repeatedly. Then the curtain fell for the last time, the lights of the great chandelier clicked and blazed up, and from every quarter of the house came the cries of the programme sellers. Opera books, books of the opera, words and music of the opera. During this, the last entr'acte, Laura remained in the box with Mrs. Cressler, Corthell, and Jadwin. The others went out to look down upon the foyer from a certain balcony. In the box the conversation turned upon stage management, and Corthell told how in El Africaine at the opera in Paris, the entire superstructure of the stagewings, drops, and backstand when Vasco da Gama put the ship about. Jadwin, having criticized the effect because none of the actors turned with it, was voted a Philistine by Mrs. Cressler and Corthell. But as he was about to answer, Mrs. Cressler turned to the artist, passing him her opera glasses and asking, Who are those people down there in the 3rd row of the parquetry? On the middle Aisleth woman is in red. Are not those the Gretries? This left Jadwin and Laura out of the conversation, and the capitalist was quick to seize the chance of talking to her. Soon she was surprised to notice that he was trying hard to be agreeable, and before they had exchanged a dozen sentences, he had turned an awkward compliment. She guessed by his manner that paying attention to young girls was for him a thing altogether unusual. Intuitively she divined that she on this, the very first night of their acquaintance, had suddenly interested him. She had had neither opportunity nor inclination to observe him closely during their interview in the vestibule, but now, as she sat and listened to him talk, she could not help being a little attracted. He was a heavy-built man, would have made two of Corthell, and his hands were large and broad, the hands of a man of affairs who knew how to grip and above all how to hang on. Those broad, strong hands and keen, calm eyes would enfold and envelop a purpose with tremendous strength, and they would persist and persist and persist, unswerving, unwavering, untiring, till the purpose was driven home. And the two long, lean, fibrous arms of him, what a reach they could attain, and how wide and huge and even formidable would be their embrace of affairs. One of those great manoeuvres of a fellow money captain had that very day been concluded, the Helmick failure, and between the chords and bars of a famous opera men talked in excited whispers, and one great leader lay at that very moment, broken and spent, fighting with his last breath for bare existence. Jadwin had seen it all. Uninvolved in the crash, he had none the less been close to it, watching it, in touch with it, foreseeing each successive collapse by which it reeled fatally to the final catastrophe. The voices of the two men that had so annoyed her in the early part of the evening were suddenly raised again. It was terrific, there on the floor of the board this morning. By the Lord, they fought each other when the bears began throwing the grain at Emin carload lots. And abruptly, midway between two phases of that music drama, of passion and romance, there came to Laura the swift and vivid impression of that other drama that simultaneously even at that very moment was working itself out close at hand, equally picturesque, equally romantic, equally passionate. But more than that, real, actual, modern, a thing in the very heart of the very life in which she moved. And here he sat, this Jadwin, quiet in evening dress, listening good-naturedly to this beautiful music, for which he did not care, to this rant and fustian, watching quietly all this posing and attitudinizing. How small and petty it must all seem to him. Laura found time to be astonished. What? She had first met this man haughtily in all the panoply of her grand manner, and had promised herself that she would humble him and pay him for that first mistrustful stare at her. And now, behold, she was studying him and finding the study interesting. Out of harmony though she knew him to be with those fine emotions of hers of the early part of the evening, she nevertheless found much in him to admire. It was always just like that. She told herself that she was forever doing the unexpected thing, the inconsistent thing. Women were queer creatures, mysterious even to themselves. "I am so pleased that you are enjoying it all," said Corthell's voice at her shoulder. "I knew you would. There is nothing like music such as this to appeal to the emotions, the heart-hand with your temperament." Straightway he made her feel her sex. Now she was just a woman again, with all a woman's limitations, and her relations with Corthell could never be so she realized any other than sex relations. With Jadwin somehow it had been different. She had felt his manhood more than her womanhood, her sex side. And between them it was more a give-and-take affair, more equality, more companionship. Corthell spoke only of her heart and to her heart, but Jadwin made her feel her, rather she made herself feel when he talked to her that she had a head as well as a heart. And the last act of the opera did not wholly absorb her attention. The artists came and went, the orchestra wailed and boomed, the audience applauded, and in the end the tenor, fired by a sudden sense of duty and of stern obligation, tore himself from the arms of the soprano, and calling out upon remorseless fate and upon heaven, and declaiming about the vanity of glory and his heart that broke yet disdained tears, allowed himself to be dragged off the scene by his friend the basso. For the 5th time during the piece the soprano fainted into the arms of her long-suffering confidant. The audience, suddenly remembering hats and wraps, bestirred itself, and many parties were already upon their feet, and filing out at the time the curtain fell. The Cresslers and their friends were among the last to regain the vestibule, but as they came out from the foyer, where the first draughts of outside air began to make themselves felt, there were exclamations. "It's raining. Why, it's raining right down." It was true. Abruptly the weather had moderated, and the fine, dry snow that had been falling since early evening had changed to a lugubrious drizzle. A wave of consternation invaded the vestibule for those who had not come in carriages, or whose carriages had not arrived. Tempers were lost. Women, cloaked to the ears, their heads protected only by fichus or mantillas, quarrelled with husbands or cousins or brothers over the question of umbrellas. The vestibules were crowded to suffocation, and the aigrettes nodded and swayed again in alternate gusts, now of moist, chill atmosphere from without, and now of stale, hot air that exhaled in long puffs from the inside doors of the theatre itself. Here and there in the press, footmen, their top hats in rubber cases, their hands full of umbrellas, searched anxiously for their masters. Outside upon the sidewalks and by the curbs an apparently inextricable confusion prevailed. Policemen with drawn clubs laboured and objurgated. Anxious, preoccupied young men, their opera hats and gloves beaded with rain, hurried to and fro, searching for their carriages. At the edge of the awning, the caller, a gigantic fellow in gold-faced uniform, shouted the numbers in a roaring sing-song that dominated every other sound. Coachmen, their wet rubber coats reflecting the lamplight, called back and forth. Furious quarrels broke out between hansom drivers and the police officers, steaming horses with jingling bits, their backs covered with dark green cloths, plunged and pranced, carriage doors banged, and the roll of wheels upon the pavement was as the reverberation of artillery caissons. "Get your carriage, sir," cried a ragged half-grown Arab at Kressler's elbow. "Hurry up then," said Kressler, then raising his voice for the clamour was increasing with every second. "What's your number, Laura? You girls first, 93. Get that boy, 93, quick now." The carriage appeared. Hastily they said goodbye. Hastily Laura expressed to Mrs. Kressler her appreciation and enjoyment. Corthell saw them to the carriage and getting in after them shut the door behind him. They departed. Laura sank back in the cool gloom of the carriage's interior redolent of damp leather and upholstery. What an evening, she murmured. On the way home both she and Page appealed to the artist, who knew the opera well, to hum or whistle for them the arias that had pleased them most. Each time they were enthusiastic. Yes, that was the air. Was not it pretty, was not it beautiful? But Aunt Wess was still unsatisfied. "I do not see yet," she complained, "why the young man, the one with the pointed beard, did not marry that lady and be done with it. Just as soon as they would seem to have it all settled, he would begin to take on again, and strike his breast and go away. I declare I think it was all kind of foolish." "Why, the Ducadant, you see, the one who sang bass," Page laboured to explain. "Oh, I did not like him at all," said Aunt Wess. "He stamped around so, but the audience itself had interested her, and the décolleté gowns had been particularly impressing. I never saw such dressing in all my life," she declared, "and that woman in the box next ours. Well, did you notice that?" She raised her eyebrows and set her lips together. "Well, I do not want to say anything." The carriage rolled on through the darkened downtown streets, towards the north side, where the Dearborns lived. They could hear the horses plashing through the layer of slush mud, half-melted snow and rain that encumbered the pavement. In the gloom the girls' wraps glowed pallid and diaphanous. The rain left long, slanting parallels on the carriage windows. They passed on down Wabash Avenue and crossed over to State Street and Clark Street, dark, deserted. Laura, after a while, lost in thought, spoke but little. It had been a great evening because of other things than mere music. Corthell had again asked her to marry him, and she, carried away by the excitement of the moment, had answered him encouragingly. On the heels of this, she had had that little talk with the capitalist Jadwin, and somehow since then she had been steadied, calmed. The cold air and the rain in her face had cooled her flaming cheeks and hot temples. She asked herself now if she did really, honestly love the artist. No, she did not. Really and honestly she did not. And now as the carriage rolled on through the deserted streets of the business districts, she knew very well that she did not want to marry him. She had done him an injustice, but in the matter of righting herself with him, correcting his false impression, she was willing to procrastinate. She wanted him to love her, to pay her all those innumerable little attentions which he managed with such faultless delicacy. To say, "No, Mr. Corthell, I do not love you, I will never be your wife," would thy's time final. He would go away, and she had no intention of allowing him to do that. But abruptly her reflections were interrupted. While she thought it all over, she had been looking out of the carriage window through a little space where she had rubbed the steam from the pane. Now, all at once, the strange appearance of the neighborhood as the carriage turned north from out Jackson Street into La Salle forced itself upon her attention. She uttered an exclamation. The office buildings on both sides of the street were lighted from basement to roof. Through the windows she could get glimpses of clerks and bookkeepers in shirt-sleeves bending over desks. Every office was open, and every one of them full of a feverish activity. The sidewalks were almost as crowded as though at noontime. Messenger boys ran to and fro, and groups of men stood on the corners in earnest conversation. The whole neighborhood was alive, and this, though it was close upon 1 o'clock in the morning. "Why, what is it all?" she murmured. Corthell could not explain, but all at once Page cried, Oh, I know, see this is Jackson and LaSalle streets. Landry was telling me, the commission district he called it, and these are the brokers' offices working overtime that Helmick deal, you know. Laura looked suddenly stupefied. Here it was then, that other drama, that other tragedy working on there furiously, fiercely through the night, while she and all those others had sat there in that atmosphere of flowers and perfume, listening to music. Suddenly it loomed portentous in the eye of her mind, terrible, tremendous. Ah, this drama of the provision pits, where the rush of millions of bushels of grain, and the clatter of millions of dollars, and the tramping and the wild shouting of thousands of men filled all the air with the noise of battle. Yes, here was drama in deadly earnest, drama and tragedy and death, and the jar of mortal fighting, and the echoes of it invaded the very sanctuary of art, and cut athwart the music of Italy and the cadence of polite conversation, and the shock of it endured when all the world should have slept, and galvanized into vivid life all these somber piles of office buildings. It was dreadful, this labor through the night. It had all the significance of field hospitals after the battle hospitals, and the tents of commanding generals. The wounds of the day were being bound up, the dead were being counted, while shut in their headquarters, the captains and the commanders drew the plans for the grapple of armies that was to recommence with daylight. Yes, that's just what it is, continued Page. See, there's the rookery and there's the constable building where Mr. Helmick has his offices. Landry showed me it all one day. And look back. She raised the flap that covered the little window at the back of the carriage. See, down there at the end of the street. There's the Board of Trade building where the grain speculating is done, where the wheat pits and corn pits are. Laura turned and looked back. On either side of the vista in converging lines stretched the blazing office buildings, but over the end of the street the lead-coloured sky was rifted a little. A long, faint bar of light stretched across the prospect, and silhouetted against this rose a sombre mass, unbroken by any lights, rearing a black and formidable facade against the blur of light behind it. And this was her last impression of the evening. The lighted office buildings, the murk of rain, the haze of light in the heavens, and raised against it the pile of the Board of Trade building, black, grave, monolithic, crouching on its foundations, like a monstrous sphinx with blind eyes, silent, grave, crouching there without a sound, without sign of life under the night and the drifting veil of rain. Roman 2. Laura Dearborn's native town was Barrington in Worcester County, Massachusetts. Both she and Page had been born there, and there had lived until the death of their father, at a time when Page was ready for the high school. The mother, a North Carolina girl, had died long before. Laura's education had been unusual. After leaving the high school, her father had for 4 years allowed her a private tutor, an impecunious graduate from the Harvard Theological School. She was ambitious, a devoted student, and her instructor's task was rather to guide than to enforce her application. She soon acquired a reading knowledge of French, and knew her Racine in the original almost as well as her Shakespeare. Literature became for her an actual passion. She delved into Tennyson and the Victorian poets, and soon was on terms of intimacy with the poets and essayists of New England. The novelists of the day she ignored almost completely, and voluntarily. Only occasionally, and then as a concession, she permitted herself a reading of Mr. Howells. Moderately prosperous while he himself was conducting his little mill, Dearborn had not been able to put by any money to speak of, and when Laura and the local lawyer had come to close up the business, to dispose of the mill, and to settle the claims against what the lawyer grandiloquently termed the estate, there was just enough money left to pay for Page's tickets to Chicago and a course of tuition for her at a seminary. The Cresslers, on the event of Dearborn's death, had advised both sisters to come west, and had pledged themselves to look after Page during the period of her schooling. Laura had sent the little girl on at once, but delayed taking the step herself. Fortunately, the two sisters were not obliged to live upon their inheritance. Dearborn himself had a sister twin of Aunt Wess who had married a wealthy woolen merchant of Boston, and this one, long since, had provided for the two girls. A large sum had been set aside, which was to be made over to them when the father died. For years now this sum had been accumulating interest, so that when Laura and Page faced the world, alone, upon the steps of the Barrington Cemetery, they had the assurance that at least they were independent. For 2 years in the solidly built colonial dwelling, with its low ceilings and ample fireplaces, where once the Minutemen had swung their kettles, Laura alone thought it all over. Mother and father were dead, even the Boston aunt was dead. Of all her relations, Aunt Wess alone remained. Page was at her finishing school at Geneva Lake, within 2 hours of Chicago. The Cresslers were the dearest friends of the orphan girls. Aunt Wess, herself a widow, living also in Chicago, added her entreaties to Mrs. Cressler's. All things seemed to point her westward, all things seemed to indicate that one phase of her life was ended. Then too she had her ambitions. These hardly took definite shape in her mind, but vaguely she chose to see herself, at some far distant day, an actress, a tragedienne, playing the roles of Shakespeare's heroines. This idea of hers was more a desire than an ambition, but it could not be realized in Barrington, Massachusetts. For a year she temporized, procrastinated, loath to leave the old home, loath to leave the grave in the cemetery back of the Methodist Episcopal Chapel. Twice during this time she visited Page, and each time the great grey city threw the spell of its fascination about her. Each time she returned to Barrington the town dwindled in her estimation. It was picturesque, but lamentably narrow. The life was barren, the New England spirit prevailed in all its severity, and this spirit seemed to her a veritable cult, a sort of religion wherein the old maid was the priestess, the spinster the officiating devotee, the thing worshipped the great unbeautiful, and the ritual unremitting, unrelenting housework. She detested it. That she was an Episcopalian, and preferred to read her prayers rather than to listen to those written and memorized by the Presbyterian minister, seemed to be regarded as a relic of heathenish rites, a thing almost cannibalistic. When she elected to engage a woman and a hired man to manage her house, she felt the disapprobation of the entire village, as if she had sunk into some decadent and enervating lower empire degeneracy. The crisis came when Laura travelled alone to Boston to hear Modjeska in Marie Stuart and Macbeth, and upon returning full of enthusiasm, allowed it to be understood that she had a half-formed desire of emulating such an example. A group of lay diaconesses, headed by the Presbyterian minister, called upon her, with some intention of reasoning and labouring with her. They got no farther than the statement of the cause of this visit. The spirit and temper of the South that she had from her mother flamed up in Laura at last, and the members of the committee, before they were well aware, came to themselves in the street outside the front gate, dazed and bewildered, staring at each other, all confounded and stunned by the violence of an outbreak of long-repressed emotion and long-restrained anger, that like an actual physical force had swept them out of the house. At the same moment Laura, thrown across her bed, wept with a vehemence that shook her from head to foot. But she had not the least compunction for what she had said, and before the month was out had said goodbye to Barrington forever, and was on her way to Chicago, henceforth to be her home. A house was bought on the north side, and it was arranged that Aunt Wess should live with her two nieces. Pending the installation, Laura and Paige lived at a little family hotel in the same neighborhood. The Cresslers' invitation to join the theater party at the auditorium had fallen inopportunely enough, squarely in the midst of the ordeal of moving in. Indeed, the two girls had already passed one night in the new home, and they must dress for the affair by lamplight in their unfurnished quarters and under inconceivable difficulties. Only the lure of Italian opera, heard from a box, could have tempted them to have accepted the invitation at such a time and under such circumstances. The morning after the opera, Laura woke in her bed almost the only article of furniture that was in place in the whole house, with the depressing consciousness of a hard day's work at hand. Outside it was still raining, the room was cold, heated only by an inadequate oil stove, and through the slats of the inside shutters, which, pending the hanging of the curtains they had been obliged to close, was filtering a gloomy light of a wet Chicago morning. It was all very mournful, and she regretted now that she had not abided by her original decision to remain at the hotel until the new house was ready for occupancy. But it had happened that their month at the hotel was just up, and rather than engage the rooms for another 4 weeks she had thought it easier as well as cheaper to come to the house. It was all a new experience for her, and she had imagined that everything could be moved in, put in place, and the household running smoothly in a week's time. She sat up in bed, hugging her shoulders against the chill of the room, and looking at her theatre gown, that in default of a clean closet had hung from the gas fixture the night before. From the direction of the kitchen came the sounds of the newly engaged girl making the fire for breakfast, while through the register a thin wisp of blue smoke curled upward to prove that the hired man was tinkering with the unused furnace. The room itself was in lamentable confusion. Crates and packing boxes encumbered the uncarpeted floor, chairs wrapped in excelsior and jute were piled one upon another, a roll of carpet leaned in one corner, and a pile of mattresses occupied another. As Laura considered the prospect she realized her blunder. Why and oh why, she murmured, did not we stay at the hotel till all this was straightened out? But in an adjoining room she heard Aunt Wess stirring. She turned to Paige, who upon the pillows beside her still slept, her stocking around her neck as a guarantee against draughts. Paige, wake up, girlie, it's late and there's worlds to do." Paige woke blinking. "Oh, it's freezing cold, Laura. Let's light the oil stove and stay in bed till the room gets warm. Oh dear, are not you sleepy, and oh, was not last night lovely? Which one of us will get up to light the stove? We will count for it. Lie down, Sissy dear, she begged, you are letting all the cold air in. Laura complied, and the two sisters, their noses all but touching, the bedclothes up to their ears, put their arms about each other to keep the warmer. Amused at the foolishness, they counted to decide as to who should get up to light the oil stove, Page beginning. Enai mediminima. But before the count was decided, Aunt Wess came in, already dressed, and in a breath the two girls implored her to light the stove. While she did so, Aunt Wess remarked, with the alacrity of a woman who observes the difficulties of a proceeding in which she has no faith, I do not believe that hired girl knows her business. She says now she cannot light a fire in that stove. My word, Laura, I do believe you will have enough of all this before you are done. You know I advised you from the very first to take a flat. Nonsense, Aunt Wess, answered Laura good-naturedly. We will work it out all right. I know what's the matter with that range. I will be right down and see to it so soon as I am dressed. It was nearly 10 o'clock before breakfast, such as it was over. They ate it on the kitchen table with the kitchen knives and forks, and over the meal Page having remarked, well, what will we do first? Discussed the plan of campaign. Landry Court does not have to work, Toddy told me why. But I have forgotten, and he said he was coming up to help, observed Laura, and at once Aunt Wess smiled. Landry Court was openly and strenuously in love with Laura, and no one of the new household ignored the fact. Aunt Wess chose to consider the affair as ridiculous, and whenever the subject was mentioned spoke of Landry as that boy. Page, however, bridled with seriousness as often as the matter came up. Yes, that was all very well, but Landry was a decent, hard-working young fellow, with all his way to make and no time to waste, and if Laura did not mean that it should come to anything, it was not very fair to him to keep him dangling along like that. I guess, Laura was accustomed to reply, looking significantly at Aunt Wess, that our little girlie has a little bit of an eye on a certain hard-working young fellow herself, and the answer invariably roused Page. Now, Laura, she would cry, her eyes snapping, her breath coming fast. Now, Laura, that is not right at all, and you know I do not like it, and you just say it because you know it makes me cross. I will not have you insinuate that I would run after any man or care in the least whether he's in love or not. I just guess I have got some self-respect. And as for Landry Court, we are no more nor less than just good friends, and I appreciate his business talents and the way he rustles round, and he merely respects me as a friend, and it do not go any farther than that. An eye on him, I do declare. As if I had not yet to see the man I would so much as look at a second time. And Laura, remembering her Shakespeare, was ever ready with the words, the lady doth protest too much, methinks. Just after breakfast, in fact, Landry did appear. Now he began with a long breath addressing Laura, who was unwrapping the pieces of cut glass and bureau ornaments as Page passed them to her from the depths of a crate. Now I have done a lot already. That's what made me late. I have ordered your newspaper sent here, and I have telephoned the hotel to forward any mail that comes for you to this address, and I sent word to the gas company to have your gas turned on. Oh, that's good, said Laura. Yes, I thought of that. The man will be up right away to fix it, and I have ordered a cake of ice left here every day, and told the telephone company that you wanted a telephone put in. Oh yes, and the bottled milk man I stopped in at a dairy on the way up. Now what do we do first? He took off his coat, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and plunged into the confusion of crates and boxes that congested the rooms and hallways on the first floor of the house. The two sisters could hear him attacking his task with tremendous blows of the kitchen hammer. From time to time he called up the stairway. Hey, what do you want done with this jardinier thing? Where does this hanging lamp go, Laura? Laura, having unpacked all the cut-glass ornaments, came downstairs, and she and Landry set about hanging the parlour curtains. Landry fixed the tops of the window mouldings with a piercing eye, his arms folded. I see, he answered to Laura's explanations. I see. Now where's a screwdriver and a stepladder? Yes, and I will have to have some brass nails, and your hired man must let me have that hammer again. He sent the cook after the screwdriver, called the hired man from the furnace, shouted upstairs to Page to ask for the whereabouts of the brass nails, and delegated Laura to steady the stepladder. Now Landry directed Laura, those rods want to be about 3 inches from the top. Well, he said, climbing up, I will mark the place with the screw and you tell me if it is right. She stepped back, her head to one side. No higher, Landry. There, that's about iter a little lower so, that's just right. Come down now and help me put the hooks in. They pulled a number of sofa cushions together and sat down on the floor side by side, Landry snapping the hooks in place where Laura had gathered the pleats. Inevitably his hands touched hers, and their heads drew close together. Paige and Mrs. Wessels were unpacking linen in the upstairs hall. The cook and hired man raised a great noise of clanking stove lids and grates as they wrestled with the range in the kitchen. "Well," said Landry, "you're going to have a pretty home." He was meditating a phrase of which he purposed delivering himself when opportunity afforded. It had to do with Laura's eyes and her ability of understanding him. She understood him. She was to know that he thought so, that it was of immense importance to him. It was thus he conceived of the manner of love-making. The evening before that palavering artist seemed to have managed to monopolize her about all of the time. Now it was his turn, and this day of household affairs, of little domestic commotions, appeared to him to be infinitely more desirous than the pomp and formality of evening dress and opera boxes. This morning the relations between himself and Laura seemed charming, intimate, unconventional, and full of opportunities. Never had she appeared prettier to him. She wore a little pink flannel dressing sack with full sleeves, and her hair, carelessly twisted into great piles, was in a beautiful disarray, curling about her cheeks and ears. "I did not see anything of you at all last night," he grumbled. "Well, you did not try." "Oh, it was the other fellow's turn," he went on. "Say," he added, "how often are you going to let me come to see you when you get settled here? Twice a week, 3 times. As if you wanted to see me as often as that. Why, Landry, I am growing up to be an old maid. You cannot want to lose your time calling on old maids." He was voluble in protestations. He was tired of young girls. They were all very well to dance with, but when a man got too old for that sort of thing, he wanted someone with sense to talk to. Yes, he 999, someone with sense. Why, he would rather talk 5 minutes with her. "Honestly, Landry," she asked, as though he were telling a thing incredible. He swore to her it was true. His eyes snapped. He struck his palm with his fist. "An old maid like me," repeated Laura. "Old maid nothing," he vociferated. "Ah," he cried, "you seem to understand me. When I look at you straight into your eyes." From the doorway the cook announced that the man with the last load of furnace coal had come, and handed Laura the voucher to sign. Then needs must that Laura go with the cook to see if the range was finally and properly adjusted, and while she was gone the man from the gas company called to turn on the meter, and Landry was obliged to look after him. It was half an hour before he and Laura could once more settle themselves on the cushions in the parlour. "Such a lot of things to do," she said, "and you are such a help, Landry. It was so dear of you to want to come." "I would do anything in the world for you, Laura," he exclaimed, encouraged by her words. "Anything. You know I would. It is not so much that I want you to care for me, and I guess I want that bad enough, but it's because I love to be with you, and be helping you, and all that sort of thing. Now all this," he waved a hand at the confusion of furniture, "all this today I just feel," he declared with tremendous earnestness, "I just feel as though I were entering into your life. And just sitting here beside you and putting in these curtain hooks, I want you to know that it's inspiring to me. Yes, it is inspiring, it's elevating. You do not know how it makes a man feel to have the companionship of a good and lovely woman. Landry, as though I were all that. Here, put another hook in here." She held the fold towards him, but he took her hand as their fingers touched and raised it to his lips and kissed it. She did not withdraw it nor rebuke him, crying out instead, as though occupied with quite another matter. "Landry, careful, my dear boy, you will make me prick my fingers. Arthur, you 999. He was all commiseration and self-reproach at once, and turned her hand palm upwards, looking for the scratch. She breathed, "It hurts." "Where now?" he cried. "Where was it?" "Ah, I was a beast, I am so ashamed." She indicated a spot on her wrist instead of her fingers, and very naturally Landry kissed it again. "How foolish," she remonstrated, "the idea, as if I was not old enough to be." "You are not so old but what you are going to marry me some day," he declared. "How perfectly silly, Landry," she retorted. "Are not you done with my hand yet?" "No, indeed," he cried, his clasp tightening over her fingers. "It's mine. You cannot have it till I say or till you say that some day you'll give it to me for good, for better or for worse." "As if you really meant that," she said, willing to prolong the little situation. It was very sweet to have this clean, fine-fibred young boy so earnestly in love with her. Very sweet that the lifting of her finger, the mere tremble of her eyelid should so perturb him. Mean it," he vociferated. "You do not know how much I do mean it. Why, Laura Wiwi, I cannot think of anything else." "You," she mocked, "as if I believed that. How many other girls have you said it to this year?" Landry compressed his lips. "Miss Dearborn, you insult me." "Oh my," exclaimed Laura, at last withdrawing her hand. "And now you are mocking me. It is not kind. No, it is not kind." "I never answered your question yet," she observed. "What question, eh?" "About your coming to see me when we were settled. I thought you wanted to know." "How about lunch?" said Paige from the doorway. "Do you know it's after 12? "The girl has got something for us," said Laura. "I told her about it." "Oh, just to pick up lunch, coffee, chops. I thought we would not bother today. We will have to eat in the kitchen." "Well, let's be about it," declared Landry, "and finish with these curtains afterward. Inwardly I am a ravening wolf." It was past 1 o'clock by the time that luncheon, picked up though it was over. By then everybody was very tired. Aunt Wess exclaimed that she could not stand another minute, and retired to her room. Paige, indefatigable, declaring they never would get settled if they let things dawdle along, set to work unpacking her trunk and putting her clothes away. Her fox terrier, whom the family for obscure reasons called the pig, arrived in the middle of the afternoon in a crate, and shivering with the chill of the house, was tied up behind the kitchen range, where for all the heat he still trembled and shuddered at long intervals, his head down, his eyes rolled up, bewildered and discountenanced by so much confusion and so many new faces. Outside the weather continued lamentable. The rain beat down steadily upon the heaps of snow on the grass plats by the curbstones, melting it, dirtying it, and reducing it to viscid slush. The sky was lead grey. The trees, bare and black as though built of iron and wire, dripped incessantly. The sparrows, huddling under the house eaves or in interstices of the mouldings, chirped feebly from time to time, sitting disconsolate, their feathers puffed out till their bodies assumed globular shapes. Delivery wagons trundled up and down the street at intervals, the horses and drivers housed in oilskins. The neighborhood was quiet. There was no sound of voices in the streets, but occasionally from far away in the direction of the river or the lake front came the faint sounds of steamer and tug whistles. The sidewalks in either direction were deserted. Only a solitary policeman, his star pinned to the outside of his dripping rubber coat, his helmet shedding rivulets, stood on the corner absorbed in the contemplation of the brown torrent of the gutter plunging into a sewer vent. Landry and Laura were in the library at the rear of the house, a small room, 2 sides of which were occupied with bookcases. They were busy putting the books in place. Laura stood halfway up the stepladder, taking volume after volume from Landry as he passed them to her. "Do you wipe them carefully, Landry?" she asked. He held a strip of cloth torn from an old sheet in his hand, and rubbed the dust from each book before he handed it to her. Yes, very carefully," he assured her. "Say," he added, "where are all your modern novels? You have got Scott and Dickens and Thackeray, of course, and Eliotise, and here's Hawthorne and Poe. But I have not struck anything later than Oliver Wendell Holmes." Laura put up her chin. "Modern novels, no indeed, when I have yet to read Jane Eyre and have only read Ivanhoe and the Newcomes once." She made a point of the fact that her taste was the extreme of conservatism, refusing to acknowledge hardly any fiction that was not almost classic. Even Stevenson aroused her suspicions. "Well, here's the Wrecker," observed Landry, handing it up to her. "I read it last summer vacation at Waukesha. Just about took the top of my head off." "I tried to read it," she answered. "Such an outlandish story, no love story in it, and so coarse, so brutal, and then so improbable. I could not get interested." But abruptly Landry uttered an exclamation. "Well, what do you call this? Wanda by Ouida. How is this for modern?" She blushed to her hair, snatching the book from him. "Paige brought it home, it's hers." But her confusion betrayed her, and Landry shouted derisively. "Well, I did read it then," she suddenly declared defiantly. "No, I am not ashamed. Yes, I read it from cover to cover. It made me cry like I have not cried over a book since I was a little tot. You can say what you like, but it's beautiful love story, and it does tell about noble, unselfish people. I suppose it has its faults, but it makes you feel better for reading it, and that's what all your wreckers in the world would never do." "Well," answered Landry, "I do not know much about that sort of thing. Corthell does. He can talk you blind about literature. I have heard him run on by the hour. He says the novel of the future is going to be the novel without a love story." But Laura nodded her head incredulously. "It will be long after I am dead, that's one consolation," she said. "Corthell is full of crazy ideas anyhow," Landry went on, still continuing to pass the books up to her. "He's a good sort, and I like him well enough, but he's the kind of man that gets up a reputation for being clever and artistic by running down the very one particular thing that everyone likes, and cracking up some book or picture or play that no one has ever heard of. Just let anything get popular once and Sheldon Corthell cannot speak of it without shuddering. But he will go over here to some Archer Avenue pawn shop, dig up an old brass stupin, or coffee pot that some greasy old Russian Jew has chucked away, and he will stick it up in his studio and regularly kowtow to it, and talk about the decadence of American industrial arts. I have heard him. I say it's pure affectation, that's what it is, pure affectation. But the bookcase meanwhile had been filling up, and now Laura remarked, "No more, Landry, that's all that will go here." She prepared to descend from the ladder. In filling the higher shelves, she had mounted almost to the topmost step. "Careful now," said Landry as he came forward, "give me your hand." She gave it to him, and then as she descended, Landry had the assurance to put his arm around her waist as if to steady her. He was surprised at his own audacity, for he had premeditated nothing and his arm was about her before he was well aware. He yet found time to experience a qualm of apprehension. Just how would Laura take it? Had he gone too far? But Laura did not even seem to notice, all her attention apparently fixed upon coming safely down to the floor. She descended and shook out her skirts. "There," she said, "that's over with. Look, I am all dusty." There was a knock at the half-open door. It was the cook. "What are you going to have for supper, Miss Dearborn?" she inquired. "There's nothing in the house." "Oh dear," said Laura with sudden blankness, "I never thought of supper. Is not there anything?" "Nothing but some eggs and coffee." The cook assumed an air of aloofness, as if the entire affair were totally foreign to any interest or concern of hers. Laura dismissed her, saying that she would see to it. "We will have to go out and get some things," she said. "We will all go. I am tired of staying in the house." "No, I have a better scheme," announced Landry. "I will invite you all out to dine with me. I know a place where you can get the best steak in America. It has stopped raining. See," he showed her the window. "But Landry, we are all so dirty and miserable." "We will go right now and get there early. There will be nobody there and we can have a room to ourselves." "Oh, it's all right," he declared. "You just trust me. We will see what Paige and Aunt Wess say. Of course Aunt Wess would have to come." "Of course," he said. "I would not think of asking you unless she could come." A little later the two sisters, Mrs. Wessels and Landry, came out of the house, but before taking their car, they crossed to the opposite side of the street, Laura having said that she wanted to note the effect of her parlor curtains from the outside. "I think they are looped up just far enough," she declared, but Landry was observing the house itself. "It is the best-looking place on the block," he answered. In fact, the house was not without a certain attractiveness. It occupied a corner lot at the intersection of Huron and North State Streets. Directly opposite was St. James Church, and at one time the house had served as the rectory. For the matter of that, it had been built for just that purpose. Its style of architecture was distantly ecclesiastic, with a suggestion of Gothic to some of the doors and windows. The material used was solid, massive, the walls thick, the foundation heavy. It did not occupy the entire lot, the original builder seeming to have preferred garden space to mere amplitude of construction, and in addition to the inevitable backyard, a lawn bordered it on three sides. It gave the place a certain air of distinction and exclusiveness. Vines grew thick upon the southern walls. In the summer time, fuchsias, geraniums and pansies would flourish in the flower beds by the front stoop. The grass plat by the curb boasted a couple of trees. The whole place was distinctive, individual, and very homelike, and came as a grateful relief to the endless lines of houses built of yellow Michigan limestone that pervaded the rest of the neighborhood in every direction. "I love the place," exclaimed Laura. "I think it's as pretty a house as I have seen in Chicago." "Well, it is not so spick and span," commented Paige. "It gives you the idea that we are not rich and showy and all." But Aunt Wess was not yet satisfied. "You may see, Laura," she remarked, "how you are going to heat all that house with that one furnace, but I declare I do not." Their car, or rather their train of cars, coupled together in threes, in Chicago style, came, and Landry escorted them downtown. All the way Laura could not refrain from looking out of the windows, absorbed in the contemplation of the life and aspects of the streets. "You will give yourself away," said Paige. "Everybody will know you are from the country." "I am," she retorted, "but there's a difference between just mere country and Massachusetts, and I am not ashamed of it." Chicago, the great grey city, interested her at every instant and under every condition. As yet she was not sure that she liked it. She could not forgive its dirty streets, the unspeakable squalor of some of its poorer neighborhoods that sometimes developed, like cancerous growths, in the very heart of fine residence districts. The black murk that closed every vista of the business streets oppressed her, and the soot that stained linen and gloves each time she stirred abroad was a never-ending distress. But the life was tremendous. All around, on every side, in every direction the vast machinery of Commonwealth clashed and thundered from dawn to dark, and from dark till dawn. Even now, as the car carried her farther into the business quarter, she could hear it, see it, and feel in her every fibre the trepidation of its motion. The blackened waters of the river, seen an instant between stanchions as the car trundled across the State Street Bridge, disappeared under fleets of tugs, of lake steamers, of lumber barges from Sheboygan and Mackinac, of grain boats from Duluth, of coal scows that filled the air with impalpable dust, of cumbersome schooners laden with produce, of grimy rowboats dodging the prows and paddles of the larger craft, while on all sides, blocking the horizon, red in colour and designated by Brobdingnag letters, towered the hump-shouldered grain elevators. Just before crossing the bridge on the north side of the river, she had caught a glimpse of a great railway terminus. Down below there, rectilinear, scientifically paralleled and squared, the yard disclosed itself. A system of grey rails beyond words complicated opened out and spread immeasurably. Switches, semaphores and signal towers stood here and there. A dozen trains, freight and passenger, puffed and steamed, waiting the word to depart. Detached engines hurried in and out of sheds and roundhouses, seeking their trains, or bunted the ponderous freight cars into switches, trundling up and down, clanking, shrieking, their bells filling the air with the clangor of tocsins. Men in visored caps shouted hoarsely, waving their arms or red flags. Drays, their big dappled horses feeding in their nose bags, stood backed up to the open doors of freight cars and received their loads. A train departed roaring. Before midnight it would be leagues away, boring through the great northwest, carrying Tradeth lifeblood of nation Sinto communities of which Laura had never heard. Another train, reeking with fatigue, the air brakes screaming, arrived and halted, debauching a flood of passengers, businessmen, bringing tradia galvanizing elixir from the very ends and corners of the continent. Or again, it was South Water Street, a jam of delivery wagons and market carts backed to the curbs, leaving only a tortuous path between the endless files of horses, suggestive of an actual barrack of cavalry. Provisions, market produce, garden truck and fruits, in an infinite welter of crates and baskets, boxes and sacks, crowded the sidewalks. The gutter was choked with an overflow of refused cabbage leaves, soft oranges, decaying beet tops. The air was thick with the heavy smell of vegetation. Food was trodden underfoot, food crammed the stores and warehouses to bursting, food mingled with the mud of the highway. The very dray horses were gorged with an unending nourishment of snatched mouthfuls picked from backboard, from barrel top, and from the edge of the sidewalk. The entire locality reeked with the fatness of 100,000 furrows, a land of plenty. The inordinate abundance of the earth itself emptied itself upon the asphalt and cobbles of the quarter. It was the mouth of the city, and drawn from all directions over a territory of immense area, this glut of crude subsistence was sucked in, as if into a rapacious gullet, to feed the sinews and to nourish the fibres of an immeasurable colossus. Suddenly the meaning and significance of it all dawned upon Laura. The great grey city, brooking no rival, imposed its dominion upon a reach of country larger than many a kingdom of the old world. For thousands of miles beyond its confines was its influence felt. Out, far away in the snow and shadow of northern Wisconsin forests, axes and saws bit the bark of century-old trees, stimulated by this city's energy. Just as far to the southward pick and drill leaped to the assault of veins of anthracite, moved by her central power. Her force turned the wheels of harvester, and cedar 1,000 miles distant in Iowa and Kansas. Her force spun the screws and propellers of innumerable squadrons of lake steamers, crowding the Sault Ste. Marie. For her and because of her all the central states, all the great Northwest roared with traffic and industry. Sawmills screamed. Factories, their smoke blackening the sky, clashed and flamed. Wheels turned, pistons leaped in their cylinders. Cog gripped cog, beltings clasped the drums of mammoth wheels, and converters of forges belched into the clouded air their tempest breath of molten steel. It was empire, the resistless subjugation of all this central world of the lakes and the prairies. Here, midmost in the land, beat the heart of the nation, whence inevitably must come its immeasurable power, its infinite, inexhaustible vitality. Here of all her cities throbbed the true life of true power and spirit of America, gigantic, crude with the crudity of youth disdaining rivalry, sane and healthy and vigorous, brutal in its ambition, arrogant in the new-found knowledge of its giant strength, prodigal of its wealth, infinite in its desires, in its capacity boundless, in its courage indomitable, subduing the wilderness in a single generation, defying calamity, and through the flame and the debris of a commonwealth in ashes, rising suddenly renewed, formidable and titanic. Laura, her eyes dizzied, her ears stunned, watched tirelessly. There is something terrible about it, she murmured, half to herself, something insensate. In a way it does not seem human. It's like a great tidal wave. It's all very well for the individual just so long as he can keep afloat. But once fallen, how horribly quick it would crush him, annihilate him, how horribly quick and with such horrible indifference. I suppose it's civilization in the making, the thing that is not meant to be seen, as though it were too elemental, too primordial, like the first verses of Genesis. The impression remained long with her, and not even the gaiety of their little supper could altogether disperse it. She was a little frightened of the vast, cruel machinery of the city's life, and of the men who could dare it, who conquered it. For a moment they seemed, in a sense, more terrible than the city itself, men for whom all this crash of conflict and commerce had no terrors. Those who could subdue it to their purposes, must they not be themselves more terrible, more pitiless, more brutal? She shrank a little. What could women ever know of the life of men, after all? Even Landry, extravagant as he was, so young, so exuberant, so seemingly innocent, knew that he was spoken of as a good businessman. He, too, then had his other side. For him the battle of the street was an exhilaration. Beneath that boyish exterior was the tough coarseness, the male hardness, the callousness that met the brunt and withstood the shock of onset. Ah, these men of the city, what could women ever know of them, of their lives, of that other existence through which, freed from the influence of wife or mother, or daughter or sister, they passed every day from 9 o'clock till evening? It was a life in which women had no part, and in which, should they enter it, they would no longer recognize son or husband, or father or brother. The gentle-mannered fellow, clean-minded, clean-handed, of the breakfast or supper table was one man. The other, who and what was he? Down there in the murk and grime of the business district raged the battle of the street, and therein he was a being transformed, case-hardened, supremely selfish, asking no quarter, no, nor giving any, fouled with the clutchings and grapplings of the attack, besmirched with the elbowing of low associates and obscure allies. He set his feet toward conquest, and mingled with the marchings of an army that surged forever forward and back. Now in merciless assault, beating the fallen enemy underfoot, now in repulse, equally merciless, trampling down the auxiliaries of the day before in a panic dash for safety. Always cruel, always selfish, always pitiless. To contrast these men with such as Corthell was inevitable. She remembered him, to whom the business district was an unexplored country, who kept himself far from the fighting, his hands unstained, his feet unsullied. He passed his life gently in the calm, still atmosphere of art, in the cult of the beautiful, unperturbed, tranquil, painting, reading, or piece by piece developing his beautiful stained glass. Him women could know, with him they could sympathize, and he could enter fully into their lives and help and stimulate them. Of the two existences, which did she prefer, that of the businessman, or that of the artist? Then suddenly Laura surprised herself. After all, she was a daughter of the frontier, and the blood of those who had wrestled with a new world flowed in her body. Yes, Corthell's was a beautiful life. The charm of dim-painted windows, the attraction of darkened studios with their harmonies of color, their orientalisms, and their arabesques was strong. No doubt it all had its place. It fascinated her at times in spite of herself. To relax the mind, to indulge the senses, to live in an environment of pervading beauty was delightful. But the men to whom the woman in her turned were not those of the studio. Terrible as the battle of the street was, it was yet battle. Only the strong and the brave might dare it. And the figure that held her imagination and her sympathy was not the artist, soft of hand and of speech, elaborating graces of sound and color and form, refined, sensitive and temperamental, but the fighter, unknown and unknowable to women as he was, hard, rigorous, panoplied in the harness of the warrior, who strove among the trumpets, and who, in the brunt of conflict, conspicuous, formidable, set the battle in a rage around him, and exulted like a champion in the shoutings of the captains. They were not long at table, and by the time they were ready to depart it was about 5:30, but when they emerged into the street, it was discovered that once more the weather had abruptly changed. It was snowing thickly. Again a bitter wind from off the lake tore through the streets. The slush and melted snow was freezing, and the north side of every lamp post and telegraph pole was sheeted with ice. To add to their discomfort, the North State street cars were blocked. When they gained the corner of Washington Street, they could see where the congestion began, a few squares distant. "There's nothing for it," declared Landry, "but to go over and get the Clark Street car, and at that you may have to stand up all the way home, at this time of day." They paused, irresolute, a moment on the corner, It was the center of the retail quarter, close at hand a vast dry goods house, built in the old iron front style, towered from the pavement, and through its hundreds of windows presented to view a world of stuffs and fabrics, upholsteries and textiles, kaleidoscopic, gleaming in the fierce brilliance of a multitude of lights. From each street doorway was pouring an army of shoppers, women for the most part, and since the store catered to a rich clientele fashionably dressed. Many of them stood for a moment on the threshold of the storm doorways, turning up the collars of their sealskins, settling their hands in their muffs, and searching the street for their coupes and carriages. Among the number of those thus engaged, one, suddenly catching sight of Laura, waved a muff in her direction, then came quickly forward. It was Mrs. Cressler. "Laura, my dearest girl, of all the people, I am so glad to see you." She kissed Laura on the cheek, shook hands all around, and asked about the sisters' new home. Did they want anything, or was there anything she could do to help? Then interrupting herself and laying a glove on Laura's arm. "I have got more to tell you." She compressed her lips and stood off from Laura, fixing her with a significant glance. "Me to tell me? Where are you going now?" "Home, but our cars are stopped. We must go over to—" "Fiddlesticks, you and Paige and Mrs. Wesselsall of you are coming home and dine with me." "But we have had dinner already," they all cried, speaking at once. Paige explained the situation, but Mrs. Cressler would not be denied. "The carriage is right here," she said. "I do not have to call for Charlie. He's got a man from Cincinnati in tow, and they are going to dine at the Calumet Club." It ended by the two sisters and Mrs. Wessels getting into Mrs. Cressler's carriage. Landry excused himself. He lived on the south side, on Michigan Avenue, and declaring that he knew they had had enough of him for one day, took himself off. But whatever Mrs. Cressler had to tell Laura, she evidently was determined to save for her ears only. Arrived at the Dearborns' home, she sent her footman in to tell the girl that the family would not be home that night. The Cresslers lived hard by on the same street, and within 10 minutes' walk of the Dearborns. The two sisters and their aunt would be back immediately after breakfast. When they had got home with Mrs. Cressler, this latter suggested hot tea and sandwiches in the library, for the ride had been cold. But the others, worn out, declared for bed as soon as Mrs. Cressler herself had dined. "Oh, bless you, Carrie," said Aunt Wess, "I could not think of tea. My back is just about broken, and I am going straight to my bed." Mrs. Cressler showed them to their rooms. Paige and Mrs. Wessels elected to sleep together, and once the door had closed upon them, the little girl unburdened herself. "I suppose Laura thinks it's all right, running off like this for the whole blessed night, and no one to look after the house but those two servants that nobody knows anything about. As though there were not heaven knows what all to tend to there in the morning. I just do not see," she exclaimed decisively, "how we are going to get settled at all. That Landry court, my goodness, he's more hindrance than help. Did you ever see? He just dashes in as though he were doing it all and messes everything up and loses things and gets things into the wrong place and forgets this and that, and then he and Laura sit down and spoon. I never saw anything like it. First it's Corthell and then Landry, and next it will be somebody else. Laura regularly mortifies me. A great grown-up girl like that, flirting and letting every man she meets think that he's just the one particular one of the whole earth. It's not good form, and Landry, as if he did not know, we have got more to do now than just to dawdle and dawdle. I could slap him. I like to see a man take life seriously and try to amount to something, and not waste the best years of his life trailing after women who are old enough to be his grandmother, and do not mean that it will ever come to anything." In her room in the front of the house, Laura was partly undressed when Mrs. Cressler knocked at her door. The latter had put on a wrapper of flowered silk, and her hair was bound in invisible nets. "I brought you a dressing gown," she said. She hung it over the foot of the bed and sat down on the bed itself, watching Laura, who stood before the glass of the bureau, her head bent upon her breast, her hands busy with the back of her hair. From time to time the hairpins clicked as she laid them down in the silver trays close at hand. Then, putting her chin in the air, she shook her head, and the great braids unlooped fell to her waist. "What pretty hair you have, child," murmured Mrs. Cressler. She was settling herself for a long talk with her protégée. She had much to tell, but now that they had the whole night before them, could afford to take her time. Between the two women the conversation began slowly, with detached phrases and observations that did not call necessarily for answer-smear beginnings that they did not care to follow up. "They tell me," said Mrs. Cressler, that Gretry girl smokes 10 cigarettes every night before she goes to bed. You know the Gretristy were at the opera the other night." Laura permitted herself an indefinite murmur of interest. Her head to one side, She drew the brush in slow, deliberate movements downward underneath the long, thick strands of her hair. Mrs. Cressler watched her attentively. "Why do not you wear your hair that new way, Laura?" she remarked, "farther down on your neck. I see everyone doing it now." The house was very still. Outside the double windows they could hear the faint murmuring click of the frozen snow. A radiator in the hallway clanked and strangled for a moment, then fell quiet again. "What a pretty room this is," said Laura. "I think I will have to do our guest room something like this, a sort of white and gold effect. My hair? Oh, I do not know. Wearing it low that way makes it catch so on the hooks of your collar, and besides, I was afraid it would make my head look so flat." There was a silence. Laura braided a long strand, with quick, regular motions of both hands, and letting it fall over her shoulder, shook it into place with a twist of her head. She stepped out of her skirt, and Mrs. Cressler handed her her dressing gown and brought out a pair of quilted slippers of red satin from the wardrobe. In the grate, the fire that had been lighted just before they had come upstairs was crackling sharply. Laura drew up an armchair and sat down in front of it, her chin in her hand. Mrs. Cressler stretched herself upon the bed, an arm behind her head. "Well, Laura," she began at length, "I have some real news for you. My dear, I believe you have made a conquest." "I," murmured Laura, looking around. She feigned a surprise, though she guessed at once that Mrs. Cressler had Corthell in mind. "That Mr. Jadwin, the one you met at the opera." Genuinely taken aback, Laura sat upright and stared wide-eyed. "Mr. Jadwin," she exclaimed. "Why, we did not have 5 minutes' talk. Why, I hardly know the man, I only met him last night." But Mrs. Cressler shook her head, closing her eyes and putting her lips together. "That do not make any difference, Laura. Trust me to tell when a man is taken with a girl. My dear, you can have him as easy as that." She snapped her fingers. "Oh, I am sure you are mistaken, Mrs. Cressler." "Not in the least. I have known Curtis Jadwin now for 15 years, nobody better. He's as old a family friend as Charlie and I know him like a book. And I tell you the man is in love with you." "Well, I hope he did not tell you as much," cried Laura, promising herself to be royally angry if such was the case. But Mrs. Cressler hastened to reassure her. "Oh my, no. But all the way home last night came home with us, kept referring to you, and just so soon as the conversation got on some other subject he would lose interest. He wanted to know all about Yao. You know how a man will talk," she exclaimed. "And he said you had more sense and more intelligence than any girl he had ever known." "Oh well," answered Laura deprecatingly, as if to say that that did not count for much with her. "And that you were simply beautiful. He said that he never remembered to have seen a more beautiful woman." Laura turned her head away, a hand shielding her cheek. She did not answer immediately, then at length. "Has Hethi's Mr. Jadwin, has he ever been married before?" No, he's a bachelor and rich. He could buy and sell us. And do not think, Laura dear, that I am jumping at conclusions. I hope I am woman of the world enough to know that a man who's taken with a pretty face and smart talk is not going to rush right into matrimony because of that. It was not so much what Curtis Jadwin said though, dear me suz. He talked enough about yours what he did not say. I could tell. He was thinking hard. He was hit, Laura, I know he was. And Charlie said he spoke about you again this morning at breakfast. Charlie makes me tired sometimes," she added irrelevantly. "Charlie," repeated Laura. "Well, of course I spoke to him about Jadwin, and how taken he seemed with you, and the man roared at me." "He did not believe it then?" "Yes, he did when I could get him to talk seriously about it, and when I made him remember how Mr. Jadwin had spoken in the carriage coming home." Laura curled her leg under her and sat nursing her foot and looking into the fire. For a long time neither spoke. A little clock of brass and black marble began to chime, very prettily, the half-hour of 9. Mrs. Cressler observed. "That Sheldon Corthell seems to be a very agreeable kind of a young man, does not he?" "Yes," replied Laura thoughtfully, "he is agreeable." "And a talented fellow, too," continued Mrs. Cressler, "but somehow it never impressed me that there was very much to him." "Oh," murmured Laura indifferently, "I do not know." "I suppose," Mrs. Cressler went on, in a tone of resignation, "I suppose he thinks the world and all of you." Laura raised a shoulder without answering. "Charlie cannot abide him," said Mrs. Cressler. "Funny, is not it what prejudices men have? Charlie always speaks of him as though he were a higher order of glazier. Curtis Jadwin seems to like him. What do you think of him, Laura, of Mr. Jadwin?" "I do not know," she answered, looking vaguely into the fire. "I thought he was a strong man mentally, I mean, and that he would be kindly and dangerous. Somehow," she said musingly, "I did not think he would be the sort of man that women would take to, at first, but then I do not know. I saw very little of him, as I say. He did not impress me as being a woman's man. All the better, said the other. Who would want to marry a woman's man? I would not. Sheldon Corthell is that. I tell you one thing, Laura, and when you are as old as I am, you will know it's true. The kind of a man that men like, not women, is the kind of a man that makes the best husband. Laura nodded her head. Yes, she answered listlessly, I suppose that's true. You said Jadwin struck you as being a kindly man, a generous man. He's just that, and that charitable. You know he has a Sunday school over on the west side, a Sunday school for mission children, and I do believe he's more interested in that than in his business. He wants to make it the biggest Sunday school in Chicago. It's an ambition of his. I do not want you to think that he's good in a goody-goody way, because he's not. Laura, she exclaimed, he's a fine man. I did not intend to brag him up to you because I wanted you to like him. But no one knows, as I say, no one knows Curtis Jadwin better than Charlie and I, and we just love him. The kindliest, biggest-hearted fellow. Well, you will know him for yourself, and then you will see. He passes the plate in our church. Dr. Wendell's church? Asked Laura. Yes, you know, the Second Presbyterian. I am Episcopalian myself, observed Laura, still thoughtfully gazing into the fire. I know, but Jadwin is not the blue-nosed sort. And now see here, Laura, I want to tell you, Jay, that's what Charlie and I call Jadwin Jay, was talking to us the other day about supporting a ward in the children's hospital for the children of his Sunday school that get hurt or sick. You see, he has nearly 800 boys and girls in his school, and there's not a week passes that he do not hear of some one of them who has been hurt or taken sick. And he wants to start a ward at the children's hospital that can take care of them. He says he wants to get other people interested too, and so he wants to start a contribution. He says he will double any amount that's raised in the next 6 months. That is, if there's 2,000 raised, he will make it 4,000. Understand? And so Charlie and I and the Gretries are going to get up an amateur playa charity affair and raise as much money as we can. Jay thinks it's a good idea, and has the point we were talking about it coming home in the carriage, and Jay said he wondered if that Miss Dearborn would not take part. And we are all wild to have you. You know you do that sort of thing so well. Now do not say yes or no tonight. You sleep over it. Jay is crazy to have you in it. I would love to do it, answered Laura, but I would have to see it takes so long to get settled, and there's so much to do about a big house like ours, I might not have time. But I will let you know. Mrs. Cressler told her in detail about the proposed play. Landry Court was to take part, and she enlisted Laura's influence to get Sheldon Corthell to undertake a role. Paige, it appeared, had already promised to help. Laura remembered now that she had heard her speak of it. However, the plan was so immature as yet that it hardly admitted of very much discussion, and inevitably the conversation came back to its starting point. You know, Laura had remarked in answer to one of Mrs. Cressler's observations upon the capabilities and business ability of Jay, you know, I never heard of him before you spoke of our theatre party. I do not know anything about him. But Mrs. Cressler promptly supplied the information. Curtis Jadwin was a man about 35, who had begun life without a sou in his pockets. He was a native of Michigan. His people were farmers, nothing more nor less than hardy, honest fellows, who ploughed and sowed for a living. Curtis had only a rudimentary schooling, because he had given up the idea of finishing his studies in the high school in Grand Rapids, on the chance of going into business with a livery stable keeper. Then in time he had bought out the business and had run it for himself. Someone in Chicago owed him money, and in default of payment had offered him a couple of lots on Wabash Avenue. That was how he happened to come to Chicago. Naturally enough, as the city grew, the Wabash Avenue property was near Monroe Street increased in value. He sold the lots and bought other real estate, sold that and bought somewhere else, and so on, till he owned some of the best business sites in the city. Just his ground rent alone brought him, heaven knew how many thousands a year. He was one of the largest real estate owners in Chicago, but he no longer bought and sold. His property had grown so large that just the management of it alone took up most of his time. He had an office in the Rookery, and perhaps being so close to the Board of Trade building, had given him a taste for trying a little deal in wheat now and then. As a rule, he deplored speculation. He had no fixed principles about it like Charlie. Only he was conservative. Occasionally he hazarded small operations. Somehow he had never married. There had been affairs. Oh yes, one or two, of course. Nothing very serious. He just did not seem to have met the right girl, that was all. He lived on Michigan Avenue, near the corner of 21st Street, in one of those discouraging eternal yellow limestone houses with a basement dining room. His aunt kept house for him, and his nieces and nephews overran the place. There was always a raft of them there, either coming or going, And the way they exploited him. He supported them all. Heaven knew how many there were. Such drabs and gawks, all elbows and knees, who soaked themselves with cologne and made companions of the servants. They and the second girls were always squabbling about their things that they found in each other's rooms. It was growing late. At length Mrs. Cressler rose. "My goodness, Laura, look at the time. And I have been keeping you up when you must be killed for sleep." She took herself away, pausing at the doorway long enough to say, "Do try to manage to take part in the play. Jay made me promise that I would get you." "Well, I think I can," Laura answered. "Only I will have to see first how our new regime is going to run the house, I mean." When Mrs. Cressler had gone, Laura lost no time in getting to bed. But after she turned out the gas, she remembered that she had not covered the fire, a custom that she still retained from the daily round of her life at Barrington. She did not light the gas again, but, guided by the firelight, spread a shovelful of ashes over the top of the grate. Yet when she had done this, she still knelt there a moment, looking widdied into the glow, thinking over the events of the last 24 hours. When all was said and done, she had after all found more in Chicago than the clash and trepidation of empire-making, more than the reverberation of the thunder of battle, more than the piping and choiring of sweet music. First it had been Sheldon Corthell, quiet, persuasive, eloquent, then Landry Court with his exuberance and extravagance and boyishness, and no unexpected Leipold, a new element had appeared, this other one, this man of the world, of affairs, mature, experienced, whom she hardly knew. It was charming, she told herself, exciting. Life never had seemed half so delightful. Romantic, she felt romance unseen, intangible, at work all about her. And love, which of all things knowable was dearest to her, came to her unsought. Her first aversion to the great grey city was fast disappearing. She saw it now in a kindlier aspect. "I think," she said at last, as she still knelt before the fire, looking deep into the coals, absorbed, abstracted, "I think that I am going to be very happy here." Roman 3. On a certain Monday morning, about a month later, Curtis Jadwin descended from his office in the Rookery building, and turning southward, took his way toward the brokerage and commission office of Gretry, Converse & Co., on the ground floor of the Board of Trade building, only a few steps away. It was about 9 o'clock. The weather was mild, the sun shone. La Salle Street swarmed with the multitudinous life that seethed about the doors of the innumerable offices of brokers and commission men of the neighborhood. To the right, in the peristyle of the Illinois Trust building, groups of clerks, of messengers, of brokers, of clients, and of depositors formed and broke incessantly. To the left, where the facade of the Board of Trade blocked the street, the activity was astonishing, and in and out of the swing doors of its entrance streamed an incessant tide of coming and going. All the life of the neighborhood seemed to center at this point, the entrance of the Board of Trade, two currents that trended swiftly through La Salle and Jackson streets, and that fed, or were fed by, other tributaries that poured in through Fifth Avenue and through Clark and Dearborn streets, met at this point on setting in, the other out. The nearer the currents, the greater their speed. Men mere flotsam in the flooders, they turned into La Salle Street from Adams or from Monroe, or even from as far as Madison, seemed to accelerate their pace as they approached. At the Illinois Trust the walk became a stride. At the Rookery the stride was almost a trot. But at the corner of Jackson Street, the Board of Trade now merely the width of the street away, the trot became a run, and young men and boys, under the pretense of escaping the trucks and wagons of the cobbles, dashed across at a veritable gallop, flung themselves panting into the entrance of the board, were engulfed in the turmoil of the spot, and disappeared with a sudden fillip into the gloom of the interior. Often Jadwin had noted the scene, and, unimaginative though he was, had long since conceived the notion of some great, some resistless force within the Board of Trade building that held the tide of the streets within its grip, alternately drawing it in and throwing it forth. Within there a great whirlpool, a pit of roaring waters spun and thundered, sucking in the life tides of the city, sucking them in as into the mouth of some tremendous cloaca, the maw of some colossal sewer, then vomiting them forth again, spewing them up and out, only to catch them in the return eddy and suck them in afresh. Thus it went day after day. Endlessly, ceaselessly the pit, enormous, thundering, sucked in and spewed out, sending the swirl of its mighty central eddy far out through the city's channels. Terrible at the center, it was at the circumference, gentle, insidious and persuasive, the send of the flowing so mild that to embark upon it, yielding to the influence, was a pleasure that seemed all devoid of risk. But the circumference was not bounded by the city. All through the northwest, all through the central world of the wheat, the set and whirl of that innermost pit made itself felt. And it spread and spread and spread, till grain in the elevators of western Iowa moved and stirred and answered to its centripetal force. and men upon the streets of New York felt the mysterious tugging of its undertow engage their feet, embrace their bodies, overwhelm them, and carry them bewildered and unresisting back and downwards to the pit itself. Nor was the pit's centrifugal power any less. Because of some sudden eddy spinning outward from the middle of its turmoil, a dozen bourses of continental Europe clamoured with panic, a dozen old-world banks, firm as the established hills, trembled and vibrated. Because of an unexpected caprice in the swirling of the inner current, some far-distant channel suddenly dried, and the pinch of famine made itself felt among the vine-dressers of northern Italy, the coal miners of western Prussia. Or another channel filled, and the starved moujik of the steppes, and the hunger-shrunken coolie of the Ganges watershed fed suddenly fat, and made thank-offerings before icon and idol. There in the centre of the nation, midmost of that continent that lay between the oceans of the New World and the Old, in the heart's heart of the affairs of men, roared and rumbled the pit. It was as if the wheat, nourisher of the nations, as it rolled gigantic and majestic in a vast flood from west to east, here, like a Niagara, finding its flow impeded, burst suddenly into the appalling fury of the maelstrom, into the chaotic spasm of a world force, a primeval energy, blood-brother of the earthquake and the glacier, raging and wrathful that its power should be braved by some pinch of human spawn that dared raise barriers across its courses. Small wonder that Kressler laughed at the thought of cornering wheat, and even now as Jadwin crossed Jackson Street, on his way to his broker's office on the lower floor of the Board of Trade building, he noted the ebb and flow that issued from its doors, and remembered the huge river of wheat that rolled through this place from the farms of Iowa and ranches of Dakota to the mills and bake shops of Europe. There's something perhaps in what Charlie says, he said to himself, corner this stuff me God. Gretry Converse Co. was the name of the brokerage firm that always handled Jadwin's rare speculative ventures. Converse was dead long since, but the firm still retained its original name. The house was as old and as well established as any on the Board of Trade. It had a reputation for conservatism, and was known more as a bear than a bull concern. It was immensely wealthy and immensely important. It discouraged the growth of a clientele of country customers, of small adventurers, knowing well that these were the first to go in a crash, unable to meet margin calls, and leaving to their brokers the responsibility of their disastrous trades. The large, powerful bears were its friends, the bears strong of grip, tenacious of jaw, capable of pulling down the strongest bull. Thus the firm had no consideration for the outsiders, the public lambs. The lambs, such a herd, timid, innocent, feeble, as much out of place in La Salle Street as a puppy in a cage of panthers. The lambs, whom bull and bear did not so much as condescend to notice, but who, in their mutual struggle of horn and claw, they crushed to death by the mere rolling of their bodies. Jadwin did not go directly into Gretry's main office, but instead made his way in at the entrance of the Board of Trade building, and going on past the stairways that on either hand led up to the floor on the second story, entered the corridor beyond, and thence gained the customer's room of Gretry Converse Co. All the more important brokerage firms had offices on the ground floor of the building, offices that had two entrances, one giving upon the street, and one upon the corridor of the board. Generally, the corridor entrance admitted directly to the firm's customer's room. This was the case with the Gretry Converse house. Once in the customer's room, Jadwin paused, looking about him. He could not tell why Gretry had so earnestly desired him to come to his office that morning, but he wanted to know how wheat was selling before talking to the broker. The room was large, and but for the lighted gas, burning crudely without globes, would have been dark. All one wall opposite the door was taken up by a great blackboard covered with chalked figures in columns, and illuminated by a row of overhead gas jets burning under a tin reflector. Before this board files of chairs were placed, and these were occupied by groups of nondescripts, shabbily dressed men, young and old, with tired eyes and unhealthy complexions, who smoked and expectorated, or engaged in interminable conversations. In front of the blackboard upon a platform, a young man in shirt-sleeves, his cuffs caught up by metal clamps, walked up and down. Screwed to the blackboard itself was a telegraph instrument, and from time to time, as this buzzed and ticked, the young man chalked up cabalistic and almost illegible figures under columns headed by initials of certain stocks and bonds, or by the words pork, oats, or larger than all the others may wheat. The air of the room was stale, close, and heavy with tobacco fumes. The only noises were the low hum of conversations, the unsteady click of the telegraph key, and the tapping of the chalk in the marker's fingers. But no one in the room seemed to pay the least attention to the blackboard. One quotation replaced another, and the key and the chalk clicked and tapped incessantly. The occupants of the room, sunk in their chairs, seemed to give no heed. Some even turned their backs. One, his handkerchief over his knee, adjusted his spectacles, and opening a newspaper 2 days old began to read with peering deliberation, his lips forming each word. These nondescripts gathered there, they knew not why. Every day found them in the same place, always with the same fetid, unlighted cigars, always with the same frayed newspapers 2 days old. There they sat, inert, stupid, their decaying senses hypnotized and soothed by the sound of the distant rumble of the pit that came through the ceiling from the floor of the board overhead. One of these figures, that of a very old man, bleary, decrepit, dirty, in a battered top hat and faded frock coat, discolored and weather-stained at the shoulders, seemed familiar to Jadwin. It recalled some ancient association, he could not say what. But he was unable to see the old man's face distinctly. The light was bad, and he sat with his face turned from him, eating a sandwich which he held in a trembling hand. Jadwin, having noted that wheat was selling at 94, went away, glad to be out of the depressing atmosphere of the room. Gretry was in his office and Jadwin was admitted at once. He sat down in a chair by the broker's desk, and for the moment the two talked of trivialities. Gretry was a large, placid, smooth-faced man, stolid as an ox, inevitably dressed in blue serge, a quill toothpick behind his ear, a grand army button in his lapel. He and Jadwin were intimates. The two had come to Chicago almost simultaneously, and had risen together to become the wealthy men they were at the moment. They belonged to the same club, lunched together every day at Kinsley's, and took each other driving behind their respective trotters on alternate Saturday afternoons. In the middle of summer each stole a fortnight from his business and went fishing at Geneva Lake in Wisconsin. "I say," Jadwin observed, "I saw an old fellow outside in your customer's room just now that put me in mind of Hargus. You remember that deal of his, the one he tried to swing before he died? Oh, how long ago was that? Bless my soul, that must have been 15, yes, 20 years ago. The deal of which Jadwin spoke was the legendary operation of the Board of Trade Mammoth Corner in September wheat, manipulated by this same Hargus, a millionaire who had tripled his fortune by the corner, and had lost it by some chicanery on the part of his associate before another year. He had run wheat up to nearly $2, had been in his day a king all-powerful. Since then all deals had been spoken of in terms of the Hargus affair. Speculators said it was almost as bad as the Hargus deal. It was like the Hargus smash. It was as big a thing as the Hargus corner. Hargus had become a sort of creature of legends, mythical, heroic, transfigured in the glory of his millions. Easily 20 years ago, continued Jadwin, if Hargus could come to life now, he would be surprised at the difference in the way we do business these days. 20 years? Yes, it's all of that. I declare, Sam, we are getting old, are not we? I guess that was Hargus you saw out there, answered the broker. He's not dead. Old fellow in a stovepipe and greasy frock coat. Yes, that's Hargus. What, exclaimed Jadwin, that Hargus? Of course it was. He comes round every day. The clerks give him $1 every now and then. And he's not dead. And that was Hargus, that wretched broken you. I do not want to think of it, Sam. And Jadwin, taken all aback, sat for a moment speechless. Yes, sir, muttered the broker grimly, that was Hargus. There was a long silence. Then at last Gretry exclaimed briskly, "Well, here's what I want to see you about." He lowered his voice. "You know I have got a correspondent or two at Parisol, the broker's haven, we make no secret as to who they are. But I have had an extra man at work over there for the last 6 months, very much on the quiet. I do not mind telling you this much, that he's not the least important member of the United States legation. Well, now and then he is supposed to send me what the reporters call exclusive news. That's what I feed him for, and I could run a private steam yacht on what it costs me. But news I get from him is a day or so in advance of everybody else. He has not sent me anything very important till this morning. This here just came in." He picked up a dispatch from his desk and read, "Utica headquarters modification organican comitant within 1 month, which means," he added this, "I have just deciphered it," and he handed Jadwin a slip of paper on which was written, "Bill providing for heavy import duties on foreign grains, certain to be introduced in French Chamber of Deputies within 1 month. Have you got it?" he demanded of Jadwin as he took the slip back. "Will not forget it." He twisted the paper into a roll and burned it carefully in the office cuspidor. "Now," he remarked, "do you come in? It's just the two of us, Jay, and I think we can make that Porteous clique look very sick." "Hum," murmured Jadwin, surprised. "That does give you a twist on the situation. But to tell the truth, Sam, I had sort of made up my mind to keep out of speculation since my last little deal. A man gets into this game and into it, and before you know he cannot pull out and he do not want to. Next he gets his nose scratched, and he hits back to make up for it, and just hits into the air and loses his balancing, down he goes. I do not want to make any more money, Sam. I have got my little pile, and before I get too old I want to have some fun out of it. But Lord love you, Jay, objected the other, this ain't speculation. You can see for yourself how sure it is. I am not a baby at this business, am I? You will let me know something of this game, will not you? And I tell you, Jay, it's found money. The man that sells wheat short on the strength of this has as good as got the money in his vest pocket already. Oh, nonsense, of course you will come in. I have been laying for that bull gang since long before the Helmick failure, and now I have got it right where I want it. Look here, Jay, you are not the man to throw money away. You would buy a business block if you knew you could sell it over again at a profit. Now here's the chance to make really a fine bear deal. Why, as soon as this news gets on the floor there, the price will bust right down, and down, and down. Porteous and his crowd could not keep it up to save em from the receiver's hand one single minute. I know, Sam, answered Jadwin, and the trouble is not that I do not want to speculate, but that I do too much. That's why I said I would keep out of it. It is not so much the money as the fun of playing the game. With half a show I would get in a little more and a little more, till by and by I would try to throw a big thing, and instead the big thing would throw me. Why, Sam, when you told me that wreck out there mumbling a sandwich was Hargus, it made me turn cold. Yes, in your feet, retorted Gretry. I am not asking you to risk all your money, am I, or a fifth of it, or a 20th of it. Do not be an ass, Jay. Are we a conservative house, or are not we? Do I talk like this when I am not sure? Look here. Let me sell 1,000,000 bushels for you. Yes, I know it's a bigger order than I have handled for you before, but this time I want to go right into it, head down and heels up, and get a twist on those Porteous buccos, and raise em right out of their boots. We get a crop report this morning, and if the visible supply is as large as I think it is, the price will go off and unsettle the whole market. I will sell short for you at the best figures we can get, and you can cover on the slump any time between now and the end of May. Jadwin hesitated. In spite of himself he felt a chance had come. Again that strange sixth sense of his, the inexplicable instinct that only the born speculator knows, warned him. Every now and then during the course of his business career, this intuition came to him, this flare, this intangible, vague premonition, this presentiment that he must seize opportunity or else fortune, that so long had stayed at his elbow, would desert him. In the air about him he seemed to feel an influence, a sudden new element, the presence of a new force. It was luck, the great power, the great goddess, and all at once it had stooped from out the invisible, and just over his head passed swiftly in a rush of glittering wings. The thing would have to be handled like glass, observed the broker thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing. A tip like this is public property in 24 hours, and it do not give us any too much time. I do not want to break the price by unloading 1,000,000 or more bushels on em all of a sudden. I will scatter the orders pretty evenly. You see, he added, here's a big point in our favor. We will be able to sell on a strong market. The pit traders have got some crazy war rumor going, and they are as flighty over it as a young ladies' seminary over a great big rat. And even without that the market is tough-heavy. Porteous makes me weary. He and his gang have been bucking it up till we have got an abnormal price. 9 to 4 for May wheat. Why, it's ridiculous. Ought to be selling way down in the 80s. The least little jolt would tip her over. Well, he said abruptly, squaring himself at Jadwin, do we come in? If that same luck of yours is still in working order, here's your chance, Jay, to make a killing. There's just that gilt-edged full Morocco chance that a report of Big Visible would give us. Jadwin laughed. Sam, he said, I will flip a coin for it. Oh, get out, protested the broker. Then sudden lithe gambling instinct that a lifetime passed in that place had cultivated in him exclaimed. All right, flip a coin, but give me your word you will stay by it. Heads you come in, tails you do not. Will you give me your word? Oh, I do not know about that, replied Jadwin, amused at the foolishness of the whole proceeding. But as he balanced the $50 on his thumbnail, he was all at once absolutely assured that it would fall heads. He flipped it in the air, and even as he watched it spin, said to himself, it will come heads. It could not possibly be anything else. I know it will be heads. And as a matter of course the coin fell heads. All right, he said, I will come in. For 1,000,000 bushels. Yes, for 1,000,000. How much in margins will you want? Gretry figured a moment on the back of an envelope. $50,000, he announced at length. Jadwin wrote the check on a corner of the broker's desk, and held it a moment before him. Goodbye, he said, apostrophizing the bit of paper. Goodbye, I ne'er shall look upon your like again. Gretry did not laugh. He grunted, you will look upon a hatful of them before the month is out. That same morning, Landry Court found himself in the corridor on the ground floor of the Board of Trade, about 9 o'clock. He had just come out of the office of Gretry, Converse Co., where he and the other pit traders for the house had been receiving their orders for the day. As he was buying a couple of apples at the news stand at the end of the corridor, Semple and a young Jew named Hirsch, pit traders for small firms in La Salle Street, joined him. Hello, Court, what do you know? Hello, Barry Semple. Hello, Hirsch. Landry offered the halves of his second apple, and the three stood there a moment, near the foot of the stairs, talking and eating their apples from the points of their penknives. I feel sort of seedy this morning, Semple observed between mouthfuls. Was up late last night at a stag. A friend of mine just got back from Europe, and some of the boys were giving him a little dinner. He was all over the shop, this friend of mine, spent most of his time in Constantinople, had some kind of newspaper business there. It seems that it's a pretty crazy proposition, Turkey and the Sultan and all that. He said that there was nearly a row over the Higgins Pasha incident, and that the British agent put it pretty straight to the Sultan's secretary. My friend said Constantinople put him in mind of a lot of opera bouffe scenery that had got spilled out in the mud. Say, Court, he said the streets were dirtier than the Chicago streets. Oh, come now, said Hirsch. Fact, and the dogs. He told us he knows now where all the yellow dogs go to when they die. But say, remarked Hirsch, what is that about the Higgins Pasha business? I thought that was over long ago. Oh, it is, answered Semple easily. He looked at his watch. I guess it's about time to go up, pretty near 9:30. The three mounted the stairs, mingling with the groups of floor traders who, in steadily increasing numbers, had begun to move in the same direction. But on the way Hirsch was stopped by his brother. Hey, I got that box of cigars for you. Hirsch paused. Oh, all right, he said, then he added, say, how about that Higgins Pasha affair? You remember that row between England and Turkey? They tell me the British agent in Constantinople put it pretty straight to the Sultan the other day. The other was interested. He did, hey, he said, the market has not felt it though. Guess there's nothing to it, but there's Kelly yonder, he would know. He's pretty thick with Porteous men, might ask him. You ask him and let me know. I got to go on the floor, it's nearly time for the gong. Hirsch's brother found Kelly in the center of a group of settlement clerks. Say, boy, he began, you ought to know. They tell me there may be trouble between England and Turkey over the Higgins Pasha incident, and that the British Foreign Office has threatened the Sultan with an ultimatum. I can see the market if that's so. Nothing in it, retorted Kelly, but I will find out to make sure by jingo. Meanwhile Landry had gained the top of the stairs, and turning to the right, passed through a great doorway, and came out upon the floor of the Board of Trade. It was a vast enclosure, lighted on either side by great windows of coloured glass, the roof supported by thin iron pillars elaborately decorated. To the left were the bulletin blackboards, and beyond these, in the northwest angle of the floor, a great railed-in space where the Western Union Telegraph was installed. To the right, on the other side of the room, a row of tables, laden with neatly arranged paper bags, half full of samples of grains, stretched along the east wall from the doorway of the public room at one end to the telephone room at the other. The centre of the floor was occupied by the pits. To the left and to the front of Landry, the provision pit, to the right the corn pit, while further on at the north extremity of the floor, and nearly under the visitors' gallery, much larger than the other two, and flanked by the wicket of the official recorder, was the wheat pit itself. Directly opposite the visitors' gallery, high upon the south wall, a great dial was affixed, and on the dial a mocking hand that indicated the current price of wheat, fluctuating with the changes made in the pit. Just now it stood at 93 3/8, the closing quotation of the preceding day. As yet all the pits were empty. It was some 15 minutes after 9. Landry checked his hat and coat at the coat room near the north entrance, and slipped into an old tennis jacket of striped blue flannel. Then, hatless, his hands in his pockets, he leisurely crossed the floor, and sat down in one of the chairs that were ranged in files upon the floor in front of the telegraph enclosure. He scrutinized again the dispatches and orders that he held in his hands. Then, having fixed them in his memory, tore them into very small bits, looking vaguely about the room, developing his plan of campaign for the morning. In a sense, Landry Court had a double personality. Away from the neighbourhood and influence of La Salle Street, he was rattle-brained, absent-minded, impractical, and easily excited, the last fellow in the world to be trusted with any business responsibility. But the thunder of the streets around the Board of Trade, and above all, The movement and atmosphere of the floor itself awoke within him a very different Landry Court. A whole new set of nerves came into being with the tap of the 9:30 gong. A whole new system of brain machinery began to move with the first figure called in the pit, and from that instant until the close of the session, no floor trader, no broker's clerk nor scalper was more alert, more shrewd, or kept his head more surely than the same young fellow who confused his social engagements for the evening of the same day. The Landry Court, the Dearborn girls knew, was a far different young man from him, who now leaned his elbows on the arms of the chair upon the floor of the board, and his eyes narrowing, his lips tightening, began to speculate upon what was to be the temper of the pit that morning. Meanwhile the floor was beginning to fill up. Over in the railed-in space, where the hundreds of telegraph instruments were in place, the operators were arriving in twos and threes. They hung their hats and ulsters upon the pegs in the wall back of them, and in linen coats or in their shirt sleeves went to their seats, or, sitting upon their tables, called back and forth to each other, joshing, cracking jokes. Some few addressed themselves directly to work, and here and there the intermittent clicking of a key began, like a diligent cricket busking himself in advance of its mates. From the corridors on the ground floor up through the south doors came the pit traders in increasing groups. The noise of footsteps began to echo from the high vaulting of the roof. A messenger boy crossed the floor chanting an unintelligible name. The groups of traders gradually converged upon the corn and wheat pits, and on the steps of the latter, their arms crossed upon their knees, two men, one wearing a silk skull cap all awry, conversed earnestly in low tones. Winston, a great, broad-shouldered, bass-voiced fellow of some 35 years, who was associated with Landry in executing the orders of the Gretry Converse House, came up to him, and, omitting any salutation, remarked deliberately, slowly, "What's all this about this trouble between Turkey and England?" But before Landry could reply, a third trader for the Gretry Company joined the two. This was a young fellow named Rusbridge, lean, black-haired, a constant excitement glinting in his deep-set eyes. "Say," he exclaimed, "there's something in that, there's something in that." "Where did you hear it?" demanded Landry. "Oh, everywhere." Rusbridge made a vague gesture with one arm. "Hirsch seemed to know all about it. It appears that there's talk of mobilizing the Mediterranean squadron. Darned if I know. Might ask that inter-ocean reporter. He would be likely to know. I have seen him round here this morning, or you might telephone the Associated Press," suggested Landry. "The office never said a word to me." "Oh, the Associated. They know a lot always, do not they?" jeered Winston. "Yes, I rung him up. They could not confirm the rumor. That's always the way. You can spend $500,000 a year in leased wires and special service and subscriptions to news agencies, and you get the first smell of news like this right here on the floor. Remember that time when the Northwestern millers sold 150,000 barrels at one lick? The floor was talking of it 3 hours before the news slips were sent round, or a single wire was in. Suppose we had waited for the Associated people or the commercial people then. It's that Higgins Pasha incident, I will bet," observed Rusbridge, his eyes snapping. "I heard something about that this morning," returned Landry, "but only that it was—" "There, what did I tell you?" interrupted Rusbridge. "I said it was everywhere. There's no smoke without some fire, and I would not be a bit surprised if we get cables before noon that the British War Office had sent an ultimatum." And very naturally, a few minutes later, Winston, at that time standing on the steps of the corn pit, heard from a certain broker, who had it from a friend who had just received a dispatch from someone in the know, that the British Secretary of State for War had forwarded an ultimatum to the port, and that diplomatic relations between Turkey and England were about to be suspended. All in a moment the entire floor seemed to be talking of nothing else, and on the outskirts of every group one could overhear the words: seizure of Custom House, ultimatum, Eastern question, Higgins Pasha incident. It was the rumor of the day, and before very long the pit traders began to receive a multitude of dispatches countermanding selling orders, and directing them not to close out trades under certain very advanced quotations. The brokers began wiring their principals that the market promised to open strong and bullish. But by now it was near to 9:30. From the Western Union desks, the clicking of the throng of instruments rose into the air in an incessant staccato stridulation. The messenger boys ran back and forth at top speed, dodging in and out among the knots of clerks and traders, colliding with one another, and without interruption intoning the names of those for whom they had dispatches. The throng of traders concentrated upon the pits, and at every moment the deepened hum of the murmur of many voices swelled like the rising of a tide. And at this moment, as Landry stood on the rim of the wheat pit, looking towards the telephone booth under the visitors' gallery, He saw the osseous, stoop-shouldered figure of Mr. Crackles who, though he never speculated, appeared regularly upon the board every morning, making his way towards one of the windows in the front of the building. His pocket was full of wheat, taken from a bag on one of the sample tables. Opening the window, he scattered the grain upon the sill, and stood for a long moment absorbed and interested in the dazzling flutter of the wings of innumerable pigeons who came to settle upon the ledge, pecking the grain with little nervous, fastidious taps of their yellow beaks. Landry cast a glance at the clock beneath the dial on the wall behind him. It was 25 minutes after 9. He stood in his accustomed place on the north side of the wheat pit, upon the topmost stair. The pit was full. Below him and on either side of him were the brokers, scalpers and traders Hirsch, Semple, Kelly, Winston and Rusbridge, the redoubtable Learcraft, who, bidding for himself, was supposed to hold the longest line of May wheat of any one man in the pit, the insignificant Grossman, a Jew who wore a flannel shirt, and to whose outcries no one ever paid the least attention, Fairchild, Patterson and Goodluck, the inseparable trio who represented the Porteous gang, silent men, middle-aged, who had but to speak in order to buy or sell 1,000,000 bushels on the spot. And others, and still others, veterans of 6 to 5, recruits just out of their teens, men who some of them in the past had for a moment dominated the entire pit, but who now were content to play the part of eighth-chasers, buying and selling on the same day, content with a profit of $10, others who might at that very moment be nursing plans which in a week's time would make them millionaires, still others who, under a mask of nonchalance, strove to hide the chagrin of yesterday's defeat. And they were there, ready, inordinately alert, ears turned to the faintest sound, eyes searching for the vaguest trace of meaning in those of their rivals, nervous, keyed to the highest tension, ready to thrust deep into the slightest opening, to spring mercilessly upon the smallest undefended spot. Grossman, the little Jew of the grimy flannel shirt, perspired in the stress of the suspense, all but powerless to maintain silence till the signal should be given, drawing trembling fingers across his mouth. Winston, brawny, solid, unperturbed, his hands behind his back, waited immovably planted on his feet with all the gravity of a statue, his eyes preternaturally watchful, keeping Kelly, whom he had divined had some funny business on hand, perpetually in sight. The Porteous trio, Fairchild, Patterson and Goodluck, as if unalarmed, unassailable, all but turned their backs to the pit, laughing among themselves. The official reporter climbed to his perch in the little cage on the edge of the pit, shutting the door after him. By now the chanting of the messenger boys was an uninterrupted chorus. From all sides of the building, and in every direction they crossed and recrossed each other, always running, their hands full of yellow envelopes. From the telephone alcoves came the prolonged, musical rasp of the coal bells. In the Western Union booths the keys of the multitude of instruments raged incessantly. Bare-headed young men hurried up to one another, conferred an instant comparing dispatches, then separated, darting away at top speed. Men called to each other halfway across the building. Over by the bulletin boards clerks and agents made careful memoranda of primary receipts, and noted down the amount of wheat on passage, the exports and the imports. And all these sounds, the chatter of the telegraph, the intoning of the messenger boys, the shouts and cries of clerks and traders, the shuffle and trampling of hundreds of feet, the whirring of telephone signals rose into the troubled air, and mingled overhead to form a vast note, prolonged, sustained, that reverberated from vault to vault of the airy roof, and issued from every doorway, every opened window in one long roll of uninterrupted thunder. In the wheat pit the bids, no longer obedient of restraint, began one by one to burst out, like the first isolated shots of a skirmish line. Grossman had flung out an arm crying, "Sell 25 May at 9 to 5 and an eighth," while Kelly and Semple had almost simultaneously shouted, "Give 7/8 for May." The official reporter had been leaning far over to catch the first quotations, one eye upon the clock at the end of the room. The hour and minute hands were at right angles. Then suddenly, cutting squarely athwart the vague crescendo of the floor, came the single incisive stroke of a great gong. Instantly a tumult was unchained, arms were flung upward in strenuous gestures, and from above the crowding heads in the wheat pit, a multitude of hands, eager, the fingers extended, leaped into the air. All articulate expression was lost in the single explosion of sound, as the traders surged downwards to the center of the pit, grabbing each other, struggling towards each other, tramping, stamping, charging through with might and main. Promptly the hand on the great dial above the clock stirred and trembled, and as though driven by the tempest breath of the pit, moved upward through the degrees of its circle. It paused, wavered, stopped at length, and on the instant the hundreds of telegraph keys scattered throughout the building began clicking off the news to the whole country. From the Atlantic to the Pacific, and from Mackinac to Mexico, that the Chicago market had made a slight advance, and that May wheat, which had closed the day before at 93 3/8, had opened that morning at 94 1/2. But the advance brought out no profit-taking sales. The redoubtable Learcraft and the Porteous trio, Fairchild, Patterson, and Goodluck, shook their heads when the pit offered 94 for parts of their holdings. The price held firm. Goodluck even began to offer 94. At every suspicion of a flurry, Grossman, always with the same gesture as though hurling a javelin, always with the same lamentable wail of distress, cried out, "Sell 25 May at 95 1/4. He held his 5 fingers spread to indicate the number of contracts, or lots of 5,000 bushels, which he wished to sell, each finger representing one contract. And it was at this moment that selling orders began suddenly to pour in upon the Gretry Converse traders. Even other houses, Teller and West, Burbank Co., Mattison and Knight, received their share. The movement was inexplicable, puzzling. With a powerful bull clique dominating the trading and every prospect of a strong market, who was it who ventured to sell short? Landry, among others, found himself commissioned to sell. His orders were to unload 300,000 bushels on any advance over and above 94. He kept his eye on Learcraft, certain that he would force up the figure. But as it happened, it was not Learcraft but the Porteous trio who made the advance. Standing in the centre of the pit, Patterson suddenly flung up his hand and drew it towards him, clutching the conventional gesture of the buyer. "Give an eighth for May." Landry was at him in a second. 20 voices shouted "sold," and as many traders sprang towards him with outstretched arms. Landry, however, was before them, and his rush carried Patterson halfway across the middle space of the pit. "Sold, sold." Patterson nodded, and as Landry noted down the transaction, the hand on the dial advanced again, and again held firm. But after this the activity of the pit fell away, the trading languished. By degrees the tension of the opening was relaxed. Landry, however, had refrained from selling more than 10 contracts to Patterson. He had a feeling that another advance would come later on. Rapidly he made his plans. He would sell another 50,000 bushels if the price went to 94 1/2, and would then feel the market, letting go small lots here and there, to test its strength. Then, the instant he felt the market strong enough, throw a full 100,000 upon it with a rush before it had time to break. He could feel almost at his very finger-tip how this market moved, how it strengthened, how it weakened. He knew just when to nurse it, to humour it, to let it settle, and when to crowd it, when to hustle it, when it would stand rough handling. Grossman still uttered his plaint from time to time, but no one so much as pretended to listen. The Porteous trio and Learcraft kept the price steady at 94 1/8, but showed no inclination to force it higher. For a full 5 minutes not a trade was recorded. The pit waited for the report on the visible supply. And it was during this lull in the morning's business that the idiocy of the English ultimatum to the port melted away. As inexplicably and as suddenly as the rumour had started, it now disappeared. Everyone, simultaneously, seemed to ridicule it. England declare war on Turkey. Where was the joke? Who was the damn fool to have started that old, worn-out war scare? But for all that, there was no reaction from the advance. It seemed to be understood that either Learcraft or the Porteous crowd stood ready to support the market, and in place of the ultimatum story, a feeling began to gain ground that the expected report would indicate a falling off in the visible, and that it was quite on the cards that the market might even advance another point. As the interest in the immediate situation declined, the crowd in the pit grew less dense. Portions of it were deserted. Even Grossman, discouraged, retired to a bench under the visitors' gallery. And a spirit of horseplay, sheer foolishness, strangely inconsistent with the hoadied excitement of the few moments after the opening, invaded the remaining groups. Learcraft, the formidable, as well as Patterson of the Porteous gang, and even the solemn Winston, found an apparently inexhaustible diversion in folding their telegrams into pointed javelins and sending them sailing across the room, watching the course of the missiles with profound gravity. A visitor in the gallery, no doubt a Western farmer on a holiday having put his feet upon the rail, the entire pit began to groan boots, boots, boots. A little later a certain broker came scurrying across the floor from the direction of the telephone room. Panting, he flung himself up the steps of the pit, forced his way among the traders with vigorous workings of his elbows, and shouted a bid. "He's sick," shouted Hirsch. "Look out, he's sick, he's going to have a fit." He grabbed the broker by both arms and hustled him into the centre of the pit. The others caught up the cry. A score of hands pushed the newcomer from man to man. The pit traders clutched him, pulled his necktie loose, knocked off his hat, vociferating all the while at top voice, "He's sick. He's sick. Other brokers and traders came up, and Grossman, mistaking the commotion for a flurry, ran into the pit, his eyes wide, waving his arm and wailing. Sell 25 May at 95 and a quarter. But the victim, good-natured, readjusted his battered hat, and again repeated his bid. Ah, go to bed, protested Hirsch. He's the man who struck Billy Patterson. Say a horse bit him, look out for him, he's going to have a duck fit. The incident appeared to be the inspiration for a new josh that had a great success, and a group of traders organized themselves into an anti-cravat committee and made the rounds of the pit, twitching the carefully tied scarfs of the unwary out of place. Grossman, indignant at Teos Munkadoodle Piesness, withdrew from the center of the pit. But while he stood in front of Learcraft, his back turned, muttering his disgust, the latter, while carrying on a grave conversation with his neighbor, carefully stuck a file of paper javelins all around the Jew's hat band, and thence still without mirth and still continuing to talk set them on fire. Landry imagined by now that 9 to 4 and an eighth was as high a figure as he could reasonably expect that morning, and so began to work off his selling orders. Little by little he sold the wheat short, till all but one large lot was gone. Then all at once, and for no discoverable immediate reason, wheat, amid an explosion of shouts and vociferations, jumped to 9 to 4 and a quarter, and before the pit could take breath, had advanced another eighth, broken to 1/4, then jumped to the 5/8 mark. It was the report on the visible supply beyond question, and though it had not yet been posted, this sudden flurry was a sign that it was not only near at hand, but would be bullish. A few moments later it was bulletined in the gallery beneath the dial, and proved a tremendous surprise to nearly every man upon the floor. No one had imagined the supply was so ample, so all-sufficient to meet the demand. Promptly the pit responded. Wheat began to pour in heavily. Hirsch, Kelly, Grossman, Learcraft, the stolid Winston, and the excitable Rusbridge were hard at it. The price began to give. Suddenly it broke sharply. The hand on the great dial dropped to 93 7/8. Landry was beside himself. He had not foreseen this break. There was no reckoning on that cursed visible, and he still had 50,000 bushels to dispose of. There was no telling now how low the price might sink. He must act quickly, radically. He fought his way towards the Porteous crowd, reached over the shoulder of the little Jew Grossman who stood in his way, and thrust his hand almost into Patterson's face, shouting, "Sell 50 May at 7/8." It was the last one of his unaccountable selling orders of the early morning. The other shook his head. "Sell 50 May at 3/4. Suddenly some instinct warned Landry that another break was coming. It was in the very air around him. He could almost physically feel the pressure of renewed avalanches of wheat crowding down the price. Desperate, he grabbed Patterson by the shoulder. "Sell 50 May at 5/8. "Take it," vociferated the other, as though answering a challenge. And in the heart of this confusion, in this downward rush of the price, Luck, the golden goddess, passed with the flirt and flash of glittering wings, and hardly before the ticker in Gretry's office had signaled the decline, the memorandum of the trade was down upon Landry's card, and Curtis Jadwin stood pledged to deliver, before noon on the last day of May, 1,000,000 bushels of wheat into the hands of the representatives of the great bulls of the Board of Trade. But by now the real business of the morning was over. The pit knew it. Grossman, obstinate, hypnotized as it were by one idea, still stood in his accustomed place on the upper edge of the pit, and from time to time, with the same despairing gesture, emitted his doleful outcry of "Sell 25 May at 9 to 5 and 3/4. Nobody listened. The traders stood around in expectant attitudes, looking into one another's faces, waiting for what they could not exactly say, loath to leave the pit lest something should turn up the moment their backs were turned. By degrees the clamour died away, ceased, began again irregularly, then abruptly stilled. Here and there a bid was called, an offer made, like the intermittent crack of small arms after the stopping of the cannonade. "Sell 5 May at 1/8. "Sell 20 at 1/4. "Give 1/8 for May." For an instant the shoutings were renewed. Then suddenly the gong struck. The traders began slowly to leave the pit. One of the floor officers, an old fellow in uniform and visored cap, appeared, gently shouldering towards the door the groups wherein the bidding and offering were still languidly going on. His voice full of remonstration, he repeated continually, "Time's up, gentlemen, go on now and get your lunch. Lunch time now, go on now or I will have to report you. Time's up." The tide set toward the doorways. In the gallery the few visitors rose, putting on coats and wraps. Over by the check counter, to the right of the south entrance to the floor, A throng of brokers and traders jostled each other, reaching over one another's shoulders for hats and ulsters. In steadily increasing numbers they poured out of the north and south entrances, on their way to turn in their trading cards to the offices. Little by little the floor emptied. The provision and grain pits were deserted, and as the clamour of the place lapsed away, the telegraph instruments began to make themselves heard once more, together with the chanting of the messenger boys. Swept clean in the morning, the floor itself, seen now through the thinning groups, was littered from end to end with scattered grainotes, wheat, corn and barley, with wisps of hay, peanut shells, apple parings and orange peel, with torn newspapers, odds and ends of memoranda, crushed paper darts, and above all with a countless multitude of yellow telegraph forms, thousands upon thousands, crumpled and mudded under the trampling of innumerable feet. It was the debris of the battlefield, the abandoned impedimenta and broken weapons of contending armies, the detritus of conflict, torn, broken and rent, that at the end of each day's combat encumbered the field. At last even the click of the last of telegraph keys died down. Shouldering themselves into their overcoats, the operators departed, calling back and forth to one another, making dates and cracking jokes. Washerwomen appeared with steaming pails, porters pushing great brooms before them began gathering the refuse of the floor into heaps. Between the wheat and corn pits a band of young fellows, some of them absolute boys, appeared. These were the settlement clerks. They carried long account books. It was their duty to get the trades of the day into a ringtoe, trace the course of a lot of wheat, which had changed hands perhaps a score of times during the tradingand, their coals of wheat sold to Teller and West, May wheat sold to Burbank Co., May oats sold to Mathewson and Knight, wheat sold to Gretry, Converse Co., began to echo from wall to wall of the almost deserted room. A cat, grey and striped, and wearing a dog collar of nickel and red leather, issued from the coat-room and picked her way across the floor. Evidently she was in a mood of the most ingratiating friendliness, and as one after another of the departing traders spoke to her, raised her tail in the air and arched her back against the legs of the empty chairs. The janitor put in an appearance, lowering the tall coloured windows with a long rod. A noise of hammering and the scrape of saws began to issue from a corner, where a couple of carpenters tinkered about one of the sample tables. Then at last even the settlement clerks took themselves off. At once there was a great silence, broken only by the harsh rasp of the carpenter's saws, and the voice of the janitor exchanging jokes with the washerwomen. The sound of footsteps in distant quarters reechoed as if in a church. The washerwomen invaded the floor, spreading soapy and steaming water before them. Over by the sample tables a Negro porter in shirt-sleeves swept entire bushels of spilled wheat, crushed, broken and sodden, into his dust pans. The day's campaign was over. It was past 2 o'clock. On the great dial against the eastern wall the indicator stood sentinel fashion at 93. Not till the following morning would the whirlpool, the great central force that spun the Niagara of wheat in its grip, thunder and bellow again. Later on even the washerwomen, even the porter and janitor departed. An unbroken silence, the peacefulness of an untroubled calm, settled over the place. The rays of the afternoon sun flooded through the west windows in long parallel shafts full of floating golden motes. There was no sound, nothing stirred. The floor of the Board of Trade was deserted. Alone on the edge of the abandoned wheat pit, in a spot where the sunlight fell warmest on atom of life, lost in the immensity of the empty floor, the grey cat made her toilet, diligently licking the fur on the inside of her thigh, one leg, as if dislocated, thrust into the air above her head. Roman 4. In the front parlour of the Cresslers' house, a little company was gathered. Laura Dearborn and Page, Mrs. Wessels, Mrs. Cressler, and young Miss Gretry, an awkward, plain-faced girl of about 19, dressed extravagantly in a décolleté gown of blue silk. Curtis Jadwin and Cressler himself stood by the open fireplace smoking. Landry Court fidgeted on the sofa, pretending to listen to the Gretry girl, who told an interminable story of a visit to some wealthy relative who had a country seat in Wisconsin and who raised fancy poultry. She possessed, it appeared, 3,000 hens, Brahma, Faverolles, Howdens, Dorkings, even peacocks and tame quails. Sheldon Corthell, in a dinner coat, an unlighted cigarette between his fingers, discussed the spring exhibit of watercolours with Laura and Mrs. Cressler, Page listening with languid interest. Aunt Wess turned the leaves of a family album, counting the number of photographs of Mrs. Cressler which it contained. Black coffee had just been served. It was the occasion of the third rehearsal for the play which was to be given for the benefit of the hospital ward for Jadwin's mission children, and Mrs. Cressler had invited the members of the company for dinner. Just now everyone awaited the arrival of the coach, Monsieur Gerardy, who was always late. To my notion, observed Corthell, the watercolor that pretends to be anything more than a sketch oversteps its intended limits. The elaborated watercolor, I contend, must be judged by the same standards as an oil painting. And if that is so, why not have the oil painting at once? And with all that, if you please, not an egg on the place for breakfast, declared the Gretry girl in her thin voice. She was constrained, embarrassed. Of all those present, she was the only one to mistake the character of the gathering and appear in formal costume, but one forgave Isabel Gretry such lapses as these. Invariably she did the wrong thing, invariably she was out of place in the matter of inadvertent speech, an awkward accident, the wrong toilet. For all her 19 years, she yet remained the hoyden, young, undeveloped, and clumsy. Never an egg and 3,000 hens in the runs, she continued. Think of that, the Plymouth Rocks had the pip, and the others my lands, I do not know, they just did not lay. Ought to tickle the soles of their feet, declared Landry with profound gravity. Tickle their feet. Best thing in the world for hens that do not lay, it sort of stirs them up. Oh, everyone knows that. Fancy now, I will write to Aunt Alice tomorrow. Creslow clipped the tip of a fresh cigar, and turning to Curtis Jadwin remarked, I understand that Learcraft alone lost nearly 15,000. He referred to Jadwin's deal in May wheat, the consummation of which had been effected the previous week. Squarely in the midst of the morning session, on the day following the short sale of Jadwin's million of bushels, had exploded the news of the intended action of the French Chamber. Amid a tremendous clamour, the price fell. The bulls were panic-stricken. Learcraft the Redoubtable was overwhelmed at the very start. The Porteous trio heroically attempted to shoulder the wheat, but the load was too much. They as well gave ground, and bereft of their support, May wheat, which had opened at 93 5/8 to 92 1/2, broke with the very first attack to 92, hung there a moment, then dropped again to 91 1/2, then to 91, then in a prolonged shudder of weakness, sank steadily down by quarters to 90 to 89, and at last a final collapse touched 88 cents. At that figure Jadwin began to cover. There was danger that the buying of so large a lot might bring about a rally in the price, but Gretry, a consummate master of pit tactics, kept his orders scattered and bought gradually, taking some 2 or 3 days to accumulate the grain. Jadwin's luck never-failing guardian of the Golden Wing seemed to have the affair under immediate supervision, and reports of timely rains in the wheat belt kept the price inert while the trade was being closed. In the end the deal was brilliantly successful, and Gretry was still chuckling over the setback to the Porteous gang. Exactly the amount of his friend's profits Jadwin did not know. As for himself, he had received from Gretry a check for $50,000, every cent of which was net profit. I am not going to congratulate you, continued Cressler. As far as that's concerned, I would rather you had lost than won if it would have kept you out of the pit for good. You are cocky now. I know, good Lord, do not I know. I had my share of it. I know how a man gets drawn into this speculating game. Charlie, this was not speculating, interrupted Jadwin. It was a certainty. It was found money. If I had known a certain piece of real estate was going to appreciate in value, I would have bought it, would not I? All the worse if it made it seem easy and sure to you. Do you know, he added suddenly, do you know that Learcraft has gone to keep books for a manufacturing concern out in Dubuque? Jadwin pulled his mustache. He was looking at Laura Dearborn over the heads of Landry and the Gretry girl. I did not suppose he would be getting measured for a private yacht, he murmured. Then he continued, pulling his mustache vigorously. Charlie, upon my word, what beautiful hair that girl has. Laura was wearing it very high that evening, the shining black coils transfixed by a strange hand-cut ivory comb that had been her grandmother's. She was dressed in black taffeta, with a single great cabbage rose pinned to her shoulder. She sat very straight in her chair, one hand upon her slender hip, her head a little to one side, listening attentively to Corthell. By this time the household of the former rectory was running smoothly. Everything was in place, the Dearborns were settled, and a routine had begun. Her first month in her new surroundings had been to Laura an unbroken series of little delights. For formal social distractions she had but little taste. She left those to Paige, who, as soon as Lent was over, promptly became involved in a bewildering round of teas, dancing clubs, dinners, and theatre parties. Mrs. Wessels was her chaperone, and the little middle-aged lady found the satisfaction of a belated youth in conveying her pretty niece to the various functions that occupied her time. Each Friday night saw her in the gallery of a certain smart dancing school of the South Side, where she watched Paige dance her way from the first waltz to the last figure of the German. She counted the couples carefully, and on the way home was always able to say how the attendance of that particular evening compared with that of the former occasion, and also to inform Laura how many times Page had danced with the same young man. Laura herself was more serious. She had begun a course of reading, no novels but solemn works full of allusions to man and destiny, which she underlined and annotated. Twice a week on Mondays and Thursdays she took a French lesson. Corthell managed to enlist the good services of Mrs. Wessels and escorted her to numerous piano and cello recitals, to lectures, to concerts. He even succeeded in achieving the consecration of a specified afternoon once a week, spent in his studio in the Fine Arts Building on the lake front, where he read to them St. Agnes Eve Sordello, the Light of Aesir poems which, with their inversions, obscurities, and astonishing arabesques of rhetoric, left Aunt Wess bewildered, breathless, all but stupefied. Laura found these readings charming. The studio was beautiful, lofty, the light dim. The sound of Corthell's voice returned from the thick hangings of velvet and tapestry in a subdued murmur. The air was full of the odour of pastilles. Laura could not fail to be impressed with the artist's tact, his delicacy. In words he never referred to their conversation in the foyer of the auditorium. Only by some unexplained subtlety of attitude, he managed to convey to her the distinct impression that he loved her always, that he was patient, waiting for some indefinite, unexpressed development. Landry Court called upon her as often as she would allow. Once he had prevailed upon her and Page to accompany him to the matinee to see a comic opera. He had pronounced it bully, unable to see that Laura evinced only a mild interest in the performance. On each propitious occasion he had made love to her extravagantly. He continually protested his profound respect with a volubility and earnestness that was quite uncalled for. But meanwhile, the situation had speedily become more complicated by the entrance upon the scene of an unexpected personage. This was Curtis Jadwin. It was impossible to deny the fact that Jay was in love with Mrs. Cressler's protégé. The businessman had none of Corthell's talent for significant reticence, none of his tact, and older than she, a man-of-the-world, accustomed to deal with situations with unswerving directness. He, unlike Landry Court, was not in the least afraid of her. From the very first she found herself upon the defensive. Jadwin was aggressive, assertive, and his addresses had all the persistence and vehemence of veritable attack. Landry she could manage with the lifting of a finger. Corthell disturbed her only upon those rare occasions when he made love to her, but Jadwin gave her no time to so much as think of finesse. She was not even allowed to choose her own time and place for fencing, and to parry his invasion upon those intimate personal grounds, which she pleased herself to keep secluded, called upon her every feminine art of procrastination and strategy. He contrived to meet her everywhere. He impressed Mrs. Cressler as auxiliary into his campaign, and a series of rencontres followed one another with astonishing rapidity. Now it was another opera party, now a box at McVicker's, now a dinner, or more often a drive through Lincoln Park behind Jadwin's trotters. He even had the Cresslers and Laura over to his Mission Sunday School for the Easter festival, an occasion of which Laura carried away a confused recollection of enormous canvas mottos that looked more like campaign banners than texts from the scriptures, sheaves of calla lilies, imitation, bells of tinfoil, revival hymns vociferated with deafening vehemence from 700 distended mouths, and through it all the disagreeable smell of poverty, the odour of uncleanliness that mingled strangely with the perfume of the lilies, and the aromatic whiffs from the festoons of evergreen. Thus the first month of her new life had passed. Laura did not trouble herself to look very far into the future. She was too much amused with her emancipation from the narrow horizon of her New England environment. She did not concern herself about consequences. Things would go on for themselves, and consequences develop without effort on her part. She never asked herself whether or not she was in love with any of the three men who strove for her favour. She was quite sure she was not ready yet to be married. There was even something distasteful in the idea of marriage. She liked Landry Court immensely. She found the afternoons in Corthell's studio delightful. She loved the rides in the park behind Jadwin's horses. She had no desire that any one of these affairs should exclude the other two. She wished nothing to be consummated. As for love, she never let slip an occasion to shock Aunt Wess by declaring, "I love nobody, I shall never marry." Page, prim with great parades of her ideas of good form, declared between her pursed lips that her sister was a flirt. But this was not so. Laura never manoeuvred with her lovers, nor intrigued to keep from any one of them knowledge of her companionship with the other two. So upon such occasions as this, when all three found themselves face to face, she remained unperturbed. At last, towards 8:30, Monsieur Gerardy arrived. All through the winter amateur plays had been in great favour, and Gerardy had become, in a sense, a fad. He was in great demand. Consequently, he gave himself airs. His method was that of severity. He posed as a taskmaster, relentless, never pleased, hustling the amateur actors about without ceremony, scolding and browbeating. He was a small, excitable man who wore a frock coat much too small for him, a flowing purple cravat drawn through a finger ring, and enormous cuffs set off with huge buttons of Mexican onyx. In his lapel was an inevitable carnation, dried, shrunken, and lamentable. He was redolent of perfume and spoke of himself as an artist. He caused it to be understood that in the intervals of coaching society plays, he gave his attention to the painting of landscapes. Corthell feigned to ignore his very existence. The playbook in his hand, Monsieur Gerardy clicked his heels in the middle of the floor and punctiliously saluted everyone present, bowing only from his shoulders, his head dropping forward as if propelled by successive dislocations of the vertebrae of his neck. He explained the cause of his delay. His English was without accent, but at times suddenly entangled itself in curious Gallic constructions. "Then I propose we begin at once," he announced. "The second act tonight then, if we have time, the third act from the book. And I expect the second act to be letter perfectal to perfect. There is nothing there but that." He held up his hand as if to refuse to consider the least dissension. "There is nothing but that, no other thing." All but Corthell listened attentively. The artist, however, turning his back, had continued to talk to Laura without lowering his tone, and all through Monsieur Gerardy's exhortation his voice had made itself heard. Management of light and shade, color scheme, effects of composition. Monsieur Gerardy's eye glinted in his direction. He struck his playbook sharply into the palm of his hand. "Come, come," he cried, "no more nonsense. Now we leave the girls alone and get to work. Here is the scene, Mademoiselle Gretry, if I derange you." He cleared a space at the end of the parlour, pulling the chairs about. "Be attentive now." Here placed a chair at his right with a flourish, as though planting a bannerist the porch of Lord Glendale's country house. "Ah," murmured Landry, winking solemnly at Page, "the chair is the porch of the house." "And here," shouted Monsieur Gerardy, glaring at him and slamming down another chair, "is a rustic bench and practicable table set for breakfast." Page began to giggle behind her playbook. Gerardy, his nostrils expanded, gave her his back. The older people who were not to take part, Jadwin, the Cresslers, and Aunt Wess, retired to a far corner, Mrs. Cressler declaring that they would constitute the audience. On stage vociferated Monsieur Gerardy, perspiring from his exertions with the furniture. Marian enters, timid and hesitating. 50, 100. "Come, who's Marian? Mademoiselle Gretry, if you please, and for the love of God remember your crossings." "SH," he cried, waving his arms at the others. "A little silence, if you please. Now, Marian." Isabel Gretry, holding her playbook at her side, one finger marking the place, essayed an entrance with the words, "Ah, the old home once more, see the clambering roses have." But Monsieur Gerardy, suddenly compressing his lips as if in a heroic effort to repress his emotion, flung himself into a chair, turning his back and crossing his legs violently. Miss Gretry stopped, very much disturbed, gazing perplexedly at the coach's heaving shoulders. There was a strained silence then. Isn't that right?" As if with the words she had touched a spring, Monsieur Gerardy bounded to his feet. "Grand God, is that left centre where you have made the entrance? In fine, I ask you a little, is that left centre? You have come in by the rustic bench and practicable table set for breakfast. A fine sight on the night of the performance that. Marian climbs over the rustic breakfast and practicable over the rustic bench and practicable table, ha ha, to make the entrance." Still holding the playbook, he clapped hands with elaborate sarcasm. "Ah yes, good business that. That will bring down the house." Meanwhile the Gretry girl turned again from left centre. "Ah, the old home again, see." "Stop," thundered Monsieur Gerardy. "Is that what you call timid and hesitating? Once more those lines, no, it is not it at all. More of slowness, more of here, watch me." He made the entrance with laborious exaggeration of effect, dragging one foot after another, clutching at the palings of an imaginary fence, while pitching his voice at a feeble falsetto, he quavered. "Ah, the old Homer once more. See, like that," he cried, straightening up. "Now then, we try that entrance again. Do not come on too quick after the curtain. Attention." I clapped my hands for the curtain and count 3. He backed away and, tucking the playbook under his arm, struck his palms together. "Now 1, 2, 3. But this time Isabel Gretry, in remembering her business, confused her stage directions once more. "Ah, the old homes." "Left centre," interrupted the coach, in a tone of long-suffering patience. She paused bewildered, and believing that she had spoken her lines too abruptly, began again. See the clambering. Left centre. Ah, the old homes. Monsieur Gerardy settled himself deliberately in his chair, and resting his head upon one hand closed his eyes. His manner was that of Galileo under torture declaring still it moves. Left centre. Oh ho, yes, I forgot. Monsieur Gerardy apostrophized the chandelier with mirthless humour. Oh ha, she forgot. Still another time Marian tried the entrance, and as she came on, Monsieur Gerardy made vigorous signals to Page, exclaiming in a hoarse whisper, Lady Mary ready, in a minute you come on, remember the cue. Meanwhile Marian had continued, See the clambering vines. Roses. The clambering rose vines. Roses pure and simple. See the clambering roses pure and... Mademoiselle Gretry, will you do me the extreme obligation to bound yourself by the lines of the book? I thought you said... Go on, is it God possible to be thus stupid? Lady Mary ready. See the clambering roses have wrapped the old stones in a loving embrace. The birds build in the same old nests. Well, Lady Mary, where are you? You enter from the porch. I am waiting for my cue, protested Page. My cue is, are there none that will remember me? Say, whispered Landry, coming up behind Page, it would look bully if you could come out leading a greyhound. Ah, so, Mademoiselle Gretry, cried Monsieur Gerardy, you left out the cue. He became painfully polite. Give the speech once more, if you please. A dog would look bully on the stage, whispered Landry, and I know where I could get one. Where? A friend of mine. He's got a beauty blue-grey. They become suddenly aware of a portentous silence. The coach, his arms folded, was gazing at Page with tightened lips. None who will remember me, he burst out at last. 3 times she gave it. Page hurried upon the scene with the words, Ah, another glorious morning. The vines are drenched in dew. Then, raising her voice and turning toward the house, Arthur warned the coach, That's you, Mr. Corthell. Ready? Well then, Mademoiselle Gretry, you have something to say there. I cannot say it, murmured the Gretry girl, her handkerchief to her face. What now? Continue, your lines, or I must not be seen here. It would betray all, then conceal yourself in the arbour. Continue, speak the line, it is the cue of Arthur. I cannot, mumbled the girl behind her handkerchief. Cannot, why then? I have the nosebleed. Upon the instant Monsieur Gerardy quite lost his temper. He turned away, one hand to his head, rolling his eyes as if in mute appeal to heaven, then whirling about, shook his playbook at the unfortunate Marian, crying out furiously. Ah, it lacked but that. You ought to understand at last that when one rehearses for a play one does not have the nosebleed. It is not decent. Miss Gretry retired precipitately, and Laura came forward to say that she would read Marian's lines. No, cried Monsieur Gerardy. You are, if they were all like you. You are obliging, but it does not suffice. I am insulted. The others, astonished, gathered about the coach. They laboured to explain. Miss Gretry had intended no slight. In fact, she was often taken that way. She was excited, nervous. But Monsieur Gerardy was not to be placated. Ah no, he knew what was due a gentleman. He closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows to his very hair, murmuring superbly that he was offended. He had but one phrase in answer to all their explanations. One does not permit oneself to bleed at the nose during rehearsal. Laura began to feel a certain resentment. The unfortunate Gretry girl had gone away in tears. What with the embarrassment of the wrong gown, the browbeating, and the nosebleed, she was not far from hysterics. She had retired to the dining-room with Mrs. Cressler, and from time to time the sounds of her distress made themselves heard. Laura believed it quite time to interfere. After all, who was this Gerardy person to give himself such airs? Poor Miss Gretry was to blame for nothing. She fixed the little Frenchman with a direct glance, and Page, who caught a glimpse of her face, recognized the grand manner, and whispered to Landry, He would better look out. He's gone just about as far as Laura will allow. It is not convenient, vociferated the coach. It is not permissible. I am offended. Monsieur Gerardy, said Laura, we will say nothing more about it, if you please. There was a silence. Monsieur Gerardy had pretended not to hear. He breathed loud through his nose, and Page hastened to observe that anyhow Marian was not on in the next scenes. Then abruptly, and resuming his normal expression, Monsieur Gerardy said, Let us proceed, it advances nothing to lose time. Come, Lady Mary and Arthur ready. The rehearsal continued. Laura, who did not come on during the act, went back to her chair in the corner of the room. but the original group had been broken up. Mrs. Cressler was in the dining room with the Gretry girl, while Jadwin, Aunt Wess and Cressler himself were deep in a discussion of mind-reading and spiritualism. As Laura came up, Jadwin detached himself from the others and met her. "Poor Miss Gretry," he observed, "always the square peg in the round hole. I have sent out for some smelling salts." It seemed to Laura that the capitalist was especially well-looking on this particular evening. He never dressed with the smartness of Sheldon Corthell or Landry Court, but in some way she did not expect that he should. His clothes were not what she was aware were called stylish, but she had had enough experience with her own tailor-made gowns to know that the material was the very best that money could buy. The apparent absence of any padding in the broad shoulders of the frock coat he wore, to her mind, more than compensated for the ready-made scarf, and if the white waistcoat was not fashionably cut, she knew that she had never been able to afford a pique skirt of just that particular grade. "Suppose we go into the reception room," he observed abruptly. "Charlie bought a new clock last week. That's a marvel. You ought to see it." "No," she answered. "I am quite comfortable here and I want to see how Paige does in this act." "I am afraid, Miss Dearborn," he continued as they found their places, "that you did not have a very good time Sunday afternoon." He referred to the Easter festival at his mission school. Laura had left rather early, alleging neuralgia and a dinner engagement. "Why, yes, I did," she replied. "Only, to tell the truth, my head ached a little." She was ashamed that she did not altogether delight in her remembrance of Jadwin on that afternoon. He had addressed the school with earnestness, it was true, but in a strain decidedly conventional, and the picture he made leading the singing, beating time with the hymn book, and between the verses declaring that he wanted to hear everyone's voice in the next verse, did not appeal very forcibly to her imagination. She fancied Sheldon Corthell doing these things, and could not forbear to smile. She had to admit, despite the protests of conscience, that she did prefer the studio to the Sunday school. "Oh," remarked Jadwin, "I am sorry to hear you had a headache. I suppose my little mix," he invariably spoke of his mission children, "thus do make more noise than music." "I found them very interesting." "No, excuse me, but I am afraid you did not. My little mix are not interesting to look at nor to listen to. But I kind off well, I do not know," he began, pulling his mustache. "It seems to suit me to get down there and get hold of these people. You know Moody put me up to it. He was here about 5 years ago and I went to one of his big meetings, and then to all of them. And I met the fellow too, and I tell you, Miss Dearborn, he stirred me all up. I did not get religion. No, nothing like that, but I got a notion it was time to be up and doing. And I figured it out that business principles were as good in religion as they are well, in La Salle Street. And that if the church peopleth men, I mean put as much energy, and shrewdness, and competitive spirit into the saving of souls, as they did into the saving of dollars, that we might get somewhere. And so I took hold of a half-dozen broken down, bankrupt Sunday school concerns over here on Archer Avenue that were fighting each other all the time, and amalgamated them a la regular trust, just as if they were iron foundress, and turned the incompetents out, and put my subordinates in and put the thing on a business basis, and by now I will venture to say there's not a better organized Sunday school in all Chicago, and I will bet if 550 Moody were here today he would say, "Jadwin, well done, thou good and faithful servant." "I have not a doubt of it, Mr. Jadwin," Laura hastened to exclaim, "and you must not think that I do not believe you are doing a splendid work." "Well, it suits me," he repeated. "I like my little mix, and now and then I have a chance to get hold of the kind that it pays to push along. About 4 months ago I came across a boy in the Bible class. I guess he's about 16. Name is Bradley, Billy Bradley, father a confirmed drunk, mother takes in washing, sistery will not speak about. And he seemed to be bright and willing to work, and I gave him a job in my agent's office, just directing envelopes. Well, Miss Dearborn, that boy has a desk of his own now, and the agent tells me he's one of the very best men he's got. He does his work so well that I have been able to discharge 2 other fellows who sat around and watched the clock for lunch hour, and Bradley does their work now better and quicker than they did, and saves me $20 a week. That's $1,000 a year. So much for a business like Sunday school, so much for taking a good aim when you cast your bread upon the waters. The last time I saw Moody I said, "Moody, my motto is not slothful in business, fervent in spirit, praising the Lord." I remember we were out driving at the time. I took him out behind Liza Lash's almost straight Wilkes Blood and Contrat in 210, but you can believe he did not know that, and, as I say, I told him what my motto was, and he said, "Jay, good for you, you keep to that. There's no better motto in the world for the American man of business." He shook my hand when he said it, and I have not ever forgotten it. Not a little embarrassed, Laura was at a loss just what to say, and in the end remarked lamely enough, I am sure it is the right spirit, the best motto. Miss Dearborn, Jadwin began again suddenly, why do not you take a class down there? The little Micks are not so dreadful when you get to know them. I exclaimed Laura rather blankly. She shook her head. Oh no, Mr. Jadwin, I should be only an encumbrance. Do not misunderstand me. I approve of the work with all my heart, but I am not fitted. I feel no call. I should be so inapt that I know I should do no good. My training has been so different, you know, she said, smiling. I am an Episcopalian off the straightest sect of the Pharisees. I should be teaching your little Micks all about the meaning of candles and Eastings, and the absolution and remission of sins. I would not care if you did, he answered. It's the indirect influence I am thinking of, the indirect influence that a beautiful, pure-hearted, noble-minded woman spreads around her wherever she goes. I know what it has done for me, and I know that not only my little Micks, but every teacher and every superintendent in that school would be inspired and stimulated and born again so soon as ever you set foot in the building. Men need good women, Miss Dearborn, men who are doing the work of the world. I believe in women as I believe in Christ. But I do not believe they were made any more than Christ wasto, cultivate beyond a certain point their own souls, and refine their own minds, and live in a sort of warmid-over, dilettante, stainage-lass world of seclusion and exclusion. No, sir, that will not do for the United States, and the men who are making them the greatest nation of the world. The men have got all the Getupanget they want, but they need the women to point them straight, and to show them how to lead that other kind of life that is not all grind. Since I have known you, Miss Dearborn, I have just begun to wake up to the fact that there is that other kind, but I cannot lead that life without you. There's no kind of life that's worth anything to me now that do not include you. I do not need to tell you that I want you to marry me. You know that by now, I guess, without any words from me. I love you, and I love you as a man, not as a boy, seriously and earnestly. I can give you no idea how seriously, how earnestly. I want you to be my wife. Laura, my dear girl, I know I could make you happy. It is not, answered Laura slowly, perceiving as he paused that he expected her to say something, much a question of that. What is it then? I will not make a scene. Do not you love me? Do not you think, my girl, you could ever love me? Laura hesitated a long moment. She had taken the rose from her shoulder, and plucking the petals one by one, put them delicately between her teeth. From the other end of the room came the clamorous exhortations of Monsieur Gerardy. Mrs. Cressler and the Gretry girl watched the progress of the rehearsal attentively from the doorway of the dining-room. Aunt Wess and Mr. Cressler were discussing psychic research and séances on the sofa on the other side of the room. After a while Laura spoke. It is not that either, she said, choosing her words carefully. What is it then? I do not know exactly. For one thing, I do not think I want to be married, Mr. Jadwin, to anybody. I would wait for you. Or to be engaged. But the day must come, sooner or later, when you must be both engaged and married. You must ask yourself some time if you love the man who wishes to be your husband. Why not ask yourself now? I do, she answered. I do ask myself. I have asked myself. Well, what do you decide? That I do not know. Do not you think you would love me in time? Laura, I am sure you would. I would make you. I do not know. I suppose that is a stupid answer. But it is, if I am to be honest, and I am trying very hard to be honest with you, and with myself, the only one I have. I am happy just as I am. I like you and Mr. Cressler and Mr. Corthell everybody. But Mr. Jadwinch looked him full in the face, her dark eyes full of gravity. With a woman it is so seriousto be married, more so than any man ever understood. And oh, one must be so sure, and I am not sure now, I am not sure now. Even if I were sure of you, I could not say I was sure of myself. Now and then I tell myself, and even poor dear Aunt Wess, that I shall never love anybody, that I shall never marry. But I should be bitterly sorry if I thought that was true. It is one of the greatest happinesses to which I look forward, that some day I shall love someone with all my heart and soul, and shall be a true wife, and find my husband's love for me the sweetest thing in my life. But I am sure that that day has not come yet. And when it does come, he urged, may I be the first to know? She smiled a little gravely. Ah, she answered, I would not know myself that that day had come, until I woke to the fact that I loved the man who had asked me to be his wife, and then it might be too late for you. But now at least, he persisted, you love no one. Now, she repeated, I love no one. And I may take such encouragement in that as I can. And then, suddenly, capriciously even, Laura, an inexplicable spirit of inconsistency besetting her, was a very different woman from the one who an instant before had spoken so gravely of the seriousness of marriage. She hesitated a moment before answering Jadwin, her head on one side, looking at the rose leaf between her fingers. In a low voice she said at last, "If you like." But before Jadwin could reply, Cressler and Aunt Wess, who had been telling each other of their experiences, of their premonitions, of the unaccountable things that had happened to them, at length included the others in their conversation. "Jay," remarked Cressler, "did anything funny ever happen to you? Warnings, presentiments, that sort of thing? Mrs. Wessels and I have been talking spiritualism. Laura, have you ever had any experiences?" She shook her head. No, I am too material, I am afraid." "How about you, Jay?" "Nothing much except that I believe in luck a little. The other day I flipped a coin in Gretry's office. If it fell heads I was to sell wheat short, and somehow I knew all the time that the coin would fall heads, and so it 999. "And you made a great deal of money," said Laura. "I know. Mr. Court was telling me. That was splendid." "That was deplorable," Laura said Cressler gravely. "I hope some day," he continued, "we can all of us get hold of this man and make him solemnly promise never to gamble in wheat again." Laura stared. To her mind the word gambling had always been suspect. It had a bad sound. It seemed to be associated with depravity of the baser sort. "Gambling," she murmured. "They call it buying and selling," he went on, "down there in La Salle Street. But it is simply betting. Betting on the condition of the market weeks, even months in advance. You bet wheat goes up. I bet it goes down. Those fellows in the pit do not own the wheat, never even see it, wouldn't know what to do with it if they had it. They do not care in the least about the grain, but there are thousands upon thousands of farmers out here in Iowa and Kansas or Dakota who do, and hundreds of thousands of poor devils in Europe who care even more than the farmer. I mean the fellows who raise the grain, and the other fellows who eat it. It's life or death for either of them, and right between these two comes the Chicago speculator, who raises or lowers the price out of all reason for the benefit of his pocket. You see, Laura, here is what I mean." Cressler had suddenly become very earnest. Absorbed, interested, Laura listened intently. "Here is what I mean," pursued Cressler. "It's like this. If we send the price of wheat down too far, the farmer suffers. The fellow who raises it, if we send it up too far, the poor man in Europe suffers, the fellow who eats it. And food to the peasant on the continent is bread, not meat or potatoes, as it is with us. The only way to do so that neither the American farmer nor the European peasant suffers is to keep wheat at an average, legitimate value. The moment you inflate or depress that, somebody suffers right away. And that is just what these gamblers are doing all the time, booming it up or booming it down. Think of it, the food of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people, just at the mercy of a few men down there on the Board of Trade. They make the price. They say just how much the peasant shall pay for his loaf of bread. If he cannot pay the price, he simply starves. And as for the farmer, why, it's ludicrous. If I build a house and offer it for sale, I put my own price on it, and if the price offered do not suit me, I do not sell. But if I go out here in Iowa and raise a crop of wheat, I have got to sell it, whether I want to or not, at the figure named by some fellows in Chicago. And to make themselves rich, they may make me sell it at a price that bankrupts me." Laura nodded. She was intensely interested. A whole new order of things was being disclosed, and for the first time in her life she looked into the workings of political economy. "Oh, that's only one side of it," Cressler went on, heedless of Jadwin's good-humoured protests. "Yes, I know I am a crank on speculating. I am going to preach a little if you will let me. I have been a speculator myself, and a ruined one at that, and I know what I am talking about. Here is what I was going to say. These fellows themselves, the gambler swell, call them speculators if you like. Oh, the fine, promising manly young men I have seen wrecked absolutely and hopelessly wrecked and ruined by speculation. It's as easy to get into as going across the street. They make 300, 500, yes, even $1,000 sometimes in a couple of hours, without so much as raising a finger. Think what that means to a boy of 25 who's doing clerk work at 7 to 5 a month. Why, it would take him maybe 10 years to save 1,000, and here he's made it in a single morning. Think you can keep him out of speculation then? First thing you know, he's thrown up his honest, humdrum position. I have seen it hundreds of times, son, takes to hanging round the customers' rooms down there on La Salle Street. And he makes a little and makes a little more, and finally he is so far in that he cannot pull out, and then some billionaire fellow who has the market in the palm of his hand tightens one finger, and our young man is ruined, body and mind. He's lost the taste, the very capacity for legitimate business, and he stays on hanging round the board till he gets to be of a sudden an old man. And then some day someone says, 'Why, where's so-and-so?' And you wake up to the fact that the young fellow has simply disappeared last. I tell you, the fascination of this pit gambling is something no one who has not experienced it can have the faintest conception of. I believe it's worse than liquor, worse than morphine. Once you get into it, it grips you and draws you and draws you, and the nearer you get to the end the easier it seems to win, till all of a sudden, there's the whirlpool, Jay, keep away from it, my boy. Jadwin laughed and leaning over, put his fingers upon Cressler's breast, as though turning off a switch. Now, Miss Dearborn, he announced, we have shut him off. Charlie means all right, but now and then someone brushes against him and opens that switch. Cressler good-humouredly laughed with the others, but Laura's smile was perfunctory and her eyes were grave. But there was a diversion. While the others had been talking, the rehearsal had proceeded, and now Paige beckoned to Laura from the far end of the parlour, calling out, Laura Beatrice, it's the third act, you are wanted. Oh, I must run, exclaimed Laura, catching up her playbook. Poor Monsieur Gerardiou must be a trial to him. She hurried across the room, where the coach was disposing the furniture for the scene, consulting the stage directions in his book. Here the kitchen table, here the old-fashioned writing desk, here the armoire with practicable doors, here the window. So, who is on? The young lady of the sick nose, Marian, she is discoverednitting. And then the Duchess later, that's you, Mademoiselle Dearborn, you interrupt, you remember. But then you always are right if they were all like you. Very well, we begin. Creditably enough, the Gretry girl read her part, Monsieur Gerardy interrupting to indicate the crossings and business. Then at her cue, Laura, who was to play the role of the Duchess, entered with the words, I beg your pardon, but the door stood open. May I come in? Monsieur Gerardy murmured, El est vraiment superbe. Laura, to the very life, to every little trick of carriage and manner, was the high-born gentlewoman visiting the home of a dependent. Nothing could have been more dignified, more gracious, more gracefully condescending than her poise. She dramatized not only her role, but the whole of her surroundings. The interior of the little cottage seemed to define itself with almost visible distinctness the moment she set foot upon the scene. Gerardy tiptoed from group to group, whispering, very fine, our Duchess, she would do well professionally. But Mrs. Wessels was not altogether convinced. Her eyes following her niece, she said to Corthell, It's Laura's grand manner. My word, I know her in that part. That's the way she is when she comes down to the parlour of an evening, and Paige introduces her to one of her young men. I nearly die, protested Paige, beginning to laugh. Of course it's very natural I should want my friends to like my sister. And Laura comes in as though she were walking on eggs, and gets their names wrong, as though it did not much matter, and calls them Pinky when their name is Pinkney, and do not listen to what they say, till I want to sink right through the floor with mortification. In haphazard fashion, the rehearsal wore to a close. Monsieur Gerardy stormed and fretted and insisted upon repeating certain scenes over and over again. By 10 o'clock the actors were quite worn out. A little supper was served, and very soon afterward Laura made a move toward departing. She was wondering who would see her home, Landry, Jadwin, or Sheldon Corthell. The day had been sunshiny, warm even, but since 9 o'clock the weather had changed for the worse, and by now a heavy rain was falling. Mrs. Cressler begged the two sisters and Mrs. Wessels to stay at her house overnight, but Laura refused. Jadwin was suggesting to Cressler the appropriateness of having the coupe brought around to take the sisters home, when Corthell came up to Laura. I sent for a couple of hansoms long since, he said. They are waiting outside now, and that seemed to settle the question. For all Jadwin's perseverance, the artists seemed for this time at least have the better of the situation. As the goodbyes were being said at the front door, Paige remarked to Landry, You had better go with us as far as the house so that you can take one of our umbrellas. You can get in with Aunt Wess and me. There's plenty of room. You cannot go home in this storm without an umbrella. Landry at first refused haughtily. He might be too poor to parade a lot of hansom cabs around, but he was too proud, to say the least, to ride in them when someone else paid. Paige scolded him roundly. What next? The idea. He was not to be so completely silly. She did not propose to have the responsibility of his catching pneumonia just for the sake of a quibble. Some people, she declared, never seem to be able to find out that they are grown up. Very well, he announced. I will go if I can tip the driver $1. Paige compressed her lips. The man that can afford dollar tips, she said, can afford to hire the cab in the first place. 7 to 5 cents then, he declared resolutely. Not a cent less. I should feel humiliated with any less. Will you please take me down to the cab, Landry Court? She cried, and without further comment Landry obeyed. Now, Miss Dearborn, if you are ready, exclaimed Corthell as he came up. He held the umbrella over her head, allowing his shoulders to get the drippings. They cried goodbye again all around, and the artist guided her down the slippery steps. He handed her carefully into the hansom, and following drew down the glasses. Laura settled herself comfortably far back in her corner, adjusting her skirts and murmuring, "Such a wet night. Who would have thought it was going to rain? I was afraid you were not coming at first," she added. "At dinner Mrs. Cressler said you had an important committee meeting, something to do with the Art Institute, the award of prizes. Was that it?" "Oh yes," he answered indifferently, "something of the sort was on. I suppose it was important for the Institute. But for me there is only one thing of importance nowadays." He spoke with a studied carelessness, as though announcing a fact that Laura must know already, "and that is to be near you. It is astonishing. You have no idea of it, how I have ordered my whole life according to that idea." "As though you expected me to believe that," she answered. In her other lovers, she knew her words would have provoked vehement protestation. But for her, it was part of the charm of Corthel's attitude that he never did or said the expected, the ordinary. Just now he seemed more interested in the effect of his love for Laura upon himself than in the manner of her reception of it. "It is curious," he continued. "I am no longer a boy. I have no enthusiasms. I have known many women, and I have seen enough of what the crowd calls love to know how futile it is, how empty a vanity of vanities. I had imagined that the poets were wrong, were idealists, seeing the things that should be rather than the things that were." And then, suddenly he drew a deep breath, "This happiness, and to me. And the miracle, the wonderful is there all at once in my heart, in my very hand, like a mysterious, beautiful exotic. The poets are wrong," he added. "They have not been idealists enough. I wish her well, never mind." "What is it that you wish?" she asked, as he broke off suddenly. Laura knew even before she spoke that it would have been better not to have prompted him to continue. Intuitively, she had something more than a suspicion that he had led her on to say these very words, and in admitting that she cared to have the conversation proceed upon this footing, she realized that she was sheering towards unequivocal coquetry. She saw the false move now, knew that she had lowered her guard. On all accounts, it would have been more dignified to have shown only a mild interest in what Corthell wished. She realized that once more she had acted upon impulse, and she even found time to wonder again how it was that, when with this man her impulses, and not her reason, prevailed so often. With Landry or with Curtis Jadwin she was always calm, tranquilly self-possessed. But Corthell seemed able to reach all that was impetuous, all that was unreasoned in her nature. To Landry she was more than anything else, an older sister, indulgent, kind-hearted. With Jadwin she found that all the serious, all the sincere, earnest side of her character was apt to come to the front. But Corthell stirred troublous, unknown deeps in her, certain undefined trends of recklessness. And for so long as he held her within his influence, she could not forget her sex a single instant. It dismayed her to have this strange personality of hers, this other headstrong, impetuous self, discovered to her. She hardly recognized it. It made her a little afraid, and yet, wonder of wonders, she could not altogether dislike it. There was a certain fascination in resigning herself for little instants to the dominion of this daring stranger that was yet herself. Meanwhile Corthell had answered her. "I wish," he said, "I wish you could say something. I hardly know what something to me. So little would be so much." "But what can I say?" she protested. "I do not know. What can I say?" "It must be yes or no for me," he broke out. "I cannot go on this way." "But why not? Why not?" exclaimed Laura. "Why must we terminate anything? Why not let things go on just as they are? We are quite happy as we are. There's never been a time of my life when I have been happier than this last 3 or 4 months. I do not want to change anything. Ah, here we are." The hansom drew up in front of the house. Aunt Wess and Paige were already inside. The maid stood in the vestibule in the light that streamed from the half-open front door, an umbrella in her hand. And as Laura alighted, she heard Paige's voice calling from the front hall that the others had umbrellas, that the maid was not to wait. The hansom splashed away, and Corthell and Laura mounted the steps of the house. "Will not you come in?" she said. "There is a fire in the library." But he said no, and for a few seconds they stood under the vestibule light, talking. Then Corthell, drawing off his right-hand glove, said, "I suppose that I have my answer. You do not wish for a change, I understand. You wish to say by that that you do not love me. If you did love me as I love you, you would wish for just thought a change. You would be as eager as I for that wonderful, wonderful change that makes a new heaven and a new earth." This time Laura did not answer. There was a moment's silence, then Corthell said, "Do you know, I think I shall go away." "Go away?" "Yes, to New York, possibly to Paris. There is a new method of fusing glass that I have promised myself long ago I would look into. I do not know that it interests me much, no, but I think I had better go, at once within the week. I have not much heart in it. but it seems under the circumstances to be appropriate. He held out his bared hand. Laura saw that he was smiling. Well, Miss Dearborn Goodby. But why should you go? She cried distressfully. How perfectly do not go, she exclaimed, then in desperate haste added, it would be absolutely foolish. Shall I stay? He urged. Do you tell me to stay? Of course I do, she answered. It would break up the play you're going, it would spoil my part. You play opposite me, you know, please stay. Shall I stay? He asked, for the sake of your part. There is no one else you would rather have. He was smiling straight into her eyes, and she guessed what he meant. She smiled back at him, and the spirit of daring never more awake in her, replied, as she caught his eye. There is no one else I would rather have. Corthell caught her hand of a sudden. Laura, he cried, let us end this fencing and quibbling once and for all. Dear, dear girl, I love you with all the strength of all the good in me. Let me be the best a man can be to the woman he loves. Laura flashed a smile at him. If you can make me love you enough, she answered. And you think I can, he exclaimed. You have my permission to try, she said. She hoped fervently that now, without further words, he would leave her. It seemed to her that it would be the most delicate chivalry on his part having one, this much to push his advantage no further. She waited anxiously for his next words. She began to fear that she had trusted too much upon her assurance of his tact. Corthell held out his hand again. It is good night then, not Goodby. It is good night, said Laura. With the words he was gone, and Laura, entering the house, shut the door behind her with a long breath of satisfaction. Page and Landry were still in the library. Laura joined them, and for a few moments the three stood before the fireplace talking about the play. Page at length, at the first opportunity, excused herself and went to bed. She made a great show of leaving Landry and Laura alone, and managed to convey the impression that she understood they were anxious to be rid of her. Only remember, she remarked to Laura severely, to lock up and turn out the hall gas. Annie has gone to bed long ago. I must dash along too, declared Landry when Page was gone. He buttoned his coat about his neck, and Laura followed him out into the hall and found an umbrella for him. You were beautiful tonight, he said as he stood with his hand on the door knob. Beautiful. I could not keep my eyes off of you, and I could not listen to anybody but you. And now, he declared solemnly, I will see your eyes and hear your voice all the rest of the night. I want to explain, he added, about those hansoms about coming home with Miss Page and Mrs. Wessels. Mr. Corthell's were his hansoms, of course, but I wanted an umbrella, and I gave the driver 75 cents. Why, of course, said Laura, not quite divining what he was driving at. I do not want you to think that I would be willing to put myself under obligations to anybody. Of course, Landry, I understand. He thrilled at once. Ah, he cried, you do not know what it means to me to look into the eyes of a woman who really understands. Laura stared, wondering just what she had said. Will you turn this whole light out for me, Landry? She asked. I never can reach. He left the front door open and extinguished the jet in its dull red globe. Promptly they were involved in darkness. Good night, she said, is not it dark? He stretched out his hand to take hers, but instead his groping fingers touched her waist. Suddenly Laura felt his arm clasp her. Then all at once, before she had time to so much as think of resistance, he had put both arms about her and kissed her squarely on her cheek. Then the front door closed, and she was left abruptly alone, breathless, stunned, staring wide-eyed into the darkness. Her first sensation was one merely of amazement. She put her hand quickly to her cheek, first the palm and then the back, murmuring confusedly, What, why? Then she whirled about and ran up the stairs, her silks clashing and fluttering about her as she fled, gained her own room, and swung the door violently shut behind her. She turned up the lowered gas and, without knowing why, faced her mirror at once, studying her reflection and watching her hand as it all but scoured the offended cheek. Then suddenly, with an upward, uplifting rush, her anger surged within her. She, Laura, Miss Dearborn, who loved no man, who never conceded, never capitulated, whose grand manner was a thing proverbial, in all her pitch of pride in her own home, her own fortress, had been kissed, like a schoolgirl, like a chambermaid, in the dark, in a corner. And by great heavens, Landry Court, the boy whom she fancied she held in such subjection, such profound respect, Landry Court had dared to kiss her, to offer her this wretchedly commonplace and petty affront, degrading her to the level of a pretty waitress, making her ridiculous. She stood rigid, drawn to her full height in the center of her bedroom, her fists tense at her sides, her breath short, her eyes flashing, her face aflame. From time to time her words, half smothered, burst from her. What does he think I am? How dared he? How dared he? All that she could say, any condemnation she could formulate only made her position the more absurd, the more humiliating. It had all been said before by generations of shopgirls, schoolgirls, and servants, in whose company the affront had ranged her. Landry was to be told in effect that he was never to presume to seek her acquaintance again, just as the enraged hussy of the street corners and Sunday picnics shouted that the offender should never dare speak to her again as long as he lived. Never before had she been subjected to this kind of indignity. And simultaneously with the assurance, she could hear the shrill voice of the drab of the public balls proclaiming that she had never been kissed in all her life before. Of all slights, of all insults, it was the one that robbed her of the very dignity she should assume to rebuke it. The more vehemently she resented it, the more laughable became the whole affair. But she would resent it, and Landry Court should be driven to acknowledge that the sorriest day of his life was the one on which he had forgotten the respect in which he had pretended to hold her. He had deceived her, then, all along, because she had foolishly relaxed a little towards him, permitted a certain intimacy. This was how he abused it. Ah, well, it would teach her a lesson. Men were like that. She might have known it would come to this. Willfully they chose to misunderstand, to take advantage of her frankness, her good nature, her good comradeship. She had been foolish all along, flirting eyes. That was the word for it, flirting with Landry and Corthell and Jadwin. No doubt they all compared notes about her. Perhaps they had bet who first should kiss her. Or, at least, there was not one of them who would not kiss her if she gave him a chance. But if she in any way had been to blame for what Landry had done, she would atone for it. She had made herself too cheap. She had found amusement in encouraging these men, in equivocating, in coquetting with them. Now it was time to end the whole business, to send each one of them to the right about with an unequivocal definite word. She was a good girl, she told herself. She was, in her heart, sincere. She was above the inexpensive diversion of flirting. She had started wrong in her new life, and it was time, high time, to begin over-agging with a clean pagido show these men that they dared not presume to take liberties with so much as the tip of her little finger. So great was her agitation, so eager her desire to act upon her resolve, that she could not wait till morning. It was a physical impossibility for her to remain under what she chose to believe suspicion another hour. If there was any remotest chance that her three lovers had permitted themselves to misunderstand her, they were to be corrected at once, were to be shown their place, and that without mercy. She called for the maid Annie, whose husband was the janitor of the house, and who slept in the top story. "If Henry has not gone to bed," said Laura, "tell him to wait up till I call him, or to sleep with his clothes on. There is something I want him to do for me, something important." It was close upon midnight. Laura turned back into her room, removed her hat and veil, and tossed them with her coat upon the bed. She lit another burner of the chandelier, and drew a chair to her writing desk between the windows. Her first note was to Landry Court. She wrote it almost with a single spurt of the pen, and dated it carefully, so that he might know it had been written immediately after he had left. Thus it ran: "Please do not try to see me again at any time or under any circumstances. I want you to understand very clearly that I do not wish to continue our acquaintance." Her letter to Corthell was more difficult, and it was not until she had rewritten it 2 or 3 times that it read to her satisfaction. "My dear Mr. Corthell," so it was worded, "you ask me tonight that our fencing and quibbling be brought to an end. I quite agree with you that it is desirable. I spoke as I did before you left upon an impulse that I shall never cease to regret. I do not wish you to misunderstand me, nor to misinterpret my attitude in any way. You asked me to be your wife, and very foolishly and wrongly, I gave you intentionally an answer which might easily be construed into an encouragement. Understand now that I do not wish you to try to make me love you. I would find it extremely distasteful. And believe me, it would be quite hopeless. I do not now, and never shall care for you as I should care if I were to be your wife. I beseech you that you will not in any manner refer again to this subject. It would only distress and pain me. Cordially yours, Laura Dearborns." The letter to Curtis Jadwin was almost to the same effect, but she found the writing of it easier than the others. In addressing him she felt herself grow a little more serious, a little more dignified and calm. It ran as follows: "My dear Mr. Jadwin, when you asked me to become your wife this evening, you deserved a straightforward answer, and instead I replied in a spirit of capriciousness and disingenuousness, which I now earnestly regret, and which ask you to pardon and to ignore. I allowed myself to tell you that you might find encouragement in my foolishly spoken words. I am deeply sorry that I should have so forgotten what was due to my own self-respect and to your sincerity. If I have permitted myself to convey to you the impression that I would ever be willing to be your wife, let me hasten to correct it. Whatever I said to you this evening, I must answer no as I should have answered them truthfully and unhesitatingly, no. This, I insist, must be the last word between us upon this unfortunate subject, if we are to continue, as I hope, very good friends. Cordially yours, Laura Dearborns. She sealed, stamped, and directed the 3 envelopes, and glanced at the little leather-cased travelling clock that stood on the top of her desk. It was nearly 2. I could not sleep, she murmured, if I did not know they were on the way. In answer to the bell Henry appeared, and Laura gave him the letters, with orders to mail them at once in the nearest box. When it was all over, she sat down again at her desk, and leaning an elbow upon it, covered her eyes with her hand for a long moment. She felt suddenly very tired, and when at last she lowered her hand, her fingers were wet. But in the end she grew calmer. She felt that at all events she had vindicated herself, that her life would begin again tomorrow with a clean page, and when at length she fell asleep, it was to the dreamless unconsciousness of an almost tranquil mind. She slept late the next morning and breakfasted in bed between 10 and 11. Then, as the last vibrations of last night's commotion died away, a very natural curiosity began to assert itself. She wondered how each of the 3 men would take it. In spite of herself, she could not keep from wishing that she could be by when they read their dismissals. Towards the early part of the afternoon, while Laura was in the library reading Queen's Gardens, the special delivery brought Landry Court's reply. It was one roulade of incoherence, even in places blistered with tears. Landry protested, implored, debased himself to the very dust. His letter bristled with exclamation points and ended with a prolonged wail of distress and despair. Quietly, and with a certain merciless sense of pacification, Laura deliberately reduced the letter to strips, burned it upon the hearth, and went back to her Ruskin. A little later, the afternoon being fine, she determined to ride out to Lincoln Park, not 15 minutes from her home, to take a little walk there, and to see how many new buds were out. As she was leaving, Annie gave into her hands a pasteboard box, just brought to the house by a messenger boy. The box was full of jacqueminot roses, to the stems of which a note from Corthell was tied. He wrote but a single line. So it should have been Goodby after all. Laura had Annie put the roses in Page's room. Tell Page she can have them, I do not want them. She can wear them to her dance tonight, she said. While to herself she added, the little buds in the park will be prettier. She was gone from the house over 2 hours, for she had elected to walk all the way home. She came back flushed and buoyant from her exercise, her cheeks cool with the lake breeze, a young maple leaf in one of the revers of her coat. Annie let her in, murmuring, a gentleman called just after you went out. I told him you were not at home, but he said he would wait. He is in the library now. Who is he? Did he give his name? Demanded Laura. The maid handed her Curtis Jadwin's card. V. That year the spring burst over Chicago in a prolonged scintillation of pallid green. For weeks continually the sun shone. The lake, after persistently cherishing the greys and bitter greens of the winter months, and the rugged whitecaps of the northeast gales, mellowed at length, turned to a softened azure blue, and lapsed by degrees to an unruffled calmness, encrusted with innumerable coruscations. In the parks, first of all, the buds and earliest shoots asserted themselves. The horse-chestnut burgeons burst their sheaths to spread into trefoils and flame-shaped leaves. The elms, maples, and cottonwoods followed. The sooty, blackened snow upon the grass plats in the residence quarters had long since subsided, softening the turf, filling the gutters with rivulets. On all sides one saw men at work laying down the new sod in rectangular patches. There was a delicious smell of ripening in the air, a smell of sap once more on the move, of humid earths disintegrating from the winter rigidity, of twigs and slender branches stretching themselves under the returning warmth, elastic once more, straining in their bark. On the north side in Washington Square, along the Lakeshore Drive, all up and down the Lincoln Park Boulevard, and all through Erie, Huron, and Superior Streets, through North State Street, North Clark Street, and LaSalle Avenue, the minute sparkling of green flashed from tree-top to tree-top, like the first kindling of dry twigs. One could almost fancy that the click of igniting branch tips was audible, as whole beds of yellow-green sparks defined themselves within certain elms and cottonwoods. Every morning the sun invaded earlier the east windows of Laura Dearborn's bedroom. Every day at noon it stood more nearly overhead above her home. Every afternoon the checkered shadows of the leaves thickened upon the drawn curtains of the library. Within doors the bottle-green flies came out of their lethargy and droned and bumped on the panes. The double windows were removed, screens and awnings took their places, the summer pieces were put into the fireplaces. All of a sudden vans invaded the streets, piled high with mattresses, rocking chairs and bird cages. The inevitable spring moving took place. And these furniture vans alternated with great trucks laden with huge elm trees on their way from nursery to lawn. Families and trees alike submitted to the impulse of transplanting, abandoning the winter quarters, migrating with the spring to newer environments, taking root in other soils. Sparrows wrangled on the sidewalks and built ragged nests in the interstices of cornice and coping. In the parks one heard the liquid modulations of robins. The florists' wagons appeared, and from house to house, from lawn to lawn, iron urns and window boxes filled up with pansies, geraniums, fuchsias and trailing vines. The flower beds, stripped of straw and manure, bloomed again, and at length the great cottonwoods shed their berries, like clusters of tiny grapes, over street and sidewalk. At length came 3 days of steady rain, followed by cloudless sunshine and full-bodied, vigorous winds straight from out the south. Instantly the living embers in tree-top and grass-plat were fanned to flame. Like veritable fire the leaves blazed up. Branch after branch caught and crackled, even the driest, the deadest, were enfolded in the resistless swirl of green. Tree-top ignited tree-top. The parks and boulevards were one smother of radiance. From end to end and from side to side of the city, fed by the rains, urged by the south winds, spread billowing and surging the superb conflagration of the coming summer. Then abruptly everything hung poised. The leaves, the flowers, the grass, all at fullest stretch, stood motionless, arrested, while the heat, distilled as it were from all this seething green, rose like a vast pillar over the city, and stood balanced there in the iridescence of the sky, moveless and immeasurable. From time to time it appeared as if this pillar broke in the guise of summer storms, and came toppling down upon the city in tremendous detonations of thunder and weltering avalanches of rain. But it broke only to reform, and no sooner had the thunder ceased, the rain intermitted, and the sun again come forth, than one received the vague impression of the swift rebuilding of the vast, invisible column that smothered the city under its bases, towering higher and higher into the rain-washed, crystal-clear atmosphere. Then the aroma of wet dust, of drenched pavements, musty, acute, unforgettable exhalation of the city's streets after a shower pervaded all the air, and the little outdoor activities resumed again under the dripping elms and upon the steaming sidewalks. The evenings were delicious. It was yet too early for the exodus northward to the Wisconsin lakes, but to stay indoors after nightfall was not to be thought of. After 6 o'clock, all through the streets in the neighborhood of the Dearborns' home, one could see the family groups sitting out upon the front stoop. Chairs were brought forth, carpets and rugs unrolled upon the steps. From within, through the opened windows of drawing-room and parlor, came the brisk gaiety of pianos. The sidewalks were filled with children clamoring at tag, ispy or runchiprun. Girls in shirtwaists and young men in flannel suits promenaded to and fro. Visits were exchanged from stoop to stoop, lemonade was served, and claret punch, in their armchairs on the top step. Elderly men, householders, capitalists, well-to-do, their large stomachs covered with white waistcoats, their straw hats upon their knees, smoked very fragrant cigars in silent enjoyment, digesting their dinners, taking the air after the grime and hurry of the business districts. It was on such an evening as this, well on towards the last days of the spring, that Laura Dearborn and Page joined the Cresslers and their party, sitting out like other residents of the neighborhood on the front steps of their house. Almost every evening nowadays the Dearborn girls came thus to visit with the Cresslers. Sometimes Page brought her mandolin. Every day of the warm weather seemed only to increase the beauty of the two sisters. Page's brown hair was never more luxuriant, the exquisite coloring of her cheeks never more charming, the boyish outlines of her small, straight figure mature, and a little angular as yet never more delightful. The seriousness of her straight-browed, grave, grey-blue eyes was still present, but the eyes themselves were, in some indefinable way, deepening, and all the maturity that as yet was withheld from her undeveloped little form looked out from beneath her long lashes. But Laura was veritably regal. Very slender as yet, no trace of fullness to be seen over hip or breast, the curves all low and flat, she yet carried her extreme height with tranquil confidence, the unperturbed assurance of a chatelaine of the days of feudalism. Her coal-black hair, hypaled, she wore as if it were a coronet. The warmth of the exuberant spring days had just perceptibly mellowed the even paleness of her face, but to compensate for this all the splendor of coming midsummer nights flashed from her deep brown eyes. On this occasion she had put on her coat over her shirtwaist, and a great bunch of violets was tucked into her belt. But no sooner had she exchanged greetings with the others and settled herself in her place than she slipped her coat from her shoulders. It was while she was doing this that she noted, for the first time, Landry Court standing half in and half out of the shadow of the vestibule behind Mr. Cressler's chair. "This is the first time he has been here since that night," Mrs. Cressler hastened to whisper in Laura's ear. "He told me he told me what occurred, you know. He came to dinner tonight, and afterwards the poor boy nearly wept in my arms. You never saw such penitence." Laura put her chin in the air with a little movement of incredulity. But her anger had long since been a thing of the past. Good-tempered, she could not cherish resentment very long, but as yet she had greeted Landry only by the briefest of nods. "Such a warm night," she murmured, fanning herself with part of Mr. Cressler's evening paper, "and I never was so thirsty." "Why, of course," exclaimed Mrs. Cressler. "Isabel," she called, addressing Miss Gretry, who sat on the opposite side of the steps, "is not the lemonade near you? Fill a couple of glasses for Laura and Paige." Paige murmured her thanks, but Laura declined. "No, just plain water for me," she said. "Is not there some inside? Mr. Court can get it for me, cannot he?" Landry brought the pitcher back, running at top speed and spilling half of it in his eagerness. Laura thanked him with a smile, addressing him, however, by his last name. She somehow managed to convey to him in her manner the information that though his offence was forgotten, their old-time relations were not, for one instant, to be resumed. Later on, while Paige was thrumming her mandolin, Landry whistling a second, Mrs. Cressler took occasion to remark to Laura, "I was reading the Paris letter in the Interrotion today, and I saw Mr. Corthell's name on the list of American arrivals at the Continental. I guess," she added, "he's going to be gone a long time. I wonder sometimes if he will ever come back. A fellow with his talent, I should imagine, would find Chicago less congenial anyhow than Paris, but just the same, I do think it was mean of him to break up our play by going. I will bet a cookie that he would not take part any more just because you would not. He was just crazy to do that love scene in the 4th act with you. And when you would not play, of course he would not. And then everybody seemed to lose interest with you two out. Jay took it all very decently though, do not you think?" Laura made a murmur of mild assent. "He was disappointed too," continued Mrs. Cressler. "I could see that. He thought the play was going to interest a lot of our church people in his Sunday school, but he never said a word when it fizzled out. Is he coming tonight?" "Well, I declare," said Laura, "how should I know if you do not?" Jadwin was an almost regular visitor at the Cresslers during the first warm evenings. He lived on the south side, and the distance between his home and that of the Cresslers was very considerable. It was seldom, however, that Jadwin did not drive over. He came in his double-seated buggy, his Negro coachman beside him, the 2 coach dogs, Rex and Rox, trotting under the rear axle. His horses were not showy, nor were they made conspicuous by elaborate boots, bandages, and all the other solemn paraphernalia of the stable. Yet men upon the sidewalks, amateurs, breeders, and the like men who understood good stock never failed to stop to watch the team go by, heads up, the check rein swinging loose, ears all alert, eyes all alight, the breath deep, strong, and slow, and the stride machine-like even as the swing of a metronome, thrown out from the shoulder to knee. Snapped on from knee to fetlock, from fetlock to pastern, finishing squarely, beautifully with the thrust of the hoof, planted an instant, then, as it were, flinging the roadway behind it, snatched up again, and again cast forward. On these occasions, Jadwin himself inevitably wore a black slouch hat, suggestive of the general of the Civil War, a grey dust overcoat with a black velvet collar, and tan gloves, discoloured with the moisture of his palms and all twisted and crumpled with the strain of holding the thoroughbreds to their work. He always called the time of the trip from the buggy at the Cresslers' horse block, his stop-watch in his hand, and as he joined the groups upon the steps he was almost sure to remark, "Tugs were loose all the way from the river. They pulled the whole rig by the reins. My hands are about dislocated." "Paige plays very well," murmured Mrs. Cressler as the young girl laid down her mandolin. "I hope Jay does come tonight," she added. "I love to have him round. He's so hearty and whole-souled." Laura did not reply. She seemed a little preoccupied this evening, and conversation in the group died away. The night was very beautiful, serene, quiet, and at this particular hour of the end of the twilight, no one cared to talk much. Cressler lit another cigar, and the filaments of delicate blue smoke hung suspended about his head in the moveless air. Far off, from the direction of the mouth of the river, a lake steamer whistled a prolonged tenor note. Somewhere from an open window in one of the neighbouring houses, a violin, accompanied by a piano, began to elaborate the sustained phrases of Schubert's serenade. Theatrical as was the theme, the twilight and the muffled hum of the city, lapsing to quiet after the febrile activities of the day, combined to lend it a dignity, a persuasiveness. The children were still playing along the sidewalks, and their staccato gaiety was part of the quiet note to which all sounds of the moment seemed chorded. After a while Mrs. Cressler began to talk to Laura in a low voice. She and Charlie were going to spend a part of June at Oconomowoc in Wisconsin. Why could not Laura make up her mind to come with them? She had asked Laura a dozen times already, but could not get a yes or no answer from her. What was the reason she could not decide? Did not she think she would have a good time? Paige can go, said Laura. I would like to have you take her. But as for me, I do not know. My plans are so unsettled this summer. She broke off suddenly. Oh, now that I think of it, I want to borrow your Idols of the King. May I take it for a day or two? I will run in and get it now, she added as she rose. I know just where to find it. No, please sit still, Mr. Cressler, I will go. And with the words she disappeared indoors, leaving Mrs. Cressler to murmur to her husband. Strange girl, sometimes I think I do not know Laura at all. She's so inconsistent. How funny she acts about going to Oconomowoc with us. Mr. Cressler permitted himself an amiable grunt of protest. Pshaw, Laura's all right, the handsomest girl in Cook County. Well, that's not much to do with it, Charlie, sighed Mrs. Cressler. Oh dear, she added vaguely, I do not know. Do not know what? I hope Laura's life will be happy. Oh, for God's sake, Carrie. There's something about that girl, continued Mrs. Cressler, that makes my heart bleed for her. Cressler frowned, puzzled and astonished. Hey, what? He exclaimed. You're crazy, Carrie. Just the same, persisted Mrs. Cressler, I just yearn towards her sometimes like a mother. Some people are born to trouble, Charlie, born to trouble as the sparks fly upward. And you mark my words, Charlie Cressler, Laura is that sort. There's all the pathos in the world in just the way she looks at you from under all that black hair, and out of her eyes the saddest eyes sometimes, great, sad, mournful eyes. Fiddlesticks, said Mr. Cressler, resuming his paper. I am positive that Sheldon Corthell asked her to marry him, mused Mrs. Cressler after a moment's silence. I am sure that's why he left so suddenly. Her husband grunted grimly as he turned his paper so as to catch the reflection of the vestibule light. Do not you think so, Charlie? I do not know. I never had much use for that fellow anyhow. He's wonderfully talented, she commented, and so refined. He always had the most beautiful manners. Did you ever notice his hands? I thought they were like a barber's. Put him in J.S. rig there behind those horses of his, and how long do you suppose he would hold those trotters with that pair of hands? Why, he blustered, suddenly, they would pull him right over the dashboard. Poor little Landry Court, murmured his wife, lowering her voice. He's just about heartbroken. He wanted to marry her too. My goodness, she must have brought him up with a round turn. I can see Laura when she is really angry. Poor fellow. If you women would let that boy alone, he might amount to something. He told me his life was ruined. Cressler threw his cigar from him with vast impatience. Oh, rot, he muttered. He took it terribly, seriously, Charlie, just the same. I would like to take that young boy in hand and shake some of the nonsense out of him that you women have filled him with. He's got a level head. On the floor every day and never yet bought a hatful of wheat on his own account. Do not know the meaning of speculation and do not want to. There's a boy with some sense. It's just as well, persisted Mrs. Cressler reflectively, that Laura would not have him. Of course they are not made for each other. But I thought that Corthell would have made her happy. But she will not ever marry Jay, he asked her to. She did not tell me, but I know he 999. And she's refused him flatly. She will not marry anybody, she says. Said she did not love anybody and never would. I would have loved to have seen her married to Jay, but I can see now that they would not have been congenial. And if Laura would not have Sheldon Corthell, who was just made for her, I guess it was no use to expect she would have Jay. Laura's got a temperament, and she's artistic, and loves paintings and poetry and Shakespeare and all that, and Curtis do not care for those things at all. They would not have had anything in common, but Corthell was different, and Laura did care for him in a way. He interested her immensely. When he would get started on art subjects, Laura would just hang on every word. My lands, I would not have gone away if I would been in his boots. You mark my words, Charlie, there was the man for Laura Dearborn, and she will marry him yet, or I will miss my guess. That's just like you, Carrie, you and the rest of the women, exclaimed Cressler, always scheming to marry each other off. Why do not you let the girl alone? Laura's all right. She minds her own business and she's perfectly happy, but you would go to work and get up a sensation about her, and say that your heart bleeds for her and that she's born to trouble and has sad eyes. If she gets into trouble, it will be because someone else makes it for her. You take my advice and let her paddle her own canoe. She's got the head to do it, do not you worry about that. By the way, Cressler interrupted himself, seizing the opportunity to change the subject. By the way, Carrie, Curtis has been speculating again. I am sure of it. Too bad, she murmured. So it is, Cressler went on. He and Gretry are thick as thieves these days. Gretry, I understand, has been selling September wheat for him all last week, and only this morning they closed out another schemesome corn game. It was all over the floor just about closing time. They tell me that Curtis landed between 8 and 10,000, always seems to win. I would give a lot to keep him out of it, but since his deal in May wheat he's been getting into it more and more. Did he sell that property on Washington Street? She inquired. Oh, exclaimed her husband, I would forgot, I meant to tell you. No, he did not sell it, but he did better. He would not sell and those department store people took a lease. Guess what they pay him? 300,000 a year. Jay is getting richer all the time, and why he cannot be satisfied with his own business instead of monkeying round LaSalle Street is a mystery to me. But as Mrs. Cressler was about to reply, Laura came to the open window of the parlour. Oh, Mrs. Cressler, she called, I do not seem to find your idols after all. I thought they were in the little bookcase. Wait, I will find them for you, exclaimed Mrs. Cressler. Would you mind? Answered Laura as Mrs. Cressler rose. Inside, the gas had not been lighted. The library was dark and cool, and when Mrs. Cressler had found the book for Laura, the girl pleaded a headache as an excuse for remaining within. The two sat down by the raised sash of a window at the side of the house, that overlooked the side yard, where the morning glories and nasturtiums were in full bloom. The house is cooler, is not it? Observed Mrs. Cressler. Laura settled herself in her wicker chair, and with a gesture that of late had become habitual with her, pushed her heavy coils of hair to one side, and patted them softly to place. It is getting warmer, I do believe, she said rather listlessly. I understand it is to be a very hot summer. Then she added, I am to be married in July, Mrs. Cressler. Mrs. Cressler gasped, and sitting bolt upright stared for one breathless instant at Laura's face, dimly visible in the darkness. Then, stupefied, she managed to vociferate. What, Laura's married, my darling girl? Yes, answered Laura calmly, in Julia maybe sooner. Why, I thought you had rejected Mr. Corthell. I thought that's why he went away. Went away? He never went away. I mean, it's not Mr. Corthell, it's Mr. Jadwin. Thank God, declared Mrs. Cressler fervently, and with the words kissed Laura on both cheeks. My dear, dear child, you cannot tell how glad I am. From the very first I have said you were made for one another, and I thought all the time that you had told him you would not have him. I did, said Laura, her manner was quiet, she seemed a little grave. I told him I did not love him. Only last week I told him so. Well then, why did you promise? My goodness, exclaimed Laura with a show of animation, you do not realize what it's been. Do you suppose you can say no to that man? Of course not, declared Mrs. Cressler joyfully. That's Jay all over. I might have known he would have you if he set out to do it. Morning, noon, and night, Laura continued. He seemed willing to wait as long as I was not definite, but one day I wrote to him and gave him a square no, so as he could not mistake, and just as soon as I would said that hehibigan, I did not have any peace until I would promised him, and the moment I had promised he had a ring on my finger. He would had it ready in his pocket for weeks it seems. No, she explained, as Mrs. Cressler laid her fingers upon her left hand, that I would not have it. Oh, it was like Jay to be persistent, repeated Mrs. Cressler. Persistent, murmured Laura. He simply would not talk of anything else. It was making him sick, he said. And he did have a fever often, but he would come out to see me just the same. One night when it was pouring rain, well, I will tell you. He had been to dinner with us, and afterwards in the drawing-room I told him no for the 100th time just as plainly as I could, and he went away early. It was not 8. I thought that now at last he had given up. But he was back again before 10 the same evening. He said he had come back to return a copy of a book one, had loaned him Jane Eyre. It was raining. I never saw it rain as it did that night. He was drenched, and even at dinner he had had a low fever. And then I was sorry for him. I told him he could come to see me again. I did not propose to have him come down with pneumonia or typhoid or something, and so it all began over again. But you loved him, Laura, demanded Mrs. Cressler. You love him now. Laura was silent, then at length, I do not know, she answered. Why, of course you love him, Laura, insisted Mrs. Cressler. You would not have promised him if you had not. Of course you love him, do not you? Yes, I suppose I must love him, or as you say I would not have promised to marry him. He does everything, every little thing I say. He just seems to think of nothing else but to please me from morning until night. And when I finally said I would marry him, why, Mrs. Cressler, he choked all up, and the tears ran down his face, and all he could say was, 'May God bless you. May God bless you,' over and over again, and his hand shook so that, oh, well, she broke off abruptly. Then added, 'Somehow it makes tears come to my eyes to think of it.' 'But Laura,' urged Mrs. Cressler, 'you love Curtis, do not you? Yow, you're such a strange girl sometimes. Dear child, talk to me as though I were your mother. There's no one in the world loves you more than I do. You love Curtis, do not you?' Laura hesitated a long moment. 'Yes,' she said slowly at length, 'I think I love him very much sometimes. And then sometimes I think I do not. I cannot tell. There are days when I am sure of it, and there are others when I wonder if I want to be married after all. I thought when love came it was to be uplifting, something glorious like Juliet's love or Marguerite's. Something that would suddenly,' she struck her hand to her breast, her fingers shut tight, closing to a fist. 'Oh, something that would shake me all to pieces. I thought that was the only kind of love there was.' 'Oh, that's what you read about in trashy novels,' Mrs. Cressler assured her, 'or the kind you see at the matinees. I would not let that bother me, Laura. There's no doubt that Jay loves you.' Laura brightened a little. 'Oh no,' she answered, 'there's no doubt about that. It's splendid, that part of it. He seems to think there's nothing in the world too good for me. Just imagine, only yesterday I was saying something about my gloves. I really forget what something about how hard it was for me to get the kind of gloves I liked. Would you believe it? He got me to give him my measure. And when I saw him in the evening he told me he had cabled to Brussels to some famous glover maker, and had ordered I do not know how many pairs.' 'Just like him, cried Mrs. Cressler. 'I know you will be happy, Laura dear. You cannot help but be with a man who loves you as Jay does.' 'I think I shall be happy,' answered Laura, suddenly grave. 'Oh, Mrs. Cressler, I want to be. I hope that I will not come to myself some day after it is too late and find that it was all a mistake.' Her voice shook a little. 'You do not know how nervous I am these days. One minute I am one kind of girl and the next another kind. I am so nervous, I do not know. Oh, I guess it will be all right.' She wiped her eyes and laughed a note. 'I do not see why I should cry about it,' she murmured. 'Well, Laura,' answered Mrs. Cressler, 'if you do not love Curtis, do not marry him. That's very simple.' 'It's like this, Mrs. Cressler,' Laura explained. 'I suppose I am very uncharitable and unchristian, but I like the people that like me, and I hate those that do not like me. I cannot help it. I know it's wrong, but that's the way I am. And I love to be loved. The man that would love me the most would make me love him. And when Mr. Jadwin seems to care so much, and do so much, and you know how I mean, it does make a difference, of course. I suppose I care as much for Mr. Jadwin as I ever will care for any man. I suppose I must be cold and unemotional.' Mrs. Cressler could not restrain a movement of surprise. 'You unemotional? Why, I thought you just said, Laura, that you had imagined love would be like Juliet, and like that girl in Faust, that it was going to shake you all to pieces.' 'Did I say that? Well, I told you I was one girl one minute and another. I do not know myself these days. Oh, hark,' she said abruptly, as the cadence of hoofs began to make itself audible from the end of the side street. 'That's the team now. I could recognize those horses' trot as far as I could hear it. Let's go out. I know he would like to have me there when he drives up.' And you know," she put her hand on Mrs. Cressler's arm as the two moved towards the front door, "this is all absolutely a secret as yet." "Why, of course, Laura dear. But tell me just one thing more," Mrs. Cressler asked in a whisper. "Are you going to have a church wedding?" "Hey, Carrie," called Mr. Cressler from the stoop. "Here's Jay." Laura shook her head. "No, I want it to be very quiet at our house. We will go to Geneva Lake for the summer. That's why, you see, I could not promise to go to Okanamoak with you." They came out upon the front steps, Mrs. Cressler's arm around Laura's waist. It was dark by now, and the air was perceptibly warmer. The team was swinging down the street close at hand, the hoof-beats exactly timed, as if there were but one instead of two horses. "Well, what's the record tonight, Jay?" cried Cressler, as Jadwin brought the bays to a stand at the horse block. Jadwin did not respond until he had passed the reins to the coachman, and taking the stop-watch from the latter's hand, he drew on his cigar and held the glowing tip to the dial. 11 minutes and a quarter, he announced, and we had to wait for the bridge at that. He came up the steps, fanning himself with his slouch hat, and dropped into the chair that Landry had brought for him. "Upon my word," he exclaimed, gingerly drawing off his driving gloves, "I have no feeling in my fingers at all. Those fellows will pull my hands clean off some day." But he was hardly settled in his place before he proposed to send the coachman home, and to take Laura for a drive towards Lincoln Park, and even a little way into the park itself. He promised to have her back within an hour. "I have not any hat," objected Laura. "I should love to go, but I ran over here tonight without any hat." "Well, I would not let that stand in my way, Laura," protested Mrs. Cressler. "It will be simply heavenly in the park on such a night as this." In the end, Laura borrowed Paige's hat, and Jadwin took her away. In the light of the street lamps, Mrs. Cressler and the others watched them drive off, sitting side by side behind the fine horses. Jadwin, broad-shouldered, a fresh cigar in his teeth, each rein in a double turn about his large, hard hands. Laura, slim, erect, pale, her black, thick hair throwing a tragic shadow low upon her forehead. "A fine-looking couple," commented Mr. Cressler as they disappeared. The hoofbeats died away, the team vanished. Landry Court, who stood behind the others watching, turned to Mrs. Cressler. She thought she detected a little unsteadiness in his voice, but he repeated bravely, Yes, that's right. They are a fine-looking couple together, are not they? A fine-looking couple, to say the least." A week went by, then two, soon May had passed. On the 15th of that month, Laura's engagement to Curtis Jadwin was formally announced. The day of the wedding was set for the first week in June. During this time, Laura was never more changeable, more puzzling. Her vivacity seemed suddenly to have been trebled, but it was invaded frequently by strange reactions and perversities that drove her friends and family to distraction. About a week after her talk with Mrs. Cressler, Laura broke the news to Paige. It was a Monday morning. She had spent the time since breakfast in putting her bureau drawers to rights, scattering sachet powders in them, then leaving them open so as to perfume the room. At last she came into the front upstairs sitting room, a heap of gloves, stockings, collarettes, odds and ends of a wildly disordered wardrobe in her lap. She tumbled all these upon the hearth rug, and sat down upon the floor to sort them carefully. At her little desk nearby, Paige, in a blue and white shirt waist and golf skirt, her slim little ankles demurely crossed, a cone of foolscap over her forearm to guard against ink spots, was writing in her journal. This was an interminable affair, voluminous, complex, that the young girl had kept ever since she was 15. She wrote in it hardly knew what the small doings of the previous day, her comings and goings, accounts of dances, estimates of new acquaintances, but besides this she filled page after page with impressions, outpourings, queer little speculations about her soul, quotations from poets, solemn criticisms of new novels, or as often as not mere purposeless meanderings of words, exclamatory, rhapsodist-involved lucubrations quite meaningless and futile, but which at times she reread with vague thrills of emotion and mystery. On this occasion Paige wrote rapidly and steadily for a few moments after Laura's entrance into the room. Then she paused, her eyes growing wide and thoughtful. She wrote another line and paused again. Seated on the floor, her hands full of gloves, Laura was murmuring to herself, "Those are good and the black suedes make 8, and if I could only find the mate to this white one, here it is. That makes 9 pair." She put the gloves aside, and turning to the stockings drew one of the silk ones over her arm, and spread out her fingers in the foot. "Oh dear," she whispered, "there's a thread started, and now it will simply run the whole length." Paige's scratching paused again. "Laura," she asked dreamily, "Laura, how do you spell abysmal?" "With a Y, honey," answered Laura, careful not to smile. "Oh, Laura," asked Paige, "do you ever get very, very sad without knowing why?" "No, indeed," answered her sister, as she peeled the stocking from her arm. "When I am sad I know just the reason, you may be sure." Paige sighed again. "Oh, I do not know," she murmured indefinitely. "I lie awake at night sometimes and wish I were dead." "You must not get morbid, honey," answered her older sister calmly. "It is not natural for a young healthy little body like you to have such gloomy notions." "Last night," continued Paige, "I got up out of bed and sat by the window a long time. And everything was so still and beautiful, and the moonlight and Alan, I said right out loud to myself, 'My breath to heaven in vapor goes.' You know those lines from Tennyson, 'My breath to heaven in vapor goes. May my soul follow soon.' I said it right out loud just like that, and it was just as though something in me had spoken. I got my journal and wrote down, 'Yet in a few days, and the all-beholding sun shall see no more.' It's from Thanatopsis, you know, and I thought how beautiful it would be to leave all this world, and soar, right up to higher planes and be at peace. Laura, dearest, do you think I ever ought to marry?" "Why not, girlie? Why should not you marry? Of course you will marry some day if you find—" "I should like to be a nun," Paige interrupted, shaking her head mournfully. "If you find the man who loves you," continued Laura, "and whom you admire and respect, whom you love. What would you say, honey, if your sister, if I should be married some of these days. Paige wheeled about in her chair. Oh, Laura, tell me, she cried, are you joking? Are you going to be married? Who to? I had not an idea, but I thought I suspected. Well, observed Laura slowly, I might as well tell you someone will if I don't, Mr. Jadwin wants me to marry him. And what did you say? What did you say? Oh, I will never tell. Oh, Laura, tell me all about it. Well, why should not I marry him? Yes, I promised, I said yes. Why should not I? He loves me and he is rich, is not that enough? Oh no, it is not. You must love, you do love him. I love, pooh, cried Laura, indeed not, I love nobody. Oh, Laura, protested Paige earnestly, do not talk that way, you must not, it's wicked. Laura put her head in the air. I would not give any man that much satisfaction. I think that is the way it ought to be. A man ought to love a woman more than she loves him. It ought to be enough for him if she lets him give her everything she wants in the world. He ought to serve her like the old knights give up his whole life to satisfy some whim of hers, and it's her part if she likes to be cold and distant. That's my idea of love. Yes, but they were not cold and proud to their knights after they would promise to marry them, urged Paige. They loved them in the end and married them for love. Oh, love, mocked Laura, I do not believe in love. You only get your ideas of it from trashy novels and matinees. Girlie, cried Laura, I am going to have the most beautiful gowns. They are the last things that Miss Dearborn shall buy for herself. Ange fetched a long breath. I tell you they are going to be creations. When at length the lunch bell rang, Laura jumped to her feet, adjusting her coiffure with thrusts of her long white hands, the fingers extended, and ran from the room exclaiming that the whole morning had gone and that half her bureau drawers were still in disarray. Paige, left alone, sat for a long time lost in thought, sighing deeply at intervals. Then at last she wrote in her journal, a world without love, oh, what an awful thing that would be. Oh, love is so beautiful, that it makes me sad. When I think of love in all its beauty I am sad, sad like Romola in George Eliot's well-known novel of the same name. She locked up her journal in the desk drawer and wiped her pen point until it shone upon a little square of chamois skin. Her writing desk was a miracle of neatness, everything in its precise place, the writing paper in geometrical parallelograms, the pen tray neatly polished. On the hearth rug where Laura had sat, Paige's searching eye discovered traces of her occupancy: a glove button, a white thread, a hairpin. Paige was at great pains to gather them up carefully and drop them into the waste basket. Laura is so flyaway, she observed soberly. When Laura told the news to Aunt Wess, the little old lady showed no surprise. I have been expecting it of late, she remarked. Well, Laura, Mr. Jadwin is a man of parts, though to tell the truth, I thought at first it was to be that Mr. Corthell. He always seemed so distinguished-looking and elegant. I suppose now that young Mr. Court will have a regular conniption fit. Oh, Landry, murmured Laura. Where are you going to live, Laura? Here, my word, child, do not be afraid to tell me I must pack. Why, bless you. No, exclaimed Laura energetically, you are to stay right here. We will talk it all over just as soon as I know more decidedly what our plans are to be. No, we will not live here. Mr. Jadwin is going to buy a new house on the corner of North Avenue and State Street. It faces Lincoln Park, you know it, the Farnsworth place. Why, my word, Laura, cried Aunt Wess amazed, why, it's a palace, of course I know it. Why, it takes in the whole block, child, and there's a conservatory pretty near as big as this house. Well, yes, I know, answered Laura, shaking her head. It takes my breath away sometimes. Mr. Jadwin tells me there's an art gallery too, with an organ in it, a full-sized church organ. Think of it. Is not it beautiful, beautiful, is not it a happiness? And I will have my own carriage and coupe, and oh, Aunt Wess, a saddle horse if I want to, and a box at the opera, and a country place that is to be bought day after tomorrow. It's at Geneva Lake. We are to go there after we are married, and Mr. Jadwin has bought the dearest, loveliest, daintiest little steam yacht. He showed the photograph of her yesterday. Oh, honey, it all comes over me sometimes. Think only a year ago, less than that, I was vegetating there at Barrington, among those wretched old Bluenoses, helping Martha with the preserves and all, and Nosh threw her arms wide, I'm just going to live. Think of it, that beautiful house and servants and carriages and paintings, and oh, honey, how I will dress the part. But I would not think of those things so much, Laura, answered Aunt Wess rather seriously. Child, you are not marrying him for carriages and organs and saddle horses and such. You are marrying this Mr. Jadwin because you love him, are not you? Oh, cried Laura, I would marry a ragamuffin if he gave me all these things, gave them to me because he loved me. Aunt Wess stared. I would not talk that way, Laura, she remarked, even in fun, at least not before Paige. That same evening Jadwin came to dinner with the two sisters and their aunt. The usual evening drive with Laura was foregone for this occasion. Jadwin had stayed very late at his office, and from there was to come direct to the Dearborns. Besides that, Nip the trotters were named Nip, and Tuck was lame. As early as 4 o'clock in the afternoon Laura, suddenly moved by an unreasoning caprice, began to prepare an elaborate toilet. Not since the opera night had she given so much attention to her appearance. She sent out for an extraordinary quantity of flowers for the table, flowers for Paige and Aunt Wess, great American beauties for her corsage, and a huge bunch of violets for the bowl in the library. She insisted that Paige should wear her smartest frock and Mrs. Wessel's her grenadine of great occasions. As for herself, she decided upon a dinner gown of black décolleté with sleeves of lace. Her hair she dressed higher than ever. She resolved upon wearing all her jewelry, and to that end put on all her rings, secured the roses in place with an amethyst brooch, caught up the little locks at the back of her head with a heart-shaped pin of tiny diamonds, and even fastened the ribbon of satin that girdled her waist, with a clasp of flawed turquoises. Until 5 in the afternoon she was in the gayest spirits, and went down to the dining-room to supervise the setting of the table, singing to herself. Then, almost at the very last, when Jadwin might be expected at any moment, her humour changed again and again for no discoverable reason. Paige, who came into her sister's room after dressing to ask how she looked, found her harassed and out of sorts. She was moody, spoke in monosyllables, and suddenly declared that the wearing anxiety of housekeeping was driving her to distraction. Of all days in the week, why had Jadwin chosen this particular one to come to dinner? Men had no sense, could not appreciate a woman's difficulties. Oh, she would be glad when the evening was over. Then, as an ultimate disaster, she declared that she herself looked Dutchy. There was no style, no smartness to her dress, her hair was arranged unbecomingly, she was growing thin, peaked. In a word, she looked Dutchy. All at once she flung off her roses and dropped into a chair. "I will not go down tonight," she cried. "You and Aunt Wess must make out to receive Mr. Jadwin. I simply will not see anyone tonight, Mr. Jadwin least of all. Tell him I am gone to bed sick, which is the truth. I am going to bed, my head is splitting." All persuasion, entreaty, or cajolery availed nothing. Neither Paige nor Aunt Wess could shake her decision. At last Paige hazarded a remonstrance to the effect that if she had known that Laura was not going to be at dinner, she would not have taken such pains with her own toilet. Promptly thereat Laura lost her temper. "I do declare, Paige," she exclaimed, "it seems to me that I get very little thanks for ever taking any interest in your personal appearance. There is not a girl in Chicago, no millionaire's daughter has any prettier gowns than you. I plan, and go to the most expensive dressmakers so that you will be well dressed, and just as soon as I dare to express the desire to see you appear like a gentlewoman, I get it thrown in my face. And why do I do it? I am sure I do not know. It's because I am a poor, weak, foolish, indulgent sister. I have given up the idea of ever being loved by you, but I do insist on being respected." Laura rose, stately, severe. It was the grand manner now, unequivocally, unmistakably. "I do insist upon being respected," she repeated. "It would be wrong and wicked of me to allow you to ignore and neglect my every wish. I will not have it, I will not tolerate it." Paige, aroused, indignant, disdained an answer but drew in her breath and held it hard, her lips tight pressed. "It's all very well for you to pose, miss," Laura went on, "to pose as injured innocence. But you understand very well what I mean. If you do not love me, at least I shall not allow you to flout me deliberately, defiantly. And it does seem strange," she added, her voice beginning to break, "that when we two are all alone in the world, when there's no father or mother and you are all I have, and when I love you as I do, that there might be on your part a little consideration when I only want to be loved for my own sake, and not when I want to be, loved." The two sisters were in each other's arms by now, and Paige was crying no less than Laura. "Oh, little sister," exclaimed Laura, "I know you love me. I know you do. I did not mean to say that. You must forgive me and be very kind to me these days. I know I am cross, but sometimes these days I am so excited and nervous I cannot help it, and you must try to bear with me. Hark, there's the bell." Listening, they heard the servant open the door, and then the sound of Jadwin's voice and the clank of his cane in the porcelain cane rack. But still Laura could not be persuaded to go down. No, she was going to bed. She had neuralgia. She was too nervous to so much as think. Her gown was Dutchy. And in the end, so unshakable was her resolve that Paige and her aunt had to sit through the dinner with Jadwin and entertain him as best they could. But as the coffee was being served, the three received a genuine surprise. Laura appeared. All her finery was laid off. She wore the simplest, the most veritably monastic of her dresses, plain to the point of severity. Her hands were bare of rings. Not a single jewel, not even the most modest ornament relieved her sober appearance. She was very quiet, spoke in a low voice and declared she had come down only to drink a glass of mineral water and then to return at once to her room. As a matter of fact, she did nothing of the kind. The others prevailed upon her to take a cup of coffee. Then the dessert was recalled, and, forgetting herself in an animated discussion with Jadwin as to the name of their steam yacht, she ate 2 plates of wine jelly before she was aware. She expressed a doubt as to whether a little salad would do her good, and after a vehement exhortation from Jadwin, allowed herself to be persuaded into accepting a sufficiently generous amount. I think a classical name would be best for the boat, she declared, something like Arethusa or the Nereid. They rose from the table and passed into the library. The evening was sultry, threatening a rainstorm, and they preferred not to sit on the stoop. Jadwin lit a cigar. He still wore his business clothes, the inevitable cutaway, white waistcoat, and grey trousers of the middle-aged man of affairs. "Oh, call her the Artemis," suggested Paige. "Well, now, to tell the truth," observed Jadwin, "those names look pretty in print, but somehow I do not fancy them. They are hard to read, and they sound somehow frilled up and fancy. But if you are satisfied—" "I knew a young man once," began Aunt Wess, "who had a boat that was when we lived at Kenwood, and Mr. Wessels belonged to the Farragut end. This young man had a boat he called Fanchon. He got tipped over in her one day, he and the 3 daughters of a lady I knew well, and 2 days afterward they found them at the bottom of the lake, all holding on to each other, and they fetched them up just like that in one piece. The mother of those girls never smiled once since that day, and her hair turned snow white. That was in 17, I remember it perfectly. The boat's name was Fanchon." "But that was a sailboat," Aunt Wess objected Laura. "Ours is a steam yacht. There's all the difference in the world." "I guess they are all pretty risky, those pleasure boats," answered Aunt Wess. "My word, you could not get me to set foot on one." Jadwin nodded his head at Laura, his eyes twinkling. "Well, we will leave 'em all at home, Laura, when we go," he said. A little later one of Paige's young men called to see her, and Paige took him off into the drawing-room across the hall. Mrs. Wessels seized upon the occasion to slip away unobserved, and Laura and Jadwin were left alone. "Well, my girl," began Jadwin, "how's the day gone with you?" She had been seated at the centre table, by the drop light, the only light in the room, turning over the leaves of the Age of Fable, looking for graceful and appropriate names for the yacht. Jadwin leaned over her and put his hand upon her shoulder. "Oh, about the same as usual," she answered. "I told Paige and Aunt Wess this morning." "What did they have to say?" Jadwin laid a soft but clumsy hand upon Laura's head, adding, "Laura, you have the most wonderful hair I ever saw." "Oh, they were not surprised." "Curtis, do not, you are mussing me." She moved her head impatiently, but then smiling as if to mitigate her abruptness, said, "It always makes me nervous to have my hair touched." "No, they were not surprised, unless it was that we were to be married so soon. They were surprised at that. You know I always said it was too soon. Why not put it off, Curtis, until the winter?" But he scouted this, and then, as she returned to the subject again, interrupted her, drawing some papers from his pocket. "Oh, by the way," he said, "here are the sketch plans for the alterations of the house at Geneva. The contractor brought them to the office today. He's made that change about the dining room." "Oh," exclaimed Laura, interested at once, "you mean about building on the conservatory?" "No," answered Jadwin a little slowly. "You see, Laura, the difficulty is in getting the thing done this summer. When we go up there we want everything finished, do not we? We do not want a lot of workmen clattering around. I thought maybe we could wait about that conservatory till next year, if you did not mind." Laura acquiesced readily enough, but Jadwin could see that she was a little disappointed. Thoughtful, he tugged his moustache in silence for a moment. Perhaps, after all, it could be arranged. Then an idea presented itself to him. Smiling a little awkwardly, he said, "Laura, I tell you what, I will make a bargain with you." She looked up as he hesitated. Jadwin sat down at the table opposite her and leaned forward upon his folded arms. "Do you know," he began, "I happen to think, well, here's what I mean," he suddenly declared decisively. "Do you know, Laura, that ever since we have been engaged you have never kissed me of your own accord. It's foolish to talk that way now, is not it? But, by George, that would be such a wonderful thing for me. I know," he hastened to add, "I know, Laura, you are not demonstrative. I ought not to expect, maybe, that you maybe it is not much. But I was thinking a while ago that there would not be a sweeter thing imaginable for me than if my own girl would come up to me some time when I was not thinking and of her own accord, put her 2 arms around me and kiss me. And well, I was thinking about it," and he hesitated again, then finished abruptly with, "and it occurred to me that you never had." Laura made no answer but smiled rather indefinitely as she continued to search the pages of the book, her head to one side. Jadwin continued, "We will call it a bargain. Some day before very long, mind you are going to kiss Meth that way, understand, of your own accord when I am not thinking of it, and I will get that conservatory in for you. I will manage it somehow. I will start those fellows at it tomorrow at 20 of 'em if it's necessary. How about it? Is it a bargain, some day before long? What do you say?" Laura hesitated, singularly embarrassed, unable to find the right words. "Is it a bargain?" persisted Jadwin. "Oh, if you put it that way," she murmured, "I suppose so's. You will not forget, because I shall not speak about it again. Promise you will not forget." "No, I will not forget. Why not call her the Thetis?" "I was going to suggest the dart, or the swallow, or the arrow. Something like that'll give a notion of speed." "No, I like the Thetis best." "That settles it then. She's your steam yacht, Laura." Later on, when Jadwin was preparing to depart, they stood for a moment in the hallway, while he drew on his gloves and took a fresh cigar from his case. "I will call for you here at about 10, he said. "Will that do?" He spoke of the following morning. He had planned to take Paige, Mrs. Wessels, and Laura on a day's excursion to Geneva Lake to see how work was progressing on the country house. Jadwin had set his mind upon passing the summer months after the marriage at the lake, and as the early date of the ceremony made it impossible to erect a new building, he had bought, and was now causing to be remodeled, an old but very well constructed house just outside of the town, and once occupied by a local magistrate. The grounds were ample, filled with shade and fruit trees, and fronted upon the lake. Laura had never seen her future country home, but for the past month Jadwin had had a small army of workmen and mechanics busy about the place, and had managed to galvanize the contractors with some of his own energy and persistence. There was every probability that the house and grounds would be finished in time. "Very well," said Laura in answer to his question, "at 10 we will be ready. Good night." She held out her hand, but Jadwin put it quickly aside and took her swiftly and strongly into his arms, and turning her face to his, kissed her cheek again and again. Laura submitted, protesting, "Curtis, such foolishness. Oh dear, cannot you love me without crumpling me so? Curtis, please, you are so rough with me, dear." She pulled away from him and looked up into his face, surprised to find it suddenly flushed. His eyes were flashing. "My God," he murmured with a quick intake of breath, "my God, how I love you, my girl. Just the touch of your hand, the smell of your hair. Oh, sweetheart, it is wonderful, wonderful." Then abruptly he was master of himself again. "Good night," he said, "good night. God bless you," and with the words was gone. They were married on the last day of June of that summer at 11 o'clock in the morning, in the church opposite Laura's house, the Episcopalian church of which she was a member. The wedding was very quiet. Only the Cresslers, Miss Gretry, Paige, and Aunt Wess were present. Immediately afterward the couple were to take the train for Geneva Lake, Jadwin having chartered a car for the occasion. But the weather on the wedding day was abominable. A warm drizzle, which had set in early in the morning, developed by 11 o'clock into a steady downpour, accompanied by sullen grumblings of very distant thunder. About an hour before the appointed time, Laura insisted that her aunt and sister should leave her. She would allow only Mrs. Cressler to help her. The time passed. The rain continued to fall. At last it wanted but 15 minutes to 11. Paige and Aunt Wess, who presented themselves at the church in advance of the others, found the interior cool, dark, and damp. They sat down in a front pew, talking in whispers, looking about them. Druggeting shrouded the reader's stand, the baptismal font and bishop's chair. Every footfall and every minute sound echoed noisily from the dark vaulting of the nave and chancel. The janitor or sexton, a severe old fellow who wore a skull cap and loose slippers, was making a great to-do with a pile of pew cushions in a remote corner. The rain drummed with incessant monotony upon the slates overhead, and upon the stained windows on either hand. Paige, who attended the church regularly every Sunday morning, now found it all strangely unfamiliar. The saints in the windows looked odd and unecclesiastical. The whole suggestion of the place was uncanonical. In the organ loft, a tuner was at work upon the organ, and from time to time the distant mumbling of the thunder was mingled with a sonorous, prolonged note from the pipes. "My word, how it is raining," whispered Aunt Wess, as the pour upon the roof suddenly swelled in volume. But Paige had taken a prayer book from the rack, and kneeling upon a hassock was repeating the litany to herself. It annoyed Aunt Wess. Excited, aroused, the little old lady was never more in need of a listener. Would Paige never be through? "And Laura's new frock," she whispered vaguely, "it's going to be ruined." Paige, her lips forming the words, "Good Lord deliver us," fixed her aunt with a reproving glance. To pass the time, Aunt Wess began counting the pews, missing a number here and there, confusing herself, always obliged to begin over again. From the direction of the vestry room came the sound of a closing door. Then all fell silent again. Even the shuffling of the janitor ceased for an instant. "Is not it still?" murmured Aunt Wess, her head in the air. "I wonder if that was them. I heard a door slam. They tell me that the rector has been married 3 times. Paige, unheeding and demure, turned a leaf and began with all those who travel by land or water. Mr. Cressler and young Miss Gretry appeared. They took their seats behind Paige and Aunt Wess, and the party exchanged greetings in low voices. Paige reluctantly laid down her prayer book. "Laura will be over soon," whispered Mr. Cressler. "Carrie is with her. I am going into the vestry room. Jay has just come." He took himself off, walking upon his tiptoes. Aunt Wess turned to Paige, repeating, "Do you know they say this rector has been married 3 times? But Paige was once more deep in her prayer book, so the little old lady addressed her remark to the Gretry girl. This other, however, her lips tightly compressed, made a despairing gesture with her hand, and at length managed to say, "Cannot talk. Why, heavens, child, whatever is the matter? Makes them worse, Yuhin. I open my mouth, I've got the hiccups." Aunt Wess flounced back in her seat, exasperated, out of sorts. "Well, my word," she murmured to herself, "I never saw such girls." "Preserve to our use the kindly fruits of the earth," continued Paige. Isabel Gretry's hiccups drove Aunt Wess into the fidgets. They got on her nerves. What with them and Paige's uninterrupted murmur, she was at length obliged to sit in the far end of the pew, and just as she had settled herself a second time, the door of the vestry room opened and the wedding party came out. First Mrs. Cressler, then Laura, then Jadwin and Cressler, and then, robed in billowing white, venerable, his prayer book in his hand, the bishop of the diocese himself. Last of all came the clerk, Arceus, perfumed, a gardenia in the lapel of his frock coat, terribly excited and hurrying about on tiptoe, saying "sh, sh," as a matter of principle. Jadwin wore a new frock coat and a resplendent ascot scarf, which Mr. Cressler had bought for him, and Paige knew at a glance that he was agitated beyond all measure, and was keeping himself in hand only by a tremendous effort. She could guess that his teeth were clenched. He stood by Cressler's side, his head bent forward, his hands' fingers incessantly twisting and untwisting, clasped behind his back. Never for once did his eyes leave Laura's face. She herself was absolutely calm, only a little paler perhaps than usual, but never more beautiful, never more charming. Abandoning for this once her accustomed black, she wore a tan travelling dress, tailor-made, very smart, a picture hat with heavy plumes set off with a clasp of rhinestones, while into her belt was thrust a great bunch of violets. She drew off her gloves and handed them to Mrs. Cressler. At the same moment Paige began to cry softly to herself. "There's the last of Laura," she whimpered. "There's the last of my dear sister for me." Aunt Wess fixed her with a distressful gaze. She sniffed once or twice, and then began fumbling in her reticule for her handkerchief. "If only her dear father were here," she whispered huskily. "And to think that's the same little girl I used to rap on the head with my thimble for annoying the cat. Oh, if Jonas could be here this day." "She will never be the same to me after now," sobbed Paige, and as she spoke the Gretry girl, hypnotized with emotion and taken all unawares, gave vent to a shrill hiccup, a veritable yelp, that woke an explosive echo in every corner of the building. Paige could not restrain a giggle, and the giggle strangled with the sobs in her throat, so that the little girl was not far from hysterics. And just then a sonorous voice, magnificent, orotund, began suddenly from the chancel with the words, "Dearly beloved, we are gathered together here in the sight of God, and in the face of this company to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony." Promptly a spirit of reverence, not to say solemnity, pervaded the entire surroundings. The building no longer appeared secular, unecclesiastical. Not in the midst of all the pomp and ceremonial of the Easter service had the chancel and high altar disengaged a more compelling influence. All other intrusive noises died away. The organ was hushed. The fussy janitor was nowhere in sight. The outside clamor of the city seemed dwindling to the faintest, most distant vibration. The whole world was suddenly removed, while the great moment in the lives of the man and the woman began. Paige held her breath. The intensity of the situation seemed to her, almost physically, straining tighter and tighter with every passing instant. She was awe-stricken, and Laura appeared to her to be all at once a woman transfigured, semi-angelic, unknowable, exalted. The solemnity of those prolonged, canorous syllables, "I require and charge you both," as ye shall answer at the dreadful day of judgment, when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, weighed down upon her spirits with an almost intolerable majesty. Oh, it was all very well to speak lightly of marriage, to consider it in a vein of mirth. It was a pretty solemn affair after all, and she herself, Paige Dearborn, was a wicked, wicked girl, full of sins, full of deceits and frivolities, meriting of punishment and that dreadful day of judgment. Only last week she had deceived Aunt Wess in the matter of one of her young men. It was time she stopped. Today would mark a change. Henceforward, she resolved, she would lead a new life. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. To Paige's mind, the venerable bishop's voice was filling all the church. As on the day of Pentecost, when the apostles received the Holy Ghost, the building was filled with a mighty rushing wind. She knelt down again but could not bring herself to close her eyes completely. From under her lids she still watched her sister and Jadwin. How Laura must be feeling now. She was, in fact, very pale. There was emotion in Jadwin's eyes. Paige could see them plainly. It seemed beautiful that even he, the strong, modern man of affairs, should be so moved. How he must love Laura. He was fine, he was noble. And all at once this fineness and nobility of his so affected her that she began to cry again. Then suddenly came the words, "That in the world to come ye may have life everlasting. Amen." There was a moment's silence, then the group about the altar rail broke up. "Come," said Aunt Wess, getting to her feet, "it's all over, Paige. Come and kiss your sister, Mrs. Jadwin." In the vestry room Laura stood for a moment, while one after another of the wedding party Evan Mr. Cressler kissed her. When Paige's turn came, the two sisters held each other in a close embrace a long moment, but Laura's eyes were always dry. Of all present she was the least excited. "Here's something," vociferated the ubiquitous clerk, pushing his way forward. "It was on the table when we came out just now. The sexton says a messenger boy brought it. It's for Mrs. Jadwin." He handed her a large box. Laura opened it. Inside was a great sheaf of Jacqueminot roses and a card on which was written, "May that same happiness, which you have always inspired, in the lives and memories of all who know you be with you always." Urs S. 100. The party, emerging from the church, hurried across the street to the Dearborns' home, where Laura and Jadwin were to get their valises and hand bags. Jadwin's carriage was already at the door. They all assembled in the parlour, every one talking at once, while the servants, bareheaded, carried the baggage down to the carriage. "Oh, wait a minute, I would forgotten something," cried Laura. "What is it? Here, I will get it for you," cried Jadwin and Cressler as she started toward the door. But she waved them off, crying, No, it's nothing, you would not know where to look." Alone she ran up the stairs, and gained the second story, then paused a moment on the landing to get her breath and to listen. The rooms nearby were quiet, deserted. From below she could hear the voices of the others there, laughter and gaiety. She turned about and went from room to room, looking long into each. First Aunt Wess's bedroom, then Paige's, then the front sitting room, then lastly her own room. It was still in the disorder caused by that eventful morning. Many of the ornaments her own cherished knickknacks were gone, packed and shipped to her new home the day before. Her writing desk and bureau were bare. On the backs of chairs and across the footboard of the bed were the odds and ends of dress she was never to wear again. For a long time Laura stood looking silently at the empty room. Here she had lived the happiest period of her life, not an object there, however small, that was not hallowed by association. Now she was leaving it forever. Now the new life, the untried, was to begin. Forever the old days, the old life were gone. Girlhood was gone. The Laura Dearborn that only last night had pressed the pillows of that bed, where was she now? Where was the little black-haired girl of Barrington? And what was this new life to which she was going forth, under these leaden skies, under this warm mist of rain? The tears sat last were in her eyes and the sob in her throat, and she found herself, as she leaned an arm upon the lintel of the door, whispering, "Goodby, Goodby, Goodby." Then suddenly Laura, reckless of her wedding finery, forgetful of trivialities, crossed the room and knelt down at the side of the bed. Her head in her folded arms, she prayed in the little unstudied words of her childhood, prayed that God would take care of her and make her a good girl, prayed that she might be happy, prayed to God to help her in the new life, and that she should be a good and loyal wife. And then as she knelt there, all at once she felt an arm, strong, heavy, even, laid upon her. She raised her head and looked for the first time direct into her husband's eyes. "I knew," began Jadwin. "I thought, dear, I understand. He said no more than that, but suddenly Laura knew that he, Jadwin, her husband, did understand, and she discovered, too, in that moment just what it meant to be completely, thoroughly understood without chance of misapprehension, without shadow of doubt. Understood, too, her heart's heart, and with the knowledge a new feeling was born within her. No woman, not her dearest friend, not even Paige, had ever seemed so close to her as did her husband now. How could she be unhappy henceforward? The future was already brightening. Suddenly she threw both arms around his neck, and drawing his face down to her, kissed him again and again, and pressed her wet cheek to history stained like her own. "It's going to be all right, dear," he said, as she stood from him, though still holding his hand. "It's going to be all right." Yes, all right, she assented. "I never seemed to realize it till this minute. From the first I must have loved you without knowing it. And I have been cold and hard to you, and now I am sorry. You were wrong, remember that time in the library when you said I was undemonstrative? I am not. I love you dearly, and never for once, for one little moment, am I ever going to allow you to forget it." Suddenly, as Jadwin recalled the incident of which she spoke, an idea occurred to him. "Oh, our bargain, remember, you did not forget after all." "I 999, I did," she cried, "I did forget it. That's the very sweetest thing about it." Romans 6. The months passed. Soon 3 years had gone by, and the third winter since the ceremony in St. James' Church drew to its close. Since that day, when acting upon the foreknowledge of the French import duty, Jadwin had sold his million of bushels short, the price of wheat had been steadily going down. From 93 and 94 it had dropped to the 80s. Heavy crops the world over had helped the decline. No one was willing to buy wheat. The Bear leaders were strong, unassailable. Lower and lower sagged the price. Now it was 7 to 5, now 7 to 2. From all parts of the country, in solid, waveless tides, wheat, mass of it incessantly crushing down the price, came rolling in upon Chicago and the Board of Trade pit. All over the world the farmers saw season after season of good crops. They were good in the Argentine Republic, and on the Russian steppes, in India, on the little farms of Burma, of Mysore, and of Sind. The grain, year after year, headed out fat, heavy, and well-favored. In the great San Joaquin Valley of California, the ranches were one welter of fertility. All over the United States, from the Dakotas, from Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas, and Illinois, from all the wheat belt came steadily the reports of good crops. But at the same time the low price of grain kept the farmers poor. New mortgages were added to farms already heavily papered. Even the crops were mortgaged in advance. No new farm implements were bought. Throughout the farming communities of the Middle West, there were no longer purchases of buggies and parlor organs. Somewhere in other remoter corners of the world, the cheap wheat that meant cheap bread made living easy and induced prosperity. But in the United States, the poverty of the farmer worked upward through the cogs and wheels of the whole great machine of business. It was as though a lubricant had dried up. The cogs and wheels worked slowly and with dislocations. Things were a little out of joint. Wall Street stocks were down. In a word, times were bad. Thus, for 3 years, it became a proverb on the Chicago Board of Trade that the quickest way to make money was to sell wheat short. One could with almost absolute certainty be sure of buying cheaper than one had sold, and that peculiar, indefinite thing known among the most unsentimental men in the world as sentiment, prevailed more and more strongly in favor of low prices. The sentiment, said the market reports, was bearish, and the traders, speculators, eighth chasers, scalpers, brokers, bucket shop men, and the like, all the world of La Salle Street had become so accustomed to these bare conditions that it was hard to believe that they would not continue indefinitely. Jadwin, inevitably, had been again drawn into the troubled waters of the pit. Always, as from the very first, a bear, he had once more raided the market, and had once more been successful. 2 months after this raid, he and Gretry planned still another coup, a deal of greater magnitude than any they had previously hazarded. Laura, who knew very little of her husband's affair, which he seldom alluded, saw by the daily papers that at one stage of the affair the deal trembled to its base. But Jadwin was by now blooded to the game. He no longer needed Gretry's urging to spur him. He had developed into a strategist, bold, of inconceivable effrontery, delighting in the shock of battle, never more jovial, more daring than when under stress of the most merciless attack. On this occasion, when the other side resorted to the usual tactics to drive him from the pit, he led on his enemies to make one single false step. Instantly disregarding Gretry's entreaties as to caution, Jadwin had brought the vast bulk of his entire fortune to bear, in the manner of a general concentrating his heavy artillery, and crushed the opposition with appalling swiftness. He issued from the grapple triumphantly, and it was not till long afterward that Laura knew how near, for a few hours, he had been to defeat. And again the price of wheat declined. In the first week in April, at the end of the third winter of Jadwin's married life, May wheat was selling on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade at 6 to 4, the July option at 6 to 5, the September at 6 to 6 and an eighth. During February of the same year, Jadwin had sold short 500,000 bushels of May. He believed with Gretry, and with the majority of the professional traders, that the price would go to 60. March passed without any further decline. All through this month, and through the first days of April, Jadwin was unusually thoughtful. His short wheat gave him no concern. He was now so rich that a mere 500,000 bushels was not a matter for anxiety. It was the situation that arrested his attention. In some indefinable way, warned by that blessed sixth sense that had made him the successful speculator he was, he felt that somewhere at some time during the course of the winter, a change had quietly, gradually come about, that it was even then operating. The conditions that had prevailed so consistently for 3 years, were they now to be shifted a little? He did not know, he could not say, but in the plexus of financial affairs in which he moved and lived he felt a difference. For one thing, times were better, business was better. He could not fail to see that trade was picking up. In dry goods, in hardware, in manufactures there seemed to be a different spirit, and he could imagine that it was a spirit of optimism. There, in that great city where the heart of the nation beat, where the diseases of the times, or the times' healthful activities were instantly reflected, Jadwin sensed a more rapid, an easier, more untroubled run of life blood. All through the body of things, money, the vital fluid, seemed to be flowing more easily. People seemed richer, the banks were lending more, securities seemed stable, solid. In New York, stocks were booming, men were making money, were making it, spending it, lending it, exchanging it. Instead of being congested in vaults, safes, and cash boxes, tight, hard, congealed, it was loosening, and as it were liquefying so that it spread and permeated the entire community. The people had money. They were willing to take chances. So much for the financial conditions. The spring had been backward, cold, bitter, inhospitable, and Jadwin began to suspect that the wheat crop of his native country, that for so long had been generous and of excellent quality, was now, to prove it, seemed quite possible scant and of poor condition. He began to watch the weather, and to keep an eye upon the reports from the little county seats and centers in the winter wheat states. These, in part, seemed to confirm his suspicions. From Keokuk in Iowa came the news that winter wheat was suffering from want of moisture. Benedict, Yates Center, and Douglas in southeastern Kansas sent in reports of dry, windy weather that was killing the young grain in every direction, and the same conditions seemed to prevail in the central counties. In Illinois, from Quincy and Waterloo in the west, and from Ridgway in the south, reports came steadily to hand of freezing weather and bitter winds. All through the lower portions of the state, the snowfall during the winter had not been heavy enough to protect the seeded grain, but the Ohio crop, it would appear, was promising enough, as was also that of Missouri. In Indiana, however, Jadwin could guess that the hopes of even a moderate yield were fated to be disappointed. Persistent cold weather, winter continuing almost up to the 1st of April, seemed to have definitely settled the question. But more especially Jadwin watched Nebraska, that state which is one single vast wheat field. How would Nebraska do, Nebraska which alone might feed an entire nation? County seat after county seat began to send in its reports. All over the state the grip of winter held firm even yet. The wheat had been battered by incessant gales, had been nipped and harried by frost. Everywhere the young half-grown grain seemed to be perishing. It was a massacre, a veritable slaughter. But for all this, nothing could be decided as yet. Other winter wheat states, from which returns were as yet only partial, might easily compensate for the failures elsewhere, and besides all that, the bears of the Board of Trade might keep the price inert even in face of the news of short yields. As a matter of fact, the more important and stronger bear traders were already piping their usual strain. Prices were bound to decline. The 3 years' sagging was not over yet. They, the bears, were too strong. No bull news could frighten them. Somehow there was bound to be plenty of wheat. In face of the rumors of a short crop, they kept the price inert, weak. On the 10th of April came the government report on the condition of winter wheat. It announced an average far below any known for 10 years past. On March 10th, the same bulletin had shown a moderate supply in farmers' hands, less than 100 million bushels in fact, and a visible supply of less than 40 millions. The bear leaders promptly set to work to discount this news. They showed how certain foreign conditions would more than offset the effect of a poor American harvest. They pointed out the fact that the government report on condition was brought up only to the 1st of April, and that since that time, the weather in the wheat belt had been favorable beyond the wildest hopes. The April report was made public on the afternoon of the 10th of the month. That same evening, Jadwin invited Gretry and his wife to dine at the new house on North Avenue, and after dinner, leaving Mrs. Gretry and Laura in the drawing room, He brought the broker up to the billiard room for a game of pool. But when Gretry had put the balls in the triangle, the two men did not begin to play at once. Jadwin had asked the question that had been uppermost in the minds of each during dinner. "Well, Sam," he had said by way of a beginning, "what do you think of this government report?" The broker chalked his cue placidly. "I expect there will be a bit of reaction on the strength of it, but the market will go off again. I said wheat would go to 60 and I still say it. It's a long time between now and May." "I was not thinking of crop conditions only," observed Jadwin. "Sam, we are going to have better times and higher prices this summer." Gretry shook his head and entered into a long argument to show that Jadwin was wrong. But Jadwin refused to be convinced. All at once he laid the flat of his hand upon the table. "Sam, we have touched bottom," he declared, "touched bottom all along the line. It's a paper dime to the sub-treasury." "I do not care about the rest of the line," said the broker doggedly, sitting on the edge of the table. "Wheat will go to 60. He indicated the nest of balls with a movement of his chin. "Will you break?" Jadwin broke and scored, leaving one ball 3 inches in front of a corner pocket. He called the shot, and as he drew back his cue he said, deliberately, "Just as sure as I make this pocket, wheat will not goof another cent." With the last word, he drove the ball home and straightened up. Gretry laid down his cue and looked at him quickly, but he did not speak. Jadwin sat down on one of the straight-back chairs upon the raised platform against the wall and rested his elbows upon his knees. "Sam," he said, "the time is come for a great big change." He emphasized the word with a tap of his cue upon the floor. "We cannot play our game the way we have been playing it the last 3 years. We have been hammering wheat down and down and down, till we have got it below the cost of production. And now she will not go any further with all the hammering in the world. The other fellows, the rest of this bear crowd, do not seem to see it, but I see it. Before fall we are going to have higher prices. Wheat is going up, and when it does I mean to be right there. We are going to have a dull market right up to the beginning of winter," persisted the other. "Come and say that to me at the beginning of winter, then," Jadwin retorted. "Look here, Sam, I am short of May 500,000 bushels, and tomorrow morning you are going to send your boys on the floor for me and close that trade." "You are crazy, Jay," protested the broker. "Hold on another month and I promise you will thank me." "Not another day, not another hour. This bear campaign of ours has come to an end. That's said and signed." "Why, it's just in its prime," protested the broker. "Great heavens, you must not get out of the game now, after hanging on for 3 years." "I am not going to get out of it." "Why, good Lord," said Gretry, "you do not mean to say that." "That I am going over. That's exactly what I do mean. I am going to change over so quick to the other side that I will be there before you can take off your hat. I am done with a bear game. It was good while it lasted, but we have worked it for all there was in it. I am not only going to cover my May shorts and get out of that trade, but Jadwin leaned forward and struck his hand upon his knee, but I am going to buy. I am going to buy September wheat, and I am going to buy it tomorrow, 500,000 bushels of it, and if the market goes as I think it will later on, I am going to buy more. I am no bear any longer. I am going to boost this market right through till the last bell rings, and from now on Curtis Jadwin spells beautiful elbow. "They will slaughter you," said Gretry, "slaughter you in cold blood. You are just one man against a Gunga gang of cutthroats. Those bears have got millions and millions back of them. You do not suppose, do you, that old man Crooks, or Keniston, or little Sweeney, or all that lot would give you one little bit of a chance for your life if they got a grip on you? Cover your shorts if you want to, but for God's sake do not begin to buy in the same breath. You wait a while. If this market has touched bottom we will be able to tell in a few days. I will admit for the sake of argument that just now there's a pause, but nobody can tell whether it will turn up or down yet. Now's the time to be conservative, to play it cautious." "If I was conservative and cautious," answered Jadwin, "I would not be in this game at all. I would be buying US 4%. That's the big mistake so many of these fellows down here make. They go into a game where the only ones who can possibly win are the ones who take big chances, and then they try to play the thing cautiously. If I wait a while till the market turns up and everybody is buying, how am I any the better off? No, sir, you buy the September option for me tomorrow, 500,000 bushels. I deposited the margin to your credit in the Illinois Trust this afternoon." There was a long silence. Gretry spun a bowl between his fingers, top fashion. "Well," he said at last, hesitatingly, "well, I do not know. Jay, you are either Napoleonic or a colossal idiot." "Neither one nor the other, Samuel. I am just using a little common sense. Is it your shot?" "I am blessed if I know." "Well, we will start a new game. Sam, I will give you 6 balls and beat you. And he looked at his watch. Beat you before 9:30. For $1. I never bet, Sam, and you know it. Half an hour later Jadwin said, Shall we go down and join the ladies? Do not put out your cigar. That's one bargain I made with Laura before we moved in Hereford, that smoking was allowable everywhere. Room enough, I guess, observed the broker, as the two stepped into the elevator. How many rooms have you got here, by the way? Upon my word, I do not know, answered Jadwin. I discovered a new one yesterday. Fact, I was having a look around and I came out into a little kind of smoking room or other that, I swear, I would never seen before. I had to get Laura to tell me about it. The elevator sank to the lower floor, and Jadwin and the broker stepped out into the main hallway. From the drawing room nearby came the sound of women's voices. Before we go in, said Jadwin, I want you to see our art gallery and the organ. Last time you were up, remember, the men were still at work in here. They passed down a broad corridor, and at the end, just before parting the heavy, somber curtains, Jadwin pressed a couple of electric buttons, and in the open space above the curtains sprang up a lambent, steady glow. The broker, as he entered, gave a long whistle. The art gallery took in the height of 2 of the stories of the house. It was shaped like a rotunda, and topped with a vast airy dome of coloured glass. Here and there about the room were glass cabinets full of bibelots, ivory statuettes, old snuff boxes, fans of the 16th and 17th centuries. The walls themselves were covered with a multitude of pictures, oils, watercolours, with 1 or 2 pastels. But to the left of the entrance, let into the frame of the building, stood a great organ, large enough for a cathedral, and giving to view in the dulled incandescence of the electrics, its sheaves of mighty pipes. Well, this is something like, exclaimed the broker. I do not know much about myself, hazarded Jadwin, looking at the pictures, but Laura can tell you. We bought most of while we were abroad, year before last. Laura says this is the best. He indicated a large bougereau that represented a group of nymphs bathing in a woodland pool. Said the broker, you would not want some of your Sunday school superintendents to see this now. This is what the boys down on the board would call a barroom picture. But Jadwin did not laugh. It never struck me in just that way, he said gravely. It's a fine piece of work though, Gretry hastened to add. Fine, great colouring. I like this one pretty well, continued Jadwin, moving to a canvas by detail. It was one of the inevitable studies of a cuirassier, in this case a trumpeter, one arm high in the air, the hand clutching the trumpet, the horse foam-flecked at a furious gallop. In the rear, through clouds of dust, the rest of the squadron was indicated by a few points of colour. Yes, that's pretty neat, concurred Gretry. He's sure got a gait on. Lord, what a lot of accoutrements those French fellows stick on. Now our boys would chuck about 3/4 of that truck before going into action. Queer way these artists work, he went on, peering close to the canvas. Look at it close up and it's just a lot of little daubs, but you get off a distance. Drew back, cocking his head to one side, and you see now. Hey, see how the thing bunches up. Pretty neat, is not it? He turned from the picture and rolled his eyes about the room. Well, well, he murmured. This certainly is the real thing, I suppose now, it all represents a pretty big pot of money. I'm not quite used to it yet myself, said Jadwin. I was in here last Sunday, thinking it all over, the new house and the money and all, and it struck me as kind of queer the way things have turned out for me, Sam. Do you know, I can remember the time up there in Ottawa County, Michigan, on my old dad's farm, when I used to have to get up before daybreak to tend the stock. And my sister and I used to run out quick into the stable and stand in the warm cow fodder in the stalls to warm our bare feet. She up and died when she was about 18, galloping consumption. Yes, sir. By George, how I loved that little sister of mine. You remember her, Sam? Remember how you used to come out from Grand Rapids every now and then to go squirrel shooting with me? Sure, oh, I have not forgot. Well, I was wishing the other day that I could bring Sadie down here, Ando. I do not know give her a good time. She never had a good time when she was alive. Work, morning, noon and night. I would like to have made it up to her. I believe in making people happy, Sam. That's the way I take my fun. But it's too late to do it now for my little sister. Well, hazarded Gretry, you got a good wife in yonder too. Jadwin interrupted him. He half turned away, thrusting his hands suddenly into his pockets. Partly to himself, partly to his friend, he murmured. You bet I have, Sam, he exclaimed, then turned away again. Oh, well, never mind, he murmured. Gretry, embarrassed, constrained, put his chin in the air, shutting his eyes in a knowing fashion. I understand, he answered. I understand, Jay. Say, look at this organ here, said Jadwin briskly. Here's the thing I like to play with. They crossed to the other side of the room. "Oh, you have got one of those attachment things," observed the broker. "Listen now," said Jadwin. He took a perforated roll from the case near at hand and adjusted it, Gretry looking on with the solemn interest that all American business men have in mechanical inventions. Jadwin sat down before it, pulled out a stop or two and placed his feet on the pedals. A vast preliminary roaring breath soughed through the pipes, with a vibratory rush of power. Then there came a canorous snarl of bass, and then, abruptly, with resistless charm, and with full-bodied, satisfying amplitude of volume, the opening movement of the overture of Carmen. "Great, great," shouted Gretry, his voice raised to make himself heard. "That's immense." The great lunged harmony was filling the entire gallery, clear-cut, each note clearly, sharply treated with a precision that, if mechanical, was yet effective. Jadwin, his eyes now on the stops, now on the sliding strip of paper, played on. Through the sonorous clamour of the pipes Gretry could hear him speaking, but he caught only a word or two. "Toreador horsepower, Madame Cav electric motor fine song storage battery." The movement thinned out and dwindled to a strain of delicate lightness, sustained by the smallest pipes and developing a new motive. This was twice repeated, and then ran down to a series of chords and bars that prepared for and prefigured some great effect close at hand. There was a short pause, then with the sudden releasing of a tremendous rush of sound, back surged the melody, with redoubled volume and power, to the original movement. "That's bully, bully," shouted Gretry, clapping his hands, and his eye, caught by a movement on the other side of the room, he turned about to see Laura Jadwin standing between the opened curtains at the entrance. Seen thus unexpectedly, the broker was again overwhelmed with a sense of the beauty of Jadwin's wife. Laura was in evening dress of black lace, her arms and neck were bare, her black hair was piled high upon her head, a single American beauty rose nodded against her bare shoulder. She was even yet slim and very tall, her face pale with that unusual paleness of hers that was yet a colour. Around her slender neck was a marvellous collar of pearls many strands deep, set off and held in place by diamond clasps. With Laura came Mrs. Gretry and Page. The broker's wife was a vivacious, small, rather pretty blonde woman, a little angular, a little faded. She was garrulous, witty, slangy. She wore turquoises in her ears morning, noon and night. But 3 years had made a vast difference in Page Dearborn. All at once she was a young woman. Her straight, hard little figure had developed, her arms were rounded, her eyes were calmer. She had grown taller, broader. Her former exquisite beauty was perhaps not quite so delicate, so fine, so virginal, so charmingly angular and boyish. There was infinitely more of the woman in it, and perhaps because of this she looked more like Laura than at any time of her life before. But even yet her expression was one of gravity, of seriousness. There was always a certain aloofness about Page. She looked out at the world solemnly, and as if separated from its lighter side. Things humorous interested her only as inexplicable vagaries of the human animal. "We heard the organ," said Laura, "so we came in. I wanted Mrs. Gretry to listen to it." The 3 years that had just passed had been the most important years of Laura Jadwin's life. Since her marriage she had grown intellectually and morally with amazing rapidity. Indeed, so swift had been the change, that it was not so much a growth as a transformation. She was no longer the same half-formed, impulsive girl who had found a delight in the addresses of her 3 lovers, and who had sat on the floor in the old home on State Street, and allowed Landry Court to hold her hand. She looked back upon the Miss Dearborn of those days as though she were another person. How she had grown since then, how she had changed, how different, how infinitely more serious and sweet her life since then had become. A great fact had entered her world, a great new element that dwarfed all other thoughts, all other considerations. This was her love for her husband. It was as though until the time of her marriage she had walked in darkness, a darkness that she fancied was day, walked perversely, carelessly, and with a frivolity that was almost wicked. Then suddenly she had seen a great light. Love had entered her world. In her new heaven a new light was fixed, and all other things were seen only because of this light. All other things were touched by it, tempered by it, warmed and vivified by it. It had seemed to date from a certain evening at their country house at Geneva Lake in Wisconsin, where she had spent her honeymoon with her husband. They had been married about 10 days. It was a July evening, and they were quite alone on board the little steam yacht the Thetis. She remembered it all very plainly. It had been so warm that she had not changed her dress after dinner. She recalled that it was of Honiton lace over old rose silk, and that Curtis had said it was the prettiest he had ever seen. It was an hour before midnight, and the lake was so still as to appear veritably solid. The moon was reflected upon the surface with never a ripple to blur its image. The sky was grey with starlight, and only a vague bar of black between the star shimmer and the pale shield of the water marked the shore line. Never since that night could she hear the call of whippoorwills or the piping of night frogs that the scene did not come back to her. The little Thetis had throbbed and panted steadily. At the door of the engine room, the engineer Grey Mac Kenny, his back discreetly turned, sat smoking a pipe and taking the air. From time to time he would swing himself into the engine room, and the clink and scrape of his shovel made itself heard as he stoked the fire vigorously. Stretched out in a long wicker deck chair, hatless, a drab coat thrown around her shoulders, Laura had sat near her husband, who had placed himself upon a camp stool, where he could reach the wheel with one hand. Well, he had said at last, "Are you glad you married me, Miss Dearborn?" And she had caught him about the neck and drawn his face down to hers, and her head thrown back, their lips all but touching, had whispered over and over again, "I love you, love you, love you." That night was final. The marriage ceremony, even that moment in her room, when her husband had taken her in his arms, and she had felt the first stirring of love in her heart, all the first week of their married life had been for Laura a whirl, a blur. She had not been able to find herself. Her affection for her husband came and went capriciously. There were moments when she believed herself to be really unhappy. Then all at once she seemed to awake. Not the ceremony at St. James' Church, but that awakening had been her marriage. Now it was irrevocable. She was her husband's. She belonged to him indissolubly forever and forever, and the surrender was a glory. Laura in that moment knew that love, the supreme triumph of a woman's life, was less a victory than a capitulation. Since then her happiness had been perfect. Literally and truly there was not a cloud, not a mote in her sunshine. She had everything: the love of her husband, great wealth, extraordinary beauty, perfect health, an untroubled mind, friends, position, everything. God had been good to her, beyond all dreams and all deserving. For her had been reserved all the prizes, all the guerdons, for her who had done nothing to merit them. Her husband, she knew, was no less happy. In those first 3 years after their marriage, life was one unending pageant, and their happiness became for them some marvelous, bewildering thing, dazzling, resplendent, a strange, glittering, jeweled wonderworker that suddenly had been put into their hands. As one of the first results of this awakening, Laura reproached herself with having done but little for Paige. She told herself that she had not been a good sister, that often she had been unjust, quick-tempered, and had made the little girl to suffer because of her caprices. She had not sympathized sufficiently with her small troubleso. She made herself believing, had found too many occasions to ridicule Paige's intenseness and queer little solemnities. True, she had given her a good home, good clothes, and a good education, but she should have given more than mere duty gifts. She should have been more of a companion to the little girl, more of a help, in fine, more of a mother. Laura felt all at once the responsibilities of the elder sister in a family bereft of parents. Paige was growing fast, and growing astonishingly beautiful. In a little while she would be a young woman, and over the near horizon, very soon now, must inevitably loom the grave question of her marriage. But it was only this realization of certain responsibilities that during the first years of her married life at any time drew away Laura's consideration of her husband. She began to get acquainted with the real man within them, and that she knew now revealed himself only after marriage. Jadwin, her husband, was so different from, so infinitely better than, Jadwin, her lover, that Laura sometimes found herself looking back with a kind of retrospective apprehension on the old days, and the time when she was simply Miss Dearborn, how little she had known him after all, and how in the face of this ignorance, this innocence, this absence of any insight into his real character, had she dared to take the irretrievable step that bound her to him for life. The Curtis Jadwin of those early days was so much another man. He might have been a rascal, she could not have known it. As it was, her husband had promptly come to be for her the best, the finest man she had ever known, but it might easily have been different. His attitude towards her was thoughtfulness itself. Hardly ever was he absent from her, even for a day, that he did not bring her some little present, some little keepsake, or even a bunch of flowers when he returned in the evening. The anniversaries, Christmas, their wedding day, her birthday, always observed with great eclat. He took a holiday from his business, surprised her with presents under her pillow or her dinner plate, and never failed to take her to the theatre in the evening. However, it was not only Jadwin's virtues that endeared him to his wife. He was no impeccable hero in her eyes. He was tremendously human. He had his faults, his certain lovable weaknesses, and it was precisely these traits that Laura found so adorable. For one thing, Jadwin could be magnificently inconsistent. Let him set his mind and heart upon a given pursuit, pleasure, or line of conduct, not altogether advisable at the moment, and the ingenuity of the excuses by which he justified himself were monuments of elaborate sophistry. Yet, if later he lost interest, he reversed his arguments with supreme disregard for his former words. Then, too, he developed a boyish pleasure in certain unessential though cherished objects and occupations, that he indulged extravagantly and to the neglect of things, not to say duties, incontestably of more importance. One of these objects was the Thetis. In every conceivable particular, the little steam yacht was complete down to the last bolt, the last coat of varnish. But at times during their summer vacations, when Jadwin, in all reason, should have been supervising the laying out of certain unfinished portions of the ground supervision, which could be trusted to no subordinate, would be found aboard the Thetis, hatless in his shirt-sleeves, in solemn debate with the grey Kenny and a cleaning rag, or monkey-wrench, or paint-brush in his hantinkering and pottering about the boat, over and over again. Wealthy as he was, he could have maintained an entire crew on board whose whole duty should have been to screw, and scrub and scour, but Jadwin would have none of it. Costs too much, he would declare with profound gravity. He had the self-made American's handiness with implements and paint-brushes, and he would, at high noon and under a murderous sun, make the trip from the house to the dock where the Thetis was moored, for the trivial pleasure of tightening a bolt which did not need tightening, or wake up in the night to tell Laura of some wonderful idea he had conceived as to the equipment or decoration of the yacht. He had blustered about the extravagance of a crew, but the sums of money that went to the brightening, refitting, overhauling, repainting, and reballasting of the boat, absolutely uncalled for, made even Laura gasp, and would have maintained a dozen sailors an entire year. This same inconsistency prevailed also in other directions. In the matter of business, Jadwin's economy was unimpeachable. He would cavil on a $50 overcharge. He would put himself to downright inconvenience to save the useless expenditure of a diamond, boast of it. But no extravagance was ever too great, no time ever too valuable, when bass were to be caught. For Jadwin was a fisherman unregenerate. Laura, though an early riser when in the city, was apt to sleep late in the country, and never omitted a 2 hours nap in the heat of the afternoon. Her husband improved these occasions when he was deprived of her society, to indulge in his pastime. Never a morning so forbidding that his lines were not in the water by 5 o'clock, never a sun so scorching that he was not coaxing a strike in the stumps and reeds in the shade under the shores. It was the one pleasure he could not share with his wife. Laura was unable to bear the monotony of the slow-moving boat, the hours spent without results, the enforced idleness, the cramped positions. Only occasionally could Jadwin prevail upon her to accompany him, and then what preparations! Queen Elizabeth approaching her barge was attended with no less solicitude. Kenny, who sometimes acted as guide and oarsman, and her husband exhausted their ingenuity to make her comfortable. They held anxious debates. Do you think she will like that? Would not this make it easier for her? Is that the way she liked it last time? Jadwin himself arranged the cushions, spread the carpet over the bottom of the boat, handed her in, found her old gloves for her, baited her hook, disentangled her line, saw to it that the mineral water in the icebox was sufficiently cold, and performed an endless series of little attentions looking to her comfort and enjoyment. It was all to no purpose, and at length Laura declared, "Curtis, dear, it is no use. You just sacrifice every bit of your pleasure to make me comfortable, to make me enjoy it, and I just do not. I am sorry, I want to share every pleasure with you, but I do not like to fish and never will. You go alone, I am just a hindrance to you." And though he blustered at first, Laura had her way. Once in the period of these 3 years, Laura and her husband had gone abroad, but her experience in England did not get to the continent. That had been a disappointment to her. The museums, art galleries, and cathedrals were not of the least interest to Jadwin, and though he followed her from one to another with uncomplaining stoicism, she felt his distress, and had contrived to return home 3 months ahead of time. It was during this trip that they had bought so many of the pictures and appointments for the North Avenue house, and Laura's disappointment over her curtailed European travels was mitigated by the anticipation of her pleasure in settling in the new home. This had not been possible immediately after their marriage. For nearly 2 years the great place had been given over to contractors, architects, decorators, and gardeners, and Laura and her husband had lived, while in Chicago, at a hotel, giving up the one-time rectory on Cass Street to Paige and to Aunt Wes. But when at last Laura entered upon possession of the North Avenue house, she was no after the first enthusiasm and excitement over its magnificence had died down though pleased with it, though she told herself the contrary. Outwardly it was all that she could desire. It fronted Lincoln Park, and from all the windows upon that side, the most delightful outlooks were obtainable green woods, Open lawns, the parade ground, the Lincoln Monument, dells, bushes, smooth drives, flower beds and fountains. From the great bay window of Laura's own sitting room, she could see far out over Lake Michigan, and watch the procession of Great Lake steamers, from Milwaukee, far distant Duluth, and the Sault Ste. Mary's famous pseudofiling majestically past, making for the mouth of the river, laden to the water's edge with whole harvests of wheat. At night, when the windows were open in the warm weather, she could hear the mournful wash and lapping of the water on the embankments. The grounds about her home were beautiful. The stable itself was half again as large as her old home opposite St. James's, and the conservatory in which she took the keenest delight was a wonderful affair of vast bubble-like structure of green panes, whence winter and summer came a multitude of flowers for the house violets, lilies of the valley, jonquils, hyacinths, tulips, and her own loved roses. But the interior of the house was in parts less satisfactory. Jadwin, so soon as his marriage was a certainty, had bought the house, and had given over its internal furnishings to a firm of decorators. Innocently enough he had intended to surprise his wife, had told himself that she should not be burdened with the responsibility of selection and planning. Fortunately, however, the decorators were men of taste. There was nothing to offend, and much to delight in the results they obtained in the dinning-room, breakfast-room, parlours, drawing-rooms and suites of bedrooms. But Laura, though the beauty of it all enchanted her, could never rid herself of a feeling that it was not hers. It impressed her with its splendour of natural woods and dull colour effects, its cunning electrical devices, its mechanical contrivances for comfort, like the ready-made luxury and convenience of a Pullman. However, she had intervened in time to reserve certain of the rooms to herself, and the said library, her bedroom, and more especially that apartment from whose bay windows she looked out upon the lake, and which, as if she were still in her old home, she called the upstairs sitting-room furnished to suit herself. For very long she found it difficult, even with all her resolution, with all her pleasure in her new-gained wealth, to adapt herself to a manner of living upon so vast a scale. She found herself continually planning the marketing for the next day, forgetting that this now was part of the housekeeper's duties. For months she persisted in doing her room after breakfast, just as she had been taught to do in the old days when she was a little girl at Barrington. She was afraid of the elevator, and never really learned how to use the neat little system of telephones that connected the various parts of the house with the servants' quarters. For months her chiefest concern in her wonderful surroundings took the form of a dread of burglars. Her keenest delights were her stable and the great organ in the art gallery, and these alone more than compensated for her uneasiness in other particulars. Horses Laura adored, black ones with flowing tails and manets, like certain pictures she had seen. Nowadays, except on the rarest occasions, she never set foot out of doors, except to take her carriage, her coupe, her phaeton or her dog-cart. Best of all, she loved her saddle horses. She had learned to ride, and the morning was inclement indeed that she did not take a long and solitary excursion through the park, followed by the groom and Jadwin's 2 spotted coach dogs. The great organ terrified her at first, but on closer acquaintance she came to regard it as a vast-hearted, sympathetic friend. She already played the piano very well, and she scorned Jadwin's self-playing attachment. A teacher was engaged to instruct her in the intricacies of stops and of pedals, and in the difficulties of the echo organ, great organ, choir and swell. So soon as she had mastered these, Laura entered upon a new world of delight. Her taste in music was as yet a little immature Gounod, and even Verdi were its limitations. But to hear, responsive to the lightest pressures of her fingertips, the mighty instrument go thundering through the cadences of the anvil chorus gave her a thrilling sense of power that was superb. The untrained, unguided instinct of the actress in Laura had fostered in her a curious penchant toward melodrama. She had a taste for the magnificent. She revelled in these great musical effects upon her organ, the grandiose easily appealed to her, while as for herself, the role of the grand dame, with this wonderful house for background and environment, came to be for her, quite unconsciously, a sort of game in which she delighted. It was by this means that, in the end, she succeeded in fitting herself to her new surroundings. Innocently enough, and with a harmless, almost childlike, affectation, she posed a little, and by so doing found the solution of the incongruity between herself, the Laura of moderate means and quiet life, and the massive luxury with which she was now surrounded. Without knowing it, she began to act the part of a great lady, and she acted it well. She assumed the existence of her numerous servants as she assumed the fact of the trees in the park. She gave herself into the hands of her maid, not as Laura Jadwin of herself would have done it, clumsily and with the constraint of inexperience, but as she would have done it if she had been acting the part on the stage, with an air, with all the nonchalance of a marquise, within finial the superb condescension of her grand manner. She knew very well that if she relaxed this hauteur, that her servants would impose on her, would run over her, and in this matter she found new cause for wonder in her husband. The servants, from the frigid butler to the under-groom, adored Jadwin. A half-expressed wish upon his part produced a more immediate effect than Laura's most explicit orders. He never descended to familiarity with them, and, as a matter of fact, ignored them to such an extent that he forgot or confused their names. But where Laura was obeyed with precise formality and chilly deference, Jadwin was served with obsequious alacrity, and with a good humour that even livery and correct form could not altogether conceal. Laura's eyes were first opened to this genuine affection, which Jadwin inspired in his servants by an incident which occurred in the first months of their occupancy of the new establishment. One of the gardeners discovered the fact that Jadwin affected gardenias in the lapel of his coat, and thereat was at immense pains to supply him with a fresh bloom from the conservatory each morning. The flower was to be placed at Jadwin's plate, and it was quite the event of the day for the old fellow when the master appeared on the front steps with the flower in his coat. But a feud promptly developed over this matter between the gardener and the maid who took the butler's place at breakfast every morning. Sometimes Jadwin did not get the flower, and the gardener charged the maid with remissness in forgetting to place it at his plate after he had given it into her hands. In the end, the affair became so clamorous that Jadwin himself had to intervene. The gardener was summoned and found to have been in fault only in his eagerness to please. "Billy," said Jadwin to the old man at the conclusion of the whole matter, "you are an old fool." And the gardener thereupon had bridled and stammered, as though Jadwin had conferred a gift. "Now if I had called him an old fool," observed Laura, "he would have sulked the rest of the week." The happiest time of the day for Laura was the evening. In the daytime she was variously occupied, but her thoughts continually ran forward to the end of the day, when her husband would be with her. Jadwin breakfasted early, and Laura bore him company no matter how late she had stayed up the night before. By 8:30 he was out of the house, driving down to his office in his buggy behind Nip and Tuck. By 9 Laura's own saddle horse was brought to the carriage porch, and until 11 she rode in the park. At 12 she lunched with Paige, and in the afternoon in the upstairs sitting-room read her Browning or her Meredith, the latter one of her newest discoveries, till 3 or 4. Sometimes after that she went out in her carriage. If it was to shop she drove to the Rookery, in La Salle Street, after her purchases were made, and sent the footman up to her husband's office to say that she would take him home. Or as often as not she called for Mrs. Cressler or Aunt Wess or Mrs. Gretry, and carried them off to some exhibit of painting or flowers, or more rarefier, she had not the least interest in social affairs, teas or receptions. But in the evenings after dinner she had her husband to herself. Paige was almost invariably occupied by one or more of her young men in the drawing-room, but Laura and Jadwin shut themselves in the library, a lofty panelled room, a place of deep leather chairs, tall bookcases, etchings and sombre brassicand there, while Jadwin lay stretched out upon the broad sofa, smoking cigars, one hand behind his head. Laura read aloud to him. His tastes in fiction were very positive. Laura at first had tried to introduce him to her beloved Meredith, but after 3 chapters, when he had exclaimed, "What's the fool talking about?" she had given over and begun again from another starting point. Left to himself, his wife sorrowfully admitted that he would have gravitated to the Mysterious Island and Michael Strogoff, or even to Mr. Potter of Texas and Mr. Barnes of New York. But she had set herself to accomplish his literary education, so, Meredith failing, she took up Treasure Island and The Wrecker. Much of these he made her skip. "Oh, let's get on with the story," he urged, but Pinkerton for long remained for him an ideal, because he was smart and alive. "I'm not long very many of art," he announced, "but I believe that any art that do not make the world better and happier is no art at all, and is only fit for the dump heap." But at last Laura found his abiding affinity in Howells. "Nothing much happens," he said, "but I know all those people." He never could rid himself of a surreptitious admiration for Bartley Hubbard. He, too, was smart and alive. He had the get there to him. Why, he would say, "I know 50 boys just like him down there in La Salle Street." Lapham he loved as a brother. Never a point in the development of his character that he missed or failed to chuckle over. Bromfield Corey was pooed and boshed quite out of consideration as a loafer, a dilettante, but Lapham had all his sympathy. "Yes, sir," he would exclaim, interrupting the narrative, "that's just it. That's just what I would have done if I had been in his place. Come, this chap knows what he's writing about, not like that Middleton ass, with his Dianas and amazing marriages." Occasionally the Jadwins entertained. Laura's husband was proud of his house and never tired of showing his friends about it. Laura gave Paige a coming-out dance, and nearly every Sunday the Cresslers came to dinner. But Aunt Wess could at first rarely be induced to pay the household a visit. So much grandeur made the little widow uneasy, even a little suspicious. She would shake her head at Laura, murmuring, "My word, it's all very fine, but, dear me, Laura, I hope you do pay for everything on the nail, and do not run up any bills. I do not know what your dear father would say to it all, no, I do not." And she would spend hours in counting the electric bulbs, which she insisted were only devices for some newfangled gas. 33 in this one room alone, she would say. "I would like to see your dear husband's face when he gets his gas bill, and a dressmaker that lives in the house, well, I do not want to say anything." Thus 3 years had gone by, the new household settled to a regime. Continually Jadwin grew richer. His real estate appreciated in value, rents went up. Every time he speculated in wheat it was upon a larger scale, and every time he won, he was a bear always, and on those rare occasions when he referred to his ventures in Laura's hearing, it was invariably to say that prices were going down. Till at last had come that spring when he believed that the bottom had been touched, had had the talk with Gretry, and had, in secret, turned bull with the suddenness of a strategist. The matter was yet in Gretry's mind while the party remained in the art gallery, and as they were returning to the drawing-room, he detained Jadwin an instant. "If you are set upon breaking your neck," he said, "you might tell me at what figure you want me to buy for you tomorrow." "At the market," returned Jadwin. "I want to get into the thing quick." A little later, when they had all reassembled in the drawing-room, and while Mrs. Gretry was telling an interminable story of how Isabel had all but asphyxiated herself the night before, a servant announced Landry Court, and the young man entered, spruce and debonair, a bouquet in one hand and a box of candy in the other. Some days before this, Paige had lectured him solemnly on the fact that he was over-absorbed in business and was starving his soul. He should read more, she told him, and she had said that if he would call upon her on this particular night, she would indicate a course of reading for him. So it came about that, after a few moments' conversation with the older people in the drawing-room, the two adjourned to the library. There, by way of a beginning, Paige asked him what was his favourite character in fiction. She spoke of the beauty of Ruskin's thoughts, of the gracefulness of Charles Lamb's style. The conversation lagged a little. Landry, not to be behind her, declared for the modern novel, and spoke of the newest book, but Paige never read new books. She was not interested, and their talk, unable to establish itself upon a common ground, halted and was in a fair way to end until at last, and by insensible degrees, they began to speak of themselves and of each other. Promptly they were all aroused. They listened to one another's words with studious attention, answered with ever-ready promptness, discussed, argued, agreed, and disagreed over and over again. Landry had said, "When I was a boy, I always had an ambition to excel all the other boys. I wanted to be the best baseball player on the block, and I was too. I could pitch 3 curves when I was 15, and I find I am the same now that I am a man grown. When I do a thing, I want to do it better than anyone else. From the very first I have always been ambitious. It is my strongest trait. Now," he went on, turning to Paige, "your strongest trait is your thoughtfulness. You are what they call introspective." "Yes, yes," she answered. "Yes, I think so too. You do not need the stimulation of competition. You are at your best when you are with just one person. A crowd does not interest you." "I hate it," she exclaimed. "Now with me, with a man of my temperament, a crowd is a real inspiration. When everyone is talking and shouting around me, or to me even, my mind works at its best. But," he added solemnly, "it must be a crowd of men. I cannot abide a crowd of women." "They chatter so," she assented. "I cannot either. But I find that the companionship of one intelligent, sympathetic woman is as much of a stimulus as a lot of men. It's funny, is not it, that I should be like that?" "Yes," she said, "it is funny strange, but I believe in companionship. I believe that between man and woman that is the great thing, companionship. Love," she added abruptly, and then broke off with a deep sigh. "Oh, I do not know," she murmured. "Do you remember those lines? Man's love is of his life a thing apart. 'Tis woman's whole existence. Do you believe that?" "Well," he asserted gravely, choosing his words with deliberation, "it might be so, but all depends upon the man and woman. Love," he added with tremendous gravity, "is the greatest power in the universe." "I have never been in love," said Paige. "Yes, love is a wonderful power." "I have never been in love either." Never been in love." "Oh, I have thought I was in love," he said, with a wave of his hand. "I have never even thought I was," she answered, musing. "Do you believe in early marriages?" demanded Landry. A man should never marry, she said deliberately, till he can give his wife a good home, and good clothes and that sort of thing. I do not think I shall ever marry. You, why of course you will, why not? No, it is my disposition, I am morose and taciturn, Laura says so. Landry protested with vehemence. And she went on, I have long, brooding fits of melancholy. Well, so have I, he threw out recklessly. At night, sometimes when I wake up, then I am all down in the mouth and I say, what's the use, by jingo? Do you believe in pessimism? I do, they say Carlyle was a terrible pessimist. Well, talking about love, I understand that you cannot believe in pessimism and love at the same time. Would not you feel unhappy if you lost your faith in love? Oh yes, terribly. There was a moment's silence, and then Landry remarked, now you are the kind of woman that would only love once, but love for that once mighty deep and strong. Paige's eyes grew wide, she murmured, "'Tis a woman's whole existence, you whole existence. Yes, I think I am like that. Do you think Enoch Arden did right in going away after he found them married? Oh, have you read that? Oh, is not that a beautiful poem? Was not he noble, was not he grand? Oh yes, he did right. By George, I would not have gone away. I would have gone right into that house and I would have made things hum. I would have thrown the other fellow out, lock, stock and barrel. That's just like a man, so selfish, only thinking of himself. You do not know the meaning of love, great, true, unselfish love. I know the meaning of what's mine. Think I would give up the woman I loved to another man. Even if she loved the other man best. I would have my girl first, and find out how she felt about the other man afterwards. Oh, but think if you gave her up, how noble it would be. You would have sacrificed all that you held the dearest to an ideal. Oh, if I were in Enoch Arden's place and my husband thought I was dead, and I knew he was happy with another woman, it would just be a joy to deny myself, sacrifice myself to spare him unhappiness. That would be my idea of love. Then I would go into a convent. Not much, I would let the other fellow go to the convent. If I loved a woman, I would not let anything in the world stop me from winning her. You have so much determination, have not you? She said, looking at him. Landry enlarged his shoulders a little and wagged his head. Well, he said, I do not know, but I would try pretty hard to get what I wanted, I guess. I love to see that characteristic in men, she observed. Strength, determination. Just as a man loves to see a woman womanly, he answered. Do not you hate strong-minded women? Utterly. Now, you are what I would call woman-lithe, womanliest woman I have ever known. Oh, I do not know, she protested, a little confused. Yes, you are beautifully womanly and so high-minded and well-read. It's been inspiring to me, I want you should know that. Yes, sir, a real inspiration. It's been inspiring, elevating to say the least. I like to read, if that's what you mean, she hastened to say. By Jove, I have got to do some reading too. It's so hard to find time. But I will make time. I will get that Stones of Venice I have heard you speak of, and I will sit up nights and keep awake with black coffee, but I will read that book from cover to cover. That's your determination again, Paige exclaimed. Your eyes just flashed when you said it. I believe if you once made up your mind to do a thing, you would do it, no matter how hard it was, would not you? Well, I'd make things hum, I guess, he admitted. The next day was Easter Sunday, and Paige came down to 9 o'clock breakfast a little late, to find Jadwin already finished and deep in the pages of the morning paper. Laura, still at table, was pouring her last cup of coffee. They were in the breakfast room, a small, charming apartment, light and airy and with many windows, one end opening upon the house conservatory. Jadwin was in his frock coat, which later he would wear to church. The famous gardenia was in his lapel. He was freshly shaven, and his fine cigar made a blue haze over his head. Laura was radiant in a white morning gown. A newly cut bunch of violets, large as a cabbage, lay on the table before her. The whole scene impressed itself sharply upon Paige's mind, the fine sunlit room, with its gay open spaces and the glimpse of green leaves from the conservatory, the view of the smooth, trim lawn through the many windows, where an early robin, strayed from the park, was chirruping and feeding. Her beautiful sister Laura, with her splendid overshadowing coiffure, her pale, clear skin, her slender figure. Jadwin, the large, solid man of affairs, with his fine cigar, his gardenia, his well-groomed air. And then the little accessories that meant so much: smell of violets, of good tobacco, of fragrant coffee, the gleaming damasks, china and silver of the breakfast table, the trim, fresh-looking maid with her white cap, apron and cuffs, who came and went, the thoroughbred setter dozing in the sun, and the parrot dozing and chuckling to himself on his perch upon the terrace outside the window. At the bottom of the lawn was the stable, and upon the concrete in front of its widdy-open door the groom was currying one of the carriage horses. While Paige addressed herself to her fruit and coffee, Jadwin put down his paper, and, his elbows on the arms of his rattan chair, sat for a long time looking out at the horse. By and by he got up and said, "That new feed has filled em out in good shape. Think I will go out and tell Jarvis to try it on the buggy team." He pushed open the French windows and went out, the setter sedately following. Paige dug her spoon into her grapefruit, then suddenly laid it down and turned to Laura, her chin upon her palm. "Laura," she said, "do you think I ought to marry a girl of my temperament?" "Mary," echoed Laura. "SHH," whispered Paige. "Laura, don't talk so loud. Yes, do you?" "Well, why not marry, dearie? Why should not you marry when the time comes? Girls as young as you are not supposed to have temperaments." But instead of answering, Paige put another question. "Laura, do you think I am womanly?" "I think sometimes, Paige, that you take your books and your reading too seriously. You have not been out of the house for 3 days, and I never see you without your notebooks and textbooks in your hand. You are at it, dear, from morning till night. Studies are all very well." "Oh, studies," exclaimed Paige, "I hate them. Laura, what is it to be womanly?" "To be womanly?" repeated Laura. "Why, I do not know, honey. It's to be kind and well-bred and gentle mostly, and never to be bold or conspicuous, and to love one's home and to take care of it, and to love and believe in one's husband, or parents, or children, or even one's sister above anyone else in the world." "I think that being womanly is better than being well-read," hazarded Paige. "We can be both, Paige," Laura told her. "But honey, I think you had better hurry through your breakfast. If we are going to church this Easter, we want to get an early start. Curtis ordered the carriage half an hour earlier." "Breakfast," echoed Paige. "I do not want a thing." She drew a deep breath and her eyes grew large. "Laura," she began again presently, "Laura Landry Court was here last night, and oh, I do not know, he's so silly. But he said this well. I said that I understood how he felt about certain things, about getting on, and being clean and fine, and all that sort of thing, you know. And then he said, 'Oh, you do not know what it means to me to look into the eyes of a woman who really understands.'" "Did he?" said Laura, lifting her eyebrows. "Yes, and he seemed so fine and earnest." Laura W.H. Paige adjusted a hairpin at the back of her head, and moved closer to Laura, her eyes on the floor. "Laura, do you suppose it did mean to him? Don't you think it was foolish of him to talk like that?" "Not at all," Laura said decisively. "If he said that, he meant that he cared a great deal for you." "Oh, I did not mean that," shrieked Paige. "But there's a great deal more to Landry than I think we have suspected. He wants to be more than a mere money-getting machine, he says, and he wants to cultivate his mind and understand art and literature and that. And he wants me to help him, and I said I would. So if you do not mind, he's coming up here certain nights every week, and I'm going to read to him. We are going to begin with The Ring and the book." In the later part of May, the weather being unusually hot, the Jadwins, taking Paige with them, went up to Geneva Lake for the summer, and the great house fronting Lincoln Park was deserted. Laura had hoped that now her husband would be able to spend his entire time with her, but in this she was disappointed. At first Jadwin went down to the city but 2 days a week, but soon this was increased to alternate days. Gretry was a frequent visitor at the country house, and often he and Jadwin, their rocking chairs side by side in a remote corner of the porch, talked business in low tones till far into the night. "Dear," said Laura finally, "I am seeing less and less of you every day, and I had so looked forward to this summer, when we were to be together all the time." "I hate it as much as you do, Laura," said her husband, "but I do feel as though I ought to be on the spot just for now. I cannot get it out of my head that we are going to have livelier times in a few months. But even Mr. Gretry says that you do not need to be right in your office every minute of the time. He says you can manage your Board of Trade business from out here just as well, and that you only go into town because you cannot keep away from La Salle Street and the sound of the wheat pit." Was this true? Jadwin himself had found it difficult to answer. There had been a time when Gretry had been obliged to urge and coax to get his friend to so much as notice the swirl of the great maelstrom in the Board of Trade building. But of late Jadwin's eye and ear were forever turned thitherward, and it was he, and no longer Gretry, who took initiatives. Meanwhile he was making money. As he had predicted, the price of wheat had advanced. May had been a fair-weather month with easy prices, the monthly government report showing no loss in the condition of the crop. Wheat had gone up from 60 to 66 cents, and at a small profit Jadwin had sold some 250,000 bushels. Then had come the hot weather at the end of May. On the floor of the Board of Trade, the pit traders had begun to peel off their coats. It began to look like a hot June, and when cash wheat touched 68, Jadwin, now more than ever convinced of a coming bull market, bought another 500,000 bushels. This line he added to in June. Unfavorable weather, excessive heat, followed by flooding rain had hurt the spring wheat, and in every direction there were complaints of weevils and chinch bugs. Later on, other deluges had discolored and damaged the winter crop. Jadwin was now, by virtue of his recent purchases, long 1 million bushels, and the market held firm at 72 cents a 12% advance in 2 months. She will react, warned Gretry Shaw. Crooks and Sweeney have not taken a hand yet. Look out for a heavy French crop. We will get reports on it soon now. You are playing with a gun, Jay, that kicks further than it shoots. We have not shot her yet, Jadwin said. We are only just loading her for bears, he added with a wink. In July came the harvesting returns from all over the country, proving conclusively that for the first time in 6 years, the United States crop was to be small and poor. The yield was moderate. Only part of it could be graded as contract. Good wheat would be valuable from now on. Jadwin bought again, and again it was a lot of 500,000 bushels. Then came the first manifestation of that marvelous golden luck that was to follow Curtis Jadwin through all the coming months. The French wheat crop was announced as poor. In Germany the yield was to be far below the normal. All through Hungary the potato and rye crops were light. About the middle of the month Jadwin again called the broker to his country house, and took him for a long evening's trip around the lake, aboard the Thetis. They were alone. Mac Kenny was at the wheel, and seated on camp stools in the stern of the little boat, Jadwin outlined his plans for the next few months. Sam, he said, I thought back in April there that we were to touch top prices about the 1st of this month, but this French and German news has coloured the cat different. I have been figuring that I would get out of this market around the 70s, but she's going higher. I am going to hold on yet a while. You do it on your own responsibility then, said the broker. I warn you the price is top heavy. Not much, 72 cents is too cheap. Now I am going into this hard, and I want to have my own lines to be independent of the trade papers that Crooks could buy up any time he wants to. I want you to get me some good, reliable correspondents in Europe, smart, bright fellows that we can depend on. I want one in Liverpool, one in Paris, and one in Odessa, and I want them to cable us about the situation every day. Gretry thought a while. Well, he said at length, yes, I guess I can arrange it. I can get you a good man in Liverpool, Traynard is his name, and there's 2 or 3 in Paris we could pick up. Odessa I do not know, I could not say just this minute, but I will fix it. These correspondents began to report at the end of July. All over Europe the demand for wheat was active. Grain handlers were not only buying freely, but were contracting for future delivery. In August came the first demands for American wheat, scattered and sporadic at first, then later a very little more insistent. Thus the summer wore to its end. The fall situation began slowly to define itself, with Eastern Europe densely populated, overcrowded commencing to show uneasiness as to its supply of food for the winter, and with but a moderate crop in America to meet foreign demands. Russia, the United States, and Argentine would have to feed the world during the next 12 months. Over the Chicago wheat pit the hand of the great indicator stood at 75 cents. Jadwin sold out his September wheat at this figure, and then in a single vast clutch bought 3 million bushels of the December option. Never before had he ventured so deeply into the pit. Never before had he committed himself so irrevocably to the send of the current. But something was preparing, something indefinite and huge. He guessed it, felt it, knew it. On all sides of him he felt a quickening movement. Lethargy, inertia were breaking up. There was buoyancy to the current. In its ever-increasing swiftness there was exhilaration and exuberance. And he was upon the crest of the wave. Now the forethought, the shrewdness, and the prompt action of those early spring days were beginning to tell. Confident, secure, unassailable, Jadwin plunged in. Every week the swirl of the pit increased in speed. Every week the demands of Europe for American wheat grew more frequent. And at the end of the month the price which had fluctuated between 75 and 78 in a sudden flurry rushed to 79, to 79.5, and closed, strong, at the even 80 cents. On the day when the latter figure was reached, Jadwin bought a seat upon the Board of Trade. He was now no longer an outsider. Romans 7. One morning in November of the same year Laura joined her husband at breakfast, preoccupied and a little grave, her mind full of a subject about which, she told herself, she could no longer keep from speaking. So soon as an opportunity presented itself, which was when Jadwin laid down his paper and drew his coffee cup towards him, Laura exclaimed, "Curtis." "Well, old girls." Curtis, dear, when is it all going to end, dear speculating? You never used to be this way. It seems as though nowadays I never had you to myself. Even when you are not going over papers and reports and that, or talking by the hour to Mr. Gretry in the library, even when you are not doing all that, your mind seems to be away from Meadow there in La Salle Street or the Board of Trade building. Dearest, you do not know. I do not mean to complain, and I do not want to be exacting or selfish, but sometimes I am lonesome. Do not interrupt, she said hastily. I want to say it all at once and then never speak of it again. Last night, when Mr. Gretry was here, you said, just after dinner, that you would be all through your talk in an hour, and I waited till 11, and then I went to bed. Dear, I was lonesome. The evening was so long. I had put on my very prettiest gown, the one you said you liked so much, and you never seemed to notice. You told me Mr. Gretry was going by 9, and I had it all planned how we would spend the evening together. But she got no further. Her husband had taken her in his arms, and had interrupted her words with blustering exclamations of self-reproach and self-condemnation. He was a brute, he cried, a senseless, selfish ass who had no right to such a wife, who was not worth a single one of the tears that by now were trembling on Laura's lashes. Now we will not speak of it again, she began. I suppose I am selfish. Selfish nothing, he exclaimed. Do not talk that way, I am the one. But Laura persisted. Sometime you will get out of this speculating for good. Oh, I do look forward to it so. And Curtis, what is the use? We are so rich now we cannot spend our money. What do you want to make more for? Oh, it's not the money, he answered. It's the fun of the thing, the excitement. That's just it, the excitement. You do not know, Curtis, it is changing you. You are so nervous sometimes, and sometimes you do not listen to me when I talk to you. I can just see what's in your mind. It's wheat all the time. Oh, if you knew how I hated and feared it. Well, old girl, that settles it. I would not make you unhappy a single minute for all the wheat in the world. And you will stop speculating. Well, I cannot pull out all in a moment, but just as soon as a chance comes I will get out of the market. At any rate, I will not have any business of mine come between us. I do not like it any more than you do. Why, how long is it since we have read any book together, like we used to when you read aloud to me? Not since we came back from the country. By George, that's so. He shook his head. I have got to taper off. You are right, Laura, but you do not know, you have not a guess how this trading in wheat gets a hold of you. And then what am I to do? What are we fellows who have made our money to do? I have got to be busy. I cannot sit down and twiddle my thumbs, and I do not believe in lounging around clubs, or playing with race horses, or murdering game birds, or running some poor, helpless fox to death. Speculating seems to be about the only game, or the only business that's left open to method, appears to be legitimate. I know I have gone too far into it, and I promise you I will quit. But it's fine fun. When you know how to swing a deal and can look ahead, a little further than the other fellows, and can take chances they daren't, and plan and maneuver, and then see it all come out just as you had known it would all along, I tell you it's absorbing. But you never do tell me, she objected. I never know what you are doing. I hear through Mr. Court or Mr. Gretry, but never through you. Do not you think you could trust me? I want to enter into your life on its every side, Curtis. Tell me, she suddenly demanded, what are you doing now? Very well then, he said, I will tell you. Of course you must not speak about it. It's nothing very secret, but it's always as well to keep quiet about these things. She gave her word and leaned her elbows on the table, prepared to listen intently. Jadwin crushed a lump of sugar against the inside of his coffee cup. Well, he began, I have not been doing anything very exciting, except to buy wheat. What for it? To sell again. You see, I am one of those who believe that wheat is going up. I was the very first to see it, I guess, way back last April. Now in August this year, while we were up at the lake, I bought 3 million bushels. 3 million bushels, she murmured. Why, what do you do with it? Where do you put it? He tried to explain that he had merely bought the right to call for the grain on a certain date, but she could not understand this very clearly. Never mind, she told him, go on. Well then, at the end of August, we found out that the wet weather in England would make a short crop there, and along in September came the news that Siberia would not raise enough to supply the southern provinces of Russia. That left only the United States and the Argentine Republic to feed pretty much the whole world. Of course that would make wheat valuable, seems to be a short crop year everywhere. I saw that wheat would go higher and higher, so I bought another 1 million bushels in October and another early in this month. That's all. You see, I figure that pretty soon those people over in England and Italy and Germanized people that eat wheat will be willing to pay us in America big prices for it, because it's so hard to get. They have got to have the wheat, it's bread and butter to them. Oh, then why not give it to them, she cried. Give it to those poor people, 5 million bushels. Why, that would be a godsend to them. Jadwin stared a moment. Oh, that is not exactly how it works out, he said. Before he could say more, however, the maid came in and handed to Jadwin 3 dispatches. Now those, said Laura when the servant had gone out, you get those every morning. Are those part of your business? What do they say? I will read them to you, he told her as he slit the first envelopes. They are cablegrams from agents of mine in Europe. Gretry arranged to have them sent to me. Here now, this is from Odessa. It's in cipher. Buth drew a narrow memorandum book from his breast pocket. I'll translate it for you. He turned the pages of the key book a few moments, jotting down the translation on the back of an envelope, with the gold pencil at the end of his watch chain. Here's how it reads, he said at last. Cash wheat advanced 1 cent bushel on Liverpool buying stock light. Shipping to interior, European price not attractive to sellers. What does that mean, she asked. Well, that Russia will not export wheat, that she has no more than enough for herself, so that Western Europe will have to look to us for her wheat. And the others, read those to me. Again Jadwin translated. This is from Paris. Answer on 1 million bushels wheat in your market stocks lighter than expected, and being cleared up. Which is to say, she queried. They want to know how much I would ask for 1 million bushels. They find it hard to get the stuff over there, just as I said they would. Will you sell it to them? Maybe. I will talk to Sam about it. And now the last one. It's from Liverpool, and Liverpool, you must understand, is the great buyer of wheat. It's a tremendously influential place. He began once more to consult the key book, one finger following the successive code words of the dispatch. Laura, watching him, saw his eyes suddenly contract. By George, he muttered all at once. By George, what's this? What is it? She demanded. Is it important? But absorbed, Jadwin neither heard nor responded. 3 times he verified the same word. Oh, please tell me, she begged. Jadwin shook his head impatiently and held up a warning hand. Wait, he said, wait a minute. Word for word he wrote out the translation of the cablegram, and then studied it intently. That's it, he said at last. Then he got to his feet. I guess I have had enough breakfast, he declared. He looked at his watch, touched the call bell, and when the maid appeared said, Tell Jarvis to bring the buggy around right away. But dear, what is it? Repeated Laura. You said you would tell me. You see, she cried, it's just as I said. You have forgotten my very existence. When it's a question of wheat, I count for nothing. And just now, when you read the dispatch to yourself, you were all different. Such a look came into your face, so cruelly eager and triumphant and keen. You would be eager too, he exclaimed, if you understood. Look, read it for yourself. He thrust the cable into her hands. Over each code word he had written its translation, and his wife read. Large firms here short and in embarrassing position, owing to curtailment in Argentine shipments, can negotiate for 5 million wheat if price satisfactory. Well, she asked. Well, do not you see what that means? It's the European demand at last. They must have wheat, and I have got it to give him wheat that I bought, at 70 cents some of it, and they will pay the market, that is, 80 cents for it. Oh, they will pay more. They will pay 82 if I want them to. France is after the stuff too. Remember that cable from Paris I just read? They would bid against each other. Why, if I pull this off, if this goes through, and by George, he went on, speaking as much to himself as to her, new phases of the affair presenting themselves to him at every moment, by George, I do not have to throw this wheat into the pit and break down the pricing. Gretry has understandings with the railroads, through the elevator gang, so we get big rebates. Why, this wheat is worth 82 cents to them, and then there's this curtailment in Argentine shipments. That's the first word we have had about small crops there. Holy Moses, if the Argentine crop is off, wheat will knock the roof clean off the Board of Trade. The maid reappeared in the doorway. The buggy? Queried Jadwin. All right, I am off, Laura, and until it's over keep quiet about all this, you know. Ask me to read you some more cables some day. It brings good luck. He gathered up his dispatches and the mail and was gone. Laura, left alone, sat looking out of the window a long moment. She heard the front door close, and then the sound of the horses' hoofs on the asphalt by the carriage porch. They died down, ceased, and all at once a great silence seemed to settle over the house. Laura sat thinking. At last she rose. It is the first time, she said to herself, that Curtis ever forgot to kiss me goodbye. The day, for all that the month was December, was fine. The sun shone. Underfoot the ground was dry and hard. The snow which had fallen 10 days before was practically gone. In fine, it was a perfect day for riding. Laura called her maid and got into her habit. The groom with his own horse and crusader were waiting for her when she descended. That forenoon Laura rode further and longer than usual. Preoccupied at first, her mind burdened with vague anxieties, she nevertheless could not fail to be aroused and stimulated by the sparkle and effervescence of the perfect morning, and the cold, pure glitter of Lake Michigan, green with an intense mineral hue, dotted with white caps and flashing under the morning sky. Lincoln Park was deserted and still. A blue haze shrouded the distant masses of leafless trees where the gardeners were burning the heaps of leaves. Under her the thoroughbred moved with an ease and a freedom that were superb, throwing back one sharp ear at her lightest word. His rippling mane caressed her hand and forearm, and as she looked down upon his shoulder, she could see the long, slender muscles working smoothly beneath the satin sheen of the skin. At the waterworks she turned into the long, straight road that leads to North Lake, and touched Crusader with the crop, checking him slightly at the same time. With a little toss of his head he broke from a trot into a canter, and then as she leaned forward in the saddle into his long, even gallop. There was no one to see, she would not be conspicuous, so Laura gave the horse his head, and in another moment he was carrying her with a swiftness that brought the water to her eyes, and that sent her hair flying from her face. She had him completely under control. A touch upon the bit, she knew, would suffice to bring him to a standstill. She knew him to be without fear and without nerves, knew that his every instinct made for her safety, and that this morning's gallop was as much a pleasure to him as to his rider. Beneath her and around her the roadway and landscape flew. The cold air sang in her ears and whipped a faint colour to her pale cheeks. In her deep brown eyes a frosty sparkle came and went, and throughout all her slender figure the blood raced spanking and careering in a full, strong tide of health and gaiety. She made a circle around North Lake, and came back by way of the Lynn Monument and the Palm House, Crusader ambling quietly by now, the groom trotting stolidly in the rear. Throughout all her ride, she had seen no one but the park gardeners and the single grey-coated mounted policeman whom she met each time she rode, and who always touched his helmet to her as she cantered past. Possibly she had grown a little careless in looking out for pedestrians at the crossings, for as she turned eastward at the La Salle statue, she all but collided with a gentleman who was traversing the road at the same time. She brought her horse to a standstill with a little start of apprehension, and started again as she saw that the gentleman was Sheldon Corthell. "Well," she cried, taken all aback, unable to think of formalities, and relapsing all at once into the young girl of Barrington, Massachusetts. "Well, I never off all the people." But no doubt, she had been more in his mind than he in hers, and a meeting with her was for him an eventuality not at all remote. There was more of pleasure than of embarrassment in that first look in which he recognized the wife of Curtis Jadwin. The artist had changed no whit in the 4 years since last she had seen him. He seemed as young as ever, there was the same elegance to his figure, his hands were just as long and slim as ever, his black beard was no less finely pointed, and the moustaches were brushed away from his lips in the same French style that she remembered he used to affect. He was, as always, carefully dressed. He wore a suit of tweeds of a foreign cut, but no overcoat. A cloth cap of greenish plaid was upon his head, his hands were gloved in dogskin, and under his arm he carried a slender cane of varnished brown bamboo. The only unconventionality in his dress was the cravat, a great bow of black silk that overflowed the lapels of his coat. But she had no more than time to register a swift impression of the details, when he came quickly forward, one hand extended, the other holding his cap. "I cannot tell you how glad I am," he exclaimed. It was the old Corthell beyond doubting or denial. Not a single inflection of his low-pitched, gently modulated voice was wanting, not a single infinitesimal mannerism was changed, even to the little tilting of the chin when he spoke, or the quick winking of the eyelids, or the smile that narrowed the corners of the eyes themselves, or the trick of perfect repose of his whole body. Even his handkerchief, as always since first she had known him, was tucked into his sleeve at the wrist. "And so you are back again," she cried, "and when and how?" "And so I am back again," he repeated as they shook hands, "only day before yesterday and quite surreptitiously. No one knows yet that I am here. I crept in or my train did under the cover of night. I have come straight from Tuscany." "From Tuscany?" "And gardens and marble pergolas. Now why anyone should leave Tuscan gardens and all that kind of thing for a winter in Chicago, I cannot see," she said. "It is a little puzzling," he answered, "but I fancy that my gardens and pergolas and all the rest had come to seem to me a little as the French would put it mal. I began to long for a touch of our hard, harsh city again. Harshness has its place, I think, if it is only to cut one's teeth on. Laura looked down at him, smiling. I should have thought you had cut yours long ago, she said. Not my wisdom teeth, he urged. I feel now that I have come to that time of life when it is expedient to have wisdom. I have never known that feeling, she confessed, and I live in the hard, harsh city. Oh, that is because you have never known what it meant not to have wisdom, he retorted. Tell me about everybody, he went on. Your husband, he is well, of course, and distressfully rich. I heard of him in New York. And Paige, our little solemn Minerva of Dresden, China. Oh yes, Paige is well, but you will hardly recognize her. Such a young lady nowadays. And Mr. Court Landry. I remember he always impressed me as though he had just had his hair cut. And the Cresslers and Mrs. Wessels and… All well, Mrs. Cressler will be delighted to hear you are back. Yes, everybody is well. And last of all Mrs. Jadwin, but I needn't ask, I can see how well and happy you are. And Mr. Corthell, she queried, is also well and happy. Mr. Corthell, he responded, is very well and tolerably happy, thank you. One has lost a few illusions, but has managed to keep enough to grow old on. One's latter days are provided for. I should not imagine, she told him, that one lost illusions in Tuscan gardens. Quite right, he hastened to reply, smiling cheerfully. One lost no illusions in Tuscany. One went there to cherish the few that yet remained. But, he added without change of manner, one begins to believe that even a lost illusion can be very beautiful sometimes, Evan, in Chicago. I want you to dine with us, said Laura. You have hardly met my husband, and I think you will like some of our pictures. I will have all your old friends there, the Cresslers and Aunt Wess and all. When can you come? Oh, did not you get my note? He asked. I wrote you yesterday asking if I might call tonight. You see, I am only in Chicago for a couple of days. I must go on to St. Louis tomorrow and shall not be back for a week. Note, no, I have had no note from you. Oh, I know what happened. Curtis left in a hurry this morning and he swooped all the mail into his pocket the last moment. I knew some of my letters were with his. There's where your note went, but never mind, it makes no difference now that we have met. Yes, by all means, come tonight or dinner. We are not a bit formal. Curtis will not have it. We dine at 6, and I will try to get the others. Oh, but Paige will not be there, I forgot. She and Landry Court are going to have dinner with Aunt Wess, and they are all going to a lecture afterwards. The artist expressed his appreciation and accepted her invitation. Do you know where we live? She demanded. You know we have moved since. Yes, I know, he told her. I made up my mind to take a long walk here in the park this morning, and I passed your house on my way out. You see, I had to look up your address in the directory before writing. Your house awed me, I confess, and the style is surprisingly good. But tell me, asked Laura, you never speak of yourself. What have you been doing since you went away? Nothing, merely idling and painting a little, and studying some 13th century glass in Avignon and Siena. And shall you go back? Yes, I think so, in about a month. So soon as I have straightened out some little businesses of mine which puts me in mind, he said, glancing at his watch, that I have an appointment at 11 and should be about it. He said goodbye and left her, and Laura cantered homeward in high spirits. She was very glad that Corthell had come back. She had always liked him. He not only talked well himself but seemed to have the faculty of making her do the same. She remembered that in the old days before she had met Jadwin, her mind and conversation, for undiscoverable reasons, had never been nimbler, quicker, nor more effective than when in the company of the artist. Arrived at home, Laura, as soon as she had looked up the definition of pergola in the dictionary, lost no time in telephoning to Mrs. Cressler. What this latter cried when she told her the news, that Sheldon Corthell back again. Well, dear me, if he was not the last person in my mind. I do remember the lovely windows he used to paint, and how refined and elegant he always was, and the loveliest hands and voice. He's to dine with us tonight, and I want you and Mr. Cressler to come. Oh, Laura, child, I just simply cannot. Charlie's got a man from Milwaukee coming here tonight, and I have got to feed him. Is not it too provoking? I have got to sit and listen to those two, clattering commissions and percentages and all, when I might be hearing Sheldon Corthell talk art and poetry and stained glass. I declare I never have any luck. At 5:45 that evening, Laura sat in the library, before the fireplace in her black velvet dinner gown, cutting the pages of a new novel, the ivory cutter as it turned and glanced in her hand, appearing to be a mere prolongation of her slender fingers. But she was not interested in the book, and from time to time glanced nervously at the clock upon the mantelshelf over her head. Jadwin was not home yet, and she was distressed at the thought of keeping dinner waiting. He usually came back from downtown at 5 o'clock, and even earlier. Today she had expected that quite possibly the business implied in the Liverpool cable of the morning might detain him, but surely he should be home by now. And as the minutes passed, she listened more and more anxiously for the sound of hoofs on the driveway at the side of the house. At 5 minutes of the hour, when Corthell was announced, there was still no sign of her husband. But as she was crossing the hall on her way to the drawing-room, one of the servants informed her that Mr. Jadwin had just telephoned that he would be home in half an hour. "Is he on the telephone now?" she asked quickly. "Where did he telephone from?" But it appeared that Jadwin had hung up without mentioning his whereabouts. "The buggy came home," said the servant. "Mr. Jadwin told Jarvis not to wait. He said he would come in the street cars." Laura reflected that she could delay dinner a half hour, and gave orders to that effect. "We shall have to wait a little," she explained to Corthell as they exchanged greetings in the drawing-room. "Curtis has some special business on hand today, and is half an hour late." They sat down on either side of the fireplace in the lofty apartment, with its sombre hangings of wine-coloured brocade and thick, muffling rugs, and for upwards of 3/4 of an hour Corthell interested her with his description of his life in the cathedral towns of northern Italy. But at the end of that time, dinner was announced. "Has Mr. Jadwin come in yet?" Laura asked of the servant. "No, madam." She bit her lip in vexation. "I cannot imagine what can keep Curtis so late," she murmured. "Well," she added at the end of her resources, "we must make the best of it. I think we will go in, Mr. Corthell, without waiting. Curtis must be here soon now." But as a matter of fact he was not. In the great dining-room, filled with a dull crimson light, the air just touched with the scent of lilies of the valley, Corthell and Mrs. Jadwin dined alone. "I suppose," observed the artist, "that Mr. Jadwin is a very busy man." "Oh no," Laura answered. "His real estate, he says, runs itself, and as a rule Mr. Gretry manages most of his Board of Trade business. It is only occasionally that anything keeps him downtown late. I scolded him this morning, however, about his speculating, and made him promise not to do so much of it. I hate speculation. It seems to absorb some men so, and I do not believe it's right for a man to allow himself to become absorbed altogether in business." "Oh, why limit one's absorption to business?" replied Corthell, sipping his wine. "Is it right for one to be absorbed altogether in anything, Jevon, in art, even in religion?" "Oh, religion, I do not know," she protested. "Is not that certain contribution," he hazarded, "which we make to the general welfare, over and above our own individual work, is not that the essential? I suppose, of course, that we must hoe, each of us, his own little row, but it's the stroke or two we give to our neighbour's row, don't you think? That helps most to cultivate the field." "But does not religion mean more than a stroke or two?" she ventured to reply. "I am not so sure," he answered thoughtfully. "If the stroke or two is taken from one's own work instead of being given in excess of it, one must do one's own hoeing first. That's the foundation of things. A religion that would mean to be altogether absorbed in my neighbour's hoeing would be genuinely pernicious, surely. My row, meanwhile, would lie open to weeds." "But if your neighbour's row grew flowers?" "Unfortunately, weeds grow faster than the flowers, and the weeds of my row would spread until they choked and killed my neighbour's flowers, I am sure." "That seems selfish, though," she persisted. "Suppose my neighbour were maimed or halt or blind, his poor little row would never be finished. My stroke or two would not help very much." "Yes, but every row lies between two others, you know. The hoer on the far side of the cripple's row would contribute a stroke or two as well as you." "No," he went on, "I am sure one's first duty is to do one's own work. It seems to me that a work accomplished benefits the whole world pro rata. If we help another at the expense of our work instead of in excess of it, we benefit only the individual, and, pro rata again, rob the people. A little good contributed by everybody to the race is of more, infinitely more importance than a great deal of good contributed by one individual to another." "Yes," she admitted, beginning at last to be convinced. "I see what you mean. But one must think very large to see that. It never occurred to me before. The individual I, Laura Jadwin, counts for nothing. It is the type to which I belong that's important, the mould, the form, the sort of composite photograph of hundreds of thousands of Laura Jadwins. Yes," she continued, her brows bent, her mind hard at work. "What I am, the little things that distinguish me from everybody else, those pass away very quickly, are very ephemeral. But the type Laura Jadwin that always remains, does not it? One must help building up only the permanent things. Then, let's see, the individual may deteriorate, but the type always grows better. Yes, I think one can say that." "At least the type never recedes," he prompted. "Oh, it began good," she cried as though at a discovery, "and can never go back of that original good. Something keeps it from going below a certain point, and it is left to us to lift it higher and higher. No, the type cannot be bad. Of course the type is more important than the individual, and that something that keeps it from going below a certain point is God. Or nature. So that God and nature, she cried again, work together. No, no, they are one and the same thing. There, do not you see, he remarked, smiling back at her, how simple it is. Oh, exclaimed Laura with a deep breath, is not it beautiful? She put her hand to her forehead with a little laugh of deprecation. My, she said, but those things make you think. Dinner was over before she was aware of it, and they were still talking animatedly as they rose from the table. We will have our coffee in the art gallery, Laura said, and please smoke. He lit a cigarette, and the two passed into the great glass-roofed rotunda. Here is the one I like best, said Laura, standing before the Bouguereau. Yes, he queried, observing the picture thoughtfully. I suppose, he remarked, it is because it demands less of you than some others. I see what you mean. It pleases you because it satisfies you so easily. You can grasp it without any effort. Oh, I do not know, she ventured. Bouguereau fills a place, I know it, he answered, but I cannot persuade myself to admire his art. But she faltered. I thought that Bouguereau was considered the greatest stone of the greatesses, wonderful flesh tints, the drawing and colouring. But I think you will see, he told her, if you think about it, that for all there is in his picture of it a fine hanging, a beautiful vase would have exactly the same value upon your wall. Now, on the other hand, take this picture. He indicated a small canvas to the right of the bathing nymphs, representing a twilight landscape. Oh, that one, said Laura. We bought that here in America, in New York. It's by a Western artist. I never noticed it much, I am afraid. But now look at it, said Corthell. Do not you know that the artist saw something more than trees and a pool and afterglow? He had that feeling of night coming on as he sat there before his sketching easel on the edge of that little pool. He heard the frogs beginning to pipe, I am sure, and the touch of the night mist was on his hands, and he was very lonely and even a little sad. In those deep shadows under the trees he put something of himself, the gloom and the sadness that he felt at the moment. And that little pool, still and black and sombrehy, the whole thing is the tragedy of a life full of dark, hidden secrets, and the little pool is a heart. No one can say how deep it is, or what dreadful thing one would find at the bottom, or what drowned hopes or what sunken ambitions. That little pool says one word as plain as if it were whispered in the ear: despair. Oh yes, I prefer it to the nymphs. I am very much ashamed, returned Laura, that I could not see it all before for myself, but I see it now. It is better, of course. I shall come in here often now and study it. Of all the rooms in our house this is the one I like best, but I am afraid it has been more because of the organ than of the pictures. Corthell turned about. Oh, the grand, noble organ, he murmured. I envy you this of all your treasures. May I play for you? Something to compensate for the dreadful, despairing little tarn of the picture. I should love to have you, she told him. He asked permission to lower the lights, and stepping outside the door an instant, pressed the buttons that extinguished all but a very few of them. After he had done this, he came back to the organ and detached the self-playing arrangement without comment, and seated himself at the console. Laura lay back in a long chair close at hand. The moment was propitious. The artist's profile silhouetted itself against the shade of a light that burned at the side of the organ, and that gave light to the keyboard. And on this keyboard, full in the reflection, lay his long, slim hands. They were the only things that moved in the room, and the chords and bars of Mendelssohn's Consolation seemed, as he played, to flow, not from the instrument, but like some invisible ether, from his fingertips themselves. You hear, he said to Laura, the effect of questions and answer in this. The questions are passionate and tumultuous and varied, but the answer is always the same, always calm and soothing and dignified. She answered with a long breath, speaking just above a whisper. Oh, yes, yes, I understand. He finished and turned towards her a moment. Possibly not a very high order of art, he said. A little too easy perhaps, like the Bouguereau, but Consolation should appeal very simply and directly after all. Do you care for Beethoven? I am afraid, began Laura, but he had continued without waiting for her reply. You remember this, the Appassionata, the F minor sonata, just the second movement. But when he had finished, Laura begged him to continue. Please go on, she said, play anything, you cannot tell how I love it. Here is something I have always liked, he answered, turning back to the keyboard. It is the Mephisto Walzer of Liszt. He has adapted it himself from his own orchestral score very ingeniously. It is difficult to render on the organ, but I think you can get the idea of it. As he spoke, he began playing, his head very slightly moving to the rhythm of the piece. At the beginning of each new theme, and without interrupting his playing, he offered a word of explanation. Very vivid and arabesque this, do not you think? And now this movement, is not it reckless and capricious like a woman who hesitates and then takes the leap? Yet there's a certain nobility there, a feeling for ideals. You see it, of course, and all the while this undercurrent of the sensual, and that feline, eager sentiment, and here, I think, is the best part of it, the very essence of passion, the voluptuousness that is a veritable anguish, these long, slow rhythms, tortured, languishing, really dying. It reminds one of Feder Venus tout entière, and the rest of it, and Wagner has the same. You find it again in Isolde's motif continually. Laura was transfixed, all but transported. Here was something better than Gounod and Verdi, something above and beyond the obvious 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 of the opera scores as she knew them and played them, music she understood with an intuitive quickness. And those prolonged chords of Liszt's, heavy and clogged and cloyed with passion, reached some hitherto untouched string within her heart, and with resistless power twanged it so that the vibration of it shook her entire being, and left her quivering and breathless, the tears in her eyes, her hands clasped till the knuckles whitened. She felt all at once as though a whole new world were opened to her. She stood on Pisgah, and she was ashamed and confused at her ignorance of those things which Corthell tactfully assumed that she knew as a matter of course. What wonderful pleasures she had ignored! How infinitely removed from her had been the real world of art and artists of which Corthell was a part. Ah, but she would make amends now. No more Verdi and Bouguereau. She would get rid of the bathing nymphs. Never, never again would she play the anvil chorus. Corthell should select her pictures, and should play to her from Liszt and Beethoven that music which evoked all the turbulent emotion, all the impetuosity and fire and exaltation that she felt was hers. She wondered at herself. Surely, surely there were two Laura Jadwins, one calm and even and steady, loving the quiet life, loving her home, finding a pleasure in the duties of the housewife. This was the Laura who liked plain, homely, matter-of-fact Mrs. Cressler, who adored her husband, who delighted in Mr. Howells's novels, who abjured society and the formal conventions, who went to church every Sunday, and who was afraid of her own elevator. But at moments such as this she knew that there was another Laura Jadwin, who might have been a great actress, who had a temperament, who was impulsive. This was the Laura of the grand manner, who played the role of the great lady from room to room of her vast house, who read Meredith, who revelled in swift gallops through the park on jet-black, long-tailed horses, who affected black velvet, black jet and black lace in her gowns, who was conscious and proud of her pale, stately beaut-eyed Laura Jadwin, in fine, who delighted to recline in a long chair in the dim, beautiful picture gallery, and listen with half-shut eyes to the great golden organ thrilling to the passion of Beethoven and Liszt. The last notes of the organ sank and faded into silencier silence that left a sense of darkness like that which follows upon the flight of a falling star, and after a long moment Laura sat upright, adjusting the heavy masses of her black hair with thrusts of her long, white fingers. She drew a deep breath. "Oh," she said, "that was wonderful, wonderful. It is like a new language, it is like new thoughts, too fine for language." "I have always believed so," he answered. "Of all the arts, music, to my notion, is the most intimate. At the other end of the scale you have architecture, which is an expression of and an appeal to the common multitude, a whole people, the mass. Fiction and painting and even poetry are affairs of the classes, reaching the groups of the educated. But musica, that is different, it is one soul speaking to another soul. The composer meant it for you and himself. No one else has anything to do with it, because his soul was heavy and broken with grief, or bursting with passion, or tortured with doubt, or searching for some unnamed ideal. He has come to yow you of all the people in the world with his message, and he tells you of his yearnings and his sadness, knowing that you will sympathize, knowing that your soul has, like his, been acquainted with grief or with gladness. And in the music his soul speaks to yours, beats with it, blends with it, yes, is even spiritually married to it." And as he spoke the electrics all over the gallery flashed out in a sudden blaze, and Curtis Jadwin entered the room, crying out, "Are you here, Laura? By George, my girl, we pulled it off and I have cleaned up $500,000. Laura and the artist faced quickly about, blinking at the sudden glare, and Laura put her hand over her eyes. "Oh, I did not mean to blind you," said her husband as he came forward, "but I thought it would not be appropriate to tell you the good news in the dark." Corthell rose, and for the first time Jadwin caught sight of him. "This is Mr. Corthell, Curtis," Laura said. "You remember him, of course." "Why, certainly, certainly," declared Jadwin, shaking Corthell's hand. "Glad to see you again. I had not an idea you were here." He was excited, elated, very talkative. I guess I came in on you abruptly, he observed. They told me Mrs. Jadwin was in here and I was full of my good news. By the way, I do remember now. When I came to look over my mail on the way downtown this morning, I found a note from you to my wife, saying you would call tonight. Thought it was for me, and opened it before I found the mistake. I knew you had gone off with it, said Laura. Guess I must have mixed it up with my own mail this morning. I would have telephoned you about it, Laura, but upon my word I have been so busy all day I clean forgot it. I have let the cat out of the bag already, Mr. Corthell, and I might as well tell the whole thing now. I have been putting through a little deal with some Liverpool fellows today, and I had to wait downtown to get their cables tonight. You got my telephone, did you, Laura? Yes, but you said then you would be up in half an hour. I know, but those Liverpool cables did not come till all hours. Well, as I was saying, Mr. Corthell, I had this deal on hand. It was that wheat, Laura, I was telling you about this morning, 5,000,000 bushels of it, and I found out from my English agent that I could slam it right into a couple of fellows over there if we could come to terms. We came to terms right enough. Some of that wheat I sold at a profit of 15 cents on every bushel. My broker and I figured it out just now before I started home, and as I say, I'm a clean 500,000 to the good. So much for looking ahead a little further than the next man. He dropped into a chair and stretched his arms wide. Woo, I am tired, Laura. Seems as though I would been on my feet all day. Do you suppose Mary or Martha or Maggie or whatever her name is could rustle me a good strong cup of tea? Have not you dined, Curtis? Cried Laura. Oh, I had a stand-up lunch somewhere with Sam, but we were both so excited we might as well have eaten sawdust. Hey-o, I sure am tired. It takes it out of you, Mr. Corthell, to make 500,000 in about 10 hours. Indeed, I imagine so, assented the artist. Jadwin turned to his wife and held her glance in his a moment. He was full of triumph, full of the grim humor of the suddenly successful American. Hey, he said, what do you think of that, Laura? He clapped down his big hand upon his chair arm, a whole 500,000 at one grab. Maybe they will say down there in La Salle Street now that I do not know wheat. Why, Sam, that's Gretry, my broker, Mr. Corthell of Gretry. Converse co Sam said to me Laura tonight, he said, Jay, they call me Jay down there, Mr. Corthell Jay. I take off my hat to you. I thought you were wrong from the very first, but I guess you know this game better than I do. Yes, sir, that's what he said, and Sam Gretry has been trading in wheat for pretty nearly 30 years. Oh, I knew it, he cried with a quick gesture. I knew wheat was going to go up. I knew it from the first when all the rest of 'em laughed at me. I knew this European demand would hit us hard about this time. I knew it was a good thing to buy wheat. I knew it was a good thing to have special agents over in Europe. Oh, they will all buy no when I have showed 'em the way. Upon my word, I have not talked so much in a month of Sundays. You must pardon me, Mr. Corthell. I do not make 500,000 every day. But this is the last, isn't it? Said Laura. Yes, admitted Jadwin with a quick, deep breath. I am done now, no more speculating. Let someone else have a try now, see if they can hold 5,000,000 bushels till it's wanted. My, I am tired as I have said before. Doth tea come, Laura? What's that in your hand? She answered, smiling. Jadwin stared at the cup and saucer he held whimsically. Well, he exclaimed, I must be flustered. Corthell, he declared between swallows, take my advice. Buy May wheat. It will beat art all hollow. Oh dear no, returned the artist. I should lose my senses if I won, and my money if I did not. That's so, keep out of it, it's a rich man's game. And at that there's no fun in it unless you risk more than you can afford to lose. Well, let's not talk shop. You are an artist, Mr. Corthell. What do you think of our house? Later on, when they had said goodbye to Corthell, and when Jadwin was making the rounds of the library, art gallery, and drawing-rooms, a nightly task which he never would entrust to the servants, turning down the lights, and testing the window fastenings, his wife said, And now you are out of it for good. I do not own a grain of wheat, he assured her. I have got to be out of it. The next day he went downtown for only 2 or 3 hours in the afternoon. But he did not go near the Board of Trade building. He talked over a few business matters with the manager of his real estate office, wrote an unimportant letter or two, signed a few orders, was back at home by 5 o'clock, and in the evening took Laura, Page, and Landry Court to the theatre. After breakfast the next morning, when he had read his paper, he got up, and, thrusting his hands in his pockets, looked across the table at his wife. Well, he said, now what will we do? She put down at once the letter she was reading. Would you like to drive in the park? She suggested. It is a beautiful morning. Emmys, he answered slowly. All right, let's drive in the park. But she could see that the prospect was not alluring to him. No, she said, no, I do not think you want to do that. I do not think I do either, he admitted. The fact is, Laura, I just about know that park by heart. Is there anything good in the magazines this month? She got them for him, and he installed himself comfortably in the library, with a box of cigars near at hand. Ah, he said, fetching a long breath as he settled back in the deep-seated leather chair. Now this is what I call solid comfort, better than stewing and fussing about La Salle Street with your mind loaded down with responsibilities and all. This is my idea of life. But an hour later, when Lorojo had omitted her ride that morning, looked into the room, he was not there. The magazines were helter-skeltered upon the floor and table, where he had tossed each one after turning the leaves. A servant told her that Mr. Jadwin was out in the stables. She saw him through the window, in a cap and greatcoat, talking with the coachman and looking over one of the horses. But he came back to the house in a little while, and she found him in his smoking-room with a novel in his hand. Oh, I read that last week, she said as she caught a glimpse of the title. Is not it interesting? Do not you think it is good? Ah, yes, pretty good, he admitted. Is not it about time for lunch? Let's go to the matinee this afternoon, Laura. Oh, that's so, it's Thursday, I forgot. Let me read that aloud to you, she said, reaching for the book. I know you will be interested when you get farther along. Honestly, I do not think I would be, he declared. I have looked ahead in it. It seems terribly dry. Do you know, he said abruptly, if the law was off I would go up to Geneva Lake and fish through the ice. Laura, how would you like to go to Florida? Oh, I tell you, she exclaimed. Let's go up to Geneva Lake over Christmas. We will open up the house and take some of the servants along and have a house party. Eventually this was done. The Cresslers and the Gretries were invited, together with Sheldon Corthell and Landry Court. Paige and Aunt Wess came as a matter of course. Jadwin brought up some of the horses and a couple of sleighs. On Christmas night they had a great tree, and Corthell composed the words and music for a carol which had a great success. About a week later, 2 days after New Year's Day, when Landry came down from Chicago on the afternoon train, he was full of the tales of a great day on the Board of Trade. Laura, descending to the sitting-room just before dinner, found a group in front of the fireplace, where the huge logs were hissing and crackling. Her husband and Cressler were there, and Gretry, who had come down on an earlier train. Paige sat near at hand, her chin on her palm, listening intently to Landry, who held the center of the stage for the moment. In a far corner of the room, Sheldon Corthell, in a dinner coat and patent leather pumps, a cigarette between his fingers, read a volume of Italian verse. It was the confirmation of the failure of the Argentine crop that did it, Landry was saying, that and the tremendous foreign demand. She opened steady enough at 83, but just as soon as the gong tapped we began to get it. Bye, everybody is in it now. The public are speculating. For one fellow who wants to sell there are a dozen buyers. We had one of the hottest times I ever remember in the pit this morning. Laura saw Jadwin's eyes snap. I told you we would get this, Sam, he said, nodding to the broker. Oh, there's plenty of wheat, answered Gretry easily. Wait till we get dollar wheat if we don't see it come out. The farmers have not sold it all yet. There's always an army of ancient hayseeds who have the stuff tucked away in old stockings, I guess, and who will dump it on you all right if you pay enough. There's plenty of wheat. I have seen it happen before. Work the price high enough, and Lord, how they will scrape the bins to throw it at you. You would never guess from what out-of-the-way places it would come. I tell you, Sam, retorted Jadwin, the surplus of wheat is going out of the country and it's going fast, and some of these shorts will have to hustle lively for it pretty soon. The Crooks gang, though, observed Landry, seem pretty confident the market will break. I am sure they were selling short this morning. The idea, exclaimed Jadwin incredulously, the idea of selling short in face of this Argentine collapse, and all this bull news from Europe. Oh, there are plenty of shorts, urged Gretry, plenty of them. Try as he would, the echoes of the rumbling of the pit reached Jadwin at every hour of the day and night. The maelstrom there at the foot of La Salle Street was swirling now with a mightier rush than for years past. Thundering, its vortex smoking, it sent its whirling far out over the country, from ocean to ocean, sweeping the wheat into its currents, sucking it in, and spewing it out again in the gigantic pulses of its ebb and flow. And he, Jadwin, who knew its every eddy, who could foretell its every ripple, was out of it. Inactive, he sat there idle while the clamour of the pit swelled daily louder, and while other men of little minds, of narrow imaginations, perversely, blindly shut their eyes to the swelling of its waters, neglecting the chances which he would have known how to use with such large, such vast results. That mysterious event which long ago he felt was preparing was not yet consummated. The great fact, the great result which was at last to issue forth from all this turmoil was not yet achieved. Would it refuse to come until a master hand, all-powerful, all-daring, gripped the levers of the sluice gates that controlled the crashing waters of the pit? He did not know. Was it the moment for a chief? Was this upheaval a revolution that called aloud for its Napoleon? Would another, not himself at last, seeing where so many shut their eyes, step into the place of high command? Jadwin chafed and fretted in his inaction. As the time when the house party should break up drew to its close, his impatience harried him like a gadfly. He took long drives over the lonely country roads, or tramped the hills or the frozen lake, thoughtful, preoccupied. He still held his seat upon the Board of Trade. He still retained his agents in Europe. Each morning brought him fresh dispatches, each evening's paper confirmed his forecasts. "Oh, I am out of it for good and all," he assured his wife. "But I know the man who could take up the whole jingbang of that crook's crowd in one hand and his large fist swiftly knotted, as he spoke the word scrunch it up like an eggshell, by George." Landry Court often entertained Page with accounts of the doings on the Board of Trade, and about a fortnight after the Jadwins had returned to their city home, he called on her one evening and brought 2 or 3 of the morning's papers. "Have you seen this?" he asked. She shook her head. "Well," he said, compressing his lips and narrowing his eyes, "let me tell you, we are having pretty times down there on the board these days. The whole country is talking about it." He read her certain extracts from the newspapers he had brought. The first article stated that recently a new factor had appeared in the Chicago wheat market. A bull clique had evidently been formed, presumably of New York capitalists, who were ousting the crooks crowd and were rapidly coming into control of the market. In consequence of this, the price of wheat was again mounting. Another paper spoke of a combine of St. Louis firms who were advancing prices, bulling the market. Still a third said, at the beginning of a half-column article, "It is now universally conceded that an unknown bull has invaded the Chicago wheat market since the beginning of the month, and is now dominating the entire situation. The bears profess to have no fear of this mysterious enemy, but it is a matter of fact that a multitude of shorts were driven ignominiously to cover on Tuesday last, when the great bull gathered in a long line of 2 million bushels in a single half-hour. Scalping and eighth-chasing are almost entirely at an end, the smaller traders dreading to be caught on the horns of the unknown. The new operator's identity has been carefully concealed, but whoever he is a wonderful trader and is possessed of consummate nerve. It has been rumored that he hails from New York, and is but one of a large clique who are inaugurating a bull campaign. But our New York advices are emphatic in denying this report, and we can safely state that the unknown bull is a native and a present inhabitant of the Windy City." Page looked up at Landry quickly, and he returned her glance without speaking. There was a moment's silence. "I guess," Landry hazarded, lowering his voice, "I guess we are both thinking of the same thing. But I know he told my sister that he was going to stop all that kind of thing. What do you think?" "I had not ought to think anything." "Say should not think, Landry." "Should not think, then, anything about it. My business is to execute Mr. Gretry's orders." "Well, I know this," said Page, "that Mr. Jadwin is downtown all day again. You know he stayed away for a while." "Oh, that may be his real estate business that keeps him downtown so much," replied Landry. "Laura is terribly distressed," Page went on. "I can see that. They used to spend all their evenings together in the library, and Laura would read aloud to him. But now he comes home so tired that sometimes he goes to bed at 9 o'clock, and Laura sits there alone reading till 11 and 12. But she's afraid, too, of the effect upon him. He's getting so absorbed. He do not care for literature now as he did once, or was beginning to when Laura used to read to him, and he never thinks of his Sunday school. And then, too, if you are to believe Mr. Kressler, there's a chance that he may lose if he is speculating again." But Landry stoutly protested. "Well, do not think for one moment that Mr. Curtis Jadwin is going to let anyone get the better of him. There's no man nor gang of men could down him. He's head and shoulders above the biggest of them down there. I tell you he's Napoleonic. Yes, sir, that's what he is, Napoleonic to say the least. Page," he declared solemnly, "he's the greatest man I have ever known." Very soon after this, it was no longer a secret to Laura Jadwin that her husband had gone back to the wheat market, and that, too, with such impetuosity, such eagerness, that his rush had carried him to the very heart's heart of the turmoil. He was now deeply involved. His influence began to be felt. Not an important move on the part of the unknown bull, the nameless, mysterious stranger that was not duly noted and discussed by the entire world of La Salle Street. Almost his very first move, carefully guarded, executed with profoundest secrecy, had been to replace the 5 million bushels sold to Liverpool by 5 million more of the May option. This was in January, and all through February and all through the first days of March, while the cry for American wheat rose, insistent and vehement, from 50 cities and centres of Eastern Europe. While the jam of men in the wheat pit grew ever more frantic, ever more furious, and while the impassive hand on the great dial over the floor of the board rose resistless, till it stood at 87, he bought steadily, gathering in the wheat, calling for it, welcoming it, receiving full in the face and with opened arms the cataract that poured in upon the pit from Iowa and Nebraska, Minnesota and Dakota, from the dwindling bins of Illinois and the fast-emptying elevators of Kansas and Missouri. Then, squarely in the midst of the commotion, at a time when Curtis Jadwin owned some 10 million bushels of May wheat, fell the government report on the visible supply. "Well," said Jadwin, "what do you think of it?" He and Gretry were in the broker's private room in the offices of Gretry, Converse Co. They were studying the report of the government as to the supply of wheat, which had just been published in the editions of the evening papers. It was very late in the afternoon of a lugubrious March day. Long since the gas and electricity had been lighted in the office, while in the streets the lamps at the corners were reflected downward in long shafts of light upon the drenched pavements. From the windows of the room one could see directly up La Salle Street. The cable cars, as they made the turn into or out of the street at the corner of Monroe, threw momentary glares of red and green lights across the mists of rain, and filled the air continually with the jangle of their bells. Further on one caught a glimpse of the courthouse rising from the pavement like a rain-washed cliff of black basalt, picked out with winking lights, and beyond that at the extreme end of the vista, the girders and cables of the La Salle Street Bridge. The sidewalks on either hand were encumbered with the 6 o'clock crowd that poured out incessantly from the street entrances of the office buildings. It was a crowd almost entirely of men, and they moved only in one direction, buttoned to the chin in raincoats, their umbrellas bobbing, their feet scuffling through the little pools of wet in the depressions of the sidewalk. They streamed from out the brokers' offices and commission houses on either side of La Salle Street, continually, unendingly, moving with the dragging sluggishness of the fatigue of a hard day's work. Under that grey sky and blurring veil of rain they lost their individualities. They became conglomeratia mass, slow-moving, black. All day long the torrent had seethed and thundered through the street, the torrent that swirled out and back from that vast pit of roaring within the Board of Trade. Now the pit was stilled, the sluice gates of the torrent locked, and from out the thousands of offices, from out the Board of Trade itself, flowed the black and sluggish lees, the lifeless dregs that filtered back to their level for a few hours, stagnation till in the morning the whirlpool revolving once more should again suck them back into its vortex. The rain fell uninterruptedly. There was no wind. The cable cars jolted and jostled over the tracks with a strident whir of vibrating window glass. In the street, immediately in front of the entrance to the Board of Trade, a group of pigeons, garneted, trim, with coral-coloured feet and iridescent breasts, strutted and fluttered, pecking at the handfuls of wheat that a porter threw them from the windows of the floor of the board. "Well," repeated Jadwin, shifting with a movement of his lips his unlit cigar to the other corner of his mouth, "well, what do you think of it?" The broker, intent upon the figures and statistics, replied only by an indefinite movement of the head. "Why, Sam," observed Jadwin, looking up from the paper, "there's less than 100 million bushels in the farmer's hands. That's awfully small. Sam, that's awfully small." "It ain't, as you might say, colossal," admitted Gretry. There was a long silence while the two men studied the report still further. Gretry took a pamphlet of statistics from a pigeonhole of his desk and compared certain figures with those mentioned in the report. Outside the rain swept against the windows with the subdued rustle of silk. A newsboy raised a Gregorian chant as he went down the street. "By George, Sam," Jadwin said again, "do you know that a whole pile of that wheat has got to go to Europe before July? How have the shipments been?" "About 5 millions a week." "Why, think of that, 20 millions a month, and it's, let's see, April, May, June, July months before a new crop. 80 million bushels will go out of the country in the next 4 months, 80 million, out of less than 100 millions. "Looks that way," answered Gretry. "Here," said Jadwin, "let's get some figures. Let's get a squint on the whole situation. Got a price current here. Let's find out what the stocks are in Chicago. I do not believe the elevators are exactly bursting, and say," he called after the broker, who had started for the front office, "say, find out about the primary receipts and the Paris and Liverpool stocks. Bet you what you like that Paris and Liverpool together could not show 10 million to save their necks." In a few moments Gretry was back again, his hands full of pamphlets and trade journals. By now the offices were quite deserted. The last clerk had gone home. Without, the neighborhood was emptying rapidly. Only a few stragglers hurried over the glistening sidewalks. Only a few lights yet remained in the facades of the tall, grey office buildings. And in the widening silence, the cooing of the pigeons on the ledges and windowsills of the Board of Trade building made itself heard with increasing distinctness. Before Gretry's desk, the two men leaned over the litter of papers. The broker's pencil was in his hand, and from time to time he figured rapidly on a sheet of note paper. "And," observed Jadwin after a while, "and you see how the millers up here in the northwest have been grinding up all the grain in sight. Do you see that?" "Yes," said Gretry, then he added, "Navigation will be open in another month up there in the straits." "That's so too," exclaimed Jadwin, "and what wheat there is here will be moving out. I would forgotten that point. Ain't you glad you are not short of wheat these days?" "There's plenty of fellows that are, though," returned Gretry. "I have got a lot of short wheat on my books, a lot of it." All at once, as Gretry spoke, Jadwin started, and looked at him with a curious glance. "You have, hey?" he said. "There are a lot of fellows who have sold short." "Oh yes, some of Crook's followers, quite a lot of them." Jadwin was silent a moment, tugging at his moustache. Then suddenly he leaned forward, his finger almost in Gretry's face. "Why, look here," he cried, "do not you see, do not you see?" "See what?" demanded the broker, puzzled at the other's vehemence. Jadwin loosened his collar with a forefinger. "Great Scott, I will choke in a minute. See what? Why, I own 10 million bushels of this wheat already, and Europe will take 80 million out of the country. Why, there ain't going to be any wheat left in Chicago by May. If I get in now and buy a long line of cash wheat, where are all these fellows who have sold short going to get it to deliver to me? Say, where are they going to get it? Come on now, tell me, where are they going to get it?" Gretry laid down his pencil and stared at Jadwin, looked long at the papers on his desk, consulted his penciled memoranda, then thrust his hands deep into his pockets with a long breath. Bewildered and as if stupefied, he gazed again into Jadwin's face. "My God," he murmured at last. "Well, where are they going to get it?" Jadwin cried once more, his face suddenly scarlet. "Jay," faltered the broker, "Jay, damned if I know." And then, all in the same moment, the two men were on their feet. The event which all those past 11 months had been preparing was suddenly consummated, suddenly stood revealed, as though a veil had been ripped asunder, as though an explosion had crashed through the air upon them, deafening, blinding. Jadwin sprang forward, gripping the broker by the shoulder. "Sam," he shouted, "do you know, great God? Do you know what this means? Sam, we can corner the market." Roman 8. On that particular morning in April, the trading around the wheat pit on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade began practically a full 5 minutes ahead of the stroke of the gong, and the throng of brokers and clerks that surged in and about the pit itself was so great that it overflowed and spread out over the floor, between the wheat and corn pits, ousting the traders in oats from their traditional ground. The market had closed the day before with May wheat at 98 5/8, and the bulls had prophesied and promised that the magic legend dollar wheat would be on the Western Union wires before another 24 hours. The indications pointed to a lively morning's work. Never for an instant during the past 6 weeks had the trading sagged or languished. The air of the pit was surcharged with a veritable electricity. It had the effervescence of champagne or of a mountaintop at sunrise. It was buoyant, thrilling. The unknown bull was to all appearance still in control. The whole market hung upon his horns, and from time to time one felt the sudden upward thrust, powerful, tremendous, as he flung the wheat up another notch. The tailor's little bulls were radiant. In the dark, they hung hard by their unseen and mysterious friend who daily, weekly was making them richer. The bears were scarcely visible. The great bull in a single superb rush had driven them nearly out of the pit. Growling, grumbling they had retreated, and only at distance dared so much as to bare a claw. Just the formidable lowering of the great bull's frontlet sufficed, so it seemed, to check their every move of aggression or resistance. And all the while, Liverpool, Paris, Odessa, and Budapest clamoured ever louder and louder for the grain that meant food to the crowded streets and barren farms of Europe. A few moments before the opening, Charles Cressler was in the public room, in the southeast corner of the building, where smoking was allowed, finishing his morning cigar. But as he heard the distant striking of the gong, and the roar of the pit as it began to get under way, with a prolonged rumbling trepidation like the advancing of a great flood, he threw his cigar away and stepped out from the public room to the main floor, going on towards the front windows. At the sample tables he filled his pockets with wheat, and once at the windows raised the sash and spread the pigeon's breakfast on the granite ledge. While he was watching the confused fluttering of flashing wings that on the instant filled the air in front of the window, he was all at once surprised to hear a voice at his elbow, wishing him good morning. "Seem to know you, do not they?" Cressler turned about. "Oh," he said, "hullo hulloys, they know me all right, especially that red and white hen. She's got a lame wing since yesterday, and if I do not watch, the others would drive her off. The pouter brute yonder, for instance, he's a regular pirate. Wants all the wheat himself, do not ever seem to get enough." "Well," observed the newcomer, laconically, "there are others." The man who spoke was about 40 years of age. His name was Calvin Hardy Crooks. He was very small and very slim. His hair was yet dark and his face smooth-shaven and triangulated in shape like a cat's was dark as well. The eyebrows were thin and black, and the lips too were thin and were puckered a little, like the mouth of a tight-shut sack. The face was secretive, impassive, and cold. The man himself was dressed like a dandy. His coat and trousers were of the very newest fashion. He wore a white waistcoat, drab gaiters, a gold watch and chain, a jeweled scarf pin, and a seal ring. From the top pocket of his coat protruded the finger-tips of a pair of unworn red gloves. "Yes," continued Crooks, unfolding a brand-new pocket handkerchief as he spoke, "there are others who never know when they have got enough wheat." "Oh, you mean the unknown bull?" "I mean the unknown damned fool," returned Crooks placidly. There was not a trace of the snob about Charles Cressler. No one could be more democratic, but at the same time, as this interview proceeded, he could not fight down nor altogether ignore a certain qualm of gratified vanity. Had the matter risen to the realm of his consciousness, he would have hated himself for this, but it went no further than a vaguely felt increase of self-esteem. He seemed to feel more important in his own eyes. He would have liked to have his friends see him just now talking with this man. Crooks was saying today he would observe when next he met an acquaintance. For 100, H. Crooks was conceded to be the biggest man in La Salle Street. Not even the growing importance of the new and mysterious bull could quite make the market forget the great bear. Inactive during all this trampling and goring in the pit, there were yet those who, even as they strove against the bull, cast uneasy glances over their shoulders, wondering why the bear did not come to the help of his own. "Well, yes," admitted Cressler, combing his short beard, "yes, he is a fool." The contrast between the two men was extreme. Each was precisely what the other was not. The one long, angular, lucid-jointed, the other tight, trim, small, and compact. The one osseous, the other sleek. The one stoop-shouldered, the other erect as a corporal of infantry. But as Cressler was about to continue, Crooks put his chin in the air. "Hark," he said, "what's that?" For from the direction of the wheat pit had come a sudden and vehement renewal of tumult. The traders as one man were roaring in chorus. There were cheers. Hats went up into the air. On the floor by the lowest step 2 brokers, their hands trumpet-wise to their mouths, shouted at top voice to certain friends at a distance, while above them on the topmost step of the pit, a half-dozen others, their arms at fullest stretch, threw the hand signals that interpreted the fluctuations in the price to their associates in the various parts of the building. Again and again the cheers rose, violent hippopharas and tigers, while from all corners and parts of the floor men and boys came scurrying up. Visitors in the gallery leaned eagerly upon the railing. Over in the provision pit, trading ceased for the moment, and all heads were turned towards the commotion of the wheat traders. "Ah," commented Crooks, "they did get it there at last." For the hand on the dial had suddenly jumped another degree, and not a messenger boy, not a porter, not a janitor, none whose work or life brought him in touch with the Board of Trade, that did not feel the thrill. The news flashed out to the world on 100 telegraph wires. It was called to 100 offices across the telephone lines. From every doorway, even as it seemed from every window of the building, spreading thence all over the city, the state, the Northwest, the entire nation, sped the magic words, "dollar wheat." Crooks turned to Cressler. "Can you lunch with me today at Kinsley's? I would like to have a talk with you." And as soon as Cressler had accepted the invitation, Crooks, with a succinct nod, turned upon his heel and walked away. At Kinsley's that day, in a private room on the 2nd floor, Cressler met not only Crooks, but his associate Sweeney and another gentleman by the name of Frey, the latter one of his oldest and disliked friends. Sweeney was an Irishman, florid, flamboyant, talkative, who spoke with a faint brogue, and who tagged every observation, argument, or remark with the phrase, "Do you understand me, gentlemen?" Frey, a German-American, was a quiet fellow, very handsome, with black side whiskers and a humorous, twinkling eye. The three were members of the Board of Trade, and were always associated with the Bear forces. Indeed, they could be said to be its leaders. Between them, as Cressler afterwards was accustomed to say, they could have bought pretty much all of the West Side. And during the course of the luncheon these three, with a simplicity and a directness that for the moment left Cressler breathless, announced that they were preparing to drive the unknown bull out of the pit, and asked him to become one of the clique. Crooks, whom Cressler intuitively singled out as the leader, did not so much as open his mouth till Sweeney had talked himself breathless, and all the preliminaries were out of the way. Then he remarked, his eye as lifeless as the eye of a fish, his voice as expressionless as the voice of fate itself. I do not know who the big bull is, and I do not care a curse, but he do not suit my book. I want him out of the market. We have let him have his way now for 3 or 4 months. We figured we would let him run to the $1 mark. The May option closed this morning at $1 and 1/8 now we take hold. But Cressler hastened to object, "You forget I'm not a speculator." Frey smiled and tapped his friend on the arm. "I guess, Charlie," he said, "that there will not be much speculating about this." "Why, gentlemen," cried Sweeney, brandishing a fork, "we are going to sell him right out o' the market, so we are. Simply flood out the sarnafagan, you understand me, gentlemen." Cressler shook his head. "No," he answered. "No, you must count me out. I quit speculating years ago. And besides, to sell short on this kind of market I do not need to tell you what you risk." "Risk hell," muttered Crooks. "Well, now I will explain to you," Charlie began Frey. The other two withdrew a little from the conversation. Crooks, as ever monosyllabic, took himself on in a little while, and Sweeney, his chair tipped back against the wall, his hands clasped behind his head, listened to Frey explaining to Cressler the plans of the proposed clique and the lines of their attack. He talked for nearly an hour and a half, at the end of which time the lunch table was one litter of paper slitters, contracts, warehouse receipts, tabulated statistics, and the like. "Well," said Frey at length, "well, Charlie, do you see the game? What do you think of it?" "It's about as ingenious a scheme as I ever heard of, Billy," answered Cressler. "You cannot lose with Crooks back of it." "Well, then we can count you in, hey?" "Count nothing," declared Cressler stoutly. "I do not speculate." "But have you thought of this?" urged Frey, and went over the entire proposition, from a fresh point of view, winding up with the exclamation, "Why, Charlie, we are going to make our everlasting fortunes." "I do not want any everlasting fortune, Billy Frey," protested Cressler. "Look here, Billy, you must remember I am a pretty old cock. You boys are all youngsters. I have got a little money left and a little business, and I want to grow old quiet-like. I had my fling, you know, when you boys were in knickerbockers. Now you let me keep out of all this. You get someone else." "No, we will be jiggered if we do," exclaimed Sweeney. "Say, are ye scared we cannot buy that trade journal? Why, we have it in our pocket, so we have. D'ye think Crooks now could not make bare sentiment with the public, with just the lift o' one forefinger? Why, he owns most of the commercial columns of the dailies already. D'ye think he could not swamp that market with sell-in orders in the shorter end o' 2 days? D'ye think we will not all hold together now? Is that the bug in the butter? Sure, now listen. Let me tell you." "You cannot tell me anything about this scheme that you have not told me before," declared Cressler. "You will win, of course. Crooks Co. are like Rothschild earthquakes, could not budge 'em. But I promised myself years ago to keep out of the speculative market, and I mean to stick by it." "Oh, get on with you, Charlie," said Frey, good-humouredly. "You are scared." "Of what?" asked Cressler, speculating. "You bet I am, and when you are as old as I am and have been through 3 panics, and have known what it meant to have a corner bust under you, you will be scared of speculating too." "But suppose we can prove to you," said Sweeney all at once, "that we are not speculating, that the other fellow, this fool bull, is doing the speculating." "I will go into anything in the way of legitimate trading," answered Cressler, getting up from the table. "You convince me that your clique is not a speculative clique, and I will come in. But I do not see how your deal can be anything else." "Will you meet us here tomorrow?" asked Sweeney as they got into their overcoats. "It will not do you any good," persisted Cressler. "Well, will you meet us just the same?" the other insisted, and in the end Cressler accepted. On the steps of the restaurant they parted, and the two leaders watched Cressler's broad, stooped shoulders disappear down the street. "He's as good as in already," Sweeney declared. "I will fix him tomorrow. Once a speculator, always a speculator. He was the cock of the cowyard in his day, and the thing is in the blood. He gave himself clean away when he let out he was afraid o' speculating. You cannot be afraid of anything that ain't got a hold on you. Why, understand me now." "Well," observed Frey, "we have got to get him in." "Talk to me about that now," Sweeney answered. "I am new to some parts o' this scheme o' yours yet. Why is Crooks so keen on having him in? I am not so keen. We could get along without him. He ain't so god-awful rich, why no. No, but he's a solid, conservative cash-grain man, answered Frey, who has not been associated with speculating for years. Crooks has got to have that element in the clique before we can approach Steyer's Co. We may have to get a pile of money from them, and they are apt to be scary and cautious. Kressler being in, do you see, gives the clique a substantial, conservative character. You let Crooks manage it. He knows his business. Say, exclaimed Sweeney, an idea occurring to him, I thought Crooks was going to put us wise today. He must know by now who the big bull is. No doubt he does know, answered the other. He will tell us when he's ready. But I think I could copper the individual. There was a great big jag of wheat sold to Liverpool a little while ago through Gretry, Converse Co., who have been acting for Curtis Jadwin for a good many years. Oh, Jadwin, hey, hi, we are after big game now, I am thinking. But look here, warned Frey, here's a point. Kressler is not to know by the longest kind of chalk, anyhow not until he's so far in he cannot pull out. He and Jadwin are good friends, I am told. Hello, it's raining a little. Well, I have got to be moving. See you at lunch tomorrow. As Kressler turned into La Salle Street, the light sprinkle of rain suddenly swelled to a deluge, and he had barely time to dodge into the portico of the Illinois Trust to escape a drenching. All the passers-by close at hand were making for the same shelter, and among these Kressler was surprised to see Curtis Jadwin, who came running up the narrow lane from the cafe entrance of the Grand Pacific Hotel. Hello, Jay, he cried when his friend came panting up the steps, as the whale said to Jonah, come in out of the wet. The two friends stood a moment under the portico, their coat collars turned up, watching the scurrying in the street. Well, said Kressler at last, I see we got dollar wheat this morning. Yes, answered Jadwin, nodding, dollar wheat. I suppose, went on Kressler, I suppose you are sorry now that you are not in it any more. Oh no, replied Jadwin, nibbling off the end of a cigar. No, I'm just as well out of it. And it's for good and all this time, eh? For good and all. Well, commented Kressler, someone else has begun where you left off, I guess. This unknown bull, I mean. All the boys are trying to find out who he is. Crooks, though, was saying to me, Cal Crooks, you know, was saying he did not care who he was. Crooks is out of the market too, I understand, and means to keep out, he says, till the big bull gets tired. Wonder who the big bull is. Oh, there is not any big bull, blustered Jadwin. There's simply a lot of heavy buying, or maybe there might be a ring of New York men operating through Gretry. I do not know, and I guess I am like Crooks, I do not care know that I am out of the game. Real estate is too lively now to think of anything else, keeps me on the keen jump early and late. I tell you what, Charlie, this city is not half grown yet. And do you know I have noticed another thing, cities grow to the westward. I have got a building and loan association going, out in the suburbs on the west side, that's a dandy. Well, looks as though the rain had stopped. Remember me to madam. So long, Charlie. On leaving Kressler, Jadwin went on to his offices in the Rookery, close at hand, but he had no more than settled himself at his desk when he was called up on his telephone. Hello, said a small, dry transformation of Gretry's voice. Hello, is that you, Jay? Well, in the matter of that cash wheat in Duluth, I have bought that for you. All right, answered Jadwin, then he added, I guess we had better have a long talk now. I was going to propose that, answered the broker. Meet me this evening at 7 at the Grand Pacific. It's just as well that we are not seen together nowadays. Do not ask for me. Go right into the smoking room. I will be there. And by the way, I shall expect a reply from Minneapolis about 5:30 this afternoon. I would like to be able to get at you at once when that comes in. Can you wait down for that? Well, I was going home, objected Jadwin. I was not home to dinner last night, and Mrs. Jadwin. This is pretty important, you know, warned the broker. And if I call you up on your residence telephone, there's always the chance of somebody cutting in and overhearing us. Oh, very well then, assented Jadwin. I will call it a day. I will get home for luncheon tomorrow. It cannot be helped. By the way, I met Kressler this afternoon, Sam, and he seemed sort of suspicious of things, to me as though he had an inkling. Better hang up, came back the broker's voice. Better hang up, Jay, there's big risk telephoning like this. I will see you tonight. Goodbye. And so it was that about half an hour later Laura was called to the telephone in the library. Oh, not coming home at all tonight, she cried blankly in response to Jadwin's message. It's just impossible, old girl, he answered. But why, she insisted. Oh, business, this building and loan association of mine. Oh, I know it cannot be that. Why do not you let Mr. Gretry manage your... But at this point Jadwin, the warning of Gretry still fresh in his mind, interrupted quickly. I must hang up now, Laura. Goodby, I will see you tomorrow noon and explain it all to you. Goodby, Laura. Hello, are you there yet? Hello, hello. But Jadwin had heard in the receiver the rattle and click as of a tiny door closing. The receiver was silent and dead, and he knew that his wife, disappointed and angry, had hung up without saying goodby. The days passed. Soon another week had gone by. The wheat market steadied down after the dollar mark was reached, and for a few days a calmer period intervened. Down beneath the surface, below the ebb and flow of the currents, the great forces were silently at work reshaping the situation. Millions of dollars were beginning to be set in motion to govern the millions of bushels of wheat. At the end of the third week of the month, Frey reported to Crooks that Cressler was in, and promptly negotiations were opened between the clique and the great banking house of the Styres. But meanwhile Jadwin and Gretry, foreseeing no opposition, realizing the incalculable advantage that their knowledge of the possibility of a corner gave them, were quietly enough gathering in the grain. As early as the end of March Jadwin, as incidental to his contemplated corner of May wheat, had bought up a full half of the small supply of cash wheat in Duluth, Chicago, Liverpool, and Paris, some 20 million bushels, and against this had sold short an equal amount of the July option. Having the actual wheat in hand he could not lose. If wheat went up, his 20 million bushels were all the more valuable. If it went down, he covered his short sales at a profit. And all the while, steadily, persistently, he bought May wheat, till Gretry's book showed him to be possessed of over 20 million bushels of the grain deliverable for that month. But all this took not only his every minute of time, but his every thought, his every consideration. He who had only so short a while before considered the amount of 5 million bushels burdensome, demanding careful attention, was now called upon to watch, govern, and control the tremendous forces latent in a line of 40 million. At times he remembered the Curtis Jadwin of the spring before his marriage, the Curtis Jadwin who had sold a pitiful million on the strength of the news of the French import duty, and had considered the deal big. Well, he was a different man since that time. Then he had been suspicious of speculation, had feared it even. Now he had discovered that there were in him powers, capabilities, and a breadth of grasp hitherto unsuspected. He could control the Chicago wheat market, and the man who could do that might well call himself great without presumption. He knew that he overtopped them all: Gretry, the Crooks gang, the arrogant, sneering bears, all the men of the world of the Board of Trade. He was stronger, bigger, shrewder than them all. A few days now would show, when they would all wake to the fact that wheat, which they had promised to deliver before they had it in hand, was not to be got except from him and at whatever price he chose to impose. He could exact from them $100 a bushel if he chose, and they must pay him the price or become bankrupts. By now his mind was upon this one great fact: May wheat continually. It was with him the instant he woke in the morning. It kept him company during his hasty breakfast. In the rhythm of his horse's hoofs, as the team carried him downtown, he heard wheat-wheat-wheat, wheat-wheat-wheat. No sooner did he enter La Salle Street than the roar of traffic came to his ears as the roar of the torrent of wheat, which drove through Chicago from the western farms to the mills and bake shops of Europe. There at the foot of the street the torrent swirled once upon itself, 40 million strong, in the eddy which he told himself he mastered. The afternoon waned, night came on. The day's business was to be gone over. The morrow's campaign was to be planned. Little unexpected side issues, a score of them, 100 of them, cropped out from hour to hour. New decisions had to be taken each minute. At dinner time he left the office and his horses carried him home again, while again their hoofs upon the asphalt beat out unceasingly the monotone of the one refrain: wheat-wheat-wheat, wheat-wheat-wheat. At dinner table he could not eat. Between each course he found himself going over the day's work, testing it, questioning himself: was this rightly done? Was that particular decision sound? Is there a loophole here? Just what was the meaning of that dispatch? After the meal the papers, contracts, statistics and reports which he had brought with him in his Gladstone bag were to be studied. As often as not Gretry called, and the two, shut in the library, talked, discussed, and planned till long after midnight. Then at last, when he had shut the front door upon his lieutenant, and turned to face the empty, silent house, came the moment's reaction. The tired brain flagged and drooped, exhaustion, like a weight of lead, hung upon his heels. But somewhere a whole clock struck, a single booming note, like a gong, like the signal that would unchain the tempest in the pit tomorrow morning. Wheat-wheat-wheat, wheat-wheat-wheat. Instantly the jaded senses braced again, instantly the wearied mind sprang to its post. He turned out the lights, he locked the front door. Long since the great house was asleep. In the cold, dim silence of the earliest dawn Curtis Jadwin went to bed, only to lie awake, staring up into the darkness, planning, devising new measures, reviewing the day's doings, while the faint tides of blood behind the eardrums murmured ceaselessly to the overdriven brain, wheat, 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 wheat. 40 million bushels, 40 million, 40 million. Whole days now went by when he saw his wife only at breakfast and at dinner. At times she was angry, hurt, and grieved that he should leave her so much alone, but there were moments when she was sorry for him. She seemed to divine that he was not all to blame. What Laura thought he could only guess. She no longer spoke of his absorption in business. At times he thought he saw reproach and appeal in her dark eyes, at times anger and a pride cruelly wounded. A few months ago this would have touched him, but now he all at once broke out vehemently. You think I am wilfully doing this. You do not know, you have not a guess. I corner the wheat. Great heavens, it is the wheat that has cornered me. The corner made itself. I happened to stand between two sets of circumstances, and they made me do what I have done. I could not get out of it now with all the good will in the world. Go to the theatre tonight with you and the Cresslers. Why, old girl, you might as well ask me to go to Jericho. Let that Mr. Corthell take my place. And very naturally this is what was done. The artist sent a great bunch of roses to Mrs. Jadwin upon the receipt of her invitation, and after the play had the party to supper in his apartments that overlooked the lake front. Supper over, he escorted her, Mrs. Cressler, and Paige back to their respective homes. By a coincidence that struck them all as very amusing, he was the only man of the party. At the last moment Paige had received a telegram from Landry. He was, it appeared, sick and in bed. The day's work on the Board of Trade had quite used him up for the moment, and his doctor forbade him to stir out of doors. Mrs. Cressler explained that Charlie had something on his mind these days, that was making an old man of him. He do not ever talk sharp with me, she said. I am sure he has not been speculating, but he's worried and fidgety to beat all I ever saw this last week. And now this evening he had to take himself off to meet some customer or other at the Palmer house. They dropped Mrs. Cressler at the door of her home, and then went on to the Jadwins. I remember, said Laura to Corthell, that once before the three of us came home this way. Remember, it was the night of the opera. That was the night I first met Mr. Jadwin. It was the night of the Helmick failure, said Paige seriously, and the office buildings were all lit up. See, she added, as they drove up to the house, there's a light in the library, and it must be nearly 1 o'clock. Mr. Jadwin is up yet. Laura fell suddenly silent. When was it all going to end, and how? Night after night her husband shut himself thus in the library and toiled on till early dawn. She enjoyed no companionship with him. Her evenings were long, her time hung with insupportable heaviness upon her hands. Shall you be at home? Inquired Corthell as he held her hand a moment at the door. Shall you be at home tomorrow evening? May I come and play to you again? Yes, yes, she answered. Yes, I shall be home. Yes, do come. Laura's carriage drove the artist back to his apartments. All the way he sat motionless in his place, looking out of the window with unseeing eyes. His cigarette went out. He drew another from his case but forgot to light it. Thoughtful and abstracted, he slowly mounted the stairway elevator, having stopped for the night at his studio, let himself in, and, throwing aside his hat and coat, sat down without lighting the gas in front of the fireplace, where the weather being even yet sharp, an armful of logs smouldered on the flagstones. His man, Evans, came from out an inner room to ask if he wanted anything. Corthell got out of his evening coat, and Evans brought him his smoking jacket, and set the little table with its long tin box of cigarettes and ash trays at his elbow. Then he lit the tall lamp of corroded bronze, with its heavy silk shade that stood on a table in the angle of the room, drew the curtains, put a fresh log upon the fire, held the tiny silver alcohol burner to Corthell while the latter lighted a fresh cigarette, and then with a murmured "Good night, sir," went out, closing the door with the precaution of a depredator. This suite of rooms, facing the lake front, was what Corthell called home. Whenever he went away, he left it exactly as it was, in the charge of the faithful Evans, and no matter how long he was absent, he never returned thither without a sense of welcome and relief. Even now, perplexed as he was conscious of a feeling of comfort and pleasure as he settled himself in his chair. The lamp threw a dull illumination about the room. It was a picturesque apartment, carefully planned, not an object that had not been chosen with care and the utmost discrimination. The walls had been treated with copper leaf till they produced a sombre, iridescent effect of green and faint gold that suggested the depth of a forest glade shot through with the sunset. Shelves bearing 18th-century books in seal brown tree-calf Addison, The Spectator, Junius and Racine, Rochefoucauld and Pascal hung against it here and there. On every hand the eye rested upon some small masterpiece of art or workmanship. Now it was an antique portrait bust of the days of decadent Rome, black marble with a bronze tiara. Now a framed page of a 14th century version of Lee Quater's Phil's Diamond, with an illuminated letter of miraculous workmanship. Or a Renaissance gonfalon of silk once white, but now brown with age, yet in the centre blazing with the escutcheon and quarterings of a dead queen. Between the windows stood an ivory statuette of the Venus of the Heel, done in the days of the magnificent Lorenzo, an original Kazin, and a chalk drawing by Baudry hung against the wall close by together with a bronze tablet by St. Gaudens, while across the entire end of the room opposite the fireplace, worked in the tapestry of the best period of the northern French school, Halcyon, her arms already blossoming into wings, hovered over the dead body of Saix, his long hair streaming like seaweed in the blue waters of the Aegean. For a long time Corthell sat motionless, looking into the fire. In an adjoining room a clock chimed the half-hour of one, and the artist stirred, passing his long fingers across his eyes. After a long while he rose and, going to the fireplace, leaned an arm against the overhanging shelf, and resting his forehead against it, remained in that position, looking down at the smouldering logs. "She is unhappy," he murmured at length. "It is not difficult to see that, unhappy and lonely. Oh, fool, fool, to have left her when you might have stayed. Oh, fool, fool, not to find the strength to leave her now when you should not remain." The following evening Corthell called upon Mrs. Jadwin. She was alone, as he usually found her. He had brought a book of poems with him, and instead of passing the evening in the art gallery as they had planned, he read aloud to her from Rossetti. Nothing could have been more conventional than their conversation, nothing more impersonal. But on his way home one feature of their talk suddenly occurred to him. It struck him as significant, but of what he did not care to put into words. Neither he nor Laura had once spoken of Jadwin throughout the entire evening. Little by little the companionship grew. Corthell shut his eyes, his ears. The thought of Laura, the recollection of their last evening together, the anticipation of the next meeting filled all his waking hours. He refused to think, he resigned himself to the drift of the current. Jadwin he rarely saw, but on those few occasions when he and Laura's husband met, he could detect no lack of cordiality in the other's greeting. Once even Jadwin had remarked, "I am very glad you have come to see Mrs. Jadwin, Corthell. I have to be away so much these days. I am afraid she would be lonesome if it was not for someone like you to drop in now and then and talk art to her." By slow degrees the companionship trended toward intimacy. At the various theatres and concerts he was her escort. He called upon her 2 or 3 times each week. At his studio entertainments Laura was always present. How Corthell asked himself did she regard the affair? She gave him no sign, she never intimated that his presence was otherwise than agreeable. Was this tacit acquiescence of hers an encouragement? Was she willing to officiate herself as a married woman with a cavalier? Her married life was intolerable, he was sure of that, her husband uncongenial. He told himself that she detested him. Once, however, this belief was rather shocked by an unexpected, and to him an inconsistent reaction on Laura's part. She had made an engagement with him to spend an afternoon in the Art Institute, looking over certain newly acquired canvases. But upon calling for her an hour after luncheon, he was informed that Mrs. Jadwin was not at home. When next she saw him, she told him that she had spent the entire day with her husband. They had taken an early train and had gone up to Geneva Lake to look over their country house, and to prepare for its opening, later on in the spring. They had taken the decision so unexpectedly that she had no time to tell him of the change in her plans. Corthell wondered if she had as a matter of fact forgotten all about her appointment with him. He never quite understood the incident, and afterwards asked himself whether or no he could be so sure, after all, of the estrangement between the husband and wife. He guessed it to be possible that on this occasion Jadwin had suddenly decided to give himself a holiday, and that Laura had been quick to take advantage of it. Was it true, then, that Jadwin had but to speak the word to have Laura forget all else? Was it true that the mere nod of his head was enough to call her back to him? Corthell was puzzled. He would not admit this to be true. She was, he was persuaded, a woman of more spirit, of more pride than this would seem to indicate. Corthell ended by believing that Jadwin had in some way coerced her, though he fancied that for the few days immediately following the excursion Laura had never been gayer, more alert, more radiant. But the days went on, and it was easy to see that his business kept Jadwin more and more from his wife. Often now, Corthell knew, he passed the night downtown, and upon those occasions when he managed to get home after the day's work, he was exhausted, worn out, and went to bed almost immediately after dinner. More than ever now the artist and Mrs. Jadwin were thrown together. On a certain Sunday evening, the first really hot day of the year, Laura and Paige went over to spend an hour with the Cresslers. and as they were all wont to do in the old days before Laura's Mariageth party sat out on the front stoop. For a wonder, Jadwin was able to be present. Laura had prevailed upon him to give her this evening, and the evening of the following Wednesday, on which latter occasion she had planned that they were to take a long drive in the park in the buggy, just the two of them, as it had been in the days of their courtship. Corthell came to the Cresslers quite as a matter of course. He had dined with the Jadwins at the great North Avenue house, and afterwards the three, preferring to walk, had come down to the Cresslers on foot. But evidently the artist was to see but little of Laura Jadwin that evening. She contrived to keep by her husband continually. She even managed to get him away from the others, and the two, leaving the rest upon the steps, sat in the parlour of the Cresslers' house talking. By and by Laura, full of her projects, exclaimed, "Where shall we go? I thought perhaps we would not have dinner at home, but you could come back to the house just a little bite early, and you could drive me out to the restaurant there in the park, and we could have dinner there, just as though we were not married, just as though we were sweethearts again. Oh, I do hope the weather will be fine." "Oh," answered Jadwin, "you mean Wednesday evening. Dear old girl, honestly, I do not believe I can make it after all. You see, Wednesday." Laura sat suddenly erect. "But you said," she began, her voice faltering a little, "you said—" "Honey, I know I did, but you must let me off this time again." She did not answer. It was too dark for him to see her face, but uneasy at her silence he began an elaborate explanation. Laura, however, interrupted. Calmly enough she said, "Oh, that's all right. No, I do not mind, of course, if you are busy." "Well, you see, do not you, old girl?" "Oh, yes, I see," she answered. She rose. "I think," she said, "we had better be going home, do not you?" "Yes, I do," he assented. "I am pretty tired myself. I have had a hard day's work. I am thirsty too," he added as he got up. "Would you like to have a drink of water too?" She shook her head, and while he disappeared in the direction of the Cresslers' dining-room, she stood alone a moment in the darkened room looking out into the street. She felt that her cheeks were hot. Her hands, hanging at her sides, shut themselves into tight fists. "What, you are all alone?" said Corthell's voice behind her. She turned about quickly. "I must be going," he said. "I came to say good night." He held out his hand. "Good night," she answered as she gave him hers. Then all at once she added, "Come to see me again soon, will you? Come Wednesday night." And then, his heart leaping to his throat, Corthell felt her hand, as it lay in his, close for an instant firmly about his fingers. "I shall expect you Wednesday then," she repeated. He crushed her hand in his grip, and suddenly bent and kissed it. "Good night," she said quietly. Jadwin's step sounded at the doorway. "Good night," he whispered, and in another moment was gone. During these days Laura no longer knew herself. At every hour she changed. Her moods came and went with a rapidity that bewildered all those who were around her. At times her gaiety filled the whole of her beautiful house. At times she shut herself in her apartments, denying herself to everyone, and her head bowed upon her folded arms, wept as though her heart was breaking without knowing why. For a few days a veritable seizure of religious enthusiasm held sway over her. She spoke of endowing a hospital, of doing church work among the slums of the city. But no sooner had her friends readjusted their points of view to suit this new development than she was off upon another tangent, and was one afternoon seen at the races, with Mrs. Gretry, in her showiest Victoria, wearing a great flaring hat and a bouquet of crimson flowers. She never repeated this performance, however, for a new fad took possession of her the very next day. She memorized the role of Lady Macbeth, built a stage in the ballroom at the top of the house, and locking herself in, rehearsed the part for 3 days uninterruptedly, dressed in elaborate costume, declaiming in chest tones to the empty room. "The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the entrance of Duncan under my battlements." Then, tiring of Lady Macbeth, she took up Juliet, Portia, and Ophelia, each with appropriate costumes, studying with tireless avidity, and frightening Aunt Wess with her declaration that she might go on the stage after all. She even entertained the notion of having Sheldon Corthell paint her portrait as Lady Macbeth. As often as the thought of the artist presented itself to her, she fought to put it from her. Yes, he came to see her often, very often. Perhaps he loved her yet. Well, suppose he did. He had always loved her. It was not wrong to have him love her, to have him with her. Without his company, great heavens, her life would be lonely beyond words and beyond endurance. Besides, was it to be thought for an instant that she, Laura Jadwin, in her pitch of pride, with all her beauty, with her quick, keen mind, was to pine, to droop, to fade in oblivion and neglect? Was she to blame? Let those who neglected her look to it. Her youth was all with her yet, and all her power to attract, to compel admiration. When Corthell came to see her on the Wednesday evening in question, Laura said to him after a few moments' conversation in the drawing-room, "Oh, you remember the picture you taught me to appreciate, the picture of the little pool in the art gallery, the one you called Despair? I have hung it in my own particular room upstairs me sitting room so as to have it where I can see it always. I love it now. But," she added, "I am not sure about the light. I think it could be hung to better advantage." She hesitated a moment, then with a sudden, impulsive movement she turned to him. "Will not you come up with me and tell me where to hang it?" They took the little elevator to the floor above, and Laura led the artist to the room in question, her sitting room, a wide, airy place, the polished floor covered with deep skins, the walls wainscoted halfway to the ceiling in dull woods. Shelves of books were everywhere, together with potted plants and tall brass lamps. A long Madeira chair stood at the window which overlooked the park and lake, and near to it a great round table of San Domingo mahogany, with tea things and almost diaphanous china. "What a beautiful room," murmured Corthell, as she touched the button in the wall that opened the current, "and how much you have impressed your individuality upon it. I should have known that you lived here. If you were thousands of miles away and I had entered here, I should have known it was yours and loved it for such." "Here is the picture," she said, indicating where it hung. "Does not it seem to you that the light is bad?" But he explained to her that it was not so, and that she had but to incline the canvas a little more from the wall to get a good effect. Of course," she assented as he held the picture in place. "Of course, I shall have it hung over again tomorrow." For some moments they remained standing in the center of the room, looking at the picture and talking of it. And then, without remembering just how it had happened, Laura found herself leaning back in the Madeira chair, Corthell seated near at hand by the round table. "I am glad you like my room," she said. "It is here that I spend most of my time. Often lately I have had my dinner here. Paige goes out a great deal now, and so I am left alone occasionally. Last night I sat here in the dark for a long time. The house was so still, everybody was out, even some of the servants. It was so warm, I raised the windows and I sat here for hours looking out over the lake. I could hear it lapping and washing against the shore almost like a sea, and it was so still, so still. And I was thinking of the time when I was a little girl back at Barrington, years and years ago, picking whortleberries down in the water lot, and how I got lost once in the corn stalks were away above my head, and how happy I was when my father would take me up on the hay wagon. Ah, I was happy in those days, just a freckled, black-haired slip of a little girl, with my frock torn and my hands all scratched with the berry bushes." She had begun by dramatizing, but by now she was acting with all her histrionic power at fullest stretch, acting the part of a woman unhappy amid luxuries, who looked back with regret and with longing towards a joyous, simple childhood. She was sincere and she was not sincere, part of heron of those two Laura Jadwins who at different times, but with equal right called themselves I, knew just what effect her words, her pose, would have upon a man who sympathized with her, who loved her. But the other Laura Jadwin would have resented as petty, as even wrong, the insinuation that she was not wholly, thoroughly sincere. All that she was saying was true. No one, so she believed, ever was placed before as she was placed now. No one had ever spoken as now she spoke. Her chin upon one slender finger, she went on, her eyes growing wide. "If I had only known then that those days were to be the happiest of my life, this great house, all the beauty of it, and all this wealth, what does it amount to?" Her voice was the voice of Fedor, and the gesture of lassitude with which she let her arms fall into her lap was precisely that which only the day before she had used to accompany Portia's plaint. "My little body is hoary of this great world." Yet at the same time, Laura knew that her heart was genuinely aching with real sadness, and that the tears which stood in her eyes were as sincere as any she had ever shed. "All this wealth," she continued, her head dropping back upon the cushion of the chair as she spoke, "what does it matter? For what does it compensate? Oh, I would give it all gladly, gladly to be that little black-haired girl again, back in Squire Dearborn's water lot, with my hands stained with the whortleberries and the nettles in my fingersand, my little lover, who called me his bohart and bought me a blue hair ribbon and kissed me behind the pump-house." "Ah," said Corthell, quickly and earnestly, "that is the secret. It was love even the foolish boy and girl love that after all made your life sweet then." She let her hands fall into her lap, and musing, turned the rings back and forth upon her fingers. "Do not you think so?" he asked in a low voice. She bent her head slowly without replying. Then for a long moment neither spoke. Laura played with her rings. The artist, leaning forward in his chair, looked with vague eyes across the room, and no interval of time since his return, no words that had ever passed between them, had been so fraught with significance, so potent in drawing them together as this brief, wordless moment. At last Corthell turned towards her. "You must not think," he murmured, "that your life is without love now. I will not have you believe that." But she made no answer. "If you would only see," he went on, "if you would only condescend to look, you would know that there is a love which has enfolded your life for years. You have shut it out from you always, but it has been yours just the same. It has lain at your door, it has looked, God knows with what longing, through your windows. You have never stirred abroad that it has not followed you. Not a footprint of yours that it does not know and cherish. Do you think that your life is without love? Why, it is all around you, but voiceless. It has no right to speak, it only has the right to suffer." Still Laura said no word. Her head turned from him, she looked out of the window, and once more the seconds passed while neither spoke. The clock on the table ticked steadily. In the distance, through the open window, came the incessant, mournful wash of the lake. All around them the house was still. At length Laura sat upright in her chair. "I think I will have this room done over while we are away this summer," she said. "Do not you think it would be effective if the wainscoting went almost to the ceiling?" He glanced critically about the room. "Very," he answered briskly. "There is no background so beautiful as wood. And I might finish it off at the top with a narrow shelf, provided you promised not to put brass plaques or pewter kitchenware upon it." "Do smoke," she urged him. "I know you want to, you will find matches on the table." But Corthell, as he lit his cigarette, produced his own matchbox. It was a curious bit of antique silver, which he had bought in a Viennese pawnshop, heart-shaped and topped with a small ducal coronet of worn gold. On one side he had caused his name to be engraved in small script. Now, as Laura admired it, he held it towards her. "An old pouncet box, I believe," he informed her, "or possibly it held an ointment for her finger-nails." He spilled the matches into his hand. "You see the red stain still on the inside. And smell," he added as she took it from him. "Even the odour of the sulphur matches cannot smother the quaint old perfume, distilled perhaps 3 centuries ago." An hour later Corthell left her. She did not follow him further than the threshold of the room, but let him find his way to the front door alone. When he had gone she returned to the room, and for a little while sat in her accustomed place by the window overlooking the park and the lake. Very soon after Corthell's departure she heard Page, Landry-Court and Mrs. Wessels come in. Then at length rousing from her reverie she prepared for bed. But as she passed the round mahogany table, on her way to her bedroom, she was aware of a little object lying upon it, near to where she had sat. "Oh, he forgot it," she murmured as she picked up Corthell's heart-shaped matchbox. She glanced at it a moment indifferently, but her mind was full of other things. She laid it down again upon the table, and going on to her own room went to bed. Jadwin did not come home that night, and in the morning Laura presided at breakfast table in his place. Landry-Court, Page and Aunt Wess were there, for occasionally nowadays, when the trio went to one of their interminable concerts or lectures, Landry stayed overnight at the house. "Any message for your husband, Mrs. Jadwin?" inquired Landry as he prepared to go downtown after breakfast. "I always see him in Mr. Gretry's office the first thing. Any message for him?" "No," answered Laura simply. "Oh, by the way," spoke up Aunt Wess, "we met that Mr. Corthell on the corner last night, just as he was leaving. I was real sorry not to get home here before he left. I have never heard him play on that big organ, and I have been wanting to for ever so long. I hurried home last night, hoping I might have caught him before he left. I was regularly disappointed." "That's too bad," murmured Laura, and then, for obscure reasons, she had the stupidity to add, "And we were in the art gallery the whole evening. He played beautifully." Towards 11 o'clock that morning Laura took her usual ride, but she had not been away from the house quite an hour before she turned back. All at once she had remembered something. She returned homeward, now urging Crusader to a flying gallop, now curbing him to his slowest ambling walk. That which had so abruptly presented itself to her mind was the fact that Corthell's matchbox-size name engraved across its front still lay in plain sight upon the table, in her sitting-room's peculiar and particular place of her privacy. It was so much her own, this room, that she had given orders that the servants were to ignore it in their day's routine. She looked after its order herself, yet for all that, the maids or the housekeeper often passed through it, on their way to the suite beyond, and occasionally Page or Aunt Wess came there to read in her absence. The family spoke of the place sometimes as the upstairs sitting-room, sometimes simply as Laura's room. Now, as she cantered homeward, Laura had it vividly in her mind that she had not so much as glanced at the room before leaving the house that morning. The servants would not touch the place, but it was quite possible that Aunt Wess or Page Laura, the blood mounting to her forehead, struck the horse sharply with her crop. The pettiness of the predicament, the small meanness of her situation struck across her face like the flagellations of tiny whips. That she should stoop to this, she who had held her head so high. Abruptly she reined in the horse again. No, she would not hurry. Exercising all her self-control, she went on her way with deliberate slowness, so that it was past 12 o'clock when she dismounted under the carriage porch. Her fingers clutched tightly about her crop. She mounted to her sitting room and entered, closing the door behind her. She went directly to the table, and then, catching her breath with a quick, apprehensive sinking of the heart, stopped short. The little heart-shaped matchbox was gone, and on the couch in the corner of the room Paige, her book fallen to the floor beside her, lay curled up in a sleep. A loop of her riding habit over her arm, the toe of her boot tapping the floor nervously, Laura stood motionless in the center of the room, her lips tight pressed, the fingers of one gloved hand drumming rapidly upon her riding crop. She was bewildered, and an anxiety cruelly poignant, a dread of something she could not name, gripped suddenly at her throat. Could she have been mistaken? Was it upon the table that she had seen the matchbox after all? If it lay elsewhere about the room, she must find it at once. Never had she felt so degraded as now, when moving with such softness and swiftness as she could in her agitation command. She went here and there about the room, peering into the corners of her desk, searching upon the floor, upon the chairs, everywhere, anywhere. Her face crimson, her breath failing her hands opening and shutting. But the silver heart with its crown of worn gold was not to be found. Laura, at the end of half an hour, was obliged to give over searching. She was certain the matchbox lay upon the mahogany table when last she left the room. It had not been mislaid, of that she was now persuaded. But while she sat at the desk, still in habit and hat, rummaging for the fourth time among the drawers and shelves, she was all at once aware, even without turning around, that Paige was awake and watching her. Laura cleared her throat. "Have you seen my blue note paper, Paige?" she asked. "I want to drop a note to Mrs. Cressler right away." "No," said Paige as she rose from the couch. "No, I have not seen it." She came towards her sister across the room. "I thought maybe," she added gravely as she drew the heart-shaped matchbox from her pocket, "that you might be looking for this. I took it. I knew you would not care to have Mr. Jadwin find it here." Laura struck the little silver heart from Paige's hand, with a violence that sent it spinning across the room, and sprang to her feet. "You took it," she cried, "you took it. How dare you? What do you mean? What do I care if Curtis should find it here? What's it to me that he should know that Mr. Corthell came up here? Of course he was here." But Paige, though very pale, was perfectly calm under her sister's outburst. "If you did not care whether anyone knew that Mr. Corthell came up here," she said quietly, "why did you tell us this morning at breakfast that you and he were in the art gallery the whole evening? I thought," she added, with elaborate blandness, "I thought I would be doing you a service in hiding the matchbox." "A service? You, what have I to hide?" cried Laura, almost inarticulate. "Of course I said we were in the art gallery the whole evening. So we were. We did. I do remember. No, we did come up here for an instant to see how my picture hung. We went downstairs again at once. We did not so much as sit down. He was not in the room 2 minutes." "He was here," returned Paige, "long enough to smoke half a dozen times." She pointed to a silver pen tray on the mahogany table, hidden behind a book rack and littered with the ashes and charred stumps of some 5 or 6 cigarettes. "Really, Laura," Paige remarked, "really you manage very awkwardly, it seems to me." Laura caught her riding crop in her right hand. "Do not yow, don't you make me forget myself," she cried breathlessly. "It seems to me," observed Paige quietly, "that you have done that long since yourself." Laura flung the crop down and folded her arms. "Now," she cried, her eyes blazing and riveted upon Paige's. "Now, just what do you mean? Sit down," she commanded, flinging a hand towards a chair. "Sit down, and tell me just what you mean by all this." But Paige remained standing. She met her sister's gaze without wavering. "Do you want me to believe," she answered, "that it made no difference to you that Mr. Corthell's match safe was here?" "Not the least," exclaimed Laura, "not the least." "Then why did you search for it so when you came in? I was not asleep all of the time. I saw you." "Because," answered Laura, because then all at once she burst out afresh. "Have I got to answer to you for what I do? Have I got to explain? All your life long you have pretended to judge your sister. Now you have gone too far. Now I forbid it from this day on. What I do is my affair. I will ask nobody's advice. I will do as I please, do you understand?" The tears sprang to her eyes, the sobs strangled in her throat. "I will do as I please," and with the words she sank down in the chair by her desk and struck her bare knuckles again and again upon the open lid, crying out through her tears and her sobs, and from between her tight-shut teeth. I will do as I please, do you understand? As I please, I will be happy. I will. Oh, darling, dearest, cried Paige, running forward, but Laura, on her feet once more, thrust her back. Do not touch me, she cried, I hate you. She put her fists to her temples and her eyes closed, rocked herself to and fro. Do not you touch me. Go away from me, go away from me. I hate you all. I hate this house, I hate this life. You are all killing me. Oh my God, if I could only die. She flung herself full length upon the couch, face downward. Her sobs shook her from head to foot. Paige knelt at her side, an arm about her shoulder, but to all her sister's consolations Laura, her voice muffled in her folded arms, only cried, let me alone, do not touch me. For a time Paige tried to make herself heard. Then, after a moment's reflection, she got up and drew out the pin in Laura's hat. She took off the hat, loosened the scarf around Laura's neck, and then deftly, silently, while her sister lay inert and sobbing beneath her hands, removed the stiff, tight ridding habit. She brought a towel dipped in cold water from the adjoining room and bathed Laura's face and hands. But her sister would not be comforted, would not respond to her entreaties or caresses. The better part of an hour went by. Paige, knowing her sister's nature, in the end held her peace, waiting for the paroxysm to wear itself out. After a while Laura's weeping resolved itself into long, shuddering breaths, and at length she managed to say, in a faint, choked voice, will you bring me the cologne from my dressing table, honey? My head aches so. And as Paige ran towards the door she added, and my hand mirror too, are my eyes all swollen? And that was the last word upon the subject between the two sisters. But the evening of the same day, between 8 and 9 o'clock, while Laura was searching the shelves of the library for a book with which to while away the long evening that she knew impended, Corthel's card was brought to her. I am not at home, she told the servant. Or wait, she added. Then after a moment's thought she said, very well, show him in here. Laura received the artist, standing very erect and pale upon the great white rug before the empty fireplace. Her hands were behind her back when he came in, and as he crossed the room she did not move. I was not going to see you at first, she said. I told the servant I was not at home, but I changed my mind. I wanted to say something to you. He stood at the other end of the fireplace, an elbow upon an angle of the massive mantel, and as she spoke the last words he looked at her quickly. As usual, they were quite alone. The heavy, muffling curtain of the doorway shut them in effectually. I have something to say to you, continued Laura. Then, quietly enough, she said, you must not come to see me any more. He turned abruptly away from her, and for a moment did not speak. Then at last, his voice low, he faced her again and asked, have I offended? She shook her head. No, he said quietly. No, I knew it was not that. There was a long silence. The artist looked at the floor, his hand slowly stroking the back of one of the big leather chairs. I knew it must come, he answered at length, sooner or later. You are right, of course. I should not have come back to America. I should not have believed that I was strong enough to trust myself. Then looked at her steadily. His words came from his lips one by one, very slowly. His voice was hardly more than a whisper. Then, I am never to see you again, is that it? Yes. Do you know what that means for me? He cried. Do you realize, he drew in his breath sharply, never to see you again, to lose even the little that is left to me now? Aye, he turned away quickly and walked to a window and stood a moment, his back turned, looking out, his hands clasped behind him. Then, after a long moment, he faced about. His manner was quiet again, his voice very low. But before I go, he said, will you answer me at least? This it can do no harm now that I am to leave you, answer me, and I know you will speak the truth. Are you happy, Laura? She closed her eyes. You have not the right to know. You are not happy, he declared. I can see it, I know it. If you were, you would have told me so. If I promise you, he went on. If I promise you to go away now and never to try to see you again, may I come once more to say goodbye? She shook her head. It is so little for you to grant, he pleaded, and it is so incalculably much for me to look forward to in the little time that yet remains. I do not even ask to see you alone. I will not harass you with any heroics. Oh, what good will it do, she cried wearily, for you to see me again? Why will you make me more unhappy than I am? Why did you come back? Because, he answered steadily, because I love you more than, partly raised a clenched fist, and let it fall slowly upon the back of the chair, more than any other consideration in the world. Do not, she cried, you must not, never, never say that to me again, will you, God, please? Oh, if I had not gone from you 4 years ago, he cried, if I had only stayed then. Not a day of my life since that I have not regretted it. You could have loved me then. I know it, and God forgive me, but I know you could love me now. Will you go? She cried. I dare you to say you could not, he flashed out. Laura shut her eyes and put her hands over her ears. I could not, she murmured monotonously, over and over again. I could not. She heard him start suddenly, and opened her eyes in time to see him come quickly towards her. She threw out a defensive hand, but he caught the arm itself to him, and before she could resist, had kissed it again and again through the interstices of the lace sleeve. Upon her bare shoulder she felt the sudden passion of his lips. A quick, sharp gasp, a sudden qualm of breathlessness wrenched through her, to her very fingertips with a fierce leap of the blood, a wild bound of the heart. She tore back from him with a violence that rent away the lace upon her arm, and stood off from him, erect and rigid, a fine, delicate trembling vibrating through all her being. On her pale cheeks the colour suddenly flamed. Go, go, was all she had voice to utter. And may I see you once more, only once? Yes, anything, only go if you love me. He left the room. In another moment she heard the front door close. Curtis, said Laura when next she saw her husband. Curtis, you could not stay with me that last time. Remember, when we were to go for a drive. Can you spend this evening with me? Just us two here at home here. I will go out with you. I will do anything you say. She looked at him steadily an instant. It is not easy for a woman to ask for me to ask favors like this. Each time I tell myself it will be the last. You must remember this, Curtis. Perhaps I am a little proud. Do not you see? They were at breakfast table again. It was the morning after Laura had given Corthell his dismissal. As she spoke, Jadwin brought his hand down upon the table with a bang. You bet I will, he exclaimed. You bet I will stay with you tonight. Business can go to the devil, and we will not go out either. We will stay right here. You get something to read to me and we will have one of our old evenings again. We. All at once Jadwin paused, laid down his knife and fork, and looked strangely to and fro about the room. We will have one of our old evenings again, he repeated slowly. What is it, Curtis? Demanded his wife. What is the matter? Oh, nothing, he answered. Why, yes, there was, tell me. No, I am all right now, he returned briskly enough. No, she insisted, you must tell me, are you sick? He hesitated a moment, then. Sick, he queried. No, indeed, but I'll tell you. Since a few days I have had, he put his fingers to his forehead between his eyes, I have had a queer sensation right there. It comes and goes. A headache. No, it's hard to describe. A sort of numbness. Sometimes it's as though there was a heavy iron copper helmet on my head, and sometimes I do not know, it seems as if there were fog or something or other inside. I will take a good long rest this summer, as soon as we can get away, another month or 6 weeks, and I will have things shipshape, and so as I can leave them. Then we will go up to Geneva, and by Jingo I will loaf. He was silent for a moment, frowning, passing his hand across his forehead and winking his eyes. Then, with a return of his usual alertness, he looked at his watch. Hi, he exclaimed, I must be off. I will not be home to dinner tonight. But you can expect me by 8 o'clock, sure. I promise I will be here on the minute. But as he kissed his wife goodbye, Laura put her arms about his neck. Oh, I do not want you to leave me at all, ever. Curtis, love me always, dear, and be thoughtful of me and kind to me. And remember that you are all I have in the world. You are father and mother to me and my dear husband as well. I know you do love me. But there are times, oh, she cried, suddenly, if I thought you did not love me better than anything, I could not love you. Curtis, I could not. No, she cried, do not interrupt. Hear me out. Maybe it is wrong of me to feel that way, but I am only a woman, dear. I love you, but I love too. Women are like that, right or wrong, weak or strong, they must be loved above everything else in the world. Now go to your business, you must not be late. Hark, there is Jarvis with the team. Go now, Goodby, and I will expect you at 8. True to his word, Jadwin reached his home that evening promptly at the promised hour. As he came into the house, however, the doorman met him in the hall, and as he took his master's hat and stick, explained that Mrs. Jadwin was in the art gallery, and that she had said he was to come there at once. Laura had planned a little surprise. The art gallery was darkened. Here and there behind the dull blue shades a light burned low, but one of the movable reflectors that were used to throw a light upon the pictures in the topmost rows was burning brilliantly. It was turned from Jadwin as he entered, and its broad cone of intense white light was thrown full upon Laura, who stood over against the organ in the full costume of Theodora. For an instant Jadwin was taken all aback. What the devil, he ejaculated, stopping short in the doorway. Laura ran forward to him, the chains, ornaments, and swinging pendants chiming furiously as she moved. I did surprise you, she laughed. Is not it gorgeous? She turned about before him, her arms raised. Is not it superb? Do you remember Bernhardtan, that scene in the Emperor Justinian's box at the amphitheatre? Say now that your wife is not beautiful. I am I not? She exclaimed defiantly, her head raised. Say it, say it. Well, what for a girl, gasped Jadwin to get herself up. Say that I am beautiful, commanded Laura. Well, I just about guess you are, he cried. The most beautiful woman you have ever known, she insisted, then on the instant added, Oh, I may be really as plain as a kitchen maid, but you must believe that I am not. I would rather be ugly and have you think me beautiful, than to be the most beautiful woman in the world and have you think me plain. Tell me, am I not the most beautiful woman you ever saw? The most beautiful I ever saw, he repeated fervently. But Lord, what will you do next? Whatever put it into your head to get into this rig? Oh, I do not know, I just took the notion. You have seen me in every one of my gowns. I sent down for this morning just after you left. Curtis, if you had not made me love you enough to be your wife, Laura Dearborn would have been a great actress. I feel it in my fingertips. Ah, she cried, suddenly flinging up her head till the pendants of the crown clashed again. I could have been magnificent, you do not believe it. Listen. This is Athaliah, queen in the Old Testament, you remember. Hold on, he protested. I thought you were this Theodora person. I know, but never mind, I am anything I choose. Sit down, listen. It's from Racine's Athalie, and the wicked queen has had this terrible dream of her mother Jezebel. It's French, but I will make you see. And taking stage, as it were, in the centre of the room, Laura began. Son amber vers mon lit à parusi béasser et moi, G lui tendais les mains pour elle embrasser. Mais gni plus trouve qu'un horrible mélange d'os et de chair mutris et trains dans la fange, des lambeaux pleins de sang, et des members affreux que les chiens devorants, si disputiant entre eux. Great God, exclaimed Jadwin, ignorant of the words yet in spite of himself, carried away by the fury and passion of her rendering. Laura struck her palms together. Just what Abner says, she cried, the very words. Abner. In the play, I knew I could make you feel it. Well, well, murmured her husband, shaking his head, bewildered even yet. Well, it's a strange wife I have got here. When you have realized that, returned Laura, you have just begun to understand me. Never had he seen her gayer. Her vivacity was bewildering. I wish, she cried all at once, I wish I had dressed as Carmen and I would have danced for you. Oh, and you could have played the air for me on the organ. I have the costume upstairs now. Wait, I will. Sit right where you are, Reno, fix the attachment to the organ while I am gone. Oh, be gay with me tonight, she cried, throwing her arms around him. This is my night, is not it? And I am to be just as foolish as I please. With the words she ran from the room, but was back in an incredibly short time, gowned as Bizzet's cigarette girl, a red rose in her black hair, castanets upon her fingers. Jadwin began the bolero. Can you see me dance and play at the same time? Yes, go on. How do you know anything about a Spanish dance? I learned it long ago. I know everything about anything I choose tonight. Play it fast. She danced as though she would never tire, with the same force of passion that she had thrown into Athalie. Her yellow skirt was a flash of flame spurting from the floor, and her whole body seemed to move with the same wild, untamed spirit as a tongue of fire. The castanets snapped like the crackling of sparks. Her black mantilla was a hovering cloud of smoke. She was incarnate flame, capricious and riotous, elusive and dazzling. Then suddenly she tossed the castanets far across the room and dropped upon the couch, panting and laughing. There, she cried, now I feel better, that had to come out. Come over here and sit by me. Now maybe you will admit that I can dance too. You sure can, answered Jadwin as she made a place for him among the cushions. That was wonderful. But at the same time, old girl, I wouldn't. Would not what? Well, do too much of that. It's sort of overwrought a little and unnatural. I like you best when you are your old self, quiet and calm and dignified. It's when you are quiet that you are at your best. I did not know you had this streak in you. You are that excitable tonight. Let me be so then. It's myself for the moment, whatever it is. But now I will be quiet. Now we will talk. Have you had a hard day? Oh, and did your head bother you again? No, things were a little easier downtown today. But that queer feeling in my head did come back as I was coming home, and my head aches a little now, besides. Your head aches, she exclaimed. Let me do something for it, and I have been making it worse with all my foolishness. No, that's all right, he assured her. I tell you what we will do. I will lie down here a bit and you play something for me, something quiet. I get so tired down there in La Salle Street, Laura, you do not know." And while he stretched out at full length upon the couch, his wife at the organ played the music she knew he liked: bestowed songs, Daisy Dean, Lord Lovell, When Stars Are in the Quiet Sky, and Open Thy Lattice to Me. When at length she paused, he nodded his head with pleasure. "That's pretty," he said. "Ah, that is blame pretty. Honey, it's just like medicine to me," he continued, "to lie here, quiet like this with the lights low, and have my dear girl play those old tunes. My old governor, Laura, used to play that Open the Lattice to Me, that, and father, oh father, come home with me knows to play 'em on his fiddle." His arm under his head, he went on, looking vaguely at the opposite wall. "Lord love me, I can see that kitchen in the old farmhouse as plain. The walls were just logs and plaster, and there were upright supports in each corner where we used to measure our heights, we children. And the fireplace was there," he added, gesturing with his arm, "and there was the wood box, and over here was an old kind of dresser with drawers, and the tortoiseshell cat always had her kittens under there. Honey, I was happy then. Of course I have got you now, and that's all the difference in the world. But you are the only thing that does make a difference. We have got a fine place and a mint of money, I suppose, and I am proud of it. But I do not know if they would let me be and put us two, just you and me, back in the old house with the bare floors and the rawhide chairs and the shuck beds. I guess we would manage. If you are happy, you are happy. That's about the size of it, and sometimes I think that we would be happier, you and I, coming along shoulder to shoulder, poor and working hard, than making big money and spending big money. While I do not know if you are happy. That's the thing that counts, and if all this stuff," he kicked out a careless foot at the pictures, the heavy hangings, the glass cabinets of bibelots, "if all this stuff stood in the way of it, will it could go to the devil. That's not poetry maybe, but it's the truth." Laura came over to where her husband lay and sat by him, and took his head in her lap, smoothing his forehead with her long white hands. "Oh, if I could only keep you like this always," she murmured, "keep you untroubled and kind and true. This is my husband again. Oh, you are a man, Curtis, a great, strong, kind-hearted man with no little graces, nor petty culture, nor trivial fine speeches, nor false sham imitation polish. I love you. Ah, I love you, dear." "Old girl," said Jadwin, stroking her hand. "Do you want me to read to you now?" she asked. "Just this is pretty good, it seems to me." As he spoke, there came a step in the hall and a knock. Laura sat up, frowning. "I told them I was not to be disturbed," she exclaimed under her breath. "Then come in," she called. "Mr. Gretry, sir," announced the servant. "Said he wished to see you at once, sir." "Tell him," cried Laura, turning quickly to Jadwin, "tell him you are not at home, that you cannot see him." "I have got to see him," answered Jadwin, sitting up. "He would not come here himself unless it was for something important." "Can I come in, Jay?" spoke the broker from the hall, and even through the thick curtains they could hear how his voice rang with excitement and anxiety. "Can I come in? I followed the servant right up, you see, I know." Yes, come in," answered Jadwin. Laura, her face flushing, threw a fold of the couch cover over her costume as Gretry, his hat still on his head, stepped quickly into the room. Jadwin met him halfway, and Laura from her place on the couch heard the rapidly spoken words between the general and his lieutenant. "Now we are in for it," Gretry exclaimed. Yes, well, Jadwin's voice was as incisive and quick as the fall of an axe. "I have just found out," said Gretry, "that Crooks and his crowd are going to take hold tomorrow. There will be hell to pay in the morning. They are going to attack us the minute the gong goes." "Who's with them?" "I do not know, nobody does. Sweeney, of course, but he has a gang back of him besides. He's got good credit with the banks. I told you would have to fight him sooner or later." "Well, we will fight him then, do not get scared. Crooks ain't the great mogul." "Holy Moses, I would like to know who is then." "I am, and he's got to know it. There's not room for Crooks and me in this game. One of us two has got to control this market. If he gets in my way, by God, I will smash him." "Well then, Jay, you and I have got to do some tall talking tonight. You would better come down to the Grand Pacific Hotel right away. Court is there already. It was him, nervy little cuss, that found out about Crooks. Can you come now at once? Good evening, Mrs. Jadwin. I am sorry to take him from you, but business is business." No, it was not. To the wife of the great manipulator, listening with a sinking heart to this courier from the front, it was battle. The battle of the streets was again in array. Again the trumpet sounded, again the rush of thousands of feet filled all the air. Even here in her home, her husband's head upon her lap in the quiet and stillness of her hour, the distant rumble came to her ears. Somewhere far off there in the darkness of the night, the great forces were maneuvering for position once more. Tomorrow would come the grapple, and one or the other must fall, her husband or the enemy. How keep him to herself when the great conflict impended? She knew how the thunder of the captains and the shoutings appealed to him. She had seen him almost leap to his arms out of her embrace. He was all the man she had called him, and less strong, less eager, less brave, she would have loved him less. Yet she had lost him again, lost him at the very moment she believed she had won him back. Do not go, she whispered to him as he kissed her goodbye. Oh, dearest, do not go, this was my evening. I must, Laura, goodbye, old girl, do not keep messy, Sam is waiting. He kissed her hastily twice. Now, Sam, he said, turning toward the broker. Good night, Mrs. Jadwin. Goodbye, old girls. They turned toward the door. You see, young Court was down there at the bank, and he noticed that checks. The voices died away as the hangings of the entrance fell to place. The front door clashed and closed. Laura sat upright in her place, listening, one fist pressed against her lips. There was no more noise. The silence of the vast empty house widened around her at the shutting of the door, as the ripples widen on a pool with the falling of the stone. She crushed her knuckles tighter and tighter over her lips. She pressed her fingers to her eyes. She slowly clasped and reclasped her hands, listening for what she did not know. She thought of her husband hurrying away from her, ignoring her and her love for him in the haste and heat of battle. She thought of Corthell, whom she had sent from her forever, shutting his love from out her life. Crushed, broken, Laura laid herself down among the cushions, her face buried in her arm. Above her and around her rose the dimly lit gallery, lowering with luminous shadows. Only a point or two of light illuminated the place. The gold frames of the pictures reflected it dully. The massive organ pipes, just outlined in faint blurs of light, towered far into the gloom above. The whole place, with its half-seen gorgeous hangings, its darkened magnificence, was like a huge, dim interior of Byzantium. Lost beneath the great height of the dome, and in the wide reach of the floor space, in her foolish finery of bangles, silks, high comb and little rosetted slippers, Laura Jadwin lay half hidden among the cushions of the couch. If she wept in silence, and the muffling stillness of the lofty gallery was broken, but once when a cry, half whisper, half sob, rose to the deaf, blind darkness. Oh, now I am alone. Roman night. Well, that's about all then, I guess, said Gretry at last, as he pushed back his chair and rose from the table. He and Jadwin were in a room on the third floor of the Grand Pacific Hotel, facing Jackson Street. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Both men were in their shirt sleeves. The table at which they had been sitting was scattered over with papers, telegraph blanks, and at Jadwin's elbow stood a lacquer tray filled with the stumps of cigars and burnt matches, together with one of the hotel pitchers of ice water. Yes, assented Jadwin absently, running through a sheaf of telegrams. That's all we can down till we see what kind of a game Crooks means to play. I will be at your office by 8. Well, said the broker, getting into his coat, I guess I will go to my room and try to get a little sleep. I wish I could see how we will be tomorrow night at this time. Jadwin made a sharp movement of impatience. Damnation, Sam, are not you ever going to let up croaking? If you are afraid of this thing, get out of it. Have not I got enough to bother me? Oh, say, hold on, old man, remonstrated the broker in an injured voice. You are terrible touchy sometimes, Jay, of late. I was only trying to look ahead a little. Do not think I want to back out. You ought to know me by this time, Jay. There, I am sorry, Sam, Jadwin hastened to answer, getting up and shaking the other by the shoulder. I am touchy these days. There's so many things to think of, and all at the same time. I do get nervous. I never slept one little wink last night, and you know the night before I did not turn in till 2 in the morning. Lord, you go swearing and damning round here like a pirate sometimes, Jay, Gretry went on. I have not heard you cuss before in 20 years. Look out now, that I do not tell on you to your Sunday school superintendents. I guess they would cuss too, observed Jadwin, if they were long 40 million wheat, and had to know just where every hatful of it was every second of the time. It was all very well for us to whoop about swinging a corner that afternoon in your office, but the real thing, well, you do not have any trouble keeping awake. Do you suppose we can keep the fact of our corner dark much longer? I fancy not, answered the broker, putting on his hat and thrusting his papers into his breast pocket. If we bust Crooks, it will come out and it will not matter then. I think we have got all the shorts there are. I am laying particularly for Dave Scannell, remarked Jadwin. I hope he's in up to his neck, and if he is, by the great horn spoon, I will bankrupt him, or my name is not Jadwin. I will ring him Bondry. If I once get a twist of that rat, I will not leave him hide nor hair to cover the wart he calls his heart. Why, what all has Scannell ever done to you? demanded the other, amazed. Nothing, but I found out the other day that old Hargus, poor old broken-backed, half-starved Hargus, I found out that it was Scannel that ruined him. Hargus and he had a big deal on, you know, ages ago, and Scannel sold out on him. Great God, it was the dirtiest, damnedest treachery I ever heard of. Scannel made his pile, and what's Hargus now? Why, he's a scarecrow, and he has a little niece that he supports, heaven only knows how. I have seen her, and she's pretty as a picture. Well, that's all right. I am going to carry 50,000 wheat for Hargus, and I have got another scheme for him too. By God, the poor old boy will not go hungry again if I know it. But if I lay my hands on Scannel, if we catch him in the corner, Hully, suffering Moses, but I will make him squeal. Gretry nodded, to say he understood and approved. I guess you have got him, he remarked. Well, I must get to bed. Good night, Jay. Good night, Sam, see you in the morning. And before the door of the room was closed, Jadwin was back at the table again. Once more, painfully, toilfully, he went over his plans, retesting, altering, recombining, his hands full of lists of dispatches and of endless columns of memoranda. Occasionally he murmured fragments of sentences to himself. I must look out for that they cannot touch us there. The annex of that nickel-plate elevator will hold, let's see, 500,000. If I buy the grain within 5 days after arrival, I have got to pay storage, which is, let's see, 3/4 of a cent times 80,000. An hour passed. At length Jadwin pushed back from the table, drank a glass of ice water and rose, stretching. Lord, I must get some sleep, he muttered. He threw off his clothes and went to bed, but even as he composed himself to sleep, the noises of the street in the awakening city invaded the room through the chink of the window he had left open. The noises were vague. They blended easily into a far-off murmur, they came nearer, they developed into a cadence. Weet weet weet, weet weet weet. Jadwin roused up. He had just been dropping off to sleep. He rose and shut the window and again threw himself down. He was weary to death, not a nerve of his body that did not droop and flag. His eyes closed slowly. Then all at once his whole body twitched sharply in a sudden spasm, a simultaneous recoil of every muscle. His heart began to beat rapidly, his breath failed him. Broad awake, he sat up in bed. He muttered, that was a start, must have been dreaming, surely. Then he paused, frowning, his eyes narrowing. He looked to and fro about the room, lit by the subdued glow that came in through the transom from a globe in the hall outside. Slowly his hand went to his forehead. With almost the abruptness of a blow, that strange, indescribable sensation had returned to his head. It was as though he were struggling with a fog in the interior of his brain, or again it was a numbness, a weight, or sometimes it had more of the feeling of a heavy, tight-drawn band across his temples. Smoking too much, I guess, murmured Jadwin. But he knew this was not the reason, and as he spoke, there smote across his face the first indefinite sensation of an unnamed fear. He gave a quick, short breath and straightened himself, passing his hands over his face. What the deuce, he muttered, does this mean? For a long moment he remained sitting upright in bed, looking from wall to wall of the room. He felt a little calmer. He shrugged his shoulders impatiently. Look here, he said to the opposite wall, I guess I am not a schoolgirl to have nerves at this late date. High time to get to sleep if I am to mix things with crooks tomorrow. But he could not sleep, while the city woke to its multitudinous life below his windows, while the grey light of morning drowned the yellow haze from the gas jet that came through the transom, while the early call alarms rang in neighbouring rooms. Curtis Jadwin lay awake, staring at the ceiling, now concentrating his thoughts upon the vast operation in which he found himself engaged, following out again all its complexities, its inconceivable ramifications, or now puzzling over the inexplicable numbness, the queer, dull weight that descended upon his brain so soon as he allowed its activity to relax. By 5 o'clock he found it intolerable to remain longer in bed. He rose, bathed, dressed, ordered his breakfast, and descending to the office of the hotel, read the earliest editions of the morning papers for half an hour. Then at last, as he sat in the corner of the office deep in an armchair, the tired shoulders began to droop, the wearied head to nod. The paper slipped from his fingers, his chin sank upon his collar. To his ears the early clamour of the street, the cries of newsboys, the rattle of drays came in a dull murmur. It seemed to him that very far off a great throng was forming. It was menacing, shouting. It stirred, it moved, it was advancing. It came galloping down the street, shouting with insensate fury. Now it was at the corner, now it burst into the entrance of the hotel. Its clamour was deafening but intelligible. For 1,000, 1,000,000, 40 million voices were shouting in cadence. Weet weet weet, weet weet weet. Jadwin woke abruptly, half starting from his chair. The morning sun was coming in through the windows, the clock above the hotel desk was striking 7, and a waiter stood at his elbow, saying, "Your breakfast is served, Mr. Jadwin." He had no appetite. He could eat nothing but a few mouthfuls of toast, and long before the appointed hour he sat in Gretry's office, waiting for the broker to appear, drumming on the arm of his chair, plucking at the buttons of his coat, and wondering why it was that every now and then all the objects in his range of vision seemed to move slowly back and stand upon the same plane. By degrees he lapsed into a sort of lethargy, a wretched counterfeit of sleep, his eyes half closed, his breath irregular. But such as it was infinitely grateful. The little overdriven cogs and wheels of the mind, at least, moved more slowly. Perhaps by and by this might actually develop into genuine, blessed oblivion. But there was a quick step outside the door. Gretry came in. "Oh, Jay, here already are you? Well, crooks will begin to sell at the very tap of the bell." "He will, hey?" Jadwin was on his feet. Instantly the jaded nerves braced taut again. Instantly the tiny machinery of the brain spun again at its fullest limit. "He's going to try to sell us out, is he? All right, we will sell too. We will see who can sell the most crooks, or Jadwin." "Sell, you mean buy, of course." "No, I do not. I have been thinking it over since you left last night. Wheat is worth exactly what it is selling for this blessed day. I have not inflated it up 1/8 yet. Crooks thinks I have. Good Lord, I can read him like a book. He thinks I have boosted the stuff above what it's worth, and that a little shove will send it down. He can send it down to 10 cents if he likes, but it will jump back like a rubber ball. I will sell bushel for bushel with him as long as he wants to keep it up." "Heavens and earth, Jay," exclaimed Gretry with a long breath. "The risk is about as big as holding up the Bank of England. You are depreciating the value of about $40 million worth of your property with every cent she breaks." "You do as I tell you, you'll see I am right," answered Jadwin. "Get your boys in here, and we will give 'em the day's orders." The crooks affairs among themselves, the group of men who centered about Jadwin, spoke of it was one of the sharpest fights known on the Board of Trade for many a long day. It developed with amazing unexpectedness, and was watched with breathless interest from every produce exchange between the oceans. It occupied every moment of each morning's session of the Board of Trade for 4 furious, never-to-be-forgotten days. Promptly at 9:30 on Tuesday morning crooks began to sell May wheat short, and instantly, to the surprise of every pit trader on the floor, the price broke with his very first attack. In 20 minutes it was down 0.5 cent. Then came the really big surprise of the day. Landry Court, the known representative of the firm which all along had fostered and encouraged the rise in the price, appeared in the pit, and instead of buying, upset all precedent and all calculation by selling as freely as the crooks' men themselves. For 3 days the battle went on, but to the outside world, even to the pit itself, it seemed less a battle than a rout. The unknown bull was down, was beaten at last. He had inflated the price of the wheat, he had backed a false, an artificial and unwarrantable boom, and now he was being broken. Our crooks knew when to strike. Here was the great general real leader who so long had held back. By the end of the Friday session, Crooks and his clique had sold 5 million bushels, going short, promising to deliver wheat that they did not own, but expected to buy at low prices. The market that day closed at 9 to 5. Friday night in Jadwin's room in the Grand Pacific, a conference was held between Gretry, Landry Court, 2 of Gretry's most trusted lieutenants, and Jadwin himself. 2 results issued from this conference. One took the form of a cipher cable to Jadwin's Liverpool agent, which translated read, "Buy all wheat that is offered till market advances 1 penny." The other was the general order issued to Landry Court and the 4 other pit traders for the Gretry Converse House, to the effect that in the morning they were to go into the pit, and, making no demonstration, begin to buy back the wheat they had been selling all the week. Each of them was to buy 1 million bushels. Jadwin had, as Gretry put it, timed Crooks to a split second, foreseeing the exact moment when he would make his supreme effort. Sure enough, on that very Saturday Crooks was selling more freely than ever, confident of breaking the bull ere the closing gong should ring. But before the end of the morning wheat was up 2 cents. Buying orders had poured in upon the market. The price had stiffened almost of itself. Above the indicator upon the great dial, there seemed to be an invisible, inexplicable magnet that lifted it higher and higher, for all the strenuous efforts of the bears to drag it down. A feeling of nervousness began to prevail. The small traders, who had been wild to sell short during the first days of the movement, began on Monday to cover a little here and there. "Now," declared Jadwin that night, Now's the time to open up all along the line hard. If we start her with a rush tomorrow morning, she will go to $1 all by herself. Tuesday morning, therefore, the Gretry Converse traders bought another 5 million bushels. The price under this stimulus went up with the buoyancy of a feather. The little shorts, more and more uneasy, and beginning to cover by the scores, forced it up even higher. The nervousness of the crowd increased. Perhaps after all Crooks was not so omnipotent. Perhaps after all the unknown bull had another fight in him. Then the outsiders came into the market. All in a moment all the traders were talking higher prices. Everybody now was as eager to buy as, a week before, they had been eager to sell. The price went up by convulsive bounds. Crooks dared not buy, dared not purchase the wheat to make good his promises of delivery, for fear of putting up the price on himself higher still. Dismayed, chagrined, and humiliated, he and his clique sat back inert, watching the tremendous reaction, hoping against hope that the market would break again. But now it became difficult to get wheat at all. All of a sudden nobody was selling. The buyers in the pit commenced to bid against each other, offering $1.02. The wheat did not come out. They bid $1.02 and a half, $1.02 and 5/8, still no wheat. Frantic, they shook their fingers in the very faces of Landry Court and the Gretry traders, shouting, $1.02 and 7/8, $1.03, 3 and an eighth, a quarter, 3/8, a half, but the others shook their heads. Except on extraordinary advances of a whole cent at a time, there was no wheat for sale. At the last named price Crooks acknowledged defeat. Somewhere in his big machine a screw had been loose. Somehow he had miscalculated. So long as he and his associates sold and sold and sold, the price would go down. The instant they tried to cover there was no wheat for sale, and the price leaped up again with an elasticity that no power could control. He saw now that he and his followers had to face a loss of several cents a bushel on each one of the 5 million they had sold. They had not been able to cover one single sale, and the situation was back again exactly as before his onslaught, the unknown bull in securer control than ever before. But Crooks had at last begun to suspect the true condition of affairs, and now that the market was hourly growing tighter and more congested, his suspicion was confirmed. Alone, locked in his private office, he thought it out, and at last remarked to himself, "Somebody has a great big line of wheat that is not on the market at all. Somebody has got all the wheat there is. I guess I know his name. I guess the visible supply of May wheat in the Chicago market is cornered." This was at a time when the price stood at $1.01. Crooks, who from the first had managed and handled the operations of his confederates, knew very well that if he now bought in all the wheat his clique had sold short, the price would go up long before he could complete the deal. He said nothing to the others, further than that they should hold on a little longer in the hopes of a turn, but very quietly he began to cover his own personal saleshe's share of the 5 million sold by his clique. Foreseeing the collapse of his scheme, he got out of the market, at a loss it was true, but still no more than he could stand. If he held on a little longer in the hopes of a turn, there was no telling how deep the bull would gore him. This was no time to think much about obligations. It had got to be every man for himself by now. A few days after this, Crooks sat in his office in the building in La Salle Street that bore his name. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning. His dry, small, beardless face creased a little at the corners of the mouth as he heard the ticker chattering behind him. He knew how the tape read. There had been another flurry on the board that morning, not half an hour since, and wheat was up again. In the last 36 hours it had advanced 3 cents, and he knew very well that at that very minute the boys on the floor were offering 9 cents over the dollar for the May option and not getting it. The market was in a tumult. He fancied he could almost hear the thunder of the pit as it swirled. All La Salle Street was listening and watching, all Chicago, all the nation, all the world. Not a factor on the London change who did not turn an ear down the wind to catch the echo of this turmoil, not an agent de change in the peristyle of the Paris Bourse, who did not strain to note the every modulation of its mighty diapason. "Well," said the little voice of the man within them, who in the person of Calvin Hardy Crooks sat listening to the ticker in his office, "well, let it roar. It sure cannot hurt 100, H100. Can you see Mr. Kressler?" said the clerk at the door. He came in with a hurried, unsteady step. The long, stooping figure was unkempt, was in a sense unjointed as though some support had been withdrawn. The eyes were deep sunk, the bones of the face were gaunt and bare, and from moment to moment the man swallowed quickly and moistened his lips. Crooks nodded as his ally came up and one finger raised pointed to a chair. He himself was impassive calm, he did not move. Taciturn as ever, he waited for the other to speak. "I want to talk with you, Mr. Crooks," began Kressler hurriedly. I made up my mind to it day before yesterday, but I put it off. I had hoped that things would come our way. But I cannot delay now, Mr. Crooks, I cannot stand this any longer. I must get out of the clique. I have not the ready money to stand this pace. There was a silence. Crooks neither moved nor changed expression. His small eyes fixed upon the other, he waited for Kressler to go on. I might remind you, Kressler continued, that when I joined your party, I expressly stipulated that our operations should not be speculative. You knew, began Crooks. Oh, I have nothing to say, Kressler interrupted. I did know. I knew from the first it was to be speculation. I tried to deceive myself. Well, this do not interest you. The point is I must get out of the market. I do not like to go back on you others. Kressler's fingers were fiddling with his watch chain. I do not like to. I mean to say you must let me out. You must let me cover at once. I am very nearly bankrupt now. Another half-cent rise, and I am done for. It will take as it is me all my ready money, all my savings for the last 10 years to buy in my wheat. Let's see, how much did I sell for you? Demanded Crooks. 500,000. Yes, 500,000 at 98, and we are at $1.09 now. It's an 11-cent jump. I cannot stand another eighth. I must cover at once. Crooks, without answering, drew his desk telephone to him. Hello, he said after a moment. Hello, buy 500 May at the market right away. He hung up the receiver and leaned back in his chair. They will report the trade in a minute, he said. Better wait and see. Kressler stood at the window, his hands clasped behind his back, looking down into the street. He did not answer. The seconds passed, then the minutes. Crooks turned to his desk and signed a few letters, the scrape of his pen the only noise to break the silence of the room. Then at last he observed. Pretty bum weather for this time of the year. Kressler nodded. He took off his hat and pushed the hair back from his forehead with a slow, persistent gesture. Then as the ticker began to click again, he faced around quickly, and crossing the room, ran the tape through his fingers. God, he muttered between his teeth, I hope your men did not lose any time. It's up again. There was a step at the door, and as Crooks called to come in, the office messenger entered and put a slip of paper into his hands. Crooks looked at it and pushed it across his desk towards Kressler. Here you are, he observed, that's your trade. 500 May at $1.10. You were lucky to get it at theatre at any price. 10, cried the other as he took the paper. Crooks turned away again and glanced indifferently over his letters. Kressler laid the slip carefully down upon the ledge of the desk, and though Crooks did not look up, he could almost feel how the man braced himself, got a grip of himself, put all his resources to the stretch to meet this blow squarely in the front. And I said another eighth would bust me, Kressler remarked with a short laugh. Well, he added grimly, it looks as though I were busted. I suppose, though, we must all expect to get the knife once in a while, mustn't we? Well, there goes $50,000 of my good money. I can tell you who's got it, if you care to know, answered Crooks. It's a pewter quarter to government bonds that Gretry Converse Co. sold that wheat to you. They have got about all the wheat there is. I know, of course, they have been heavy buyers for this unknown bull they talk so much about. Well, he ain't unknown to me, declared Crooks. I know him. It's Curtis Jadwin. He's the man we have been fighting all along, and all hell's going to break loose down here in 3 or 4 days. He's cornered the market. Jadwin, you mean J. Curtis, me friend. Crooks grunted an affirmative. But he told me he was out of the market for good. Crooks did not seem to consider that the remark called for any useless words. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at Kressler. Does he know, faltered Kressler. Do you suppose he could have heard that I was in this clique of yours? Not unless you told him yourself. Kressler stood up, clearing his throat. I have not told him, Mr. Crooks, he said. You would do me an especial favour if you would keep it from the public, from everybody, from Mr. Jadwin, that I was a member of this ring. Crooks swung his chair around and faced his desk. Hell, you do not suppose I am going to talk, do you? Well, good morning, Mr. Crooks. Good morning. Left alone, Crooks took a turn the length of the room. Then he paused in the middle of the floor, looking down thoughtfully at his trim, small feet. Jadwin, he muttered, think you are boss of the boat now, do not you? Think I am done with you, hey? Oh yes, you will run a corner in wheat, will you? Well, here's a point for your consideration, Mr. Curtis Jadwin. Do not get so big that all the other fellows can see Youthy throw bricks. He sat down in his chair, and passed a thin and delicate hand across his lean mouth. No, he muttered, I will not try to kill you any more. You have cornered wheat, have you? All right, your own wheat, my smart Alec, will do all the killing I want. Then at last the news of the great corner, authoritative, definite, went out over all the country, and promptly the figure and name of Curtis Jadwin loomed suddenly huge and formidable in the eye of the public. There was no wheat on the Chicago market. He, the great man, the Napoleon of La Salle Street, had it all. He sold it or hoarded it, as suited his pleasure. He dictated the price to those men who must buy it of him to fill their contracts. His hand was upon the indicator of the wheat dial of the Board of Trade, and he moved it through as many or as few of the degrees of the circle as he chose. The newspapers, not only of Chicago, but of every city in the Union, exploited him for stories. The history of his corner, how he had effected it, its chronology, its results were told and retold, till his name was familiar in the homes and at the firesides of uncounted thousands. Anecdotes were circulated concerning him, interviews concocted for the most part in the editorial rooms were printed. His picture appeared. He was described as a cool, calm man of steel, with a cold and calculating grey eye piercing as an eagle's, as a desperate gambler, bold as a buccaneer, his eye black and fury a veritable pirate, as a mild, small man with a weak chin and a deprecatory demeanour, as a jolly and roistering high roller, addicted to actresses, suppers, and to bathing in champagne. In the democratic press, he was assailed as little better than a thief, vituperated as an oppressor of the people, who ground the faces of the poor, and battened in the luxury wrung from the toiling millions. The Republican papers spoke solemnly of the new era of prosperity upon which the country was entering, referred to the stimulating effect of the higher prices upon capitalized industry, and distorted the situation to an augury of a sweeping Republican victory in the next presidential campaign. Day in and day out Gretrey's office, where Jadwin now fixed his headquarters, was besieged. Reporters waited in the anteroom for whole half-days to get but a nod and a word from the great man. Promoters, inventors, small financiers, agents, manufacturers, even crayon artists and horse dealers, even tailors and yacht builders rubbed shoulders with one another outside the door marked private. Farmers from Iowa or Kansas come to town to sell their little quotas of wheat at the prices they once had deemed impossible, shook his hand on the street, and urged him to come out and see God's own country. But once, however, an entire deputation of these wheat growers found their way into the sanctum. They came bearing a presentation cup of silver, and their spokesman, stammering and horribly embarrassed in unwanted broadcloth and varnished boots, delivered a short address. He explained that all through the Middle West, all through the wheat belts, a great wave of prosperity was rolling because of Jadwin's corner. Mortgages were being paid off, new and improved farming implements were being bought, new areas seeded, new livestock acquired. The men were buying buggies again, the women parlor melodeons, houses and homes were going up. In short, the entire farming population of the Middle West was being daily enriched. In a letter that Jadwin received about this time from an old fellow living in Bates Corners, Kansas, occurred the words, "And sir, you must know that not a night passes that my little girl, now going on 7, sir, and the brightest of her class in the county seat grammar school, does not pray to have God bless Mr. Jadwin, who helped Papa save the farm." If there was another side, if the brilliancy of his triumph yet threw a shadow behind it, Jadwin could ignore it. It was far from him, he could not see it. Yet for all this a story came to him about this time that for long would not be quite forgotten. It came through Corthell, but very indirectly, passed on by a dozen mouths before it reached his ears. It told of an American, an art student, who at the moment was on a tramping tour through the north of Italy. It was an ugly story. Jadwin pished and pshawed, refusing to believe it, condemning it as ridiculous exaggeration, but somehow it appealed to an uncompromising sense of the probable. It rang true. "And I met this boy," the student had said, on the high road about a kilometre outside of Arezzo. He was a fine fellow of 20 or 22. He knew nothing of the world. England he supposed to be part of the mainland of Europe. For him, Cavour and Mazzini were still alive. But when I announced myself American, he roused at once. "Ah, American," he said, "we know of your compatriot then here in Italy, this Jadwin of Chicago, who has bought all the wheat. We have no more bread. The loaf is small as the fist and costly. We cannot buy it, we have no money. For myself I do not care, I am young, I can eat lentils and cress." But and here his voice was a whisper, "But my mother, me mother." "It's a lie," Jadwin cried. "Of course it's a lie. Good God, if I were to believe every damned story the papers print about me these days I would go insane." Yet when he put up the price of wheat to $1.20, the great flour mills of Minnesota and Wisconsin stopped grinding, and finding a greater profit in selling the grain than in milling it, threw their stores upon the market. Though the bakers did not increase the price of their bread as a consequence of this, the loaf oven in Chicago, Even in the center of that great Middle West that weltered in the luxury of production was smaller. And from all the poorer districts of the city came complaints, protests, and vague grumblings of discontent. On a certain Monday, about the middle of May, Jadwin sat at Gretry's desk long since given over to his use, in the office on the ground floor of the Board of Trade, swinging nervously back and forth in the swivel chair, drumming his fingers upon the arms, and glancing continually at the clock that hung against the opposite wall. It was about 11 in the morning. The Board of Trade vibrated with the vast trepidation of the pit, that for 2 hours had spun and sucked, and guttered and disgorged just overhead. The waiting room of the office was more than usually crowded. Parasites of every description polished the walls with shoulder and elbow. Millionaires and beggars jostled one another about the doorway. The vice-president of a bank watched the door of the private office covertly. The traffic manager of a railroad exchanged yarns with a group of reporters while awaiting his turn. As Gretry, the great man's lieutenant, hurried through the anteroom, conversation suddenly ceased, and half a dozen of the more impatient sprang forward. But the broker pushed his way through the crowd, shaking his head, excusing himself as best he might, and entering the office closed the door behind him. At the clash of the lock, Jadwin started halfway from his chair, then recognizing the broker, sank back with a quick breath. "Why do not you knock or something, Sam?" he exclaimed. "Might as well kill a man as scare him to death. Well, how goes it?" "All right, I have fixed the warehouse crowd and we just about on the editorial and news sheets of these papers." He threw a memorandum down upon the desk. "I am off again now. Got an appointment with the Northwestern crowd in 10 minutes. Has Hargis or Scannell shown up yet?" "Hargis is always out in your customer's room," answered Jadwin. "I can get him whenever I want him, but Scannell has not shown up yet. I thought when we put up the price again Friday we would bring him in. I thought you would figured out that he could not stand that rise." "He cannot stand it," answered Gretry. "He will be in to see you tomorrow or next day." "Tomorrow or next day will not do," answered Jadwin. "I want to put the knife into him today. You go up there on the floor and put the price up another cent. That will bring him, or I will miss my guess." Gretry nodded. "All right," he said, "it's your game. Shall I see you at lunch?" "Lunch I cannot eat, but I will drop around and hear what the Northwestern people had to say to you." A few moments after Gretry had gone, Jadwin heard the ticker on the other side of the room begin to chatter furiously, and at the same time he could fancy that the distant thunder of the pit grew suddenly more violent, taking on a sharper, shriller note. He looked at the tape. The oncent rise had been effected. "You will hold out, will you, you brute?" muttered Jadwin. "See how you like that now." He took out his watch. "You will be running into me in just about 10 minutes' time." He turned about and, calling a clerk, gave orders to have Hargis found and brought to him. When the old fellow appeared, Jadwin jumped up and gave him his hand as he came slowly forward. His rusty top hat was in his hand. From the breast pocket of his faded and dirty frock coat a bundle of ancient newspapers protruded. His shoestring tie straggled over his frayed shirt front, while at his wrist one of his crumpled cuffs, detached from the sleeve, showed the bare, thin wrist between cloth and linen, and encumbered the fingers in which he held the unlit stump of a fetid cigar. Evidently bewildered as to the cause of this summons, he looked up perplexed at Jadwin as he came up, out of his dim, red-lidded eyes. "Sit down, Hargis. Glad to see you," called Jadwin. "Hayes." The voice was faint and a little querulous. "I say sit down. Have a chair. I want to have a talk with you. You ran a corner in wheat once yourself." "Oh, wheat." "Yes, your corner, you remember." "Yes, oh, that was long ago. In 78 it wast September option, and the board made wheat in the cars regular." His voice trailed off into silence, and he looked vaguely about on the floor of the room, sucking in his cheeks, and passing the edge of one large, osseous hand across his lips. "Well, you lost all your money that time, I believe. Scannell, your partner, sold out on you." "Hey, it was in 78 the secretary of the board announced our suspension at 10 in the morning. If the board had not voted to make wheat in the cars regular." He went on and on in an impassive monotone, repeating, word for word, the same phrases he had used for so long that they had lost all significance. "Well," broke in Jadwin at last, "it was Scannell, your partner, did for you. Scannell, I say, you know Dave Scannell." The old man looked at him confusedly. Then, as the name forced itself upon the atrophied brain, there flashed, for one instant, into the pale, blurred eye, a light, a glint, a brief, quick spark of an old, long-forgotten fire. It gleamed there an instant, but the next sank again. Plaintively, querulously, he repeated, It was in 78, I lost $300,000. How's your little niece getting on? At last demanded Jadwin. My little niece, you mean Lizzie? Well and happy, well and happy. I Garth drew a thick bundle of dirty papers from his pocket, envelopes, newspapers, circulars, and the like. I got her picture here somewheres. Yes, I know, cried Jadwin. I have seen it. You showed it to me yesterday, you remember. I got it here somewheres, persisted the old man, fumbling and peering, and as he spoke the clerk from the doorway announced, Mr. Scannell. This latter was a large, thick man, red-faced, with white, short whiskers of an almost wiry texture. He had a small, gimlet-like eye, enormous, hairy ears, wore a sack suit, a highly polished top hat, and entered the office with a great flourish of manner and a defiant trumpeting, "Well, how do, Captain?" Jadwin nodded, glancing up under his scowl. "Hello," he said. The other subsided into a chair, and returned scowl for scowl. "Oh well," he muttered, "if that's your style." He had observed Hargus sitting by the other side of the desk, still fumbling and mumbling in his dirty memoranda, but he gave no sign of recognition. There was a moment's silence, then in a voice from which all the first bluffness was studiously excluded, Scannell said, "Well, you have rung the bell on me. I am a sucker, I know it. I am one of the few hundred other goddamned fools that you have managed to catch out shooting snipe. Now what I want to know is, how much is it going to cost me to get out of your corner? What's the figure? What do you say?" "I got a good deal to say," remarked Jadwin, scowling again. But Hargus had at last thrust a photograph into his hands. "There it is," he said. "That's it, that's Lizzie." Jadwin took the picture without looking at it, and as he continued to speak, held it in his fingers and occasionally tapped it upon the desk. I know, Hargus," he answered. "I got a good deal to say, Mr. David Scannell. Do you see this old man here?" "Oh, cut it out," growled the other. "It's Hargus, you know him very well. You used to know him better. You and he together tried to swing a great big deal in September wheat once upon a time. Hargus, I say, Hargus." The old man looked up. "Here's the man we were talking about, Scannell, you remember. Remember Dave Scannell, who was your partner in 78. Look at him. This is him now. He's a rich man now. Remember Scannell?" Hargus, his bleared old eyes blinking and watering, looked across the desk at the other. "Oh, what's the game?" exclaimed Scannell. "I ain't here on exhibition, I guess. But he was interrupted by a sharp, quick gasp that all at once issued from Hargus's trembling lips. The old man said no word, but he leaned far forward in his chair, his eyes fixed upon Scannell, his breath coming short, his fingers dancing against his chin. "Yes, that's him," Hargus said. "Jadwin. You and he had a big deal on your hands a long time ago," he continued, turning suddenly upon Scannell, a pulse in his temple beginning to beat. "A big deal, and you sold him out." "It's a lie," cried the other. Jadwin beat his fist upon the arm of his chair. His voice was almost a shout as he answered. "You sold him out, I know you. I know the kind of bug you are. You ruined him to save your own dirty hide, and all his life since poor old Hargus has been living off the charity of the boys down here, pinched and hungry and neglected, and getting on, God knows how. Yes, and supporting his little niece too, while you have been loafing about your clubs, and sprawling on your steam yachts, and dangling round after your kept women and the money you stole from him." Scannell squared himself in his chair, his little eyes twinkling. "Look here," he cried furiously, "I do not take that kind of talk from the best man that ever wore shoe leather. Cut it out, understand? Cut it out." Jadwin's lower jaw set with a menacing click. Aggressive, masterful, he leaned forward. "You interrupt me again," he declared, "and you will go out of that door a bankrupt. You listen to me and take my orders. That's what you are here today for. If you think you can get your wheat somewheres else, suppose you try." Scannell sullenly settled himself in his place. He did not answer. Hargus, his eye wandering again, looked distressfully from one to the other. Then Jadwin, after shuffling among the papers of his desk, fixed a certain memorandum with his glance. All at once, whirling about and facing the other, he said quickly, "You are short to our firm 2,000,000 bushels at $1 a bushel." "Nothing of the sort," cried the other. "It's 1,500,000. Jadwin could not forbear a twinkle of grim humour, as he saw how easily Scannell had fallen into the trap. "You are short 1,500,000 then," he repeated. "I will let you have 600,000 of it at $1.50 a bushel." $1.50? Why, my God, man. Oh well, Scannell spread out his hands nonchalantly. "I shall simply go into bankruptcy just as you said." "Oh no, you will not," replied Jadwin, pushing back and crossing his legs. I have had your financial standing computed very carefully, Mr. Scannell. You have got the ready money. I know what you can stand without busting to the fraction of a cent. Why, it's ridiculous. That handful of wheat will cost me $300,000. Precisely. And then all at once Scannell surrendered. Stony, imperturbable, he drew his cheque-book from his pocket. Make it payable to bearer, said Jadwin. The other complied, and Jadwin took the cheque and looked it over carefully. Now he said, watch here, Dave Scannell, you see this cheque? And now he added, thrusting it into Hargus's hands, you see where it goes. There's the principal of your debt paid off. The principal? You have not forgotten the interest, have you? Will not compound it because that might bust you. But 6% interest on 300,000 since 1878 comes Tollett's $360,000, and you still owe me 900,000 bushels of wheat. He ciphered a moment on a sheet of note paper. If I charge you $1.40 a bushel for that wheat, it will come to that sum exactly. Yes, that's correct. I will let you have the balance of that wheat at $1.40. Make the cheque payable to bearer as before. For a second Scannell hesitated, his face purple, his teeth grinding together, then muttering his rage beneath his breath, opened his cheque-book again. Thank you, said Jadwin as he took the cheque. He touched his coal bell. Kinsey, he said to the clerk who answered it, after the close of the market today, send delivery slips for 1.5 million wheat to Mr. Scannell. His account with us has been settled. Jadwin turned to the old man, reaching out the second cheque to him. Here you are, Hargus, put it away carefully. You see what it is, do not you? Buy your Lizzie a little gold watch with 100 of it and tell her it's from Curtis Jadwin with his compliments. What going, Scannell? Well, good be to you, sir, and hey, he called after him, please do not slam the door as you go out. But he dodged with a defensive gesture as the pane of glass almost leaped from its casing, as Scannell stormed across the threshold. Jadwin turned to Hargus with a solemn wink. He did slam it after all, did not he? The old fellow, however, sat fingering the 2 cheques in silence. Then he looked up at Jadwin, scared and trembling. I do not know, he murmured feebly. I am a very old man. This is a great deal of money, sir. I cannot say. I do not know. I am an old man. You will not lose them now. No, I will deposit them at once in the Illinois Trust. I shall ask I should like. I will send a clerk with you. Yes, that is about what I was about to suggest. But I must say, Mr. Jadwin. He began to stammer his thanks, but Jadwin cut him off. Rising, he guided Hargus to the door, one hand on his shoulder, and at the entrance to the outer office called a clerk. Take Mr. Hargus over to the Illinois Trust, Kinsey, and introduce him. He wants to open an account. The old man started off with the clerk, but before Jadwin had reseated himself at his desk was back again. He was suddenly all excitement, as if a great idea had abruptly taken possession of him. Stealthy, furtive, he glanced continually over his shoulder as he spoke, talking in whispers, a trembling hand shielding his lips. You are in control now, he said. You could give you could give me just one word. A word would be enough. Hey, just a little tip. My God, I could make $50 by noon. Why, man, I have just given you about $500,000. $500,000, I do not know. Buth plucked Jadwin tremulously by the sleeve. Just a word, he begged. Hey, just yes or no. Have not you enough with those 2 cheques? Those cheques, oh, I know, I will salt him down. Yes, in the Illinois Trust, I will not touch him, not those. But just a little tip now, hey. Not a word. Take him along, Kinsey. 1 week after this, Jadwin sold, through his agents in Paris, a tremendous line of cash wheat at $1.60 the bushel. By now the foreign demand was a thing almost insensate. There was no question as to the price. It was, give us the wheat, at whatever cost, at whatever figure, at whatever expense, only that it be rushed to our markets with all the swiftness of steam and steel. At home, upon the Chicago Board of Trade, Jadwin was as completely master of the market as of his own right hand. Everything stopped when he raised a finger. Everything leaped to life with the fury of obsession when he nodded his head. His wealth increased with such stupefying rapidity that at no time was he able to even approximate the gains that accrued to him because of his corner. It was more than 20 million and less than 50 million. That was all he knew, nor were the everlasting hills more secure than he from the attack of any human enemy. Out of the ranks of the conquered there issued not so much as a whisper of hostility. Within his own sphere no czar, no satrap, no Caesar ever wielded power more resistless. Sam, said Curtis Jadwin at length to the broker, Sam, nothing in the world can stop me now. They think I have been doing something big, do not they, with this corner? Why, I have only just begun. This is just a feeler. Now I am going to let him know just how big a gun 100 J really is. I am going to swing this deal right over into July. I am going to buy in my July shorts. The two men were in Gretry's office as usual, and as Jadwin spoke, the broker glanced up incredulously. Now you are for sure crazy. Jadwin jumped to his feet. Crazy, he vociferated. Crazy, what do you mean? Crazy, for God's sake, Sam, what, look here, do not use that word to me. It do not suit. What I have done is not exactly the work off takes brains, let me tell you. And look here, I say I am going to swing this deal right over into July. Think I am going to let go now when I have just begun to get a real grip on things. A pretty fool I would look like to get out no even if I could. Get out? How are we going to unload our big line of wheat without breaking the price on us? No, sir, not much. This market is going up to $2. He smote a knee with his clenched fist, his face going abruptly crimson. I say $2, he cried. $2, do you hear? It will go there, you will see. Reports on the new crop will begin to come in June. Gretry's warning was almost a cry. The price of wheat is so high now that God knows how many farmers will plant it this spring. You may have to take care of a record harvest. I know better, retorted Jadwin. I am watching this thing. You cannot tell me anything about it. I have got it all figured out, your new crop. Well, then you are the Lord Almighty himself. I do not like that kind of joke. It's blasphemous, exclaimed Jadwin. Go get it off on Crooks. He would appreciate it, but I do not. But this new crop, no, look here. And for upwards of 2 hours Jadwin argued and figured, and showed to Gretry endless tables of statistics to prove that he was right. But at the end Gretry shook his head. Calmly and deliberately he spoke his mind. Jay, listen to me. You have done a big thing. I know it, and I know too that there have been lots of times in the last year or so when I have been wrong and you have been right. But now, Jay, so help me God, we have reached our limit. Wheat is worth $1.50 today and not 1 cent more. Every eighth over that figure is inflation. If you run it up to $2, it will go there of itself, I tell you. If you run it up to $2, it will be that tough-heavy that the littlest kick in the world will knock it over. Be satisfied now with what you got. Jay, it's common sense. Close out your long line of May and then stop. Suppose the price does break a little, you would still make your pile. But swing this deal over into July and it's ruin. I may have been mistaken before, but I know I am right now. And do you realize, Jay, that yesterday in the pit there were some short sales? There's some of them dared to go short of wheat against Yowavin at the very top of your corner, and there was more selling this morning. You have always got to buy, you know. If they all began to sell to you at once they would bust you. It's only because you have got M so scared I believeth that keeps M from it. But it looks to me as though this selling proved that they were picking up heart. They think they can get the wheat from the farmers when harvesting begins. And I tell you, Jay, you have put the price of wheat so high that the wheat areas are extending all over the country. You are scared, cried Jadwin. That's the trouble with you, Sam. You have been scared from the start. Cannot you see, man, cannot you see that this market is a regular tornado? I see that the farmers all over the country are planting wheat as they have never planted it before. Great Scott, Jay, you are fighting against the earth itself. Well, we will fight it then. I will stop those hayseeds. What do I own all these newspapers and trade journals for? We will begin sending out reports tomorrow that will discourage any big wheat planting. And then, too, went on Gretry, here's another point. Do you know you ought to be in bed this very minute? You have not got any nerves left at all. You acknowledge yourself that you do not sleep any more, and good Lord, the moment any one of us contradicts you, or opposes you, you go off the handle to beat the Dutch. I know it's a strain, old man, but you want to keep yourself in hand if you go on with this thing. If you should break down Noel, I do not like to think of what would happen. You ought to see a doctor. Oh, fiddlesticks, exclaimed Jadwin, I am all right. I do not need a doctor, have not time to see one anyhow. Do not you bother about me, I am all right. Was he, that same night, the first he had spent under his own roof for 4 days? Jadwin lay awake till the clock struck 4, asking himself the same question. No, he was not all right. Something was very wrong with him, and whatever it might be, it was growing worse. The sensation of the iron clamp about his head was almost permanent by now, and just the walk between his room at the Grand Pacific and Gretry's office left him panting and exhausted. Then had come vertigos and strange, inexplicable qualms, as if he were in an elevator that sank under him with terrifying rapidity. Going to and fro in La Salle Street, or sitting in Gretry's office where the roar of the pit dinned forever in his ears, he could forget these strange symptoms. It was the night he dreaded, the long hours he must spend alone. The instant the strain was relaxed, the gallop of hoofs, or as the beat of ungovernable torrents began in his brain. Always the beat dropped to the same cadence, always the pulse spelled out the same words. Weet weet weet, weet weet weet. And of late, during the long and still watches of the night, while he stared at the ceiling, or counted the hours that must pass before his next dose of bromide of potassium, a new turn had been given to the screw. This was a sensation, the like of which he found it difficult to describe, but it seemed to be a slow, tense crisping of every tiniest nerve in his body. It would begin as he lay in bed counting interminably to get himself to sleep between his knees and ankles, and then slowly spread to every part of him, creeping upward from loin to shoulder in a gradual wave of torture that was not pain, yet infinitely worse. A dry, pringling aura as of billions of minute electric shocks crept upward over his flesh, till it reached his head, where it seemed to culminate in a white flash, which he felt rather than saw. His body felt strange and unfamiliar to him. It seemed to have no weight, and at times his hands would appear to swell swiftly to the size of mammoth boxing gloves, so that he must rub them together to feel that they were his own. He put off consulting a doctor from day to day, alleging that he had not the time. But the real reason, though he never admitted it, was the fear that the doctor might tell him what he guessed to be the truth. Were his wits leaving him, the horror of the question smote through him like the drive of a javelin. What was to happen? What nameless calamity impended? Weet weet weet, weet weet weet. His watch under his pillow took up the refrain. How to grasp the morrow's business, how control the sluice gates of that torrent he had unchained, with this unspeakable crumbling and disintegrating of his faculties going on. Jaded, feeble, he rose to meet another day. He drove downtown, trying not to hear the beat of his horse's hoofs. Dizzy and stupefied, he gained Gretry's office, and alone with his terrors sat in the chair before his desk, waiting. Then far away the great gong struck. Just over his head, penetrating wood and iron, he heard the mighty throw of the pit once more beginning, moving. And then once again, the limp and ravelled fibres of being grew tight with a wrench. Under the stimulus of the roar of the maelstrom, the flagging, wavering brain righted itself once more, and how, he himself could not say, the business of the day was dispatched. The battle was once more urged. Often he acted upon what he knew to be blind, unreasoned instinct. Judgment, clear reasoning at times he felt forsook him. Decisions that involved what seemed to be the very stronghold of his situation had to be taken without a moment's warning. He decided for or against without knowing why. Under his feet fissures opened. He must take the leap without seeing the other edge. Somehow he always landed upon his feet. Somehow his great, cumbersome engine, lurching, swaying in spite of loosened joints, always kept the track. Luck, his golden goddess, the genius of glittering wings, was with him yet. Sorely tried, flouted even, she yet remained faithful, lending a helping hand to lost and wandering judgment. So the month of May drew to its close. Between the 25th and the 30th, Jadwin covered his July shortage, despite Gretry's protests and warnings. To him they seemed idle enough. He was too rich, too strong now to fear any issue. Daily the profits of the corner increased. The unfortunate shorts were wrung dry and drier. In Gretry's office they heard their sentences, and as time went on, and Jadwin beheld more and more of these broken speculators, a vast contempt for human nature grew within him. Some few of his beaten enemies were resolute enough, accepting defeat with grim carelessness, or with sphinx-like indifference, or even with airy jocularity, but for the most part their alert, eager deference, their tame subservience, the abject humility and debasement of their bent shoulders drove Jadwin to the verge of self-control. He grew to detest the business. He regretted even the defiant brutality of Scannell, a rascal, but none the less keeping his head high. The more the fellows cringed to him, the tighter he wrenched the screw. In a few cases he found a pleasure in relenting entirely, selling his wheat to the unfortunates at a price that left them without loss. But in the end, the business hardened his heart to any distress his mercilessness might entail. He took his profits as a Bourbon took his taxes, as if by right of birth. Somewhere in a long-forgotten history of his brief school days, he had come across a phrase that he remembered now, by some devious and distant process of association. And when he heard of the calamities that his campaign had wrought, of the shipwrecked fortunes and careers that were sucked down by the pit, he found it possible to say, with a short laugh and a lift of one shoulder, "Vi victis are." His wife he saw but seldom. Occasionally they breakfasted together, more often they met at dinner, But that was all. Jadwin's life by now had come to be so irregular, and his few hours of sleep so precious and so easily disturbed, that he had long since occupied a separate apartment. What Laura's life was at this time he no longer knew. She never spoke of it to him, never nowadays complained of loneliness. When he saw her she appeared to be cheerful. But this very cheerfulness made him uneasy, and at times, through the murk of the chaff of wheat, through the bellow of the pit, and the crash of collapsing fortunes, there reached him a suspicion that all was not well with Laura. Once he had made an abortive attempt to break from the turmoil of La Salle Street and the Board of Trade, and for a time at least, to get back to the old life they both had loved to get back, in a word, to her. But the consequences had been all but disastrous. Now he could not keep away. "Corner wheat," he had exclaimed to her the following day. "Corner wheat. It's the wheat that has cornered me. It's like holding a wolf by the ears, bad to hold on but worse to let go." But absorbed, blinded, deafened by the whirl of things, Curtis Jadwin could not see how perilously well grounded had been his faint suspicion as to Laura's distress. On the day after her evening with her husband in the art gallery, the evening when Gretry had broken in upon them like a courier from the front, Laura had risen from her bed to look out upon a world suddenly empty. Corthell she had sent from her forever. Jadwin was once more snatched from her side. Where now was she to turn? Jadwin had urged her to go to the Contrito, their place at Geneva Lake, but she refused. She saw the change that had of late come over her husband, saw his lean face, the hot, tired eyes, the trembling fingers and nervous gestures. Vaguely she imagined approaching disaster. If anything happened to Curtis, her place was at his side. During the days that Jadwin and Crooks were at grapples, Laura found means to occupy her mind with all manner of small activities. She overhauled her wardrobe, planned her summer gowns, paid daily visits to her dressmakers, rode and drove in the park, till every turn of the roads, every tree, every bush was familiar, to the point of wearisome contempt. Then suddenly she began to indulge in a mania for old books and first editions. She haunted the stationers and second-hand bookstores, studied the authorities, followed the auctions and bought right and left with reckless extravagance. But the taste soon palled upon her. With so much money at her command, there was none of the spice of the hunt in the affair. She had but to express a desire for a certain treasure, and forthwith it was put into her hand. She found it so in all other things. Her desires were gratified with an abruptness that killed the zest of them. She felt none of the joy of possession. The little personal relation between her and her belongings vanished away. Her gowns, beautiful beyond all she had ever imagined, were of no more interest to her than a drawerful of outworn gloves. She bought horses till she could no longer tell them apart. Her carriages crowded 3 supplementary stables in the neighborhood. Her flowers, miracles of laborious cultivation, filled the whole house with their fragrance. Wherever she went deference moved before her like a guard. Her beauty, her enormous wealth, her wonderful horses, her exquisite gowns made of her a cynosure, a veritable queen. And hardly a day passed that Laura Jadwin, in the solitude of her own boudoir, did not fling her arms wide in a gesture of lassitude and infinite weariness, crying out, "Oh, the ennui and stupidity of all this wretched life!" She could look forward to nothing. One day was like the next. No one came to see her. For all her great house and for all her money she had made but few friends. Her grand manner had never helped her popularity. She passed her evenings alone in her upstairs sitting-room, reading till far into the night, or, the lights extinguished, sat at her open window listening to the monotonous lap and wash of the lake. At such moments she thought of the men who had come into her life, off the love she had known almost from her girlhood. She remembered her first serious affair. It had been with the impecunious theological student who was her tutor. He had worn glasses and little black side whiskers, and had implored her to marry him and come to China, where he was to be a missionary. Every time that he came he had brought her a new book to read, and he had taken her for long walks up towards the hills where the old powder mill stood. Then it was the young lawyer, the brightest man in Worcester County, who took her driving in a hired buggy, sent her a multitude of paper novels which she never read, with every love passage carefully underscored, and wrote very bad verse to her eyes and hair, whose velvet blackness was the shadow of a crown. Or, again, it was the youthful cavalry officer met in a flying visit to her Boston aunt, who loved her on first sight, gave her his photograph in uniform and a bead belt of Apache workmanship. He was forever singing to her to a guitar accompaniment an old love song. At midnight hour beneath the tower he murmured soft, "Oh, nothing fearing, with thine own true soldier fly." Then she had come to Chicago, and Landry Court, with his bright enthusiasms and fine exaltations, had loved her. She had never taken him very seriously, but none the less it had been very sweet to know his whole universe depended upon the nod of her head, and that her influence over him had been so potent, had kept him clean and loyal and honest. And after this Corthell Jadwin had come into her life, the artist and the man of affairs. She remembered Corthell's quiet, patient, earnest devotion of those days before her marriage. He rarely spoke to her of his love, but by some ingenious subtlety he had filled her whole life with it. His little attentions, his undemonstrative solicitudes came precisely when and where they were most appropriate. He had never failed her, whenever she had needed him, or even, when through caprice or impulse she had turned to him, it always had been to find that long since he had carefully prepared for that very contingency. His thoughtfulness of her had been a thing to wonder at. He remembered for months, years even, her most trivial fancies, her unexpressed dislikes. He knew her tastes as if by instinct. He prepared little surprises for her, and placed them in her way without ostentation, and quite as matters of course. He never permitted her to be embarrassed. The little annoying situations of the day's life he had smoothed away long before they had ensnared her. He never was off his guard, never disturbed, never excited. And he amused her, he entertained her without seeming to do so. He made her talk, he made her think. He stimulated and aroused her so that she herself talked and thought with a brilliancy that surprised herself. In fine, he had so contrived that she associated him with everything that was agreeable. She had sent him away the first time, and he had gone without a murmur, only to come back loyal as ever, silent, watchful, sympathetic, his love for her deeper, stronger than before, and as always timely bringing to her a companionship at the moment of all others when she was most alone. Now she had driven him from her again, and this time she very well knew it was to be forever. She had shut the door upon this great love. Laura stirred abruptly in her place, adjusting her hair with nervous fingers. And last of all it had been Jadwin, her husband. She rose and went to the window and stood there a long moment, looking off into the night over the park. It was warm and very still. A few carriage lamps glimpsed among the trees like fireflies. Along the walks and upon the benches she could see the glow of white dresses and could catch the sound of laughter. Far off somewhere in the shrubbery, she thought she heard a band playing. To the northeast lay the lake, shimmering under the moon, darted here and there with the coloured lights of steamers. She turned back into the room. The great house was still. From all its suites of rooms, its corridors, galleries, and hallways there came no sound. There was no one upon the same floor as herself. She had read all her books. It was too late to go out, and there was no one to go with. To go to bed was ridiculous. She was never more wakeful, never more alive, never more ready to be amused, diverted, entertained. She thought of the organ, and descending to the art gallery, played Bach, Pellestrina, and Steiner for an hour. Then suddenly she started from the console, with a sharp, impatient movement of her head. "Why do I play this stupid music?" she exclaimed. She called a servant and asked, "Has Mr. Jadwin come in yet?" Mr. Gretry just this minute telephoned that Mr. Jadwin would not be home tonight. When the servant had gone out, Laura, her lips compressed, flung up her head. Her hands shut to hard fists, her eye flashed. Rigid, erect in the middle of the floor, her arms folded, she uttered a smothered exclamation over and over again under her breath. All at once anger mastered Herringer and a certain defiant recklessness, an abrupt spirit of revolt. She straightened herself suddenly, as one who takes a decision. Then, swiftly, she went out of the art gallery, and, crossing the hallway, entered the library and opened a great writing desk that stood in a recess under a small stained window. She pulled the sheets of note paper towards her and wrote a short letter, directing the envelope to Sheldon Corthell, the Fine Arts Building, Michigan Avenue. "Call a messenger," she said to the servant who answered her ring, "and have him take or send him in here when he comes." She rested the letter against the inkstand and leaned back in her chair looking at it, her fingers plucking swiftly at the lace of her dress. Her head was in a whirl, a confusion of thoughts, impulses, desires, half-formed resolves, half-named regrets swarmed and spun about her. She felt as though she had all at once taken a leap which had landed her in a place whence she could see a new and terrible country, an unfamiliar, placiterable, yet beautiful and explored, and for that reason all the more inviting, a place of shadows. Laura rose and paced the floor, her hands pressed together over her heart. She was excited, her cheeks flushed, a certain breathless exhilaration came and went within her breast, and in place of the intolerable ennui of the last days, there came over her a sudden, an almost wild animation, and from out her black eyes there shot a kind of furious gaiety. But she was aroused by a step at the door. The messenger stood there, a figure ridiculously inadequate for the intensity of all that was involved in the issue of the hour, a weazened, stunted boy, in a uniform many sizes too large. Laura, seated at her desk, held the note towards him resolutely. Now was no time to hesitate, to temporize. If she did not hold to her resolve now, what was there to look forward to? Could one's life be emptier than her symptier, more intolerable, more humiliating? Take this note to that address, she said, putting the envelope and a coin in the boy's hand. Wait for an answer. The boy shut the letter in his book, which he thrust into his breast pocket, buttoning his coat over it. He nodded and turned away. Still seated, Laura watched him moving towards the door. Well, it was over now. She had chosen. She had taken the leap. What new life was to begin for her tomorrow? What did it all mean? With an inconceivable rapidity her thoughts began racing through her brain. She did not move. Her hands, gripped tight together, rested upon the desk before her. Without turning her head, she watched the retreating messenger from under her lashes. He passed out of the door, the curtain fell behind him. And only then, when the irrevocableness of the step was all but an accomplished fact, came the reaction. "Stop," she cried, springing up. "Stop, come back here, wait a moment." What had happened, she could neither understand nor explain. Somehow an instant of clear vision had come, and in that instant a power within her that was herself and not herself and laid hold upon her will. No, she could not after all. She took the note back. "I have changed my mind," she said abruptly. "You may keep the money. There is no message to be sent." As soon as the boy had gone, she opened the envelope and read what she had written. But now the words seemed the work of another mind than her own. They were unfamiliar. They were not the words of the Laura Jadwin she knew. Why was it that from the very first hours of her acquaintance with this man, and in every circumstance of their intimacy, she had always acted upon impulse? What was there in him that called into being all that was reckless in her? And for how long was she to be able to control these impulses? This time she had prevailed once more against that other impetuous self of hers. Would she prevail the next time? And in these struggles was she growing stronger as she overcame, or weaker? She did not know. She tore the note into fragments, and making a heap of them in the pen tray, burned them carefully. During the week following upon this, Laura found her trouble more than ever keen. She was burdened with a new distress. The incident of the note to Corthell, recalled at the last moment, had opened her eyes to possibilities of the situation hitherto unguessed. She saw now what she might be capable of doing in a moment of headstrong caprice. She saw depths in her nature she had not plumbed. Whether these hidden pitfalls were peculiarly hers, or whether they were common to all women placed as she now found herself, she did not pause to inquire. She thought only of results, and she was afraid. But for the matter of that, Laura had long since passed the point of deliberate consideration or reasoned calculation. The reaction had been as powerful as the original purpose, and she was even yet struggling blindly, intuitively. For what she was now about to do she could give no reason, and the motives for this final and supreme effort to conquer the league of circumstances which hemmed her in were obscure. She did not even ask what they were. She knew only that she was in trouble, and yet it was to the cause of her distress that she addressed herself. Blindly she turned to her husband, and all the woman in her roused itself, girded itself, called up its every resource in one last test, in one ultimate trial of strength between her and the terrible growing power of that blind, soulless force that roared and guttered and sucked, down there in the midst of the city. She alone, one unaided woman, her only auxiliaries her beauty, her wit, and the frayed, strained bands of a sorely tried love, stood forth like a challenger, against Charybdis, joined battle with the cloaca, held back with her slim, white hands against the power of the maelstrom that swung the nations in its grip. In the solitude of her room she took the resolve. Her troubles were multiplying. She too was in the current, the end of which was a peter pit black and without bottom. Once already its grip had seized her, once already she had yielded to the insidious drift. Now suddenly aware of a danger, she fought back, and her hands beating the air for help, turned towards the greatest strength she knew. "I want my husband," she cried aloud to the empty darkness of the night. "I want my husband. I will have him. He is mine, he is mine. There shall nothing take me from him, there shall nothing take him from me." Her first opportunity came upon a Sunday soon afterward. Jadwin, wakeful all the Saturday night, slept a little in the forenoon, and after dinner Laura came to him in his smoking-room, as he lay on the leather lounge trying to read. His wife seated herself at a writing table in a corner of the room, and by began turning the slips of a calendar that stood at her elbow. At last she tore off one of the slips and held it up. "Curtis." "Well, old girls. Do you see that date?" He looked over to her. "Do you see that date? Do you know of anything that makes that day different a little from other days? It's June 13th. Do you remember what June 13th is? Puzzled, he shook his head. No. Laura took up a pen and wrote a few words in the space above the printed figures reserved for memoranda. Then she handed the slip to her husband, who read aloud what she had written. Laura Jadwin's birthday. Why, upon my word, he declared, sitting upright. So it is, June 13th, of course, and I was beast enough not to realize it. Honey, I cannot remember anything these days, it seems. But you are going to remember this time, she said. You are not going to forget it now. That evening is going to mark the beginning of, oh, Curtis, it is going to be a new beginning of everything. You will see. I am going to manage it. I do not know how, but you are going to love me so that nothing, no business, no money, no wheat will ever keep you from me. I will make you. And that evening of June 13th is mine. The day your business can have you, but from 6 o'clock on you are mine. She crossed the room quickly and took both his hands in hers and knelt beside him. It is mine, she said, if you love me. Do you understand, dear? You will come home at 6 o'clock, and whatever happens, so if all La Salle Street should burn to the ground, and all your millions of bushels of wheat with it, whatever happens, Yao will not leave Eminer think of anything else but just me. That evening is mine, and you will give it to me just as I have said. I will not remind you of it again. I will not speak of it again. I will leave it to you. Beauty will give me that evening if you love me. Dear, do you see just what I mean? If you love me, Nano, do not say a word. We will not talk about it at all. No, please, not another word. I do not want you to promise or pledge yourself or anything like that. You have heard what I said, and that's all there is about it. We will talk of something else. By the way, have you seen Mr. Kressler lately? No, he said, falling into her mood. No, have not seen Charlie in over a month. Wonder what's become of him. I understand he's been sick, she told him. I met Mrs. Kressler the other day, and she said she was bothered about him. Well, what's the matter with old Charlie? She does not know herself. He's not sick enough to go to bed, but he does not or will not go downtown to his business. She says she can see him growing thinner every day. He keeps telling her he's all right, but for all that, she says, she's afraid he's going to come down with some kind of sickness pretty soon. Say, said Jadwin, suppose we drop around to see them this afternoon. Would not you like to? I have not seen him in over a month, as I say. Or telephone them to come up and have dinner. Charlie's about as old a friend as I have. We used to be together about every hour of the day when we first came to Chicago. Let's go over to see him this afternoon and cheer him up. No, said Laura decisively. Curtis, you must have 1 day of rest out of the week. You are going to lie down all the rest of the afternoon and sleep if you can. I will call on them tomorrow. Well, all right, he assented. I suppose I ought to sleep if I can. And then Sam is coming up here by 5. He's going to bring some railroad men with him. We have got a lot to do. Yes, I guess, old girl, I will try to get 40 winks before they get here. And Laura, he added, taking her hand as she rose to go, Laura, this is the last lap. In just another month, no, at the outside, 6 weeks I'll have closed the corner. And then, old girl, you and I will go somewheres, anywhere you like. And then we will have a good time together all the rest of our lives, honey. Goodby. Now I think I can go to sleep. She arranged the cushions under his head and drew the curtains close over the windows and went out, softly closing the door behind her. And a half-hour later, when she stole in to look at him, she found him asleep at last, the tired eyes closed, and the arm with its broad, strong hand resting under his head. She stood a long moment in the middle of the room, looking down at him, and then slipped out as noiselessly as she had come, the tears trembling on her eyelashes. Laura Jadwin did not call on the Kresslers the next day, nor even the next after that. For 3 days she kept indoors, held prisoner by a series of petty incidents, now the delay in the finishing of her new gowns, now by the excessive heat, now by a spell of rain. By Thursday, however, at the beginning of the 2nd week of the month, the storm was gone, and the sun once more shone. Early in the afternoon, Laura telephoned to Mrs. Kressler. How are you and Mr. Kressler? She asked. I am coming over to take luncheon with you and your husband if you will let me. Oh, Charlie is about the same, Laura, answered Mrs. Kressler's voice. I guess the dear man has been working too hard, that's all. Do come over and cheer him up. If I am not here when you come, you just make yourself at home. I have got to go downtown to see about railroad tickets and all. I am going to pack my old man right off to Oconomowoc before I am another day older. Made up my mind to it last night, and I do not want him to be bothered with tickets or time cards or baggage or anything. I will run down and do it all myself. You come right up whenever you are ready and keep Charlie company. How's your husband, Laura child? Oh, Curtis is well, she answered. He gets very tired at times. Well, I can understand it. Land's alive, child, whatever are you going to do with all your money? They tell me that Jay has made millions in the last 3 or 4 months. A man I was talking to last week said his corner was the greatest thing ever known on the Chicago Board of Trade. Well, Goodby, Laura, come up whenever you are ready. I will see you at lunch. Charlie is right here. He says to give you his love. An hour later, Laura's Victoria stopped in front of the Cresslers' house, and the little footman descended with the agility of a monkey, to stand, soldier-like, at the steps, the lap robe over his arm. Laura gave orders to have the Victoria call for her at 3, and ran quickly up the front steps. The front entrance was open, the screen door on the latch, and she entered without ceremony. "Mrs. Cressler," she called as she stood in the hallway drawing off her gloves. "Mrs. Cressler, Carrie, have you gone yet?" But the maid Annie appeared at the head of the stairs, on the landing of the second floor, a towel bound about her head, her duster in her hand. "Mrs. Cressler has gone out, Mrs. Jadwin," she said. "She said you was to make yourself at home, and she would be back by noon." Laura nodded, and standing before the hat rack in the hall, took off her hat and gloves, and folded her veil into her purse. The house was old-fashioned, very homelike and spacious, cool, with broad halls and wide windows. In the front library, where Laura entered first, were steel engravings of the style of the 70s, whatnots crowded with shells, Chinese coins, lacquer boxes, and the inevitable sawfish bill. The mantel was mottled white marble, and its shelf bore the usual bronze and gilt clock, decorated by a female figure in classic draperies, reclining against a globe. An oil painting of a mountain landscape hung against one wall, and on a table of black walnut with a red marble slab that stood between the front windows were a stereoscope and a rosewood music box. The piano, an old-style Chickering, stood diagonally across the far corner of the room, by the closed sliding doors, and Laura sat down here and began to play the Mephisto walzer, which she had been at pains to learn since the night Corthell had rendered it on her great organ in the art gallery. But when she had played as much as she could remember of the music, she rose and closed the piano, and pushed back the folding doors between the room she was in and the back library, a small room where Mrs. Cressler kept her books of poetry. As Laura entered the room, she was surprised to see Mr. Cressler there, seated in his armchair, his back turned toward her. "Why, I did not know you were here, Mr. Cressler," she said, as she came up to him. She laid her hand upon his arm, but Cressler was dead, and as Laura touched him, the head dropped upon the shoulder and showed the bullet hole in the temple, just in front of the ear. X. The suicide of Charles Cressler had occurred on the 10th of June, and the report of it, together with the wretched story of his friend's final surrender to a temptation he had never outlived, reached Curtis Jadwin early on the morning of the 11th. He and Gretry were at their accustomed places in the latter's office, and the news seemed to shut out all the sunshine that had been flooding in through the broad plate-glass windows. After their first incoherent horror, the two sat staring at each other, speechless. My God," groaned Jadwin, as if in the throes of a deadly sickness. "He was in the crook's ring, and we never knew it. I've killed him, Sam. I might as well have held that pistol myself." He stamped his foot, striking his fist across his forehead. "Great God, me best friend Charlie Cressler. Sam, I shall go mad if this. Steady does it, Jay," warned the broker, his hand upon his shoulder. "We got to keep a grip on ourselves today. We have got a lot to think of. We will think about Charlie later. Just now, well, it's business now. Mathewson might have called on us for margins $20,000. He laid the slip down in front of Jadwin as he sat at his desk. "Oh, this can wait," exclaimed Jadwin. "Let it go till this afternoon. I cannot talk business now. Think of Carrie, Mrs. Cressler. No," answered Gretry, reflectively and slowly, looking anywhere but in Jadwin's face. "No, I do not think we would better wait. I think we would better meet these margin calls promptly. It's always better to keep our trades margined up." Jadwin faced around. "Why," he cried, "one would think, to hear you talk, as though there was danger of me busting here at any hour." Gretry did not answer. There was a moment's silence, then the broker caught his principal's eye and held it a second. "Well," he answered, "you saw how freely they sold to us in the pit yesterday. We have got to buy and buy and buy to keep our price up. And look here, look at these reports from our correspondents. Everything points to a banner crop. There's been an increase of acreage everywhere, because of our high prices. See this from Traverse." Picked up a dispatch and read, "Preliminary returns of spring wheat in 2 Dakotas, subject to revision, indicate a total area seeded of 16 million acres, which added to area in winter wheat states, makes total of 43 million, or nearly 4 million acres greater than last year." "Lot of damned sentiment," cried Jadwin, refusing to be convinced. "2/3 of that wheat will not grade, and Europe will take nearly all of it. What we ought to do is to send our men into the pit and buy another million, buy more than these fools can offer. Buy M to a standstill. That takes a big pile of money then, said the broker. More than we can lay our hands on this morning. The best we can do is to take all the bears are offering and support the market. The moment they offer us wheat and we do not buy it, that moment, as you know, yourself they'll throw wheat at you by the train load, and the price will break, and we with it. Think we will get rid of much wheat today? Demanded Jadwin. By now it had become vitally necessary for Jadwin to sell out his holdings. His long line was a fearful expense. Insurance and storage charges were eating rapidly into the profits. He must get rid of the load he was carrying, little by little. To do this at a profit, he had adopted the expedient of flooding the pit with buying orders just before the close of the session, and then as the price rose under this stimulus, selling quickly before it had time to break. At first this had succeeded, but of late he must buy more and more to keep the price up, while the moment that he began to sell, the price began to drop, so that now in order to sell 1 bushel he must buy 2. Think we can unload much on M today? Repeated Jadwin. I do not know, answered Gretry slowly and thoughtfully. Perhaps there's a chance. Frankly, Jay, I do not think we can. The pit is taking heart, that's the truth of it. Those fellows are not so scared of us as they were a while ago. It's the new crop, as I have said over and over again. We have put wheat so high that all the farmers have planted it and are getting ready to dump it on us. The pit knows that, of course. Why, just think, they are harvesting in some places. These fellows we have caught in the corner will be able to buy all the wheat they want from the farmers if they can hold out a little longer. And that government report yesterday showed that the growing wheat is in good condition. Nothing of the sort, it was a little over 86. Good enough, declared Gretry, good enough so that it broke the price down to $1.20. Just think, we were at $1.50 a little while ago. And we will be at $2 in another 10 days, I tell you. Do you know how we stand, Jay? Said the broker gravely. Do you know how we stand financially? It's taken pretty nearly every cent of our ready money to support this July market. Oh, we can figure out our paper profits into the millions. We have got 30, 40, 50 million bushels of wheat that's worth over $1 a bushel, but if we cannot sell it, we are none the better off than that wheat is costing us $6,000 a day. Hell, old man, where's the money going to come from? You do not seem to realize that we are in a precarious condition. He raised an arm and pointed above him in the direction of the floor of the Board of Trade. The moment we cannot give our boys Landry Court, and the rest of 'em the moment we cannot give them buying orders, that pit will suck us down like a chip. The moment we admit that we cannot buy all the wheat that's offered, there's the moment we bust. Well, we will buy it, cried Jadwin through his set teeth. I will show those brutes. Look here, is it money we want? You cable to Paris and offer 2 million atto at 8 cents below the market, and to Liverpool and let M have 2pence off on the same amount. They will snap it up as quick as look at it. That will bring in one lot of money, and as for the rest, I guess I have got some real estate in this town that's pretty good security. What are you going to mortgage part of that? No, cried Jadwin, jumping up with a quick impatient gesture, no, I am going to mortgage all of it, and I am going to do it today this morning. If you say we are in a precarious condition, it's no time for half measures. I will have more money than you will know what to do with in the Illinois Trust by 3 o'clock this afternoon, and when the board opens tomorrow morning, I am going to light into those cattle in the pit there, so as they will think a locomotive has struck M. They would stand me off, would they? They would try to sell me down, they will not cover when I turn the screw. I will show M. Sam Gretry. I will run wheat up so high before the next 2 days that the Bank of England cannot pull it down, and before the pit can catch its breath, I will sell our long line, and with the profits of that, by God, I will run it up again. $2, why it will be $2.50 here so quick you will not know how it's happened. I have just been fooling with this crowd until now. Now I am really going to get down to business. Gretry did not answer. He twirled his pencil between his fingers and stared down at the papers on his desk. Once he started to speak but checked himself. Then at last he turned about. All right, he said briskly, we will see what that will do. I am going over to the Illinois Trust now, said Jadwin, putting on his hat. When your boys come in for their orders, tell them for today just to support the market. If there's much wheat offered they would better buy it. Tell them not to let the market go below $1.20. When I come back we will make out those cables. That day Jadwin carried out his program so vehemently announced to his broker. Upon every piece of real estate that he owned he placed as heavy a mortgage as the property would stand. Even his old house on Michigan Avenue, even the homestead on North State Street were encumbered. The time was come, he felt, for the grand coup, the last huge strategical move, the concentration of every piece of heavy artillery. Never in all his multitude of operations on the Chicago Board of Trade had he failed. He knew he would not fail now. Luck, the golden goddess, still stayed at his shoulder. He did more than mortgage his property. He floated a number of promissory notes. His credit, always unimpeachable, he taxed to its farthest stretch. From every source he gathered in the sinews of the war he was waging. No sum was too great to daunt him, none too small to be overlooked. Reserves, van and rear, battle line and skirmish outposts he summoned together to form one single vast column of attack. It was on this same day, while Jadwin, pressed for money, was leaving no stone unturned to secure ready cash, that he came across old Hargus in his usual place in Gretry's customer's room, reading a 2-days-old newspaper. Of a sudden an idea occurred to Jadwin. He took the old man aside. "Hargus," he said, "do you want a good investment for your money? That money I turned over to you. I can give you a better rate than the bank, and pretty good security. Let me have about 100,000 atto, 10%. "Hey, what?" asked the old fellow querulously. Jadwin repeated his request. But Hargus cast a suspicious glance at him and drew away. I do not lend my money," he observed. "Why, you old fool," exclaimed Jadwin. "Here is it more interest you want. Why, we will say 15% if you like." "I do not lend my money," exclaimed Hargus, shaking his head. "I ain't got any to lend," and with the words took himself off. One source of help alone Jadwin left untried. Sorely tempted, he nevertheless kept himself from involving his wife's money in the hazard. Laura, in her own name, was possessed of a little fortune. Sure as he was of winning, Jadwin none the less hesitated from seeking an auxiliary here. He felt it was a matter of pride. He could not bring himself to make use of a woman's succor. But his entire personal fortune now swung in the balance. It was the last fight, the supreme attempt, the final consummate assault, and the thrill of a victory more brilliant, more conclusive, more decisive than any he had ever known, vibrated in Jadwin's breast as he went to and fro in Jackson, Adams, and LaSalle streets all through that day of the 11th. But he knew the danger, knew just how terrible was to be the grapple. Once that same day a certain detail of business took him near to the entrance of the floor. Though he did not so much as look inside the doors, he could not but hear the thunder of the pit. And even in that moment of confidence, his great triumph only a few hours distant, Jadwin, for the instant, stood daunted. The roar was appalling, the whirlpool was again unchained, the maelstrom was again unleashed. And during the briefest of seconds, he could fancy that the familiar bellow of its swirling had taken on another pitch. Out of that hideous turmoil, he imagined, there issued a strange, unwanted note. As it were, the first rasp and grind of a new avalanche just beginning to stir, a diapason more profound than any he had yet known, a hollow, distant bourdon as of the slipping and sliding of some almighty and chaotic power. It was the wheat. It was on the move again. From the farms of Illinois and Iowa, from the ranches of Kansas and Nebraska, from all the reaches of the Middle West, the wheat, like a tidal wave, was rising. Almighty, blood-brother to the earthquake, coeval with the volcano and the whirlwind, that gigantic world force, that colossal billow, nourisher of the nations, was swelling and advancing. There in the pit its first premonitory eddies already swirled and spun. If even the first ripples of the tide smote terribly upon the heart, what was it to be when the ocean itself burst through, on its eternal way from west to east? For an instant came clear vision. What were these shouting, gesticulating men of the Board of Trade, these brokers, traders, and speculators? It was not these he fought, it was that fatal new harvest. It was the wheat. It was, as Gretry had said, the very earth itself. What were those scattered hundreds of farmers of the Middle West, who, because he had put the price so high, had planted the grain as never before? What had they to do with it? Why, the wheat had grown itself. Demand and supply, these were the two great laws the wheat obeyed. Almost blasphemous in his effrontery, he had tampered with these laws and had roused a Titan. He had laid his puny human grasp upon creation and the very earth herself, the great mother, feeling the touch of the cobweb that the human insect had spun, had stirred at last in her sleep and sent her omnipotence moving through the grooves of the world, to find and crush the disturber of her appointed courses. The new harvest was coming in, the new harvest of wheat, huge beyond possibility of control, so vast that no money could buy it, so swift that no strategy could turn it. But Jadwin hurried away from the sound of the near roaring of the pit. No, luck was with him. He had mastered the current of the pit many times before, would master it again. The day passed and the night, and at 9 o'clock the following morning, he and Gretry once more met in the broker's office. Gretry turned a pale face upon his principal. "I have just received," he said, "the answers to our cables to Liverpool and Paris. I offered wheat at both places, as you know, cheaper than we have ever offered it there before. Yes, well, answered Gretry, looking gravely into Jadwin's eyes, wealthy will not take it. On the morning of her birthday, 13th of the month, when Laura descended to the breakfast room, she found Paige already there. Though it was barely 7:30, her sister was dressed for the street. She wore a smart red hat, and as she stood by the French windows looking out, she drew her gloves back and forth between her fingers with a nervous, impatient gesture. Why, said Laura as she sat down at her place, why, Paigey, what is in the wind today? Landry is coming, Paige explained, facing about and glancing at the watch pinned to her waist. He is going to take me down to see the Board of Trade from the visitors' gallery, you know. He said this would probably be a great day. Did Mr. Jadwin come home last night? Laura shook her head without speech. She did not choose to put into words the fact that for 3 days, with the exception of an hour or two, on the evening after that horrible day of her visit to the Cresslers' house, had seen nothing of her husband. Landry says, continued Paige, that it is awful down there these days. He says that it is the greatest fight in the history of La Salle Street. Has Mr. Jadwin said anything to you? Is he going to win? I do not know, answered Laura in a low voice. I do not know anything about it, Paige. She was wondering if even Paige had forgotten. When she had come into the room, her first glance had been towards her place at table. But there was nothing there, not even so much as an envelope, and no one had so much as wished her joy of the little anniversary. She had thought Paige might have remembered, but her sister's next words showed that she had more on her mind than birthdays. Laura, she began, sitting down opposite to her and unfolding her napkin with laborious precision. Laura Landry and I, well, we are going to be married in the fall. Why, Paigey, cried Laura, I am just as glad as I can be for you. He's a fine, clean fellow, and I know he will make you a good husband. Paige drew a deep breath. Well, she said, I am glad you think so too. Before you and Mr. Jadwin were married, I was not sure about having him care for me, because at that time, well, Paige looked up with a queer little smile, I guess you could have had him if you had wanted to. Oh, that, cried Laura. Why, Landry never really cared for me. It was all the silliest kind of flirtation. The moment he knew you better, I stood no chance at all. We are going to take an apartment on Michigan Avenue near the auditorium, said Paige, and keep house. We have talked it all over and know just how much it will cost to live and keep one servant. I am going to serve the loveliest little dinners. I have learned the kind of cooking he likes already. Oh, I guess there he is now, she cried, as they heard the front door close. Landry came in, carrying a great bunch of cut flowers and a box of candy. He was as spruce as though he were already the bridegroom, his cheeks pink, his blonde hair radiant. But he was thin and a little worn, a dull, feverish glitter came and went in his eyes, and his nervousness, the strain and excitement which beset him were in his every gesture, in every word of his rapid speech. We will have to hurry, he told Paige. I must be down there hours ahead of time this morning. How is Curtis? Demanded Laura. Have you seen him lately? How is he getting on with his speculating? Landry made a sharp gesture of resignation. I do not know, he answered. I guess nobody knows. We had a fearful day yesterday, but I think we controlled the situation at the end. We ran the price up and up and up till I thought it would never stop. If the pit thought Mr. Jadwin was beaten, I guess they found out how they were mistaken. For a time there we were just driving them. But then Mr. Gretry sent word to us in the pit to sell, and we could not hold them. They came back at us like wolves. They beat the price down 5 cents in as many minutes. We had to quit selling and buy again. But then Mr. Jadwin went at them with a rush. Oh, it was grand. We steadied the price at $1.15, stiffened it up to 18.5, and then sent it up again, 3 cents at a time, till we would hammered it back to $1.25. But Curtis himself, inquired Laura, is he all right? Is he well? I only saw him once, answered Landry. He was in Mr. Gretry's office. Yes, he looked all right. He's nervous, of course, but Mr. Gretry looks like the sick man. He looks all frazzled out. I guess we would better be going, said Paige, getting up from the table. Have you had your breakfast, Landry? Will not you have some coffee? Oh, I breakfasted hours ago, he answered. But you are right. We had better be moving. If you are going to get a seat in the gallery, you must be there half an hour ahead of time, to say the least. Shall I take any word to your husband from you, Mrs. Jadwin? Tell him that I wish him good luck, she answered, and ask him. If he remembers what day of the month this is, or no, do not ask him that. Say nothing about it. Just tell him I send him my very best love, and that I wish him all the success in the world. It was about 9 o'clock, when Landry and Paige reached the foot of La Salle Street. The morning was fine and cool. The sky over the Board of Trade sparkled with sunlight, and the air was full of fluttering wings of the multitude of pigeons that lived upon the leakage of grain around the Board of Trade building. Mr. Cressler used to feed them regularly, said Landry, as they paused on the street corner opposite the board. Poor Mr. Cressler's funeral is tomorrow, you know. Paige shut her eyes. Oh, she murmured, think of Laura finding him there like that. Oh, it would have killed me, it would have killed me. Somehow, observed Landry, a puzzled expression in his eyes, somehow, by George, she do not seem to mind very much. You would have thought a shark like that would have made her sick. Oh, Laura, cried Paige, I do not know her any more these days. She's just like stone, just as though she were crowding down every emotion or any feeling she ever had. She seems to be holding herself in with all her strength for something, and afraid to let go a finger, for fear she would give way altogether. When she told me about that morning at the Cresslers' house, her voice was just like ice. She said, Mr. Cressler has shot himself. I found him dead in his library. She never shed a tear, and she spoke, oh, in such a terrible monotone. Oh, dear, cried Paige, I wish all this was over, and we could all get away from Chicago, and take Mr. Jadwin with us, and get him back to be as he used to be, always so light-hearted, and thoughtful and kindly. He used to be making jokes from morning till night. Oh, I loved him just as if he were my father. They crossed the street, and Landry, taking her by the arm, ushered her into the corridor on the ground floor of the board. Now keep close to me, he said, and see if we can get through somewhere here. The stairs leading up to the main floor were already crowded with visitors, some standing in line close to the wall, others aimlessly wandering up and down, looking and listening, their heads in the air. One of these, a gentleman with a tall white hat, shook his head at Landry and Paige as they pressed by him. You cannot get up there, he said, even if they let you in. They are packed in like sardines already. But Landry reassured Paige with a knowing nod of his head. I told the guide up in the gallery to reserve a seat for you. I guess we will manage. But when they reached the staircase that connected the main floor with the visitors' gallery, it became a question as to whether or not they could even get to the seat. The crowd was packed solidly upon the stairs. Between the wall and the balustrades, there were men in top hats, and women in silks, rough fellows of the poorer streets, and gaudily dressed queens of obscure neighborhoods, while mixed with these one saw the faded and shabby wrecks that perennially drifted about the Board of Trade, the failures who sat on the chairs of the customers' rooms day in and day out, reading old newspapers, smoking vile cigars. And there were young men of the type of clerks and bookkeepers, young men with drawn, worn faces and hot, tired eyes, who pressed upward, silent, their lips compressed, listening intently to the indefinite echoing murmur that was filling the building. For on this morning of the 13th of June, the Board of Trade, its halls, corridors, offices and stairways were already thrilling with a vague and terrible sound. It was only a little after 9 o'clock. The trading would not begin for another half-hour, but even now the mutter of the whirlpool, the growl of the pit was making itself felt. The eddies were gathering. The thousands of subsidiary torrents that fed the cloaca were moving. From all over the immediate neighborhood they came, from the offices of hundreds of commission houses, from brokers' offices, from banks, from the tall grey buildings of La Salle Street, from the street itself. And even from greater distances they came. Auxiliary currents set in from all the reach of the great Northwest, from Minneapolis, Duluth, and Milwaukee. From the Southwest, St. Louis, Omaha, and Kansas City contributed to the volume. The Atlantic seaboard, New York, and Boston and Philadelphia sent out their tributary streams. London, Liverpool, Paris, and Odessa merged their influences with the vast worldwide flowing that bore down upon Chicago, and that now began slowly to center and circle about the wheat pit of the Board of Trade. Small wonder that the building to Paige's ears vibrated to a strange and ominous humming. She heard it in the distant clicking of telegraph keys, in the echo of hurried whispered conversations held in dark corners, in the noise of rapid footsteps, in the trilling of telephone bells. These sounds came from all around her. They issued from the offices of the building below her, above her and on either side. She was surrounded with them, and they mingled together to form one prolonged and muffled roar that from moment to moment increased in volume. The pit was getting under way, the whirlpool was forming, and the sound of its courses was like the sound of the ocean in storm, heard at a distance. Paige and Landry were still halfway up the last stairway. Above and below the throng was packed dense and immobilized, but little by little Landry wormed a way for them, winning one step at a time. But he was very anxious. Again and again he looked at his watch. At last he said, I have got to go. It's just madness for me to stay another minute. I will give you my card. Well, leave me here, Paige urged. It cannot be helped, I am all right, give me your card. I will tell the guide in the gallery that you kept the seat for me if I ever can get there. You must go, do not stay another minute. If you can, come for me here in the gallery when it's over, I will wait for you, but if you cannot come, all right, I can take care of myself. He could but assent to this. This was no time to think of small things. He left her and bore back with all his might through the crowd, gained the landing at the turn of the balustrade, waved his hat to her and disappeared. A quarter of an hour went by. Paige, caught in the crowd, could neither advance nor retreat. Ahead of her, some 20 steps away, she could see the back rows of seats in the gallery, but they were already occupied. It seemed hopeless to expect to see anything of the floor that day, but she could no longer extricate herself from the press. There was nothing to do but stay where she was. On every side of her, she caught odds and ends of dialogues and scraps of discussions, and while she waited she found an interest in listening to these, as they reached her from time to time. Well, observed the man in the tall white hat, who had discouraged Landry from attempting to reach the gallery, well, he's shaken Em up pretty well. Whether he downs Em or they down him, he's made a good fight. His companion, a young man with eyeglasses, who wore a wonderful white waistcoat with queer glass buttons, assented, and Paige heard him add, "Big operator, that Jadwin. They are doing for him now, though. I ain't so sure, he's got another fight in him, you will see." "Ever see him?" No, he do not come into the pit, these big men never do." Directly in front of Paige, 2 women kept up an interminable discourse. "Well," said the one, "that's all very well, but Mr. Jadwin made my sister-in-law, she lives in Dubuque, you know, a rich woman. She bought some wheat, just for fun, you know, a long time ago, and held on till Mr. Jadwin put the price up to 4 times what she paid for it. Then she sold out. My, you ought to see the lovely house she's building, and her son's gone to Europe, to study art, if you please, and a year ago, my dear, they did not have a cent, not a cent, but her husband's salary." "There's the other side, too, though," answered her companion, adding in a hoarse whisper, "If Mr. Jadwin fails Toddywell, honestly, Julia, I do not know what Philip will do." But from another group at Paige's elbow, a man's bass voice cut across the subdued chatter of the 2 women. "Guess we will pull through somehow. Burbank Co., Thoby George, I am not sure about them. They are pretty well involved in this thing, and there's 2 or 3 smaller firms that are dependent on them. If Gretry Converse Co. should suspend, Burbank would go with a crash, sure. And there's that bank in Keokuk, they cannot stand much more. Their depositors would run him quick as how Diaudo if there was a smash here in Chicago. Oh, Jadwin will pull through. Well, I hope so, be jingo, I hope so. Say, by the way, how did you come out?" "Me ho, say, my boy, the next time I get into a wheat trade you will know it. I was one of the merry paretics who believed that Crooks was the great Lumptum. I tailed on to his clique. Lord love you, Jadwin put the knife into me to the tune of $12,000. But say, look here, are not we ever going to get up to that blame gallery? We ain't going to see any of this, and I hark, by God, there goes the gong, they have begun. Say, here will you, holy Moses, say, listen to that, did you ever hear, Lord, I wish we could get somewhere where we could see something." His friend turned to him, and spoke a sentence that was drowned in the sudden vast volume of sound that all at once shook the building. "Hey, what?" The other shouted into his ear, but even then his friend could not hear, nor did he listen. The crowd upon the staircases had surged irresistibly forward and upward. There was a sudden outburst of cries. Women's voices were raised in expostulation and even fear. Oh, don't push so. My arm, oh, I shall faint, please." But the men, their escorts, held back furiously. Their faces purple, they shouted imprecations over their shoulders. Here, you damn fools, what you doing? Do not crowd so. Get back. There's a lady fainted here. Get back you, we will all have a chance to see. Good Lord, ain't there a policeman anywheres? Say, it's going down the price. It broke 3 cents just then at the opening, they say. This is the worst I ever saw or heard of. My God, if Jadwin can only hold em. You bet he will hold em. Hold nothing. Oh, say, my friend, it do not do you any good to crowd like that. It's the people behind, I'm not doing it. Say, do you know where they are at on the floor? The wheat, I mean, is it going up or down? Up, they tell me. There was a rally, I do not know, how can we tell here? Hi, there they go again. Lord, that must have been a smash. I guess the Board of Trade will not forget this day in a hurry. Heavens, you cannot hear yourself think. Glad I ain't down there in the pit. But at last a group of policemen appeared. By main strength they shouldered their way to the top of the stairs, and then began pushing the crowd back. At every instant they shouted, Move on now, clear the stairway, no seats left. But at this Page, who by the rush of the crowd had been carried almost to the top of the stairs, managed to extricate an arm from the press and hold Landry's card in the air. She even hazarded a little deception. "I have a pass, will you let me through, please?" Luckily one of the officers heard her. He bore down heavily with all the mass of his 200 pounds, and the majesty of the law he represented, to the rescue and succour of this very pretty girl. "Let the lady through," he roared, forcing a passage with both elbows. "Come right along, miss, stand back you now. Cannot you see the lady has a pass? Now then, miss, and be quick about it, I cannot keep him back forever." Jostled and hustled, her dress crumpled, her hat awry, Page made her way forward, till the officer caught her by the arm and pulled her out of the press. With a long breath she gained the landing of the gallery. The guide, an old fellow in a uniform of blue, with brass buttons and a visored cap, stood nearby, and to him she presented Landry's card. Oh yes, he shouted in her ear after he had glanced it over. "You were the party Mr. Court spoke about. You just came in time. I would not have dared hold your seat a minute longer." He led her down the crowded aisle between rows of theatre chairs, all of which were occupied, to one vacant seat in the very front row. "You can see everything now," he cried, making a trumpet of his palm. "You are Mr. Jadwin's niece. I know. Ah, it's a wild day, miss, they ain't done much yet, and Mr. Jadwin's holding his own just now. But I thought for a moment they had him on the run. You see that, there was a sharp rally, but he's holding on strong yet." Page took her seat, and leaning forward looked down into the wheat pit. Once free of the crowd after leaving Page, Landry ran with all the swiftness of his long legs down the stair, and through the corridors till, all out of breath, he gained Gretry's private office. The other pit traders for the house, some 8 or 10 men, were already assembled, and just as Landry entered by one door, the broker himself came in from the customers' room. Jadwin was nowhere to be seen. "What are the orders for today, sir?" Gretry was very pale. Despite his long experience on the Board of Trade, Landry could see anxiety in every change of his expression, in every motion of his hands. The broker, before answering the question, crossed the room to the water cooler and drank a brief swallow. Then emptying the glass he refilled it, moistened his lips again, and again emptied and filled the goblet. He put it down, caught it up once more, filled it, emptied it, drinking now in long draughts, now in little sips. He was quite unconscious of his actions, and Landry, as he watched, felt his heart sink. Things must indeed be at a desperate pass when Gretry, the calm, the clear-headed, the placid, was thus upset. "Your orders," said the broker at last, "the same as yesterday, keep the market up, that's all. It must not go below $1.15, but act on the defensive, do not be aggressive unless I send word. There will probably be very heavy selling the first few moments. You can buy, each of you, up to 500,000 bushels apiece. If that do not keep the price up, if they still are selling after that, well." Gretry paused a moment irresolutely. "Well," he added suddenly, "if they are still selling freely after you have each bought 500,000, I will let you know what to do. And look here," he continued, facing the group, "look here, keep your heads cool, I guess today will decide things. Watch the crooks crowd pretty closely. I understand they are up to something again. That's all, I guess." Landry and the other Gretry traders hurried from the office up to the floor. Landry's heart was beating thick and slow and hard, his teeth were shut tight. Every nerve, every fibre of him braced itself with the rigidity of drawn wire to meet the issue of the impending hours. Now was to come the last grapple. He had never lived through a crisis such as this before. Would he prevail? Would he keep his head? Would he avoid or balk the 1,001 little subterfuges, tricks and traps that the hostile traders would prepare for him, prepare with a quickness, a suddenness that all but defied the sharpest, keenest watchfulness? Was the gong never going to strike? He found himself all at once on the edge of the wheat pit. It was jammed tight with the crowd of traders, and the excitement that disengaged itself from that tense, vehement crowd of white faces and glittering eyes was veritably sickening, veritably weakening. Men on either side of him were shouting mere incoherencies, to which nobody, not even themselves, were listening. Others, silent, gnawed their nails to the quick, breathing rapidly, audibly even, their nostrils expanding and contracting. All around roared the vague thunder that since early morning had shaken the building. In the pit the bids leaped to and fro, though the time of opening had not yet come. The very planks underfoot seemed spinning about in the first huge warning swirl of the pit's centripetal convulsion. There was dizziness in the air. Something, some infinite immeasurable power, onrushing in its eternal courses, shook the pit in its grasp. Something deafened the ears, blinded the eyes, dulled and numbed the mind with its roar, with the chaff and dust of its whirlwind passage, with the stupefying sense of its power, coeval with the earthquake and glacier, merciless, all-powerful, a primal basic throw of creation itself, unassailable, inviolate and untamed. Had the trading begun, had the gong struck, Landry never knew, never so much as heard the clang of the great bell. All at once he was fighting, all at once he was caught, as it were, from off the stable earth and flung headlong into the heart and centre of the pit. What he did he could not say, what went on about him he could not distinguish. He only knew that roar was succeeding roar, that there was crashing through his ears, through his very brain, the combined bellow of 100 Niagaras. Hands clutched and tore at him, his own tore and clutched in turn. The pit was mad, was drunk and frenzied. Not a man of all those who fought and scrambled and shouted who knew what he or his neighbour 999, they only knew that a support long thought to be secure was giving way, not gradually, not evenly, but by horrible collapses, and equally horrible upward leaps. Now it held, now it broke, now it reformed again, rose again, then again in hideous cataclysms fell from beneath their feet to lower depths than before. The official reporter leaned back in his place, helpless. On the wall overhead, the indicator on the dial was rocking back and forth, like the mast of a ship caught in a monsoon. The price of July wheat no man could so much as approximate. The fluctuations were no longer by fractions of a cent, but by 10 cents, 15 cents, 25 cents at a time. On one side of the pit wheat sold at 90 cents, on the other at $1.25. And all the while above the din upon the floor, above the tramplings and the shoutings in the pit, there seemed to thrill and swell that appalling roar of the wheat itself coming on like a tidal wave, bursting through, dashing barriers aside, rolling like a measureless, almighty river, from the farms of Iowa and the ranches of California, on to the easto, the bake shops and hungry mouths of Europe. Landry caught one of the Gretry traders by the arm. "What shall we do?" he shouted. "I have bought up to my limit, no more orders have come in, the market has gone from under us, what's to be done?" "I do not know," the others shouted back, "I do not know, we are all gone to hell, looks like the last smash. There are no more supporting orders, something's gone wrong. Gretry has not sent any word." Then Landry, beside himself with excitement and with actual terror, hardly knowing even yet what he did, turned sharply about. He fought his way out of the pit. He ran hatless and panting across the floor, in and out between the groups of spectators, down the stairs to the corridor below, and into the Gretry Converse offices. In the outer office, a group of reporters and the representatives of a great commercial agency were besieging one of the heads of the firm. They assaulted him with questions. "Just tell us where you are at, hats, all we want to know. Just what is the price of July wheat? Is Jadwin winning or losing?" But the other threw out an arm in a wild gesture of helplessness. "We do not know ourselves," he cried. "The market has run clean away from everybody. You know as much about it as I do. It's simply hell broken loose, that's all. We cannot tell where we are at for days to come." Landry rushed on. He swung open the door of the private office and entered, slamming it behind him and crying out, "Mr. Gretry, what are we to do? We have had no orders." But no one listened to him. Of the group that gathered around Gretry's desk, no one so much as turned a head. Jadwin stood there in the center of the others, hatless, his face pale, his eyes congested with blood. Gretry fronted him, one hand upon his arm. In the remainder of the group, Landry recognized the senior clerk of the office, one of the heads of a great banking house, and a couple of other men confidential agents, who had helped to manipulate the great corner. "But you cannot," Gretry was exclaiming. "You cannot, do not you see we cannot meet our margin calls. It's the end of the game, you have got no more money." "It's a lie." Never so long as he lived did Landry forget the voice in which Jadwin cried the words. "It's a lie. Keep on buying, I tell you. Take all they will offer. I tell you we will touch the $2 mark before noon." "Not another order goes up to that floor," retorted Gretry. "Why, Jay, ask any of these gentlemen here, they will tell you." "It's useless, Mr. Jadwin," said the banker quietly. "You were practically beaten 2 days ago." "Mr. Jadwin," pleaded the senior clerk, "for God's sake listen to reason. Our firm—" But Jadwin was beyond all appeal. He threw off Gretry's hand. Your firm, you've been cowards from the start. I know you, you have sold me out, Crooks has bought you. Get out of my way," he shouted. "Get out of my way, do you hear? I will play my hand alone from now on." "Jay, old man, why see here, man," Gretry implored, still holding him by the arm. "Here, where are you going?" Jadwin's voice rang like a trumpet call. "Into the pit." "Look here, Wather, hold him back, gentlemen. He do not know what he's about. If you will not execute my orders, I will act myself. I am going into the pit, I tell you." "Jay, you are mad, old fellow. You are ruined, don't you understand? You are ruined. Then God curse you, Sam Gretry, for the man who failed me in a crisis. And as he spoke, Curtis Jadwin struck the broker full in the face. Gretry staggered back from the blow, catching at the edge of his desk. His pale face flashed to crimson for an instant, his fists clinched, then his hands fell to his sides. No, he said, let him go, let him go. The man is merely mad. But Jadwin, struggling for a second in the midst of the group that tried to hold him, suddenly flung off the restraining clasps, thrust the men to one side, and rushed from the room. Gretry dropped into his chair before his desk. It's the end, he said simply. He drew a sheet of note paper to him, and in a shaking hand wrote a couple of lines. Take that, he said, handing the note to the senior clerk, take that to the secretary of the board at once. And straight into the turmoil and confusion of the pit, to the scene of so many of his victories, the battle ground whereon again and again his enemies rooted, he had remained the victor undisputed. Undismayed came the great bull. No sooner had he set foot within the entrance to the floor, than the news went flashing and flying from lip to lip. The galleries knew it, the public room and the Western Union knew it, the telephone booths knew it, and lastly even the weak pit, torn and tossed and rent asunder by the force this man himself had unchained, knew it, and knowing stood dismayed. For even then, so great had been his power, so complete his dominion, and so well-rooted the fear which he had inspired, that this last move in the great game he had been playing, this unexpected, direct, personal assumption of control, struck a sense of consternation into the heart of the hardiest of his enemies. Jadwin himself, the great man, the great bull in the pit, what was about to happen? Had they been too premature in their hope of his defeat? Had he been preparing some secret, unexpected maneuver? For a second they hesitated, then moved by a common impulse, feeling the push of the wonderful new harvest behind them, they gathered themselves together for the final assault, and again offered the wheat for sale, offered it by thousands upon thousands of bushels, poured, as it were, the reapings of entire principalities out upon the floor of the Board of Trade. Jadwin was in the thick of the confusion by now, and the avalanche, the undiked ocean of the wheat, leaping to the lash of the hurricane, struck him fairly in the face. He heard it now, he heard nothing else. The wheat had broken from his control. For months he had, by the might of his single arm, held it back, but now it rose like the upbuilding of a colossal billow. It towered, hung poised for an instant, and then, with a thunder as of the grind and crash of chaotic worlds, broke upon him, burst through the pit and raced past him, on and on to the eastward and to the hungry nations. And then, under the stress and violence of the hour, something snapped in his brain. The murk behind his eyes had been suddenly pierced by a white flash. The strange qualms and tiny nervous paroxysms of the last few months all at once culminated in some indefinite, indefinable crisis, and the wheels and cogs of all activities save one lapsed away and ceased. Only one function of the complicated machine persisted, but it moved with a rapidity of vibration that seemed to be tearing the tissues of being to shreds, while its rhythm beat out the old and terrible cadence. Wheat, 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 wheat. Blind and insensate, Jadwin strove against the torrent of the wheat. There in the middle of the pit, surrounded and assaulted by herd after herd of wolves yelping for his destruction, he stood braced, rigid upon his feet, his head up, his hand, the great bony hand that once had held the whole pit in its grip, flung high in the air in a gesture of defiance, while his voice, like the clangor of bugles sounding to the charge of the forlorn hope, rang out again and again over the din of his enemies. Give $1 for July, give $1 for July. With one accord they leaped upon him. The little group of his traders was swept aside. Landry alone, Landry who had never left his side since his rush from out Gretry's office, Landry caught, loyal to the last, his one remaining soldier, white, shaking, the sobs strangling in his throat, clung to him desperately. Another billow of wheat was preparing. They tooth-beaten general and his young armor-bearer heard it coming, hissing, raging, bellowing, it swept down upon them. Landry uttered a cry. Flesh and blood could not stand this strain. He cowered at his chief's side, his shoulders bent, one arm above his head, as if to ward off an actual physical force. But Jadwin, iron to the end, stood erect. All unknowing what he did, he had taken Landry's hand in his, and the boy felt the grip on his fingers like the contracting of a vice of steel. The other hand, as though holding up a standard, was still in the air, and his great deep-toned voice went out across the tumult, proclaiming to the end his battle cry. Give $1 for July, give $1 for July. But little by little, Landry became aware that the tumult of the pit was intermitting. There were sudden lapses in the shouting, and in these lapses he could hear from somewhere out upon the floor voices that were crying, Order, 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 gentlemen. But again and again the clamour broke out. It would die down for an instant in response to these appeals, only to burst out afresh as certain groups of traders started the pandemonium again by the wild outcrying of their offers. At last, however, the older men in the pit, regaining some measure of self-control, took up the word, going to and fro in the press, repeating order, order. And then all at once the pit, the entire floor of the Board of Trade was struck dumb. All at once the tension was relaxed, the furious struggling and stamping was stilled. Landry, bewildered, still holding his chief by the hand, looked about him. On the floor, near at hand, stood the president of the Board of Trade himself, and with him the vice-president and a group of the directors. Evidently it had been these who had called the traders to order, but it was not toward them now that the hundreds of men in the pit and on the floor were looking. In the little balcony on the south wall, opposite the visitors' gallery, a figure had appeared, a tall, grave man, in a long black coat, the secretary of the Board of Trade. Landry with the others saw him advance to the edge of the railing and fix his glance upon the wheat pit. In his hand he carried a slip of paper. And then in the midst of that profound silence the secretary announced, "All trades with Gretry, Converse Co. must be closed at once." The words had not ceased to echo in the high vaultings of the roof before they were greeted with a wild, shrill yell of exultation and triumph that burst from the crowding masses in the wheat pit. Beaten at last, the great bull smashed, the great corner smashed, Jadwin busted, they themselves saved. Cheer followed upon cheer, yell after yell. Hats went into the air. In a frenzy of delight men danced and leaped and capered upon the edge of the pit, clasping their arms about each other, shaking each other's hands, cheering and hurrahing till their strained voices became hoarse and faint. Some few of the older men protested. There were cries of, "Shame, shame! Order, let him alone! Let him be, he's down now, shame, shame!" But the jubilee was irrepressible. They had been too cruelly pressed, these others. They had felt the weight of the bull's hoof, the rip of his horn. Now they had beaten him, had pulled him down. "Ya whoop ye, busted, hip, 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 and a tiger. Come away, sir, for God's sake, Mr. Jadwin, come away." Landry was pleading with Jadwin, clutching his arm in both his hands, his lips to his chief's ear to make himself heard above the yelping of the mob. Jadwin was silent now. He seemed no longer to see or hear. Heavily, painfully he leaned upon the young man's shoulder. "Come away, sir, for God's sake." The group of traders parted before them, cheering even while they gave place, cheering with eyes averted, unwilling to see the ruin that meant for them salvation. "Ya, busted." Landry had put his arm about Jadwin and gripped him close as he led him from the pit. The sobs were in his throat again, and tears of excitement, of grief, of anger and impotence were running down his face. "Ya, he's done for, busted." "Damn you all," cried Landry, throwing out a furious fist, "damn you all, you brutes, you beasts. If he would so much as raised a finger a week ago, you would have run for your lives." But the cheering drowned his voice, and as the two passed out of the pit upon the floor, the gong that closed the trading struck, and, as it seemed, put a period, definite and final, to the conclusion of Curtis Jadwin's career as speculator. Across the floor towards the doorway Landry led his defeated captain. Jadwin was in a daze, he saw nothing, heard nothing. Quietly he submitted to Landry's guiding arm. The visitors in the galleries bent far over to see him pass, and from all over the floor, spectators, hangerson, cornered provision traders, messenger boys, clerks and reporters came hurrying to watch the final exit of the great bull, from the scene of his many victories and his one overwhelming defeat. In silence they watched him go by. Only in the distance from the direction of the pit itself came the sound of dying cheers. But at the doorway stood a figure that Landry recognized at once, a small man, lean-faced, trimly dressed, his clean-shaven lips pursed like the mouth of a shut money bag, imperturbable as ever, cold, unexcited Calvin Crooks himself. And as Jadwin passed, Landry heard the bear leader say, "They can cheer now all they want. They did not do it. It was the wheat itself that beat him. No combination of men could have done it. Go on, cheer, you damn fools. He was a bigger man than the best of us." With the striking of the gong, and the general movement of the crowd in the galleries towards the exits, Paige rose, drawing a long breath, pressing her hands an instant to her burning cheeks. She had seen all that had happened, but she had not understood. The whole morning had been a whirl and a blur. She had looked down upon a jam of men, who for 3 hours had done nothing but shout and struggle. She had seen Jadwin come into the pit, and almost at once the shouts had turned to cheers. That must have meant, she thought, that Jadwin had done something to please those excited men. They were all his friends, no doubt, They were cheering his success. He had won then, and yet that announcement from the opposite balcony to the effect that business with Mr. Gretry must be stopped immediately, that had an ominous ring, or perhaps that meant only a momentary check. As she descended the stairways, with the departing spectators, she distinctly heard a man's voice behind her exclaim, "Well, that does for him." Possibly, after all, Mr. Jadwin had lost some money that morning. She was desperately anxious to find Landry, and to learn the truth of what had happened, and for a long moment after the last visitors had disappeared, she remained at the foot of the gallery stairway, hoping that he would come for her, but she saw nothing of him, and soon remembered she had told him to come for her, only in case he was able to get away. No doubt he was too busy now. Even if Mr. Jadwin had won, the morning's work had evidently been of tremendous importance. This had been a great day for the wheat speculators. It was not surprising that Landry should be detained. She would wait till she saw him the next day to find out all that had taken place. Paige returned home. It was long past the hour for luncheon when she came into the dining-room of the North Avenue house. "Where is my sister?" she asked of the maid as she sat down to the table. "Has she lunched yet?" But it appeared that Mrs. Jadwin had sent down word to say that she wanted no lunch, that she had a headache and would remain in her room. Paige hurried through with her chocolate and salad, and ordering a cup of strong tea, carried it up to Laura's sitting-room herself. Laura in a long tea-gown lay back in the Madeira chair, her hands clasped behind her head, doing nothing apparently but looking out of the window. She was paler even than usual, and to Paige's mind seemed preoccupied, and in a certain indefinite way tense and hard. Paige, as she had told Landry that morning, had remarked this tenseness, this rigidity on the part of her sister of late, but today it was more pronounced than ever. Something surely was the matter with Laura. She seemed like one who had staked everything upon a hazard, and blind to all else, was keeping back emotion with all her strength, while she watched and waited for the issue. Paige guessed that her sister's trouble had to do with Jadwin's complete absorption in business, but she preferred to hold her peace. By nature, the young girl minded her own business, and Laura was not a woman who confided her troubles to anybody. Only once had Paige presumed to meddle in her sister's affairs, and the result had not encouraged a repetition of the intervention. Since the affair of the silver match-box, she had kept her distance. Laura on this occasion declined to drink the tea Paige had brought. She wanted nothing, she said. Her head ached a little, she only wished to lie down and be quiet. "I have been down to the Board of Trade all the morning," Paige remarked. Laura fixed her with a swift glance. She demanded quickly, "Did you see Curtis?" "Nor yes, once he came out on the floor." "Oh, Laura, it was so exciting there this morning. Something important happened, I know. I cannot believe it's that way all the time. I'm afraid Mr. Jadwin lost a great deal of money. I heard someone behind me say so, but I could not understand what was going on. For months I have been trying to get a clear idea of wheat trading, just because it was Landry's business, but today I could not make anything of it at all." "Did Curtis say he was coming home this evening?" "Number, do not you understand? I did not see him to talk to." "Well, why did not you, Paige?" "Why, Laura, honey, do not be cross. You do not know how rushed everything was. I did not even try to see Landry." "Did he seem very busy?" "Who, Landry? No, Curtis." "Oh, I should say so. Why, Laura, honestly, I think wheat went down too, way down. They say that means so much to Mr. Jadwin, and it went down, down, down. It looked that way to me. Do not that mean that he will lose a great deal of money? And Landry seemed so brave and courageous through it all. Oh, I felt for him so. I just wanted to go right into the pit with him and stand by his shoulder." Laura started up with a sharp gesture of impatience and exasperation, crying, "Oh, what do I care about wheat, about this wretched scrambling for money? Curtis was busy, you say? He looked that way." Paige nodded. "Everybody was," she said. Then she hazarded, "I would not worry, Laura. Of course, a man must give a great deal of time to his business. I did not mind when Landry could not come home with me." "Oh, Landry," murmured Laura. On the instant Paige bridled, her eyes snapping. "I think that was very uncalled for," she exclaimed, sitting bolt upright, "and I can tell you this, Laura Jadwin. If you did care a little more about wheat, about your husband's business, if you had taken more of an interest in his work, if you had tried to enter more into his life, and be a help to him and sympathize," and Paige caught her breath, a little bewildered at her own vehemence and audacity. But she had committed herself now. Recklessly she plunged on. "Just think, he may be fighting the battle of his life down there in LaSalle Street, and you do not know anything about it, no, nor want to know. What do you care about wheat? That's what you said. Well, I do not care either, just for the wheat itself, but it's Landry's business, his work. And right or wrong, Paige jumped to her feet, her fists tight shut, her face scarlet, her head upraised. Right or wrong, good or bad, I would put my 2 hands into the fire to help him. What business, began Laura, but Paige was not to be interrupted. And if he did leave me alone sometimes, she said, do you think I would draw a long face and think only of my own troubles? I guess he's got his own troubles too. If my husband had a battle to fight, do you think I would mope and pine because he left me at home? No, I would not. I would help him buckle his sword on, and when he came back to me I would not tell him how lonesome I would been, but I would take care of him and cry over his wounds, and tell him to be brave and I would help him. And with the words, Paige, the tears in her eyes and the sobs in her throat, flung out of the room, shutting the door violently behind her. Laura's first sensation was one of anger only. As always, her younger sister had presumed again to judge her, had chosen this day of all others to annoy her. She gazed an instant at the closed door, then rose and put her chin in the air. She was right, and Paige, her husband, everybody were wrong. She had been flouted, ignored. She paced the length of the room a couple of times, then threw herself down upon the couch, her chin supported on her palm. As she crossed the room, however, her eye had been caught by an opened note from Mrs. Cressler, received the day before, and apprising her of the date of the funeral. At the sight, all the tragedy leaped up again in her mind and recollection, and in fancy she stood again in the back parlour of the Cressler home, her fingers pressed over her mouth to shut back the cries, horror and the terror of sudden death rending her heart, shaking the brain itself. Again and again since that dreadful moment had the fear come back, mingled with grief, with compassion, and the bitter sorrow of a kind friend gone forever from her side. And then, her resolution girding itself, her will-power at fullest stretch, she had put the tragedy from her. Other and for her more momentous events impended. Everything in life, even death itself, must stand aside while her love was put to the test. Life and death were little things, love only existed. Let her husband's career fail. What did it import so only love stood the strain and issued from the struggle triumphant? And now, as she lay upon her couch, she crushed down all compunction for the pitiful calamity whose last scene she had discovered, her thoughts once more upon her husband and herself, had the shock of that spectacle in the Cresslers' house, and the wearing suspense in which she had lived of late, so torn and disordered the delicate feminine nerves that a kind of hysteria animated and directed her impulses, her words and actions. Laura did not know. She only knew that the day was going, and that her husband neither came near her nor sent her word. Even if he had been very busy, this was her birthday, though he had lost millions. Could he not have sent even the foolishest little present to her, even a line 3 words on a scrap of paper? But she checked herself. The day was not over yet. Perhaps he would remember her after all before the afternoon was over. He was managing a little surprise for her, no doubt. He knew what day this was. After their talk that Sunday in his smoking room he would not forget. And besides, it was the evening that he had promised should be hers. If he loved her, she had said, he would give that evening to her. Never would Curtis fail her when conjured by that spell. Laura had planned a little dinner for that night. It was to be served at 8. Paige would have dined earlier. Only herself and her husband were to be present. It was to be her birthday dinner. All the noisy, clamorous world should be excluded. No faintest rumble of the pit would intrude. She would have him all to herself. He would, so she determined, forget everything else in his love for her. She would be beautiful as never before, brilliant, resistless and dazzling. She would have him at her feet, her own again, as much her own as her very hands. And before she would let him go, he would forever and forever have abjured the battle of the street that had so often caught him from her. The pit should not have him. The sweep of that great whirlpool should never again prevail against the power of love. Yes, she had suffered, she had known the humiliation of a woman neglected. But it was to end now. Her pride would never again be lowered, her love never again be ignored. But the afternoon passed, and evening drew on without any word from him. In spite of her anxiety, she yet murmured over and over again as she paced the floor of her room, listening for the ringing of the door-bell. He will send word, I know he will. By 4 o'clock she had begun to dress. Never had she made a toilet more superb, more careful. She disdained a costume on this great evening. It was not to be Theodora now, nor Juliet, nor Carmen. It was to be only Laura Jadwin, just herself, unaided by theatricals, unadorned by tinsel. But it seemed consistent none the less to choose her most beautiful gown for the occasion, to panoply herself in every charm that was her own. Her dress that closely sheathed the low, flat curves of her body, and that left her slender arms and neck bare, was one shimmer of black scales, iridescent, undulating with light to her every movement. In the coils and masses of her black hair she fixed her 2 great cabochons of pearls, and clasped about her neck her palm-broad collarette of pearls and diamonds. Against one shoulder nodded a bunch of jacqueminots, royal red, imperial. It was hard upon 6 o'clock, when at last she dismissed her maid. Left alone, she stood for a moment in front of her long mirror that reflected her image from head to foot, and at the sight she could not forbear a smile and a sudden proud lifting of her head. All the woman in her preened and plumed herself in the consciousness of the power of her beauty. Let the battle of the street clamour never so loudly now, let the suction of the pit be never so strong, Eve triumphed. Venus tout entière est attachée à sa proie. These women of America, these others who allowed business to draw their husbands from them more and more, who submitted to those cruel conditions that forced them to be content with the wreckage left, after the storm and stress of the day's work. The jaded mind, the exhausted body, the faculties, dulled by overwork, was sorry for them. They, less radiant than herself, less potent to charm, could not call their husbands back. But she, Laura, was beautiful, she knew it, she gloried in her beauty, it was her strength, she felt the same pride in it as the warrior in a finely tempered weapon. And tonight her beauty was brighter than ever. It was a veritable aureole that crowned her. She knew herself to be invincible, so only that he saw her thus she knew that she would conquer, and he would come, if he loved her, she had said. By his love for her he had promised, by his love she knew she would prevail. And then at last, somewhere out of the twilight, somewhere out of those lowest, unplumbed depths of her own heart, came the first tremor of doubt, come the tardy vibration of the silver chord which Page had struck so sharply. Was it after all love that she cherished and strove for, love or self-love? Ever since Page had spoken she seemed to have fought against the intrusion of this idea, but little by little it rose to the surface. At last, for an instant, it seemed to confront her. Was this, after all, the right way to win her husband back to Herthai's display of her beauty, this parade of dress, this exploitation of self? Self, had she been selfish from the very first? What real interest had she taken in her husband's work? Right or wrong, good or bad, I would put my 2 hands into the fire to help him. Was this the way? Was not this the only way? Win him back to her? What if there were more need for her to win back to him? Oh, once she had been able to say that love, the supreme triumph of a woman's life, was less a victory than a capitulation. Had she ordered her life upon that ideal? Did she even believe in the ideal at this day? Whither had this cruel cult of self led her? Dimly Laura Jadwin began to see and to understand a whole new conception of her little world. The birth of a new being within her was not for that night. It was conception on lithe sensation of a new element, a new force that was not herself, somewhere in the inner chambers of her being. The woman in her was too complex, the fibers of character too intricate and mature to be wrenched into new shapes by any sudden revolution. But just so surely as the day was going, just so surely as the new day would follow upon the night, conception had taken place within her. Whatever she did that evening, whatever came to her, through whatever crises she should hurry, she would not now be quite the same. She had been accustomed to tell herself that there were 2 Lauras. Now suddenly, behold, she seemed to recognize a third that rose above and forgot the other 2, that in some beautiful, mysterious way was identity ignoring self. But the change was not to be abrupt. Very, very vaguely the thoughts came to her. The change would be slow would be evolution, not revolution. The consummation was to be achieved in the coming years. For tonight she was what was she? Only a woman, weak, torn by emotion, driven by impulse, and entering upon what she imagined was a great crisis in her life. But meanwhile the time was passing. Laura descended to the library and picking up a book composed herself to read. When 6 o'clock struck, she made haste to assure herself that of course she could not expect him exactly on the hour. No, she must make allowances. The day, as Page had suspected, had probably been an important one. He would be a little late, but he would come soon. If you love me, you will come, she had said. But an hour later Laura paced the room with tight-shut lips and burning cheeks. She was still alone. Her day, her hour was passing, and he had not so much as sent word. For a moment the thought occurred to her that he might perhaps be in great trouble, in great straits, that there was an excuse. But instantly she repudiated the notion. No, she cried beneath her breath. He should come no matter what has happened, or even at the very least he could send word. The minutes dragged by. No roll of wheels echoed under the carriage porch, no step sounded at the outer door. The house was still, the street without was still, the silence of the midsummer evening widened, unbroken around her like a vast calm pool. Only the musical Gregorians of the newsboys chanting the evening's extras from corner to corner of the streets rose into the air from time to time. She was once more alone. Was she to fail again? Was she to be set aside once more, as so often Heratoffer set aside, flouted, ignored, forgotten? If you love me, she had said. And this was to be the supreme test. This evening was to decide which was the great influence of his life, was to prove whether or not love was paramount. This was the crucial hour. And he knows it, cried Laura, he knows it. He did not forget, could not have forgotten. The half-hour passed, then the hour, and as 8 o'clock chimed from the clock over the mantel-shelf, Laura stopped, suddenly rigid in the midst of the floor. Her anger leaped like fire within her. All the passion of the woman scorned shook her from head to foot. At the very moment of her triumph she had been flouted in the pitch of her pride, and this was not the only time. All at once the past disappointments, slights and humiliations came again to her memory. She had pleaded, and had been rebuffed again and again. She had given all and had received negligence. Laura, beautiful beyond other women, who had known love, devoted service, and the most thoughtful consideration from her earliest girlhood, had been cast aside. Suddenly she bent her head quickly, listening intently. Then she drew a deep breath, murmuring at last. For the sound of a footstep in the vestibule was unmistakable. He had come after all. But so late. No, she could not be gracious at once. He must be made to feel how deeply he had offended. He must sue humbly, very humbly, for pardon. The servant's step sounded in the hall on the way towards the front door. I am in here, Matthew, she called. In the library, tell him I am in here. She cast a quick glance at herself in the mirror close at hand, touched her hair with rapid fingers, smoothed the agitation from her forehead, and sat down in a deep chair near the fireplace, opening a book, turning her back towards the door. She heard him come in but did not move. Even as he crossed the floor she kept her head turned away. The footsteps paused near at hand. There was a moment's silence. Then slowly Laura, laying down her book, turned and faced him. With many very, very happy returns of the day, said Sheldon Corthell, as he held towards her a cluster of deep blue violets. Laura sprang to her feet, a hand upon her cheek, her eyes wide and flashing. You was all she had breath to utter, you. The artist smiled as he laid the flowers upon the table. I am going away again tomorrow, he said, for always, I think. Have I startled you? I only came to say goodbye and to wish you a happy birthday. Oh, you remembered, she cried, you remembered, I might have known you would. But the revulsion had been too great, she had been wrong after all. Jadwin had forgotten. Emotions to which she could put no name swelled in her heart and rose in a quick, gasping sob to her throat. The tears sprang to her eyes. Old impulses, forgotten impetuosities whipped her on. Oh, you remembered, she cried again, holding out both her hands. He caught them in his own. Remembered, he echoed, I have never forgotten. No, she replied, shaking her head, winking back the tears. You do not understand, I spoke before I thought. You do not understand. I do, believe me, I do, he exclaimed. I understand you better than you understand yourself. Laura's answer was a cry. Oh, then why did you ever leave Mayu, who did understand me? Why did you leave me only because I told you to go? Why did not you make me love you then? Why did not you make me understand myself? She clasped her hands tight together upon her breast. Her words, torn by her sobs, came all but incoherent from behind her shut teeth. No, she exclaimed as he made towards her. Do not touch me, it is too late. It is not too late, listen to me. Oh, why were not you a man strong enough to know a woman's weakness? You can only torture me now. I hate you. You love me, I tell you, you love me. He cried passionately, and before she was aware of it she was in his arms, his lips were against her lips, were on her shoulders, her neck. You love me, he cried, you love me. I defy you to say you do not. Oh, make me love you then, she answered. Make me believe that you do love me. Do not you know, he cried, do not you know how I have loved you? Oh, from the very first. My love has been my life, has been my death, my one joy and my one bitterness. It has always been you, dearest, year after year, hour after hour. And now I have found you again. And now I shall never let you go. No, do not, she begged, I implore you. I am weak, just a word and I would forget everything. And I do speak that word, and your own heart answers me in spite of you, and you will forget everything of unhappiness in your life. Please, she entreated breathlessly, then taking the leap, I love you. Forget all your unhappiness, he went on, holding her close to him. Forget the one great mistake we both made. Forget everything but that we love each other. Do not let me think then, she cried. Do not let me think. Make me forget everything, every little hour, every little moment that has passed before this day. Oh, if I remembered once, I would kill you with my hands. I do not know what I am saying, she moaned. I do not know what I am saying. I am mad, I think. Yes, it must be that. She pulled back from him, looking into his face with wide-opened eyes. What have I said? What have we done? What are you here for? To take you away, he answered, gently, holding her in his arms, looking down into her eyes. To take you far away with me. To give my whole life to making you forget that you were ever unhappy. And you will never leave me alone, never once. Never, never once. She drew back from him, looking about the room with unseeing eyes, her fingers plucking and tearing at the lace of her dress. Her voice was faint and small, like the voice of a little child. I am afraid to be alone. Oh, I must never be alone again so long as I shall live. I think I should die. And you never shall be, never again. Ah, this is my birthday too, sweetheart. I am born again tonight. Laura clung to his arm. It was as though she were in the dark, surrounded by the vague terrors of her girlhood. And you will always love me, love me, love me, she whispered. Sheldon, Sheldon, love me always, always, with all your heart and soul and strength. Tears stood in Corthel's eyes as he answered. God forgive whatever has brought you to this pass, he said. And as if it were a realization of his thought, there suddenly came to the ears of both the roll of wheels upon the asphalt under the carriage porch, and the trampling of iron-shod hoofs. Is that your husband? Corthel's quick eye took in Laura's disarranged coiffure, one black lock low upon her neck, the roses at her shoulder crushed and broken, and the bright spot on either cheek. Is that your husband? My husband, I do not know. She looked up at him with unseeing eyes. Where is my husband? I have no husband. You are letting me remember, she cried in terror. You are letting me remember. Ah, no, no, you do not love me. I hate you. Quickly he bent and kissed her. I will come for you tomorrow evening, he said. You will be ready then to go with me. Ready then? Yes, yes, to go with you anywhere. He stood still a moment listening. Somewhere a door closed. He heard the hoofs upon the asphalt again. Goodby, he whispered. God bless you. Goodby till tomorrow night. And with the words he was gone. The front door of the house closed quietly. Had he come back again? Laura turned in her place on the long divan at the sound of a heavy tread by the door of the library. Then an uncertain hand drew the heavy curtain aside. Jadwin, her husband, stood before her, his eyes sunken deep in his head, his face dead white, his hand shaking. He stood for a long instant in the middle of the room looking at her. Then at last his lips moved. Old girl, honey. Laura rose and all but groped her way towards him, her heart beating, the tears streaming down her face. My husband, my husband. Together they made their way to the divan, and sank down upon it side by side, holding to each other, trembling and fearful like children in the night. Honey, whispered Jadwin after a while. Honey, it's dark, it's dark. Something happened I do not remember. He put his hand uncertainly to his head. I cannot remember very well, but it's dark a little. It's dark, she repeated in a low whisper. It's dark, dark, something happened. Yes, I must not remember. They spoke no further. A long time passed. Pressed close together, Curtis Jadwin and his wife sat there in the vast, gorgeous room, silent and trembling, ridden with unnamed fears, groping in the darkness. And while they remained thus, holding close by one another, a prolonged and wailing cry rose suddenly from the street, and passed on through the city under the stars and the wide canopy of the darkness. Extra, oh extra, all about the smash of the great wheat corner, all about the failure of Curtis Jadwin. Conclusion. The evening had closed in wet and misty. All day long a chill wind had blown across the city from off the lake, and by 8 o'clock, when Laura and Jadwin came down to the dismantled library, a heavy rain was falling. Laura gave Jadwin her arm as they made their way across the room, their footsteps echoing strangely from the uncarpeted boards. There, dear, she said, give me the valise, now sit down on the packing box there. Are you tired? You had better put your hat on. It is full of draughts here now that all the furniture and curtains are out. No, no, I am all right, old girl. Is the hack there yet? Not yet. You are sure you are not tired? She insisted. You had a pretty bad siege of it, you know, and this is only the first week you have been up. You remember how the doctor— I have had too good a nurse, he answered, stroking her hand, not to be fine as a fiddle by now. You must be tired yourself, Laura. Why, for whole days there and nights too, they tell me you never left the room. She shook her head, as though dismissing the subject. I wonder, she said, sitting down upon a smaller packing box and clasping a knee in her hands, I wonder what the West will be like. Do you know, I think I am going to like it, Curtis. It will be starting in all over again, old girl, he said, with a warning shake of his head. Pretty hard at first, I am afraid. She laughed an almost contemptuous note. Hard now, she took his hand and laid it to her cheek. By all the rules you ought to hate me, he began. What have I done for you but hurt you and at last bring you to? But she shut her gloved hand over his mouth. Stop, she cried. Hush, dear, you have brought me the greatest happiness of my life. Then under her breath, her eyes wide and thoughtful, she murmured, a capitulation and not a triumph, and I have won a victory by surrendering. Hey, what? Demanded Jadwin. I did not hear. Never mind, she answered. It was nothing. The world is all before us where to choose now, is not it? And this big house and all the life we have led in, it was just an incident in our lives, an incident that is closed. Looks like it to look around this room, he said grimly. Nothing left but the wallpaper. What do you suppose are in these boxes? They are labelled books and portieres. Who bought them, I wonder? I would have thought the party who bought the house would have taken them. Well, it was a wrench to see the place and all go so dirt cheap, and the thetis too, by George, but I am glad now. It's as though we had lightened ship. He looked at his watch. That hack ought to be here pretty soon. I am glad we checked the trunks from the house, gives us more time. Oh, by the way, exclaimed Laura, all at once opening her satchel. I had a long letter from Paige this morning from New York. Do you want to hear what she has to say? I have only had time to read part of it myself. It's the first one I have had from her since their marriage. He lit a cigar. Go ahead, he said, settling himself on the box. What does Mrs. Court have to say? My dearest sister, began Laura. Here we are, Landry and I, in New York at last. Very tired and mussed after the ride on the cars, but in a darling little hotel where the proprietor is head cook and everybody speaks French. I know my accent is improving, and Landry has learned any quantity of phrases already. We are reading George Sand out loud, and are making up the longest vocabulary. Tonight we are going to a concert, and I have found out that there's a really fine course of lectures to be given soon on literary tendencies, or something like that. Quelle chance! Landry is intensely interested. You have no idea what a deep mind he has, Laura, real thinker. But here's really a big piece of news. We may not have to give up our old home where we lived when we first came to Chicago. Aunt Wes wrote the other day to say that, if you were willing, she would rent it, and then sublet all the lower floor to Landry and me, so we could have a real house over our heads and not the underside of the floor of the flat overhead. And she is such an old dear, I know we could all get along beautifully. Write me about this as soon as you can. I know you will be willing, and Aunt Wes said she would agree to whatever rent you suggested. We went to call on Mrs. Cressler day before yesterday. She's been here nearly a fortnight by now, and is living with a maiden sister of hers in a very beautiful house fronting Central Park, not so beautiful as our palace on North Avenue. Never, never will I forget that house. She will probably stay here now always. She says the very sight of the old neighborhoods in Chicago would be more than she could bear. Poor Mrs. Cressler. How fortunate for her that her sister ran so on, broke in Laura hastily. Read it, said Jadwin, turning sharply away. Do not skip a line. I want to hear every word. That's all there is to it, Laura returned. We will be back, she went on, turning a page of the letter, in about 3 weeks, and Landry will take up his work in that railroad office. No more speculating for him, he says. He talks of Mr. Jadwin continually. You never saw or heard of such devotion. He says that Mr. Jadwin is a genius, the greatest financier in the country, and that he knows he could have one if they all had not turned against him that day. He never gets tired telling me that Mr. Jadwin has been a father to him, the kindest, biggest-hearted man he ever knew. Jadwin pulled his mustache rapidly. Pshaw, pish, nonsense, a little fool, he blustered. He simply worshipped you from the first, Curtis, commented Laura. Even after he knew I was to marry you. He never once was jealous, never once would listen to a word against you from anyone. Well, what else does Mrs. Court say? I am glad to hear, read Laura, that Mr. Gretry did not fail, though Landry tells me he must have lost a great deal of money. Landry tells me that 18 brokers' houses failed in Chicago the day after Mr. Gretry suspended. Isabel sent us a wedding present, a lovely medicine chest full of homeopathic medicines, little pills and things, you know. But as Landry and I are never sick and both laugh at homeopathy, I declare I do not know just what we will do with it. Landry is as careful of me as though I were a wax doll, but I do wish he would think more of his own health. He never will wear his mackintosh in rainy weather. I have been studying his tastes so carefully. He likes French light opera better than English, and bright colors in his cravats, and he simply adores stuffed tomatoes. We both send our love, and Landry especially wants to be remembered to Mr. Jadwin. I hope this letter will come in time for us to wish you both bon voyage and bon succès. How splendid of Mr. Jadwin to have started his new business even while he was convalescent. Landry says he knows he will make 2 or 3 more fortunes in the next few years. Good be Laura, dear, ever your loving sister. Page Court. P.S. I open this letter again to tell you that we met Mr. Corthell on the street yesterday. He sails for Europe today. Oh, said Jadwin, as Laura put the letter quickly down, Corthell, that artist chap. By the way, whatever became of him? Laura settled a comb in the back of her hair. He went away, she said. You remember I told you all about it. She would have turned away her head, but he laid a hand upon her shoulder. I remember, he answered, looking squarely into her eyes. I remember nothingly that I have been to blame for everything. I told you once along, Agathat, I understood. And I understand now, old girl, understand as I never did before. I fancy we both have been living according to a wrong notion of things. We started right when we were first married, but I worked away from it somehow and pulled you along with me. But we have both been through a great big change, honey, a great big change, and we are starting all over again. Well, there's the carriage, I guess. They rose, gathering up their valises. Ho, said Jadwin. No servants now, Laura, to carry our things down for us and open the door, and it's a hack, old girl, instead of the Victoria or coupe. What if it is, she cried. What do things, servants, money, and all amount to now? As Jadwin laid his hand upon the knob of the front door, he all at once put down his valise and put his arm about his wife. She caught him about the neck and looked deep into his eyes a long moment, and then, without speaking, they kissed each other. In the outer vestibule, he raised the umbrella and held it over her head. Hold it a minute, will you, Laura, he said. He gave it into her hand and swung the door of the house shut behind him. The noise woke a hollow echo throughout all the series of empty, denuded rooms. Jadwin slipped the key in his pocket. Come, he said. They stepped out from the vestibule. It was already dark. The rain was falling in gentle slants through the odorous, cool air. Across the street in the park the first leaves were beginning to fall. The lake lapped and washed quietly against the stone embankments, and a belated bicyclist stole past across the asphalt, with the silent flitting of a bat, his lamp throwing a fan of orange-coloured haze into the mist of rain. In the street in front of the house, the driver, descending from the box, held open the door of the hack. Jadwin handed Laura in, gave an address to the driver, and got in himself, slamming the door after. They heard the driver mount to his seat and speak to his horses. Well, said Jadwin, rubbing the fog from the window pane of the door, look your last at the old place, Laura. You will never see it again. But she would not look. No, no, she said. I will look at you, dearest, at you and our future, which is to be happier than any years we have ever known. Jadwin did not answer other than by taking her hand in his, and in silence they drove through the city towards the train that was to carry them to the new life. A phase of the existences of each was closed definitely. The great corner was a thing of the past. The great corner with the long train of disasters, its collapse had started. The great failure had precipitated smaller failures, and the aggregate of smaller failures had pulled down one business house after another. For weeks afterward, the successive crashes were like the shock and reverberation of undermined buildings toppling to their ruin. An important bank had suspended payment, and hundreds of depositors had found their little fortunes swept away. The ramifications of the catastrophe were unbelievable. The whole tone of financial affairs seemed changed. Money was tight again, credit was withdrawn. The business world began to speak of hard times once more. But Laura would not admit her husband was in any way to blame. He had suffered too. She repeated to herself his words again and again. The wheat cornered itself. I simply stood between two sets of circumstances. The wheat cornered me, not I the wheat. And all those millions and millions of bushels of wheat were gone now. The wheat that had killed Cressler, that had engulfed Jadwin's fortune, and all but unseated reason itself. The wheat that had intervened like a great torrent to drag her husband from her side and drown him in the roaring vortices of the pit, had passed on, resistless, along its ordered and predetermined courses from west to east. Like a vast titanic flood, had passed, leaving death and ruin in its wake, but bearing life and prosperity to the crowded cities and centres of Europe. For a moment, vague, dark perplexities assailed her, questionings as to the elemental forces, the forces of demand and supply that ruled the world. This huge resistless nourisher of the nation-sui was it that it could not reach the people, could not fulfill its destiny, unmarred by all this suffering, unattended by all this misery. She did not know, but as she searched, troubled and disturbed for an answer, she was aware of a certain familiarity in the neighbourhood the carriage was traversing. The strange sense of having lived through this scene, these circumstances once before, took hold upon her. She looked out quickly on either hand, through the blurred glasses of the carriage doors. Surely, this locality had once before impressed itself upon her imagination. She turned to her husband, an exclamation upon her lips, but Jadwin, by the dim light of the carriage lanterns, was studying a railroad folder. All at once, intuitively, Laura turned in her place, and raising the flap that covered the little window at the back of the carriage, looked behind. On either side of the vista in converging lines stretched the tall office buildings, lights burning in a few of their windows, even yet. Over the end of the street, the lead-coloured sky was broken by a pale faint haze of light, and silhouetted against this rose a sombre mass, unbroken by any glimmer, rearing a black and formidable facade against the blur of the sky behind it. And this was the last impression of the part of her life that day brought to a close. The tall grey office buildings, the murk of rain, the haze of light in the heavens, and raised against it, the pile of the Board of Trade building, black, monolithic, crouching on its foundations like a monstrous sphinx with blind eyes, silent, grave, crouching there without a sound, without sign of life under the night and the drifting veil of rain.